My name is Ming Haisheng. At this moment, I am kneeling in the mud, watching my wife and daughter lying in a pool of blood. I stretch out my hands, but I can't save anything. When I open my eyes again, I was back to 3 years ago, the day when they had the accident. I rushed into the sea of fire with all my might and carried out my dying wife and daughter. My whole body was burned like a corpse, but I smiled. This time, I won't let anything happen to them. In my previous life, I was rotten at the gambling table and was treated as a joke and abandoned. Did I deserve it? No. Someone deliberately pushed me into the abyss. Love gambling. Someone deliberately lured me into the game. In this life, I will make them pay the price one by one. Anyone who dares to take my identity will be made to kneel and spit out. Whoever dares to destroy my family, I will destroy his entire clan. Chapter 1. I was lying on a hospital bed with a tube in my chest and needles all over my body. The funny thing was that there wasn't a single relative among the people around me. The lawyer stood in front of the window and read out my will in a calm tone. Mr. Ming Haisheng decided before his death that all his inheritance would be donated to the Haichuan City Orphanage, and his body would go to the National Medical Research Institute. They were stunned, but a sneer appeared on my lips. Finally, I can leave with a clean slate, without taking a penny with me, and without leaving anything for anyone who wants to have a piece of the pie. The door was suddenly kicked open with a bang, which scared the nurse so much that she shivered. MANHUA rushed in angrily, his eyes bloodshot, like a mad dog. You even want to die secretly? I opened my eyes with difficulty, and my voice was as weak as the wind blowing the leaves. In this life, you lost to me in the end. I'm going to see Mu Chung. You, just live and suffer. Bullshit. Meng Changyue roared and tried to rush forward, but was stopped by my bodyguard. I closed my eyes, listened to his weak roar, and the corners of my mouth slowly rose. We have fought for a lifetime, for money, for women, and for not conceding defeat. This time, I took the first step and became the winner. At the moment when consciousness became blurred, there was only one picture in my mind. Mu Chung was holding Momo, curled up in the mud. I rushed over and told her to let go, but she held the child tightly and rolled down the hillside with Momo without hesitation. That moment was the biggest nightmare of my life. If I could do it again, I would never let her pick cucumbers alone, and I would never play poker all night again. I will definitely protect them and their daughter and prevent the tragedy from happening again. The next second, I woke up suddenly. I was surrounded by a leaky earthen house, lying on a prickly mat, and my whole body was wet. I was stunned and looked up to see the calendar hanging on the wall, July 6th, 1984. My whole body shook as if I was struck by lightning. Today is the day when Lin Muching and Momo got into trouble. I rushed out of the house without thinking too much. It rained heavily last night, and the ground was muddy. I slipped in the mud and fell heavily. But I didn't even dare to breathe. I got up and rushed to the vegetable field on the slope. My heart was beating like a drum, and my legs felt like they were filled with lead. In my previous life, I was still fast asleep, and the gambling game was not over in my dream. Lin Muching went to the field alone carrying the child, with no one to help or protect him. It wasn't until she was buried in the mud on the hillside holding Momo that I regretted it so much. This time, I can't be late again. But the cucumber field is far from home, and with my body, I can't even walk fast, let alone run. I was just feeling worried when I heard a thump, thump, thump sound in the distance. Village Secretary Meng Jiangwo drove the village's tractor up the mountain road. My eyes lit up, and without saying anything more, I rushed forward and pushed him out of the car. Uncle Jiangwo, can you lend me your life? I stepped on the accelerator, and the tractor roared into the dirt road. Are you crazy? That's the village car. Meng Jiangwo fell into the mud and kept shouting. But I couldn't hear a word. All I could see was the vegetable field and the mother and daughter. The tractor was shaking so much that my internal organs almost broke, but I gritted my teeth and had only one thought in my mind: to save people. Finally, when I saw a thin figure at the end of the field from afar, my eyes were wet. It's Momo. She's still alive. But the next second, she stood up and walked towards the slope. Momo. I kicked open the car door, ran as fast as I could, and rushed into the cucumber field. I shouted until my throat was hoarse and my eyes were covered with sweat and mud, but I didn't care. Where is Momo? I pushed aside the vines like crazy. Here. Lin Muching's trembling voice came from the depths. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw that she was holding Momo, and one of Momo's feet was stuck in the mud and her body was staggering. Don't move. I roared, looked around, and immediately pulled out a few thorns to tie myself up. The soil was too loose, and if we took a wrong step, our entire army would be wiped out. I took a deep breath, suppressed my fear, and moved closer to my daughter. Momo, Daddy is here. Can you give me your hand? Her eyes were filled with tears, and there was fear and struggle in them. In her memory, I was the bastard who yelled at her and was mean to her. Dad won't scold you anymore. Dad will take you to eat candy and buy you candies, okay? She choked with sobs. Really? I nodded, using all my tenderness. Really? She finally stretched out her little muddy hand, and I grabbed it. A warmth flowed from the palm of my hand into my heart, like the most real salvation in this life. I whispered, "It's okay, Dad will take you home." Momo's eyes were red, and her little hands tightly hugged my neck, and she finally pulled her feet out of the mud. The next second, the piece of earth where she was standing suddenly collapsed, and a small red sandal rolled and was swallowed by the mud. My heart almost stopped, and at that moment I realized that all this was real. I'm really back. I held her in my arms, feeling the warmth in her arms, and never wanted to let go. Lin Muching took Momo in his arms, looking nervous, holding her tightly in his arms, his voice still filled with shock. "Why are you here?" I looked at her wary face and smiled bitterly. In her eyes, I am still that useless husband who does not work properly, throws things and swears. "I'll help you pick cucumbers and go to the market together." I smiled awkwardly and wanted to reach out to help her, but she subconsciously dodged. She asked us to take Momo to the field to rest first, and said she would pick the rest. I didn't argue anymore, but just silently carried the basket. She stared at me suspiciously, as if she was looking at a stranger. But I was very happy in my heart. In my last life, Meng Changyue wanted to interfere with Lin Muching and me. Now that I'm alive, he can't even touch me in this life. She carried the child to the outside of the field, and I lowered my head and started picking cucumbers. The family was so poor that they couldn't even afford a small cart. Going to the market with a shoulder pole was their whole life. There are 50 to 60 kilograms of cucumbers on a shoulder pole, and they may not be sold even at 1 cent per kilogram. I was too lazy to go before, and she would urge me again and again, and I would smash the pots and bowls out of impatience. Thinking of this, I really want to slap myself. Just as he was about to pick more cucumbers, a familiar roar came. "Meng Haisheng, you little bastard, park the tractor aside. Aren't you going to burn oil?" Then I remembered that the tractor was still on. "Uncle Jangwo." I ran up to him with a smile. Meng Jangwo came over breathlessly, and when he saw Lin Muching and Momo, who was covered in mud, behind me, his face became even darker. "You quarreled with your wife again? If you are always so bossy, why don't you become a labor camp prisoner?" He started to curse me, but I just smiled and scratched my head. No, I just borrowed the car because I was in a hurry to come over to save someone. Your wife is 3 months pregnant. You think you are risking your life by carrying the child uphill." He snorted, obviously not believing that I had suddenly become better. "Hurry up and pick the cucumbers and go to the market. Don't just hang around all day." He threw down a few words, started the tractor, and drove away. I looked at his back and felt a little emotional. This secretary with a hot temper actually cares about us young people more than anyone else. Lin Muching said nothing and lowered her head to tie up the melon vines. I wanted to help, and she didn't refuse, but she didn't look at me either. She didn't believe me, I knew it. She was worried that I would pick 2 baskets and leave, leaving her alone to sell the vegetables. I didn't say much, picked 2 baskets, picked up the shoulder pole, and prepared to leave. She was standing at the edge of the field, holding 2 bags of fertilizer in her hands. She didn't say a word, but it made people feel sorry for her. It turned out that she had already prepared to pack more, so that if she picked them all at once, she could earn a few more cents and have an extra meal. I went over and picked up Momo. She hung on me like a spoiled child and said, "Daddy, I'm hungry." I touched her bare feet, and my heart tightened. "You didn't have breakfast today?" Lin Muching said calmly. "I'm out of noodles. I wanted to sell the cucumbers and buy some grains." I nodded, said nothing, picked up the load, and walked home carrying Momo. She didn't reject me. I know this is a little test from her, and perhaps also a little trust. When we returned to the yard, I was so sore all over and my shoulders almost felt like they were not my own. But my heart is warm. The well water in my house was freezing cold, so I poured the water directly over my head and roared with satisfaction. While wiping his face, he met eyes with Lin Muchung, who was changing clothes in the room. She lowered her head and blushed, and gently reminded, "Be careful not to catch a cold." I was so happy that this woman still cared about me. I wandered around the yard shirtless, confidently thinking that I would get 6-pack abs and make her blush every day. I searched the kitchen for a long time and only found some cornmeal and 4 eggs. "These eggs are for Grandma." She said she felt dizzy. Lin Muching reminded at the door. I snorted and cracked the eggs into the pot. "Take care of yourself first. You almost died this morning." She started to speak, but swallowed it back. I know she's afraid that my grandma will cause trouble, but I'm not going to put up with it anymore in this life. The water boiled, and I made a pot of corn paste, adding eggs and some green vegetables. After she and Momo cleaned up, I brought out a pot of steaming hot rice. She looked at me, neither puzzled nor convinced. The $10 you took away yesterday was all my savings, she said tentatively. I pushed the bowl over and said softly, I swear, I will never gamble again. You guys are my life. She was silent, and I didn't say anything more. Action is the best proof. I lowered my head and took a sip of the porridge. The familiar taste seemed to float from the depths of my memory, burning my eyes. I'm back, and my home is still there. After breakfast, I changed into clean clothes and prepared to go out. Lin Muching looked at me, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. She probably thought I was playing cards again. After all, I had done so many ridiculous things in the past. I didn't explain, I just pushed the door and left. I had to earn back her trust bit by bit. Behind her, Momo whispered, Mom, why are you crying? I paused, but didn't look back. Mom, there's just some sand in her eyes. It will be fine in a while. Lin Muching choked up and coaxed her. I'll help Mommy wash the cucumbers. Momo said in a baby voice, trying hard to put her little hands into the basin. That scene hit me like a hammer in the heart. Lin Muching no longer had the energy to pick cucumbers to go to the market, and I couldn't be the loser who waited for her to collapse. I stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at this extremely poor little courtyard, and my eyes fell on the great-grandfather's house in the front yard. Only his family has a cart. I sighed, gritted my teeth, and knocked on the door. Haisheng. Uncle Meng leaned his head out, his eyes wary. I picked a lot of cucumbers today. Can I borrow the cart? He frowned, his face full of suspicion. Haisheng, you're not going to sell it again, are you? The cart is not worth much, but it's not yours to waste. My face turned red. Sure enough, he still remembered that I stole pears from his house to exchange for money for cigarettes. Why don't you come with me to the farm and see if they really are selling cucumbers? I said it seriously, but he didn't believe it at all. I got anxious and blurted out, You don't believe me, but you can believe Mu Cheng, right? Can she lie to you? When he heard Lin Muching's name, his expression paused, and he wavered. I took the opportunity to push the cart and run away, shouting, I'm really going to pick cucumbers. I'll return them to you later. Behind him, the old man's angry curse rolled in. Meng Haisheng, you little bastard, if you dare to sell my car, I will fight you to the death. I rushed out of the alley and pushed the cart all the way along the muddy village road. But I feel a little excited in my heart. It's so fucking cool. It's so good to be alive. I picked cucumbers all morning and got 2 full baskets of big cucumbers, and even had a few extra bags left over that were packed in fertilizer bags. The car is as heavy as a stone, but I feel that the weight is very solid. When I pushed a cart full of cucumbers into the yard, Lin Muching had just washed a basin of cucumbers and was preparing to dry them. When she saw me, she froze. She didn't say anything, but I could see a hint of hesitation in her eyes. We didn't have enough time to pick our cucumbers, so I thought about drying and pickling some to eat in the winter. She lowered her head and continued to work. I wiped the sweat off my face, leaned over and asked with a smile, Do you want to buy anything at the market? She glanced at the full cart of cucumbers and hesitated to speak. Finally, she said softly, Buy a bottle of soy sauce. It's cheap. I nodded and wiped the sweat off my forehead. Don't worry, I'll go to Haiqing town and try. Maybe I can sell more. She didn't respond and continued pickling cucumbers. I know she didn't believe me, but at least she no longer opposed me going out to sell vegetables. I changed into clean clothes, sorted the cucumbers, and pushed the cart all the way to the highway. This car weighs at least 200 kilograms, heavier than my skinny bones. But I felt lighter and lighter as I walked, and the sunlight on my face felt really comfortable. Before leaving, I hugged Momo. She rubbed her neck against my neck and smiled. Daddy, I want to eat something delicious. I nodded. When Dad comes back, I will bring you new sandals and some candy. Her eyes lit up. My nose was sore. I owed so much to this daughter who had never worn decent clothes. As I pushed the bike on the dirt road, my shoulders and hands began to ache. But I gritted my teeth and had only one thought in my mind. I must keep this family going. Haiqing town is more than 30 miles away from the market, but there are fewer vegetable vendors there, so the prices can be higher. As I was walking, a tractor stopped beside me and a dark-skinned young man stuck his head out and said, Brother, do you know how to get to Shirley River? I glanced at him warily. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. My name is Luo Xiao. I came from the city to repair tractors for Shili Village, but I got lost. Your tractor is quite heavy. How about I take you to Haiqing town, and you take me down to Shili on the way? I didn't think he was a bad guy, so I thought for a moment and said, Okay, let me get in the car. Great. He jumped out of the car excitedly and helped me lift the cucumbers onto the tractor. The tractor roared towards Haiqing town. I sat in the back bucket, leaning against bags of cucumbers, and breathed a long sigh of relief. If I had to make this trip on foot, I wouldn't be able to make any money, and I'd probably have to give up halfway. Looking at the heavy cucumbers at my feet, I suddenly realized that there is no way out if I rely solely on farming. They work so hard to earn a few cents a day, and even have trouble getting enough food and clothing. I have to find a way. In my previous life, Lin Muching died, Momo was gone, and I worked hard to go south and make a living for myself. But I can't leave now. She and the children are at home. Not to mention, she has another baby in her belly. Thinking of this, my heart sank. That child was never born in the previous life. It is an unplanned pregnancy, and the fine is 200 yuan. 200 yuan is more expensive than the sky in today's rural areas. What's worse is that I can't even come up with $2. The tractor stopped, and Luo Xiao got off the vehicle and handed me a box of Ashima with a smile. Brother, thank you. Before I could reply, he jumped into the car and drove away. Looking at the 85-cent box of cigarettes in my hand, I smiled bitterly. This kid is really loyal. I stuffed the cigarette into my pocket and pushed the cart straight to the big market in Haiqing town. Today is the Urki episode. People selling vegetables, buying cloth, and looking after pigs are all crowded together. I arrived a little late and all the good stalls were taken, so I could only squeeze into the open space on the outskirts. It rained yesterday, and just as Ming Jiangwo said, there were a lot fewer vegetable vendors. I parked the cart, but didn't rush to sell. I ran to other stalls to check the market first. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Cucumbers in the village cost only 0.1 cent per pound, but today they cost 0.2 cents here. I raised my eyebrows and felt secretly happy. Isn't this a pie in the sky? Before I had even set up my stall, 2 women came over. Big sister, these melons are freshly picked, big and fresh, 20 cents a pound. Pick any you want. Call me Big Sister, you're so sweet. The fat lady smiled happily and bent down to pick the melons. The young wife next to her also started to do the same. I only opened one basket and covered the other one. You know what hunger marketing is. Soon, 5 or 6 people, all women, gathered in front of my stall. I shouted enthusiastically and sold half a basket in one go. The cucumbers are fresh and delicious. They are priced at 20 cents per pound. If they are not delicious, I won't pay for them. Country people are shy, but I am not. I have to open my mouth and shout. As soon as the voice came out, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked over. Another group of people gathered around, and after 3 rounds, both baskets were almost empty. The last uncle bought it all, and I rounded it up to an integer, 1 cent per pound. They were all sold out, and my heart was beating like crazy as I weighed the bag of change. $43.72. I was so excited that I almost knelt down and worshipped on the spot. In the past, Lin Muching carried dozens of kilograms and earned only 3 or 5 yuan, and I still despised him. Now I sell a cart of melons for more than 40 yuan. I took a few deep breaths to suppress the sob in my throat. It's not that farmers don't have goods, it's that no one helps them find the way. I push my empty cart around the market. I want to buy some food for Momo, and I also want to bring something for Lin Muching. 3 pieces of honey weigh 1 pound. Hard candy. I didn't have a candy ticket, so I gritted my teeth and spent 50 cents to buy a small bag. Momo has never eaten candy. She should try what sweetness tastes like. At the shoe stall, I picked out 2 pairs of small sandals, 1 pair for Momo and 1 pair for Lin Muching. I didn't forget myself. I changed into a new pair of cloth shoes because the pair of shoes on my feet were so broken that my big toe was sticking out. I went to the fabric stall again and bought a few feet of floral artificial cotton. Their clothes were all so old that they looked bleached after being washed. Momo's clothes were cut from her mother's old clothes. I, Ming Haisheng, cannot let them live in rags any longer. At the meat stall, I bought a pound of pork elbow and prepared to go back and make dumplings. They have never eaten dumplings that truly belong to them in their entire lives. I also bought 5 pounds of noodles. Although it was expensive, at 62 cents per pound, this meal was worth it. I bought everything, including soy sauce, coarse salt, and vegetable ingredients. I bought coarse salt, which was 5 cents cheaper, and ground it myself with a stone mill at home. After finishing all these, I bought 2 big buns and stuffed them into my mouth ravenously. I have to walk back to the village in the afternoon. If I don't eat something, I'm afraid I'll faint on the way. I counted the remaining money, and there was still 30 yuan. I put it in my pocket and hid it as if it were my life. This is my, Ming Haisheng's first startup capital. On the way out of the market, my head was burning with heat, but I didn't feel tired at all. I finally understand. Money doesn't fall from the sky, nor can it be gained through gambling. It walked out by itself, stepping out of the mud step by step. I remember clearly the mountains and forests surrounding Shashan village. I suddenly remembered something. I heard someone tell me in my previous life that there was a girl in the mountains who relied on digging buplurum and selling medicine to support herself in school, and also helped her family get out of poverty. Isn't this exactly the same situation I'm in now? Buplurum is everywhere on the mountains. No one wants it, but no one digs it up, and no one knows how to sell it. When the time comes, dig some and dry it. Then go to the county Chinese medicine hospital for a checkup. As I pushed the cart along, all kinds of ideas of making money were still running through my head. As I was lost in thought, a horn suddenly sounded behind me. I looked back and saw that it was Luo Xiao, who appeared again driving a tractor. Brother Haixing, what a coincidence. I'm going back to the city, so I'd like to give you a ride. He smiled and helped me push the car onto the tractor. This time I didn't squat in the truck bed, but sat in the passenger seat. From Haiqing Town to Muping Town, Luo Xiao cleared out all his family assets. He worked as a technician in the Qinggu City Tractor Factory and was in charge of all the work in several surrounding counties and cities. Although this guy was a bit of a jerk, he was very considerate. He sent me to the village entrance before getting off the car, patted my shoulder, and said, "Brother, we are destined to be together. I will come to play with you later." I thanked him with a smile, but a thought popped into my mind. If I had a tractor one day, I wouldn't have to worry about selling things in the future. The sun was just setting, and I pushed the cart towards the village. From a distance, I saw Uncle Ming coming down the hillside carrying a hoe, and I greeted him loudly. He didn't even raise his head and just treated me as heir. People in the village came back from the fields one after another. Some of them saw me from afar and turned away. It would be a lie to say this scene wasn't uncomfortable. I greeted them as usual with a smile on my face, calling them uncles, aunts, and aunts fluently. Some people replied, some frowned, and some simply pretended not to hear. Is Meng Haixing crazy today? He greets everyone. His smile gives me chills down my spine. Just now I saw him pushing a basket back. It was bulging. I wonder if he stole something from someone again. Several villagers stood at the entrance of the alley and whispered, and the talk became more and more outrageous. I pretended not to hear and continued walking home. As soon as I turned into the door of the house, my Aunt Liang Xiaozi suddenly called me. "Haixing, where have you been? What's in your basket? Where did the money come from?" Her eyes were fixed on the white cloth bag in my basket, and she could vaguely see pieces of cloth, meat, and 2 pairs of small sandals sticking out from inside. As she spoke, she opened my cloth bag. "Hey, Auntie, don't move." Before I finished speaking, she had already opened the bag. A bunch of things were instantly exposed to the crowd's view. "Wow, there's meat and shoes. Whose ancestral grave did you dig up?" She shouted exaggeratedly, and the looks of the people around her suddenly changed. "Didn't you say you were going to sell cucumbers? How much money can a truckload of cucumbers fetch? He's probably done something sneaky again." I suppressed my anger and said through gritted teeth, "I did go to Haiqing Town to sell cucumbers today. They were 20 cents a pound, and I sold them all." But no one believed me. Everyone looked at me as if I were a joke. "Auntie, people change." I wanted to explain, but facing this group of people staring at my bag, there was no point in explaining. "You only have these 2 baskets of cucumbers, and you want to exchange them for all these things." I went to sell cucumbers today, too. They were only 8 cents a pound. I got up early before dawn to go to the market, and I still had half of them left when I came back. The person who spoke was Meng Changxi, someone I never wanted to care about in my life. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I looked back at him with cold eyes. Not only did this guy secretly move my wife's grave in his previous life, he was also a lackey of that bastard Meng Changhua. "You went to the market in Zyakuzi village to sell them, right?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" "There are fewer people there, and the prices are lower. I went to Haiqing Town, and they sold out at 20 cents a pound." As soon as I said this, the people around me fell silent. Some were suspicious, some were moved, and some were obviously jealous. Liang Xiaozui jumped out again and sneered. "Come on, Haiqing Town is more than 30 miles away. You are pushing a broken cart. How can you make it back after selling the things? Are you kidding me?" "That's right. If he really goes, I'll eat my shoes." I sneered and didn't want to argue anymore. But I know in my heart that I can't just get away with what happened today. Otherwise, no matter what I do in the future, they will just treat me as a joke. I looked around and shouted, "Grandpa, tell me something. Did I borrow the wheelbarrow from your house to sell cucumbers this morning? Did I ride a tractor back home?" The crowd fell silent. After a moment, Uncle Ming, carrying a hoe, finally came closer, swung his hand, and stabbed the ground with a bang. "Boy, it's not kind of you to not return the cart after using it. Hurry and leave it at the door. Also, he did lend me the cart today, and I saw him coming back on a tractor this afternoon." As soon as these words fell, the faces of the villagers, who were originally full of disbelief, changed one by one. "Are you really going to sell melons? Ride a tractor? What's wrong with this kid? Has he changed his personality?" I glanced at Liang Xiaozui and said calmly, "Auntie, don't look down on young people because they are poor. Don't always stretch your hands so far." She was so angry that her face turned red. Just as she was about to retort, Uncle Ming suddenly swung his hat in front of her face. What are you yelling about? They really went to sell cucumbers and you refuse to let them pass? Wait until your kid is willing to go out to plant and sell vegetables, and then you can be stubborn again. The villagers looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Some people began to murmur quietly. Has Meng Haixing really changed? Well, it would be great if he could really turn over a new leaf, so that everyone wouldn't have to worry. I pushed the cart back home, with complicated looks from people behind me, some doubtful, some shocked, and a little shaken. I know, they don't believe me yet, but that's okay. Let's all go our separate ways. Haixing is a bit harsh, but he's not a bad person. Now his wife is pregnant again. If he really wants to change, we have to give him a chance. At the entrance of the village, Uncle Ming finally suppressed the discussions with a few words. I took the opportunity to avoid Liang Xiaozui's sharp tongue, turned into my own alley, and prepared to go home. As soon as I turned the corner, I ran into Meng Danyu. He was carrying a hoe, his face was covered with mud, and he grinned at me. Haixing, what have you been doing? I just came back from the market selling melons. Did you just come out of the fields? Yes, the sun is so strong that it's almost peeling my skin off. He smiled foolishly, wiped his forehead with his hand, and ended up getting mud all over his face. I laughed. This silly childhood friend was my biggest regret in my previous life. In the previous life, I took him south, but an accident happened after only a few months, and his body could not be found. My heart sank when I thought of that scene. Brother Danyu, I'm going into the mountains tomorrow morning. Do you want to come with me? Going into the mountains? You want to trap rabbits again? Your poor skills. I stepped on your trap last time. Don't be late tomorrow morning. Then you will know if I have trapped the rabbit again. I didn't say much, and he will understand tomorrow. I returned the cart, carried a bunch of things I bought, and walked into the yard step by step. Under the eaves, Lin Muching was stuffing cucumber strips into a jar with skillful movements and a focused expression. There were already 4 clay pots on the ground, and it was obvious that she had done a lot of work today. I said, I'm back. Lin Muching didn't even raise his head, but just said, softly. Dad. Momo stepped towards me with her little legs. I opened my arms and picked her up. Do you miss Daddy? Yes. She blinked and added softly, I also miss Tang Tang. I was happy. It turned out that in her heart, I was not as important as a piece of candy. Don't worry, Dad bought a lot of delicious food today, including candy. Eat candy, eat candy. She smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a line. This child's smile made my heart instantly soft, and all my tiredness disappeared. Be good, Momo. Dad will make dumplings for you later. Great. Let's eat dumplings. I was hugging her and trying to make her happy when Lin Muching suddenly hugged her back with a cold tone. Meng Haixing, can you please stop coaxing the child? Do you know how hateful your face is? She's still young, but she's not stupid. You keep talking about making dumplings. Do you have rice and flour? Can you make them? There was controlled anger in her voice. I was stunned, thinking of the corn porridge I had this morning. They were probably hungry again at noon. I didn't lie to her. It's true. Look, I opened the bag and took out the flour, pork elbow, candy, and soy sauce. Lin Muching was obviously stunned. She stared at the bag of flour, then looked at the piece of meat, her eyes complicated, and she took a step back vigilantly. Where did you get these? What were you doing? Didn't I tell you this morning that I went out to sell cucumbers? This is the money I made. With just your cucumbers, can you exchange for these? Her voice began to tremble, and even her arms around Momo tightened. Don't get excited. I sold it to Haiqing Town during the Urki market. The price was 20 cents per pound. I really sold it. I also met a tractor guy who gave me a ride back and gave me this box of cigarettes. I took the box of Ashima out of my pocket and placed it in front of her. She was silent, her face showing a mixture of distrust and hesitation. I didn't say anything more, took out 2 pairs of small sandals and a piece of honey and handed them to Momo. Come, our baby, try the candy and see if the shoes are pretty. Momo held the honey in her little hand, took a small bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. She giggled and stuffed the remaining half into my mouth. Daddy, eat. My eyes welled up. Dad doesn't want to eat it. Leave it for Momo. Lin Muching picked up the little sandals, looked at them, then looked at me, and said nothing. The edge of the shoe is a little hard. I wrapped her feet with cloth after eating, otherwise it would hurt her feet. She nodded slightly, as a sign of agreement. I struck while the iron was hot. What kind of dumplings do you want? Let's make them now. She thought for a moment and said, there are some shepherd's purse I picked this morning at home. I'll go wash them. I'll go chop the meat. I picked up Momo and went into the kitchen, chopping meat while teasing her. She sat on a small stool, licking the candy, her little mouth drooling as she swallowed. Dad, are the dumplings ready? Come on, hold on, it smells so good. As I chopped, I cut the meat in half and kept half. I had to eat it sparingly. I was chopping shepherd's purse, and the knife's impact on the chopping board was like a thump on my heart. The basket in front of me was full of shepherd's purse hearts, tender and shiny, which Lynn Muching had picked in the rain this morning. She said the shepherd's purse was old at this time of year, but I didn't expect she could pick out such tender ones. Looking at the greenness, my nose felt sore. There was not much land at home, so she would rather plant less so that I could eat more cucumbers. After the spring, all the green vegetables on the family's table were picked up from the fields by her alone. Chinese tune, elm seeds, wild onions. I disliked these wild vegetables because they were tasteless, stingy, and incompetent. But now, I really want to slap myself twice. Dad, it's time to eat dumplings. My daughter Momo's voice interrupted my self-blaming thoughts. I looked back and saw Lynn Muching standing at the door holding a wash basin, looking at me with an expression that said, "Are you still daydreaming?" I looked down and saw that half of the shepherd's purse on the chopping board was chopped into small pieces, while the other half was still in large pieces. The truth was completely revealed. I smiled awkwardly and said, "I'll be done right away." She didn't say much, just took Momo away, put the panel in the main room, and started making dumplings by herself. I washed my hands and walked over. She looked at me in surprise and asked, "Can you wrap?" "Yes." I smiled as I kneaded the dough, stretched it into strips, tore it into balls, and rolled it into sheets. My movements were quick and clean, like a performance on stage. The first dumpling in my hand was as big as a gold ingot. I looked at her and she paused, as if she was recognizing me for the first time. She didn't say anything either, but just quietly picked up the dumpling wrappers and started making dumplings. Her dumplings were prettier than mine and more full. I rolled out the dough while she wrapped it. I collected the dumplings and put the bamboo screen away. We worked together like a team of years. Before long, 60 dumplings were neatly arranged without anyone taking a breath. "Muchung, you go and cook. Momo is waiting anxiously. I'll make the rest." I handed her the packed dumplings. When she turned around, she looked at me again with a complicated look. She stopped talking and walked into the kitchen silently. She doesn't know that I learned the skill of making dumplings when I was alone during the Chinese New Year. I was not doing well that year, so I made dumplings every year. Only when I ate a bite did I feel alive. Later, I became more and more skilled at making dumplings. Every time I made dumplings, I missed home. After the dumplings were put into the pot, she asked me to send 2 plates to my parents. I nodded, put the dumplings into the enamel bowl, covered it, and walked out the door. The 2 houses were separated by an alley. I pushed the door open and saw Meng Guangzhu had just washed the mud off his liberation shoes. "Dad, Mom, I made some dumplings today. I'll send some to you." Before I finished speaking, their faces changed. I knew they had just come back from the fields and probably ran into Liang Xiaotsue on the road. The woman started making up stories, saying that I didn't know where I got the money from, but I spent it lavishly on noodles and meat. But she never mentioned my going to the market to sell cucumbers. I was about to explain when Chu Lan spoke first. "Haisheng, where did you get the money? Didn't you say your family has lost face?" There was doubt in her voice, but her tone was gentle. "I was just thinking of sending some wheat over. We can't let the children go hungry," she said as she looked at me with worry and pity in her eyes. I opened my mouth to tell the truth, but Meng Guangzhu swung the broom at me. "Are you out stealing again? Do you think I'm stupid?" He gritted his teeth, furious. I really didn't lie this time. I protected the enamel basin in my hand while dodging the broom. The dumplings couldn't be scattered. Chu Lan also hurriedly stopped him. "Old Meng, don't really hit him. Just listen to what he has to say, okay?" "Say? What?" "The villagers are always stabbing us in the back. Does he have any shame?" Meng Guangzhu kept cursing, and the broom hit him on the head. I gritted my teeth, took 2 steps back, and growled in a low voice. "Dad, can't you just listen to me and tell me the truth?" I picked 2 baskets of cucumbers early this morning and rushed to Haiqing town to sell them all. It's selling fast. There are many people at the market. It rained yesterday, and there were few vegetables. I sold them all at 20 cents per pound in no time. I bought some noodles and meat. I didn't do anything else. Why don't you go ask Grandpa? I'd better borrow his cart. I have to take other people's tractors to go back and forth, otherwise I can't get back. I spoke very quickly, pouring out the whole story, fearing that if I was a second late, the broom would fall again. The 2 elders were stunned for a moment, and their brows relaxed a little. "You bastard, are you telling the truth? Did you really go to work?" "Dad, I swear, from today on, I will turn over a new leaf and never touch any crooked path again. I want to live a good life with Muchang. Momo is still so young. I have to raise her and respect you." They looked at each other, their eyes saying, "Is this kid going to do something new?" I smiled bitterly. After all these years, I know that it's not possible to convince people with just a few words. If you want to change your destiny, you have to rely on actions, not words. When I came out of Meng Guangzhu's house, it was already late, and I unconsciously quickened my pace, fearing that Lin Muching would get anxious. I pushed the door open and saw the dumplings on the table were still slightly warm. When she saw me coming back, she uncovered the plate and said, "Momo is hungry. I let her eat first." I nodded. "Well, my parents just talked to me for a while. You should eat quickly before it gets cold." There were 2 plates of dumplings on the table, and hers was obviously smaller. I frowned and gave her some of mine. "How can you be full when you are so thin?" She was stunned. The chopsticks in her hand paused in the air and whispered, "I pickled some cucumbers." The plate of cucumber slices was savory with chili oil and garlic. As soon as it was served, I couldn't help but pick up a piece with my chopsticks. It was so crispy and satisfying. "This cucumber is amazing. Mu Chung, you can sell it with your craftsmanship." I sighed as I chewed it. She lowered her head and didn't respond, but just gently pushed the cucumber towards me. I suddenly thought of something and said, "How about I take some of your cucumbers with me when I dig Buplurum and sell them in the county? They will definitely be popular." "Are you crazy? If we sell the pickled cucumbers and someone reports us, we'll both go to jail." She frowned and lowered her voice. "We are not trying to steal the state's business." I laughed and retorted, "The policy is to encourage side jobs. We can't always focus on the crops in the fields." She looked up at me. Her eyes seemed like she was meeting me for the first time, with doubt and a little belief in them. At night, I soaked my feet until they were numb. Just as I was about to take a break, a familiar voice called out from outside the yard. "Haisheng, are you home?" My feet were still in the water, and my heart was in my throat. It was Lang Chun, my old friend. It was bound to be bad news. I put on my slippers and went to the yard. He handed me a cigarette and said, "Let's go. The card game is starting. We have acquaintances tonight." "It's a sure thing." I quit. I shook my head. "My wife is pregnant, and I have to support the family." He stared at me for a long time, then suddenly smiled. "You made a lot of money selling cucumbers today, didn't you? You can win more if you play 2 rounds." I sneered in my heart. Win? In his previous life, he gambled himself into prison in this way and was shot in the end. "Lang Chun, don't gamble anymore. If you gamble again, you will regret it." I patted his shoulder with a firm tone. His face immediately darkened. "I won't go. Why are you cursing me?" Before he could finish his words, he turned and walked away, like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. I closed the door and locked it. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Lin Muching leaning against the Kong with red eyes and tears in the corners of his eyes. "You didn't go out?" she asked carefully, and I could hear her voice trembling. "I said I would live a good life with you. I won't gamble anymore." I walked over, moved Momo to the middle, and spread the mattress. She lowered her head to make the bed, her eyes dodging, but she couldn't help asking, "Didn't you move to the West Room?" "Not going tonight." I lay down and put the pillow in place. She hesitated for a long time before slowly lying down. The candle went out, and the only sounds in the room were the breathing of the 3 of us. There were cicadas chirping outside the window. I thought I would have insomnia, but I fell asleep immediately. I was so tired, and my heart was tired too. Lin Muching listened to my steady breathing, gently stroked his lower abdomen, and tears welled up in his eyes again. She didn't know whether I really wanted to change this time, or it was just a temporary impulse. But tonight, for the first time, she felt that maybe life could really get better. On the other side, Liang Xiaotsui couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning. She thought about how I had embarrassed her during the day, and she was furious. "Guanghe, let's pick some cucumbers and sell them tomorrow." "It's not a market. What are you selling?" Meng Guanghe turned over impatiently. When my uncle Meng Guanghe heard that I sold more than 200 kilograms at 20 cents per kilogram, his face changed immediately. He thought, if a young boy like me could make so much money, how could he, an elder, fall behind? The next day, before dawn, when the sky was just beginning to turn white, he and Liang Xiaotsui went down to the fields in the dark to pick cucumbers. With just a flashlight and a bag, they were busy as hell, even before the roosters crowed. They picked half a basket of cucumbers and a full basket of tomatoes. They were so tired that they were panting, but their faces were full of longing. "We have at least 100 kilograms. Even if we sell it for 1.5 cents, we won't lose money." Liang Xiaotsui wiped the sweat off her face while calculating. Meng Guanghe pulled the cart out of the house, heading straight for Haiqing town. But halfway through the journey, he died. The sun hadn't even reached his head yet, but he could no longer lift his legs, was panting like a cow, and his back was bent. He also imitated me and stood on the side of the road trying to stop a tractor. One tractor after another drove past, and he watched helplessly, but no one stopped. "Didn't you say Meng Haixing came back by hitchhiking? I'm standing here too. Why is no one taking me?" Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. He even inhaled several breaths of car exhaust, but no one said a word to him. It was almost noon, and all the people who were going to the market had entered the town. He didn't dare to dawdle any longer and could only grit his teeth and move forward. Chapter 9. Digging Buplurum. Meng Haixing was going to the mountains to dig Buplurum, so he got up early. He cooked a pot of rice porridge and made a large stack of scallion pancakes before calling Lin Muching and Momo, who were lying on the kong. In fact, Lin Muching had woken up a long time ago, but she didn't get up until she heard Meng Haixing in the kitchen. Meng Haixing entered the room and saw that Lin Muching had woken up. "I've already prepared breakfast. You and Momo should get up, wash your faces, and have breakfast. Rest at home today and don't go to the cucumber field. I'll pick some cucumbers tomorrow and sell them in Haiqing town." Lin Muching responded in a low voice without asking any further questions. Meng Haixing felt Lin Muching's alienation, but he was not angry. He filled an aluminum lunchbox with rice porridge, took the scallion pancake he had already made, and went out with the basket. Yesterday, Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu agreed to go to the mountains to dig Buplurum together today. When he came over to call Meng Daniu was already ready. "Why are you the only one at Danyo's house? Where's second uncle?" "They went to the fields. There are too many fields at home to handle them." Meng Haixing nodded slightly. Meng Guangjuan has 3 sons and 2 grandsons, and the whole family eats together. There is a lot of land at home, so they have to get up early and go to work in the fields. Digging Buplurum is hard work, so Meng Haixing prepared himself to stay in the mountains for a whole day. Not long after the two entered the mountain, they saw a lot of Buplurum growing on a weed-covered hillside. Now is not the best time to dig Buplurum chinets. There are weeds all around, and it is difficult to identify Buplurum chinets. In Meng Haixing's memory, Chaihu was not even as thick as his little finger. But after he actually started digging, he found that the Buplurum was much thicker than he had imagined. Perhaps it's because villagers rarely go up the mountain to dig Buplurum. The Buplurum chinets on their mountain are all over 5 or 6 years old. The older the Buplurum is, the better its quality. Meng Haixing put down the tools in his hands, but was not in a hurry to dig Buplurum. "Brother Daniu, let's go set up rabbit traps. After we finish digging up the Buplurum, maybe we can trap a few rabbits." When Meng Daniu heard about trapping rabbits, he immediately smiled. "I took the wire. Why didn't you take anything? Today I'm going to try a different tactic and use a cane to trap you. The thing that is most abundant on the mountain is various tough vines." Meng Haixing used a knife to pull out long vines, made them into rabbit traps, and placed them in the grass where rabbits passed by. Meng Daniu was very fast at setting rabbit traps with wire, and he had set more than a dozen in a short while. On the other hand, Meng Haixing was busy for a long time and only set up 10 rabbit traps. "Haixing, can you do this?" "I heard it from others, so I'll give it a try." When Meng Haixing went to work in the south, he heard from his co-workers on the construction site that he was just giving it a try, hoping he would be lucky enough to get it. After setting the trap, the 2 men rolled up their sleeves and started digging Buplurum. "Brother Daniu, be careful when you dig. Don't damage the Buplurum bark." Although digging Buplurum does not require as much caution and care as digging ginseng. But if Buplurum has many injuries, the price will definitely be affected. "Don't worry." As he spoke, Meng Daniu dug out a large Buplurum with a pickaxe. It had rained recently on the mountain, so the soil was soft. Meng Daniu was a strong man, so digging Buplurum was easier for him than digging carrots. Meng Haixing on the side was amazed. Meng Daniu's strength really lives up to his name. The 2 men were sweating profusely on the mountain, and they almost covered the entire hillside. In one morning, not only was the basket that Meng Haixing brought full, but the other fertilizer bag was also almost full. After harvesting so much Buplurum, Meng Haixing's arms were as tired as noodles. "Brother Daniu, let's take a break, have some lunch, and then go check on the rabbit trap we set. I'm so tired." Digging Buplurum is not a job for humans. It's too tiring. The mountain is overgrown with weeds, and the root systems of the weeds are very large. When digging Buplurum, these root systems are the most troublesome. It takes a lot of effort to get rid of these tangled grass roots. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu found a large dry rock to sit on. "I brought porridge and scallion pancakes. What did you bring?" "When the weather is hot, it is very good to drink cold porridge." "I brought some bread." Meng Daniu took out 2 cakes wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. It goes without saying that this was done by Meng Daniu's mother, Qiu Shui. If Meng Daniu took the biscuit himself, he would probably put it directly in his pocket. "The pancakes I steamed last night are now as hard as rocks." Meng Daniu didn't care and started eating in big mouthfuls. But while he was eating, he would glance at the porridge in Meng Haixing's lunchbox from time to time. His gaze was so scorching. "Here, this is for you. Just eating the biscuits is too dry." Meng Haixing used the lunchbox lid to pour some porridge to Meng Daniu, and handed it to him. Okay. Meng Daniu quickly broke the biscuit into pieces, placed it on the lid of the lunchbox, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. 2 palm-sized pancakes were eaten up in no time, and Meng Daniu was only half full. Meng Haixing on the side. No wonder his second uncle's family had so much land but still couldn't have enough food. It seems that what the young boy said is true. He is going to bankrupt me. The 2 rough men quickly filled their stomachs and went into the woods without taking any buplurum. The first thing I looked at was Meng Daniu's rabbit suit. There was no doubt that all the dozen or so rabbit traps were empty. Originally, Meng Daniu wanted to trap the rabbit, but Meng Haixing didn't let him. They will go into the mountains tomorrow, just in case a rabbit is not smart enough and falls into a trap. The 2 continued walking towards the low grass, where Meng Hai gave birth to the rabbit trap. The first 5 are empty. Haixing, didn't we set up the rabbit trap in too short a time? It's only been half a morning. Hares these days are very cunning and hard to catch. It's okay. If there is one, we'll pick it up. If there isn't one, we'll just put the rabbit trap here. Meng Haixing's personality has become much more open-minded than before. If he had been in the same temper as before, he would have kicked the rabbit traps away one by one and cursed a few times when he saw that he had not caught any rabbits. Haixing, hurry up, there's a rabbit trapped here. Meng Daniu, who was walking in front, screamed and rushed out. When they looked over, they saw a big rabbit weighing 3 or 4 pounds hanging on the rabbit trap. Meng Haixing went forward to check the rabbit trap. Fortunately, he had fixed the trap firmly enough, otherwise such a big rabbit would have almost run away. Haixing has a chance. I hope the next few rabbit traps can also catch a rabbit. I'm sure you can get it. Then can I go to your house to eat rabbit meat tonight? As he spoke, Meng Daniu swallowed his saliva. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. It's not that troublesome. If you catch a rabbit next time, just take it home and let Annie cook you a big pot of rabbit meat. When Meng Daniu heard Meng Haixing say this, his eyes were full of light. Let's go and see if there are any more rabbits. I don't know whether it was Meng Haixing or Meng Daniu who was lucky, but they actually picked up another rabbit. Meng Haixing also kept his promise and gave the rabbit directly to Meng Daniu. Looking at Meng Daniu, he was as happy as a child. Meng Haixing also became happy. There is nothing better in this world than being alive. In his previous life, Meng Daniu died early in his prime years. He didn't even have a good meal of meat before he died. Whenever he thought of the past, Meng Haixing felt very uncomfortable. Now, there's still time for everything. In the afternoon, the 2 went down the mountain together, and Meng Daniu directly gave all the buplurum in his hand to Meng Haixing. Brother Daniu, what are you doing? Take these buplurums home, wash and dry them, and then we can sell them outside. If you give them to me, I won't have any to sell. You give me rice soup and rabbit, and I'll give you buplurum. Looking at the half bag of buplurum that Meng Daniu forcefully stuffed into his mouth, Meng Haixing chose to stay. He is giving it to Meng Daniu now, but he is afraid that no one in his family will regard this buplurum as a good thing. Wait until he sells it and gets the money back. Meng Daniu went home happily carrying the hare. Meng Haixing weighed the hare in his hand, and his face was full of smiles. Today the whole family can enjoy a feast. Chapter 10: Eating Rabbit Meat. As soon as Meng Haixing entered the house, he saw Lin muching drying wheat in the yard. She must have washed it in the morning, and it's almost dry now. Mu Chung, who sent this wheat? Meng Haixing asked curiously as he placed Chai-Hu next to the well. Brother sent it. Meng Haixing's eldest brother Meng Halian and his family live with his parents. Meng Halian should have known that he went to deliver dumplings last night. The flour at the market was all expensive. Meng Halian was concerned about how hard it was for Meng Haixing to make money, so he personally delivered half a bag of wheat. Meng Haixing couldn't help but think of his previous life. At that time, he valued his face more than his life. The family was so poor that they could barely make ends meet, but he didn't tell his parents and just kept on struggling. In the end, his home was gone. If he told his parents that there was no food at home, would they really let him starve to death? I caught a wild rabbit in the mountains today. I'll cook it all and send a pot of it to my parents. A rabbit with the skin and internal organs removed weighs at least 2 kilograms, and if you add some onions and green peppers you can stir-fry it into a large pot. Lin Muching's eyes fell on the hare in Meng Haixing's hand. She didn't say much. She took the rabbit and looked at its claws. After confirming that it was not the rabbit that Meng Haixing stole from someone else's house, she spoke. I don't know how to skin a rabbit. You can do it. Meng Haixing looked at Lin Muching, who continued to dry the wheat with great interest. Muching, have you ever raised rabbits before? I raised 2 with my grandmother when I was little. While Lin Muching was speaking, he did not look up at Meng Haixing, but was busy with his own work. I see. Meng Haixing put the hare aside and looked at Lin Muching with a smile. Doesn't she trust him yet? Aren't you curious about what I'm going to do with all this buplurum? What's there to be curious about? You must be digging these buplurums to sell for money. You can't keep them for yourself to eat. Meng Haixing was scolded by Lin Muqing. He touched his nose. It seemed that what his wife said was right. Today and tomorrow, I will go to the mountains to dig buplurum. Tomorrow afternoon, I will come back early to pick cucumbers. And the day after tomorrow morning, I will go to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers. After the buplurum chinense at home is dried, I will take it to the county to see if it can be sold. Mu Cheng, I told you that I will treat you and Momo well in the future. Lin Muqing finally raised his head. This was the first time Meng Haixing told him his plan. On weekdays, Meng Haixing never told her what he wanted to do or where he wanted to go. Momo, who was sleeping on the Kong in the room, heard the voices of Meng Haixing and Lin Muqing and climbed onto the windowsill and sat down. Mom. When Lin Muqing saw Momo woke up, he quickly put down the work in his hands and came over to hug Momo. Momo, who was carried out of the window by Lin Muqing, giggled happily. Momo, can you please let daddy hug you? When Meng Haixing saw his cute daughter, his heart melted. Don't want. Momo pouted and leaned against Lin Muqing's neck, showing no intention of letting Meng Haixing hug her. You are so dirty, go wash it quickly. Lin Muqing touched Momo's forehead and felt that she was sweating a little. He didn't dare to let her stay in the yard for too long, so he carried her back to the house first. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, felt mixed emotions and felt very uncomfortable when he saw Momo clinging to Lin Muqing so much. He couldn't imagine how Lin Muqing managed to grow so many cucumbers with Momo when he was always away from home. Thinking of all that Lin Muqing had given for this family, Meng Haixing clenched his fists tightly. Hurry up and clean up, Mom and Dad are going to eat early. Okay, I'll be right there. Taking a shower in the summer is convenient. Meng Haixing simply splashed well water on himself, and the heat immediately dissipated completely. He made a hook out of wire, hung the hair on the wall, and began to skin it. With Meng Haixing's help, it didn't take long before a rich aroma wafted from their kitchen. Momo is too young to eat spicy food, so before adding green peppers to the rabbit meat, Lin Muqing first took out a few pieces of rabbit meat for Momo, and then put the peppers into the pan and stir-fried them. While Lin Muqing was cooking, Meng Haixing was playing with Momo in the yard. He has very skillful hands and can weave beautiful little rabbits out of corn husks. Momo had never had any toys, so a little rabbit made of corn husks suddenly became a rare thing. She held it in her hand, unwilling to let go for a moment. The sun slowly moved westward, and the sky was dyed with a gorgeous sunset glow. Suddenly Meng Haixing heard Liang Xiaozue and Meng Guanghe arguing not far away. Meng Haixing listened carefully and burst into laughter. It turned out that Meng Guanghe went to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers and tomatoes today. Because Meng Guanghe walked slowly, it was almost noon when he arrived at Haiqing town. Since the big market was not open, he could only set up a stall on the roadside. But he couldn't set up his stall on the roadside wherever he wanted. He was driven away several times and had no choice but to push his cart around the streets to sell his goods. He also doesn't know how to shout, and when he walks on the street, he won't say anything unless people ask him. Finally, after wandering around Haiqing town for a whole afternoon, I was almost exhausted, but I didn't sell many kilograms of cucumbers and tomatoes. In a fit of anger, Meng Guanghe pushed the dishes back home. After traveling dozens of miles back and forth, Meng Guanghe felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. As a result, as soon as Meng Guanghe returned home, he started quarreling with Liang Xiaozue. How can you be so stupid? That brat Meng Haixing was able to sell more than 200 kilograms of cucumbers. You went out for a whole day and didn't sell 10 kilograms in total, and you pushed them all back. Aren't you ashamed? What do you know, you bitch? Do you think selling vegetables is that easy? I think Meng Haixing must have lied to us. He never went to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers. The two people quarreled so loudly that all the neighbors could hear it clearly. Originally, everyone heard that Meng Haixing went to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers for 20 cents per pound, and they were thinking of going to take a look these 2 days. After hearing what Meng Guanghe said, everyone stopped thinking. It's a round trip of dozens of miles, just walking. If I really can't sell it to Meng Guanghe, I will suffer a huge loss. Meng Haixing held Momo and played with her for a while Lin Muqing prepared the rabbit meat. Along with the rabbit meat, there were a dozen pot stickers made of white flour. The pot stickers are stuck to the edge of the pot, and the side close to the iron pot is already browned and has a strong wheat aroma. Mu Cheng, you are really good at cooking. Lin Muqing felt a little embarrassed by Meng Haixing's praise. When I first went to the countryside, I didn't know how to do anything. It was other educated youth who taught me. Lin Muqing went to Shashan village as soon as he graduated from high school. She endured year after year in this village, watching other educated youth return to the city one after another, but Lin Muching remained silent. Later, it rained heavily on their side. Lin Muching happened to be picking mushrooms on the mountain. He accidentally fell into the valley and was rescued by Meng Haixing. It was summer at the time, and the two were wearing thin clothes, hiding from the rain on the mountain. Originally, the matter would have passed without either of them saying anything. As luck would have it, when the two came out of the cave, they were seen by the villagers. It was the time of severe crackdown. If the matter got out, both of them would be sent to jail for the crime of hooliganism. In the end, they had no choice but to get married. It was then that Meng Haixing realized that the reason why Lin Muching had not returned to the city was because her parents and brother were still undergoing reform in a remote mountainous area and had not returned to the city. After so many years, Lin Muching would occasionally communicate with her parents, but only 1 or 2 letters a year. Mu Chung, have you contacted your parents recently? Meng Haixing suddenly asked. After Lin Muching died in his previous life, he went south. Many years later, he returned to Shashan village. Meng Haixing had never heard that Lin Muching's parents had ever visited her grave. He was curious. What was going on with Lin Muching's parents? Their daughter is gone. How come they didn't even come to see her? Chapter 11, Looking for Grandma Meng. Lin Muching didn't expect Meng Haixing to suddenly mention her parents. She was silent for a moment, then whispered, "My parents live a harder life than us. They have to spend money to write letters and buy stamps." When talking about his parents, Lin Muching didn't want to say more. She deftly put the rabbit meat into an enamel basin and asked Meng Haixing to send it to Meng Guangzhou. Seeing Lin Muching like this, Meng Haixing stopped asking questions and thought that when they had more money in the future, he would send some money to Lin Muching's parents. When Meng Haixing went to Meng Guangzhou's place, Chu Lan had just returned home. The rest of the family had not returned yet. Only 2 little nephews who had just returned from school were playing naughty in the yard. "Haixing, your family is in trouble. Take the rabbit meat back and save it for Mu Chung and Momo." "Mom, just stay. There's still some at home." The two were standing in the kitchen talking. Meng Halian's 2 sons, Jinbao and Yinbao, looked over at them from time to time. Chu Lan had no choice but to leave the rabbit meat. Even though the adults didn't eat meat, the children still needed to eat it. "Haixing, go back and tell Mu Chung that your grandma is just that kind of person. If she says something you don't like to hear, tell Mu Chung not to take it to heart." After Chu Lan said this, Meng Haixing instantly understood that his grandmother was coming to his house to cause trouble for Lin Muching again. Ever since they got married, Grandma Meng has disliked Lin Muching. They said she acted like a capitalist lady, unable to carry anything on her shoulders or lift anything with her hands. Later, when Lin Muching gave birth to Momo, she had even more things to talk about. People always say that Lin Muching is a jinx who can't even give birth to a son. When did it happen? Muching never told me about it. Mu Chung is a quiet kid who keeps everything to himself. Chu Lan suffered a lot from Grandma Meng when she was young, so she naturally didn't want her daughter-in-law to suffer the same way as her. In the past, Meng Haixing didn't care about his family, and no matter how much she complained, he wouldn't care about family affairs. Now she looked at Meng Haixing, and it seemed like he really wanted to learn well. She hoped that if she talked to him more, Meng Haixing would be able to help Lin Muching. In the village, if a woman does not have a man to support her, she has to walk with her head down. "Mom, I understand." Meng Haixing came out of his parents' house and didn't rush home, but went to his grandparents' house. Grandma Meng and Grandpa Meng live with the eldest son Meng Guang. Meng Guanghe and Liang Xiaotsue had a big fight this evening, and the atmosphere at home is not very good right now. When Meng Hai was born, both of them were in the inner room and didn't even come out. Grandma Meng was in the room, fanning herself with a fan and sighing. "Grandma, I heard you were sick, so I came to see you." The room was pitch dark. There were no candles or electric lights. Only a small oil lamp the size of a palm was lit. Grandma Meng leaned on the quilt, and when she saw Meng Haixing coming, she immediately started complaining. "Grandma is old and useless. She is always in pain. I wanted to eat a steamed egg these days, but she didn't make one for me. I am an old woman with a miserable life. I have raised so many sons, but not one of them is filial to me." Grandma Meng was like a singer in an opera, complaining about her grievances in a very expressive way. Meng Haixing didn't stop her and let her keep talking. After a long time, Grandma Meng sang a solo, but finally she couldn't continue. "Grandma, you have 3 sons, 1 daughter, and so many grandchildren. No matter whose family it is, their life should be better than mine. If you want steamed eggs, just ask them. Why do you always go to my wife? What's going on at home? Doesn't Grandma know? Look at how thin Momo and Mu Chung have become." Grandma Meng, who had a bitter face and wanted to complain just now, was scolded by Meng Haixing in front of her. Grandma Meng felt as if her breath was stuck in her chest. and she felt so uncomfortable that she felt like she was dying. You unfilial boy, Grandma only eats one bite of your steamed egg, and you look like you want to eat me. As she said this, Grandma Meng started to cry loudly. Meng Haisheng continued, Grandma, if you want to spread this, then you should howl as loud as you can. Let all the relatives in our village come and judge for themselves. There are grandmothers out there who go to their grandchildren's homes every day to ask for this and that. Grandma knew she was in the wrong, so she took a palm leaf fan and went to beat Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng didn't dodge and let Grandma Meng beat him. In the final analysis, the reason why Grandma Meng bullied Lin Muching so much was because Lin Muching was an educated youth who came from the city and went to the countryside. She had a gentle personality, and even when life was hard, if Grandma Meng came to ask her for something, she would give it to her 9 times out of 10. Grandma Meng's other daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law are all very powerful. If she dared to ask for steamed eggs openly, she would be scolded by her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law. Meng Haisheng was hit by Grandma Meng with a palm leaf fan. Wait until Grandma Meng stops beating me. Meng Haisheng then spoke. Grandma, among all your daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law, Mu Cheng is the most filial. If you treat her well, she will definitely be more filial to you than anyone else in the future. Yesterday, I went to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers and bought a piece of floral fabric for Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng also asked me to buy one for Grandma the next time I go there. Grandma, tell me yourself, who among your other daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law can think of you as much as Mu Cheng does? Grandma Meng looked at Meng Haisheng with suspicion. Momonyang really said that. That's not wrong. I'll go to town the day after tomorrow. I'll buy some fabric for Grandma. When the weather gets hot, she can change into new clothes. Whether it is a young woman or an old lady, I have no resistance to new clothes. When Grandma Meng heard Meng Haisheng say this, she just thought that Lin Muching was a city dweller who was educated and kind-hearted. Okay, you keep your word. If you don't have it, I'll ask your wife for it. Although Grandma Meng glared at Meng Haisheng fiercely, her tone had softened a lot. Meng Haisheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Grandma Meng would take advantage of his absence to cause trouble for Lin Muching. Lin Muching is a thin-skinned person, and when Grandma Meng starts to throw a tantrum, she can't stand it at all. Meng Haisheng stayed at Grandma Meng's place for some time and came back late, but Lin Muching didn't eat first and kept waiting for her. Mu Cheng, if there is anything going on at home in the future, just tell me. We are husband and wife. If there is anything, I should share the responsibility with you instead of letting you face it all alone. Lin Muching was stunned for a moment. You know, Grandma came here this morning. Well, I've already gone to see Grandma. I don't think she'll bother you anymore. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haisheng, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. When Meng Haisheng took the initiative to buy cucumbers, Lin Muching was still somewhat suspicious of Meng Haisheng. Now that Meng Haisheng went to see Grandma Meng in person for him, any doubt in her heart disappeared instantly. Meng Haisheng really turned over a new leaf and wanted to live a good life with her. Chapter 12. Go to Haiqing town again. Without any warning, Lin Muching's eyes turned red. God had mercy on her, and when she was most desperate and helpless, Meng Haisheng finally gave her a hand. Why are you crying? Meng Haisheng watched Lin Muching crying, and he, who was usually calm, suddenly lost his composure. Momo, who was sitting at the small dining table and preparing to eat, saw Lin Muching crying. She stood up suddenly and threw herself into Lin Muching's arms. Don't cry, Mom. Momo will protect you. Momo's babyish words made Meng Haisheng, who was at a loss, freeze completely. Momo is only a little over 2 years old. How could such a young child say something like protecting her mother? The days of quarrels in the past suddenly came to my mind. He had made Lin Muching so angry that she cried countless times. Thinking of this, Meng Haisheng stepped forward without hesitation and hugged Lin Muching and Momo tightly. Momo, Daddy will protect you and Mommy in the future. Meng Haisheng's voice was also a little choked. The next day, Meng Haisheng and Meng Daniu went to the mountain to dig buplurum. In the afternoon, when they went to see the rabbit traps, they found 2 fat rabbits again. When Meng Haisheng saw that the rattan rabbit trap was so useful, he added some more to the mountain. He is going to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers tomorrow, so he gave Meng Daniu some time to go to the mountain to see if he can catch more rabbits. Tomorrow is not the big market in Haiqing town, so Meng Haisheng only picked 2 full baskets of cucumbers and did not take any more. When going to Haiqing town, Meng Haisheng also took the wild rabbit with him. As far as he knew, there were small private restaurants in the town that would buy wild rabbits, and the price was 2 cents more expensive than pork. He just wanted to try his luck. If it worked out, he could sell cucumbers and some game in the future, and his wallet would be filled up in no time. This time when Meng Haisheng went to Haiqing town, he did not use Uncle Meng's cart. Instead, he shamelessly asked his sister-in-law and borrowed a Golden Deer brand bicycle. This bicycle was a dowry from his eldest sister-in-law, and it cost 115 yuan using the bicycle ticket. On their wedding day, the villagers looked at the bicycle with the big red flower, and many girls were envious. Not every family can afford such a generous dowry. It is not easy to go to Haiqing town, and Meng Haixing set off at dawn. At this moment, he didn't meet anyone like Luo Xiao on the road to give him a ride. He had to rely on his own legs to pedal his bicycle hard to reach Haiqing town. When he arrived, the sun had just risen. Haiqing town is considered a big town among those around them, and there are several large state-owned factories in the town. Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the textile factory staff building. The workers had just gotten up to go to work, and a long line had already formed in front of the stall selling fried dough sticks at the entrance of the staff building. Meng Haixing cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Fresh cucumbers, 20 cents a pound. Pick any you want." The young man, dressed neatly, with a clear voice and a smiling face, was very attractive. When he called out, the uncles, aunts, and cousins who were queuing up to buy fried dough sticks asked him to push their bicycles over to have a look. "Aren't cucumbers only 10 cents or 15 cents at the market? Why are you selling them for 20 cents? So expensive." "Aunt, look how fresh my cucumber is. Besides, the cucumbers sold at the market won't let you pick and choose. The quality of my own cucumbers is good, so you can pick whatever you want." Meng Haixing spoke in a very eloquent way, which made several aunties around him who wanted to buy cucumbers laugh out loud. As he spoke, Meng Haixing picked up a cucumber and started eating it with a crunch. The refreshing scent of cucumber, accompanied by the sound of Meng Haixing eating cucumber in big mouthfuls, instantly touched everyone's heart. "This green cucumber looks delicious." People in the queue asked Meng Haixing to help weigh the cucumbers. There was a constant stream of people coming to buy fried dough sticks, and Meng Haixing took advantage of them and sold half a basket of cucumbers in a short while. He is also a man who knows how to deal with things. When he is not busy, he also bought a pound of fried dough sticks. The vendor who was originally selling fried dough sticks was a little reluctant to sell when he saw Meng Haixing selling cucumbers next to him. Now that Meng Haixing had bought some fried dough sticks, he couldn't say anything else. "Young man, give me another 5 kilograms of cucumbers. I will send them to my daughter later." The aunt who just bought Menghai raw cucumbers went home and came back again. It turned out that this aunt liked to eat cucumbers raw. When she got home and found that they tasted good, she bought another bag for her daughter. Her baby daughter also loved to eat cucumbers raw. While Meng Haixing was weighing cucumbers for Aunt Zhang, they chatted casually. "Auntie, your textile factory should have a lot of cloth coupons. People say that if you live by the mountains, you can eat by the mountains. If you live by the sea, you can eat by the sea. For those of us working in the textile factory, the most we have is probably cloth coupons." When Meng Haixing heard that there was a way, he took advantage of the fact that there were not many people around and lowered his voice to ask the aunt in front of him if she wanted to sell cloth coupons. Strictly speaking, this thing definitely cannot be bought and sold casually, but no one cares if you do it secretly. "How much do you want?" 5 feet will do. This point you wait." Having said that, the aunt hurried home. After a while, she took out 2 5-foot cloth coupons and gave them to Meng Haixing. "Now that everyone's life is better, we don't have much use for the cloth coupons we have. You can use them instead." "Auntie, this is so bad." "Fine." Meng Haixing didn't feel comfortable asking for the cloth coupons for free, so he gave the other person a few extra cucumbers when he weighed them. The supply and marketing cooperative sold black and white and dark blue fabrics, which were much cheaper than those sold at the market. When Meng Haixing passed by, he bought 5 feet of fabric for Grandma Meng to make clothes. He glanced at the shelf and saw a piece of rouge-red checkered cotton fabric, and bought one for Lin Muching as well. Lin Muching is only 22 years old, so he should wear brighter colors. Meng Haixing has a sweet mouth and a quick mind. Although he is a little tired from walking around the streets, he sold the cucumbers in the basket in no time. He rode his bicycle around the town's main roads to see if there were any small private restaurants. After a walk around, I found a new, inconspicuous restaurant opened on the street next to the town guest house. However, this inconspicuous feeling is also felt by others. Meng Haixing only looked at the location and knew that the owner of the restaurant must have a complicated background. He straightened his clothes and combed his messy hair before riding his bike around to the back door of the restaurant. The front door is for receiving guests. Even if someone wants to buy game, it is not a good idea to talk business while standing at the door. It was mid-afternoon. A man in white clothes and a chef's hat was squatting at the back door of the restaurant, smoking. Meng Haixing very politely opened a pack of Ashima in his hand, handed him a cigarette, and started a conversation. "Brother, do you accept game in the restaurant here?" The man reached out and took the cigarette from Meng Haixing, put it under his nose and smelled it, but he couldn't bear to smoke it, so he just put it on his ear. We do sell game in our store, but you'll have to ask the boss if he'll take it. Wait here, and I'll call him for you. Meng Haixing quickly thanked him politely. After a while, a short and fat man came out of the house. You want to sell game? Yes, what's your name, boss? My last name is Wang. When Meng Haixing heard Wang Fuxing introduce himself in this way, he thought that his guess was correct. The person in front of him must have some connection with the town guest house. Chapter 13, My Favorite Little Momo. Boss Wang, I have 2 wild rabbits here. Take a look at them. Meng Haixing took out 2 fat wild rabbits from the basket and handed them to Wang Fuxing. Wang Fuxing is also an expert in this field. He took a look at the hare's claws and mouths and knew that Meng Haixing had not lied to him. These 2 were indeed wild rabbits, not domestic ones. Not bad, they are quite heavy. My little restaurant has just opened, and we can eat 7 or 8 wild rabbits a day. If you can catch one, just bring it to me. I'll charge you 1.2 yuan per pound. When Meng Haixing heard the price, he immediately handed a cigarette to Wang Fuxing. Boss Wang, besides hares, do you also want turtles, eels, and the like? Yes, soft-shelled turtles are cheaper at 80 cents a pound, and yellow eels at 50 cents. But not many people eat soft-shelled turtles and yellow eels here, so I don't want many. That's easy. Next time I come to deliver the hare, I'll bring some live turtles and eels to Boss Wang. Meng Haixing did not say anything like if it couldn't be sold, he would let Wang Fuxing keep it. The restaurant has just opened. If he says it can't sell, isn't that a curse on the business? Well, as long as the product is good, I will never give you a bad price. When Wang Fuxing saw Meng Haixing wearing a white shirt and blue coarse cloth trousers, and even a pair of brand new Liberation shoes, he had a good impression of this clean young man. Looking at him again, he was very thoughtful in what he said and did, and there was a little more smile on his face. Meng Haixing sold the 2 rabbits successfully and also found a way to sell game. He was so happy. On his way back, he saw a vendor selling sesame candy and bought a pound of it from Momo. When he thought of Momo's happy expression when she saw the sesame candy, he felt more energetic when pedaling his bike. Meng Haixing walked home in the sunset. Momo, look what Daddy brought you back. As soon as Meng Haixing put down his bicycle, he wanted to hug Momo, who was playing in the water in the yard. Dad stinks. Momo ran over with her short legs and hugged Lin Muqing's legs. Does Daddy stink? I don't think so. Meng Haixing pulled up his white shirt and smelled it, and a sour and stinky smell hit him in the face. He smiled awkwardly. His shirt was wet and dry and wet again throughout the day. It would be strange if he didn't smell of sweat. Dad will go wash it now. Meng Haixing took off his clothes and wanted to go to the well to take a shower. Only then did he realize that the large iron basin next to the well was filled with water. I dried the water at noon. It's not good for your health to take a shower with cold water all the time. After saying that, Lin Muqing carried Momo back to the house feeling very embarrassed. There was no shelter at home, and she could see everything. Meng Haixing was taking a shower in the yard. Meng Haixing looked at the water in the iron basin, then looked at Lin Muqing in the room, and a big smile appeared on his face. He said that his wife was a soft-hearted person and she prepared bath water for him just a few days ago. For a moment, Meng Haixing felt that all his fatigue had disappeared. No matter how hard or tired he was, it was all worth it. After changing his clothes, Meng Haixing soaked all the dirty clothes in water and began to wash them himself. Life was tight at home, and he only had 1 set of clothes to wear out. He had to go to the county to wear clothes tomorrow, so he had to wash it quickly. By the time Meng Haixing had finished cleaning up, Lin Muqing had already prepared dinner. Today's dinner included 2 bowls of steamed egg custard and a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Meng Haixing took the small bib, put it around Momo's neck, and let her eat the steamed egg custard with a spoon. He placed the other bowl in front of Lin Muqing. I don't want to eat it. You went out to sell cucumbers today. You're tired after a long day. You should eat it. Lin Muqing pushed the egg custard back. Why should a grown man like me eat egg custard? Just you and Momo can have it. As he spoke, Meng Haixing picked up the steamed bun and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Lin Muqing cut some of the half-pound of meat that Meng Haixing left last time and chopped the remaining meat into small pieces and made a few meatballs for Momo. Momo has never eaten meatballs in her life. Although she was very greedy, she still gave the meatballs in the bowl to Lin Muqing and Meng Haixing, 1 each. Seeing his precious daughter being so sensible, Meng Haixing felt extremely proud. Momo is so good. Daddy doesn't eat the meatballs, so Momo can eat them by herself. Momo needs to eat more in the future. Only in this way can you grow white and plump. Lin Muqing on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. Our Momo doesn't need to grow too fat. Meng Haixing rubbed Momo's little head lovingly. Children look better when they are a little fatter. This time, Dad went to the county to sell Buplurum Chinense and bought milk candy for Momo. Oh, and malted milk. Momo was eating the meatballs with big mouthfuls, her heart full of curiosity. What flavor does Daddy's candy taste like? What is malted milk? Looking at Momo's ignorant and curious big eyes, Meng Haixing felt very sad. When Dad buys it for you, you'll know it's very, very delicious. Momo's eyes lit up immediately when she heard that it was delicious. Lin Mucheng, who was standing by, was very happy to see Momo and Meng Haixing chatting enthusiastically. In the past, Meng Haixing always ignored Momo, and if Momo cried, he would even curse at her. Momo used to be not close to Meng Haixing. Or maybe Momo really wanted to get close to Meng Haixing, but she was afraid that Meng Haixing would scold her. She could only look at Meng Haixing from afar, and she didn't dare to cry in front of Meng Haixing even if she wanted to, because Meng Haixing is very scary when he gets angry. Now, facing Momo's constant questioning, Meng Haixing was not angry, and he even explained patiently, which was really beyond Lin Mucheng's expectations. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Meng Haixing was not acting on impulse. After dinner, Meng Haixing asked Lin Mucheng to take the dark blue cloth personally and deliver it to Grandma Meng. Mucheng, take the cloth to Grandma and complain to her. Tell her all the pain in your heart, and I promise that Grandma won't bother you again in the future. Lin Mucheng looked at Meng Haixing with confusion. She didn't understand why Meng Haixing asked him to do this. Looking at the confused Lin Mucheng, Meng Haixing suddenly remembered the same expression on Momo's face just now. He couldn't help but rub the top of Lin Mucheng's head. Grandma still has the old-fashioned thinking of the older generation. She always made trouble for you before. That's because you are a girl from the city. You are beautiful. You can outshine all the girls in the surrounding villages, and Mother has always been very good to you. These things would irritate Grandma. After all, in their era, daughters-in-law were almost always bullied by their mothers-in-law. But if you're having a bad time, Grandma will be mentally balanced and won't bother you too much. Lin Mucheng thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. The first 6 months after she got married to Meng Haixing was the time when Grandma Meng gave her the most trouble. Later, Meng Haixing played cards all day long, and her life became difficult. Grandma Meng's troubles with her became less frequent. Then I'll go right away. Lin Mucheng seemed to get the idea all of a sudden. When Meng Haixing saw Lin Mucheng go out, he put Momo on the bicycle and took her with him to return the bicycle. When he went there, he also brought some sesame candy for his 2 little nephews. He can't use his sister-in-law's bicycle for nothing. Chapter 14, Selling Buplurum. Meng Haixing got his bicycle back and strolled on the street, holding Momo. It was slowly approaching the hottest days of summer. There wasn't even an electric fan at home. It was stuffy and hot. Stroll around the street for a while, wait until it's cool enough, then go home and sleep. Haixing, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. Meng Dainyu ran towards him happily. Brother Dainyu, do you have something to ask me? It's a big deal. Let's go back to your house and tell you. Meng Haixing was very confused when he saw Meng Dainyu acting mysterious. After returning home, Meng Haixing saw the 4 wild rabbits in the yard and immediately understood what was going on. Brother Daniel, are these all from the 2 of us? You put it on. I didn't put on any of the wires. Momo, who had been held in Meng Haixing's arms, looked at the hair on the ground and clapped and shouted with joy. Eat bunny, eat bunny. Meng Haixing was so funny. We're not going to eat the rabbit this time. Dad is going to sell it and buy Momo something delicious. Is rabbit delicious? Momo reached out to grab the wild rabbit. The wild rabbit meat she ate last time was so delicious that Momo still remembers it. Brother Dainyu, have you cleaned and dried all the Buplurum chinents in your home, as I told you to do? It's all done. I think it will be dried in the next 2 days. Okay, I'll take a small amount out to find a market for it. And when we find a market, we'll go to the mountains to dig Buplurum. Okay, I'll listen to you. Meng Haixing dried the Buplurum chinents he dug from the mountain for 2 days, and the smaller ones were basically dried. He put the dried ones together and weighed them, and found that there were 35 kilograms. I didn't expect that the dried Buplurum was so heavy. Early the next morning, Meng Haixing got up and walked towards the town before dawn. He had to go to the county in the morning. There were only 2 buses a day, so he had to catch the earliest one. If he went too late, it would be difficult to come back in the afternoon. It's not far to Zuyang County. No letter of introduction is required, and the ticket is only 50 cents. But just because of this 50-cent distance, some people live in villages and towns all their lives and have never been to the county. Especially for Grandma Meng's generation, they could only go to the town a few times. There were not many people on the minibus, and only Meng Haixing was carrying a large bag of fertilizer. He consciously went to the last row of seats and put the fertilizer bag under his feet. But even so, he still received cold stares from several people. He felt amused in his heart. These people probably didn't even have as much money as he had in his pocket. He didn't know where their sense of superiority came from. The bus to the county stopped and started many times, and it took nearly an hour to reach Tuyang County Bus Station. Entering the county town, this place is more prosperous than Haiqing Town. The clean and tidy roads are full of people riding bicycles to and from get off work. There are more and more buses, and you can see one on the street from time to time. As a person who has seen the prosperity of the future, Meng Haixing was not curious about all this. He went straight to the bus stop after leaving the bus station and took a bus to the Chinese medicine hospital. He was completely clueless about selling bupleurum and had no experience at all. The only thing I can rely on is my eloquent mouth. As long as he is thick-skinned and good at talking, there is nothing he can't find out. After changing buses twice, Meng Haixing finally saw the gate of the Chinese medicine hospital. This time he didn't go to the back door of the hospital, but went straight into the hospital. The Chinese medicine hospital is the largest in the county town, and many people come here to seek medical treatment. Meng Haixing walked around the Chinese medicine hospital and got to know everything about medical consultation and medication. Finally, Meng Haixing set his sights on the pharmacy. "Comrade, do you accept medicinal herbs?" Meng Haixing observed outside the pharmacy for a long time. Seeing that the people inside were very busy, he did not go forward to ask, because he knew that if he went up to ask now, he would most likely be rejected. After a long while, a doctor from the pharmacy came out to go to the toilet. Meng Haixing saw the opportunity and blocked the people at the toilet door when they came out. Meng Haixing was extremely nervous at this moment. He was not sure whether the doctor in the pharmacy could give him any useful information. Places like traditional Chinese medicine hospitals must have very good ways to supply them with medicinal materials. People like Meng Haixing who come from unconventional backgrounds will most likely not be supplied. Zheng Aimin looked Meng Haixing up and down. "You want to sell medicinal herbs? Do you grow them yourself?" "No, they grow wild in our mountains." As he spoke, Meng Haixing opened the fertilizer bag, grabbed a handful of dried bupleurum from it, and handed it to Zheng Aimin. Looking at the clean bupleurum in front of him, Zheng Aimin was obviously stunned for a moment. In the past, it's not that there were people who came to our door and wanted to sell the medicinal herbs they dug themselves. But what they delivered to our door either had too much soil, or were not dried at all, or were of different sizes and years, just mixed together in a mess. Their Chinese medicine hospital is not a small workshop. They definitely don't want these medicinal materials that have not been carefully processed. The man in front of me, who was dressed neatly and had a smile on his face, took out the bupleurum, which was indeed very well prepared. He just chopped it up and used it. Zheng Aimin picked up a piece of bupleurum and put it in his mouth and chewed it carefully. "I didn't expect that the quality of our local bupleurum is so good. Wait here, young man." With that, Zheng Aimin hurried away with the bupleurum in his hand. Instead of going back to the pharmacy, he went upstairs. Seeing him in such a hurry, Meng Haixing thought that he was lucky to meet such an enthusiastic comrade. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. No matter how calm Meng Haixing was, he felt a little anxious after waiting for such a long time. "Young man, take your bupleurum and follow me." Zheng Aimin ran down from upstairs panting. "Okay." Zheng Aimin took Meng Haixing and walked around the hospital many times before finally stopping outside an office. "Teacher, I brought the person here." Meng Haixing followed Zheng Aimin into the office and saw an old man wearing glasses writing something at the desk. After a brief introduction between the two sides, Meng Haixing realized that the old man in front of him was Dong Yuqing, a very famous doctor in the Chinese medicine hospital. "Comrade Meng, show me all the bupleurum." "Okay." Meng Haixing took out the large and small bupleurum chinents from his bag and showed them to Mr. Dong one by one according to their approximate years. Mr. Dong looked at Meng Haixing, who had placed a long row of bupleurum chinents of various ages in front of his desk, and couldn't help but look up at him again. He likes people who do things in a meticulous manner. Mr. Dong slowly and carefully tasted all the bupleurum chinents of different years. "That's right, Comrade Meng. Are there many bupleurum chinenses grown in the mountains over there?" "There are quite a lot, but digging bupleurum is troublesome. A laborer like me can't dig much in a day. So, if it's more than 2 years old, I can charge you 1.5 yuan per pound for dried bupleurum. 2-year-old bupleurum is 80 cents per pound. Don't dig up any smaller ones. Let them grow longer. As for the quantity, I want as many as I can." When Meng Haixing heard what Mr. Dong said, he shouted in his heart that his first pot of gold was finally settled. However, Meng Haixing still had his sanity and was not overwhelmed by this little joy. "Mr. Dong, I wonder if the hospital will pay cash for bupleurum. You know we are all farmers in the village. It's not easy to come to the county. If we don't get paid in cash, we dare not do this business." Chapter 15: The Charm of a Cigarette. Mr. Dong also understands the hardships of farmers. "Okay, I'll talk to the people down there and settle the bill for you separately." Having said this, Meng Haixing was deeply moved. He walked forward and bowed to Mr. Dong very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Dong. Comrade Meng, you are too polite. I accepted your herbs because they are of good quality. If you bring some junk today, I will kick you out. Meng Haixing felt a little embarrassed. He actually knew nothing about Chaihu. The reason why he cleaned Chaihu so cleanly was all due to the work habits accumulated from his previous life. He has become accustomed to considering many aspects before doing something. Only with sufficient preparation can he get the results he wants. Afterwards, Mr. Dong told Meng Haixing some methods of processing buplurum and asked Zheng Aimin to take Meng Haixing to the department of the hospital that specializes in processing medicinal materials. A middle-aged man named Huang Ming is in charge here. Zheng Aimin had a lot of things to do, so he handed Meng Haixing to Huang Ming and left in a hurry. Huang Ming heard that Meng Haixing came to sell buplurum. He asked Meng Haixing to pour all the buplurum into a bamboo basket. Huang Ming also wanted to give Meng Haixing a warning and pick on him. But looking at the high-quality buplurum in the basket, he could only swallow the words back. Meng Haixing was a man with good eyesight. Noticing that Huang Ming looked unhappy, he immediately smiled, handed him a cigarette, and went forward to talk to him. Brother Huang, I'm new here and don't understand the rules here. Can you tell me about it? People say that you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. Although Huang Ming was very unhappy, he still took the cigarette from Meng Haixing. At this moment, Huang Ming was full of hostility towards Meng Haixing, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The family of Huang Ming's cousin has been supplying medicinal materials to the Chinese medicine hospital. Now someone was bypassing their home and supplying medicinal materials to the Chinese medicine hospital, so he was naturally very unhappy. But considering that Meng Haixing came here through Mr. Dong's relationship, and he didn't have much supply, he naturally had to give him some face. I don't have any rules here. You are the only retail investor who comes to deliver herbs. In the future, if you can save up more than 20 or 30 kilograms of herbs, just send them to me. I'm usually very busy. Also, the size of buplurum should be clearly distinguished. If Mr. Dong hadn't called me just now and asked me to charge 1.5 yuan, I would definitely have lowered the price for you. Huang Ming took the cigarette and smoked it slowly, looking superior. Okay, then I'll collect 100 kilograms and come to deliver it once, okay? All right. Meng Haixing spoke a few words to Huang Ming and clearly felt Huang Ming's hostility. He did not show it on his face, but he was unhappy in his heart. Harmony brings wealth. How can you make money if you are not harmonious? So after Meng Haixing weighed the herbs, took the note written by Huang Ming, and went to the accountant to settle the money for buplurum, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went out and bought 2 meat patties, then squatted outside the railing in the backyard of the hospital, watching Huang Ming and the workers work. Huang Ming is also a small leader. He doesn't need to watch over the work. He just needs to sit in the office, make a cup of tea, and wait slowly for the end of get-off work. Near noon, a large Dongfeng car rumbled into the backyard of the hospital. Huang Ming, who had just been relaxing in the office, immediately put down his teacup and came out to greet them cheerfully. While he was talking to the delivery driver, he had the goods started to be unloaded. Meng Haixing was far away, but he guessed that the sack should be filled with medicinal herbs. These medicinal materials were not unpacked, and Huang Ming didn't even check them. He just had someone weigh them directly. Although they were all collecting medicinal herbs, Huang Ming treated them differently. Meng Haixing felt a chill in his heart. This kind of villain is really everywhere. The goods from the Dongfeng truck were all unloaded, and Huang Ming and the driver left the hospital chatting and laughing. An elderly man started cleaning the yard with a broom. After unloading a truckload of medicinal materials, the originally clean cement floor was now covered with dirt, debris, and even a lot of broken pieces of medicinal materials. Meng Haixing knew what the medicinal herbs in those sacks would look like just by using his toes. After a while, when everyone in the courtyard went to eat, Meng Haixing quietly returned. Uncle, can I ask you something? The old man sweeping the floor was easier to deal with than Huang Ming. Meng Haixing smoked a cigarette and got all the details about Huang Ming. Meng Haixing was surprised when he heard that Huang Ming was a relative of his. He secretly sighed in his heart that it was easy to see the king of hell in this day and age, but it was difficult to deal with little ghosts. Next time when he delivers Chaihu to someone, he has to be more careful and not let Huang Ming catch him. The problem of Chaihu was solved, and Meng Haixing carried 4 fat rabbits around looking for a market for them. There are many restaurants of all kinds in the county, and Meng Haixing can easily find a restaurant that sells game without having to ask specifically. After selling both the rabbit and the buplurum, Meng Haixing had 64 more yuan in his hands. With the huge sum of money, he went to the largest shopping mall in the county, which had the widest selection of goods. And apart from large household appliances, most side dishes like milk candies do not require tickets. Momo was mistreated in the past 2 years, with nothing to eat or drink, which caused her to look much thinner than other children of the same age. Meng Haixing wanted to buy more supplements for Momo so that she could eat more good food. As soon as he entered the mall, Meng Haixing went straight to the counter selling non-staple food. Even the working-class people would not be willing to buy milk candy that costs 1 renminbi and 60 cents per pound. At the candy counter, most people buy fruit candies at 0.60 cents per pound and assorted candies at 1 piece per pound. There was a long queue in front of the counter. Meng Haixing was standing in line and looking inside the counter, thinking about what to buy for Momo and Lin Muching. A large box of calcium milk biscuits was brought to the counter by the salesperson. The salesperson took some calcium milk biscuits out of the box and put them on a plate on the counter for everyone to see. These are calcium milk biscuits that just arrived today. They are newly produced by a large state-owned enterprise in the city. They are calcium fortified and good for both the elderly and children. The price is only a dime more expensive than the regular ones. Meng Haixing still has a very deep impression of calcium milk biscuits. In the era of material scarcity, calcium milk biscuits are the taste of childhood in many people's memories. In Meng Haixing's previous life, even though decades had passed and the calcium milk biscuits no longer tasted the same, he would sometimes buy a pack and put it in his drawer. Even if you don't eat it, just looking at it will make you feel at peace. Looking at the greasy calcium milk biscuits on the plate, Meng Haixing was quite excited. This was what the calcium milk biscuits should look like in his memory. Meng Haixing's eyes fell on several bags of milk powder on the shelf. He was a little unsure whether Momo liked to drink milk powder. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Haixing decided to buy a bag. Milk is very helpful for children's growth. Even if Momo doesn't want to drink it, he has to find a way to get Momo to drink some. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Meng Haixing's turn. "Comrade, give me a pound of white rabbit milk candy, 2 pounds of calcium milk biscuits, and a packet of malted milk and milk powder. Do you want malted milk in a 1 pound or half-pound package?" "Half a pound." At a time when the average wage per capita is 30 yuan, a pound of malted milk costs 16 yuan. At this price, not only the working class, but even cadres cannot afford it. Meng Haixing had finally earned some money, and he had other important uses for it. So naturally, he was reluctant to spend too much. But even so, Meng Haixing bought so many things at once and instantly attracted countless envious glances from all around. If not everyone is more reserved. Meng Haixing really wondered if the aunties around him who had been staring at him would pull him aside and introduce him to someone. After everything was packed up, Meng Haixing picked up the cloth bag and left quickly. It cost a lot of money to buy these things, and he was also afraid of being targeted by some people with bad intentions. Meng Haixing came out of the shopping mall. Seeing that it was still early, he did not rush to the station, but went to the largest farmer's market in the county. Chapter 16 Little Rabbit. Selling buplurum can only quickly solve Meng Haixing's current financial problem. In the long run, reselling wild buplurum is not a good way to make money. The wild buplurum chinense on their mountain will one day be completely harvested. Moreover, once he starts selling chiahuo, there will definitely be people who are quick-witted and will follow suit. By then, with vicious competition, business will only become more and more difficult. It would be even less cost-effective to plant buplurum. Buplurum can only be harvested 2 years after being planted in the field, and its yield is extremely low. After working so hard for 2 years, I can't even earn a few hundred yuan per acre of land. I'm not as good as Lin Muching growing cucumbers. Therefore, while he has the opportunity to dig wild buplurum, he must immediately come up with a better way to make money. It was already afternoon, and there were still many people walking around the market. Meng Haixing went from the vegetable seller to the seafood seller, and then to the meat seller. Suddenly Meng Haixing saw a small truck parked in a corner of the market. There were many cages on the truck, all of which were filled with domestic rabbits. There was a piece of cardboard hanging next to the pickup truck, with a message saying, "Rabbits for sale, 60 cents a pound." Meng Haixing stood there for a quarter of an hour, but still didn't see anyone coming to sell rabbits. "Brother, I see that your rabbit prices are not cheap. Why don't you come to sell them?" Meng Haixing walked forward, handed over a cigarette, and started talking to the other person very naturally. "Don't even mention it. There are so few people raising rabbits in the nearby villages. My car has been parked in the county for 2 days, but it's not full." The man who collected rabbits was called Nye Pingyun. He was tall and strong. Perhaps because he often drove sports cars, his face was tanned, and there were even 2 long scars on his exposed arms. "Brother Nye, you never go to the countryside and always stay in the county. You can wait, but the rabbit in the car can't." "Who said it wasn't true? It's only been 2 days and 4 rabbits have died. But we still can't get any rabbits in the countryside. I went to the countryside yesterday afternoon and walked around the village for the whole afternoon. I burned a lot of gas, but I only collected 2 cages of rabbits, which was not enough to pay for the gas. Meng Haixing was very confused. Raising rabbits is not a technical job, so why is it so difficult to raise a rabbit? But thinking back, it seems that no one in their town raises rabbits. Brother Nya, you charge such a high price for rabbits. Why don't you raise any? Who knows? I'm buying ordinary rabbits, and they cost 60 cents per pound. I heard there are people who specialize in buying rabbit fur, but that's more expensive, more than 80 yuan per pound. When Meng Haixing heard that rabbit hair could be sold for more than 80 yuan, his eyes lit up. This was a good business to make money. Brother, don't fool me. I haven't seen anyone collecting rabbit fur. Since you gave me a cigarette, I'll tell you in secret that the textile factory in Haiqing Town has been collecting rabbit fur all the time. Since they can't collect it locally, they go to other places to collect it. I said around 80 yuan, but that's still the lower price. I heard that good rabbit fur can be sold for 90 or even 100 yuan. Meng Haixing never expected that this pound of rabbit hair could be sold at such a high price. He had a question mark in his mind, and the day after tomorrow he would go to Haiqing Town to sell cucumbers and inquire about the rabbit hair. What about you, brother? You buy these rabbits for such a high price. Can you make money? I just sold 2 wild rabbits today. They were 1.2 yuan per pound. If they were domestic rabbits, people would only give 0.8 yuan per pound. You charge 60 cents, and after deducting the labor and the cost of your car, not only will you not make any money, I think you will even lose money. Nie Pinyin grinned. You don't know this, right? The rabbits I collected went south, and their skins and flesh are all money. Nie Pinyin only said half of what he wanted to say and didn't tell the whole story. But Meng Haixing was a smart man. He guessed that these rabbits were mainly sold for their skins, not for their meat. The average wage per person nowadays is 20 to 30 yuan, but a rabbit fur coat costs several hundred or even thousands of yuan. Thinking about it this way, Meng Haixing felt that raising rabbits should be a very profitable business. But he was not in a hurry. He was not in a hurry to buy a little rabbit to raise, but was preparing to go south to take a look. It won't be too late for him to raise rabbits after he has secured a good market. It only takes a few months for a litter of rabbits to grow up. Brother, you've been asking so many questions, you don't want to sell rabbits with me, do you? I don't have that ability. I just saw that you were charging a high price for rabbits, so I was thinking about raising some rabbits at home. You know that we farmers can't get much food from the land. When Nie Pingyuan heard Meng Haixing say this, he patted Meng Haixing's shoulder hard. Brother, what are you hesitating about? Go home and raise a few thousand rabbits. I guarantee you can make money. Meng Haixing smiled innocently. Brother Nie, please don't fool me. If rabbits are so easy to raise, there would be no village without rabbits. That's because they have no vision. A family only raises 3 or 5 rabbits. If they don't feed them, they won't be able to keep them alive even after several months. After a while, people felt that raising rabbits was not profitable, so fewer and fewer people raised them. But they don't think about it. They just want to sell rabbit meat, but they don't feed the rabbits good food. It's strange that they can grow fat if they eat grass every day. Nie Pingyun suddenly opened up and complained to Meng Haixing for a long time. Meng Haixing didn't say anything and just listened to Nie Pingyun. By the time he was talking until his mouth was dry and saliva was flying, Meng Haixing had basically figured out the business of raising and selling rabbits. Brother Nie, if I really make money by raising rabbits in the future, I will definitely treat you to a big meal at the state-owned restaurant. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Go buy some rabbits now. I tell you, Lin Jimin's rabbits in Yuqing village are the best. You should go to him to buy breeding rabbits in the future. Okay. Meng Haixing still responded readily. The two squatted together and chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Meng Haixing got up and went to the station to take the bus home. Along the way, Meng Haixing's mind was full of how to raise rabbits and how to sell rabbits. By the time he got home, he had a perfect plan. Dad, it's Dad. As Meng Haixing just reached the entrance of the alley, he heard Momo calling him sweetly. When he looked up, he found that Lin Muching was sitting at the entrance of the alley with Momo, a palm leaf fan, and a small stool, enjoying the cool air while waiting for him to come back. Meng Haixing picked up Momo and kissed her cheek. Dad hasn't been home for a day. Is Momo behaving well? Momo is the most obedient. Momo helps mommy wash clothes. Really? Our Momo is really amazing. She knows how to help her mother wash clothes at such a young age. Daddy must reward Momo well. Momo, tell Daddy what reward you want. Meng Haixing held Momo tightly in his arms. After not seeing her for a day, he felt so relieved to hear Momo's baby voice again. Toffees and bunnies. When Meng Haixing heard the word rabbit, he immediately understood that Momo didn't want to raise a rabbit, but wanted to eat rabbit meat. Little greedy cat, you only have candy to eat today. Dad will go to the mountain to catch wild rabbits for you to eat later. Lin Muchung, who was standing aside, couldn't help but smile when he saw Meng Haixing and Momo chatting enthusiastically. Chapter 17 touched. When he got home, Meng Haixing took out the things he had bought in Ziyang County one by one. Lin Muching saw that Mu Haixing bought so much food, even malted milk. She couldn't help but frowning slightly. Haixing, even though you made a few extra bucks selling buplurum and rabbits, you can't do this. Look at our house. What we eat, use and wear. Is there anything good? Lin Muching looked at the malted milk on the Kong, and his eyes turned slightly red. A pound of malted milk costs more than 10 yuan. Although this one is only half a pound, it still costs at least 8 or 9 yuan. During the Chinese New Year last year, her family could no longer make ends meet, so she wrote to her parents and borrowed 10 yuan. At that time, Lin Muching also knew that her parents were also living a difficult life. But even in this situation, they still saved money and sent her 10 yuan to help her get through the difficult times. It had not been long since then, and Meng Haixing had made some money and started spending it lavishly. It would have been strange if she wasn't angry. Mu Chung, I said I would let you and Momo live a good life. This little thing is nothing. Meng Haixing took out all the money he had saved from selling cucumbers, buplurum, and wild rabbits over the past few days. He left behind his scattered self and gave Lin Muching 6 big unity cards. Mu Chung, take this first. From now on, all our family's money will be under your control. I'll keep this change for the day after tomorrow when I go to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers. Lin Muching was so shocked by the sudden appearance of 6 big unity pictures that he stood there in a daze. Her slender fingers gently touched the 10 on the big unity. She tilted her head back slightly to prevent the tears from falling. The grievances that had been buried in my heart burst out at this moment. Lin Muching's body trembled slightly. Meng Haixing went forward and hugged Lin Muching with great heartache, wanting to comfort her, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say a word. Meng Haixing, why don't you change for the better sooner? Why don't you make progress sooner? You made Momo and I suffer so much because of you. You know what? There were many times when I wanted to take Momo and drink poison and die. Life is too tiring. Lin Muching cried hard on Meng Haixing's shoulder. Her tears fell on his white shirt and also on his heart. Meng Haixing only felt that his broken heart was slowly filled with Lin Muching's tears. Mu Chung, you can trust me from now on. No matter what happens, I will handle it and protect you and Momo from wind and rain. Meng Haixing patted Lin Muching's back gently and let her cry. In the past, Meng Haixing felt that he knew Lin Muching very well, but now he realized that he didn't understand her at all. She is not as strong as she appears to be. Her heart is also extremely fragile. While Meng Haixing and Lin Muching were talking, Momo sat on the Kong very obediently. She didn't even touch the candy on the Kong. Momo didn't understand why her mother was hugging her father and crying instead of her. But she subconsciously felt a little scared when she saw Lin Muching crying. Lin Muching didn't hear Momo talking, and only then did he realize that he had been crying so hard just now, and must have scared Momo. She quickly straightened up and wiped the tears from her face. Don't be afraid, Momo. Mom was crying because she was happy just now. Look, this is the money Dad earns for us. We can buy whatever Momo wants to eat in the future. Momo sat on the Kong and nodded vigorously. Although she didn't quite understand what Lin Muching said, she could feel the joy emanating from Lin Muching. Go wash your hands and you can eat right away. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing with red eyes, and suddenly felt that he was really embarrassed just now. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurried to the kitchen. Okay, Momo, come here and wash your hands with Dad. Meng Haixing went to hug Momo with a smile on his face. Lin Muching had hugged him just now. Meng Haixing, whose heart was already filled with laughter, suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. He rubbed his nose, and his wife had a faint scent of soap on her body. Next time he goes out, he will buy Lin Muching a piece of scented soap. After dinner, Meng Haixing took out the milk powder and mixed it with milk for Momo and Lin Muching, and took out a few calcium milk biscuits. Momo, try it and see if you like the taste of milk. Momo has never seen milk in her life. She picked up the cup of milk curiously and put it under her nose to smell it. It smells so good. Hearing Momo say this, Meng Haixing was sure that Momo definitely liked drinking milk. Try it quickly and see how it tastes. Momo took a sip cautiously. A sweet smile immediately appeared on her little face. It tastes good, Dad, try it too. Seeing his daughter being so caring, Meng Haixing's heart was warmed by Momo. Dad is an adult and doesn't need to drink milk. Momo can drink it by herself. Momo held the cup of milk and drank it in small sips. Meng Haixing saw that Lin Muching next to him did not drink the milk, but just looked at Momo tenderly. Mu Chung, you drink too. I won't drink it. Milk powder is so expensive. I'll save it all for Momo. Today I went to the county to sell buplurum, 1.5 yuan per pound. I have already made an agreement with the Chinese medicine hospital. As long as I can collect 100 pounds, I will send it there. From now on, my family will never have to worry about food and clothing again. Meng Haixing picked up the cup of milk and put it into Lin Muqing's hand. Such a small bupleurum is 1.5 yuan per pound. Lin Muqing thought he had heard wrongly. How could bupleurum be so expensive? Yes, if I didn't sell it, I wouldn't have thought the price of bupleurum would be so high. I'll go find Brother Daniu and ask him to go with me to the mountain to dig bupleurum tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we will go up the mountain and dig bupleurum all day. The day after tomorrow, I will ask Daniu to help me pick some more cucumbers, and we will go to town to sell them together. I almost forgot. Wife, you pickled so many cucumbers. Bring out 2 jars tomorrow. Wait till the evening and get everything ready. When I go to sell cucumbers the day after tomorrow morning, I'll bring some pickled cucumbers with me. The jars that Lin Muqing used to pickle cucumbers were not small. 2 jars of cucumbers plus some other side dishes would weigh at least 30 or 40 kilograms. She was a little hesitant. The weather was quite hot now. If she couldn't sell them, the cucumbers would probably go bad when she came back at night after a day outside. Why don't you take a little and try it first? My cooking skills are not that great. What if people don't like it? You have to have confidence in yourself. Last time I ate your cucumber salad, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I believe other people will like it too. Lin Muqing was praised by Meng Haixing so much that she agreed reluctantly. Even if she couldn't sell them, she would just lose some soy sauce and salt, so she might as well prepare more. Meng Haixing talked to Lin Muqing for a while, then went out to find Meng Daniu. The 2 of them will get up early tomorrow and head up the mountain at daybreak. They will not come back at noon. Digging bupleurum is a strenuous job, so they have to bring some lunch with them. Meng Haixing came out of his house and met Uncle Meng, who was enjoying the cool air on the street. When Uncle Meng saw that Meng Haixing didn't go out to sell cucumbers today, he couldn't help but ask a few questions. Haixing, what's wrong with you? You've sold cucumbers twice, and now you're quitting again. Uncle Meng's tone was not very good. He thought Meng Haixing was just selling cucumbers on a whim. Now that his interest had passed, he began to laze about his life again. We're going to Haiqing town the day after tomorrow. Besides, my cucumber field is only half an acre. Even if I sell them every day, I still don't have that many cucumbers. Uncle Meng thought so too. He thought he should give the cucumbers some time to grow. Everyone in the village is watching you. You can't embarrass our Meng family again. Grandpa, just wait. Meng Haixing left with a smile, and the group of people who were enjoying the cool air on the street couldn't help but talk about Meng Haixing. Some people feel that Meng Haixing has really learned well, while others feel that Meng Haixing is just bragging. A dog will always eat shit. He has been a bad guy for so many years. How can he change his evil ways in a short time? Meng Haixing could vaguely hear people talking about him, but he just curled the corners of his lips and didn't intend to explain. Whatever he says now is in vain. Only actual actions can prove everything. Chapter 18, Rejection Again. Soon Meng Haixing arrived at his second uncle's house. His family came back late today and were having dinner at home. Meng Daniu was holding a large bowl filled with black noodles. Haixing, have you had dinner yet? I'll get you a bowl of noodles. Second Aunt Lu Yani saw Meng Haixing enter the room and brought him a stool. Second Aunt, please stop being busy. I came here after I had dinner. Meng Haixing didn't sit down. The whole family was having a meal, so what was the big deal about him sitting down and watching them eat? Brother Daniu, I sold all my bupleurum today. It's 1.5 yuan per caddy. This is the money for your 5 caddies of bupleurum. I'm sending it to you. Meng Daniu, who was eating noodles with big mouthfuls, was stunned when he saw Meng Haixing take out 7.5 yuan. Where is the 5 gene of bupleurum? Why didn't I remember to give it to you? You forgot. I gave you a hair, and you gave me all the bupleurum. Meng Daniu did not take the money given to him by Meng Haixing. He continued to eat the noodles in the bowl quickly. I took one of your rabbits, and now we are even. Meng Daniu didn't want the 7 yuan, but his 2 younger brothers and their sister-in-law looked at him with envy. But since Meng Guangjuan was there, they didn't dare to say much. A rabbit is only a few dollars. As he said that, Meng Haixing put the money on the coffee table. While he was talking, Meng Daniu had finished a whole bowl of noodles. He glanced at the noodles in the bowl on the table, thought about it, and felt embarrassed to eat it. Haixing, you have found a way to sell bupleurum. Meng Guangjuan was also shocked when he heard that a pound of bupleurum chinense cost 1.5 yuan. It is not easy to earn 1.5 yuan these days. Only workers with stable jobs in the city can do that. Uncle, the business of selling bupleurum seems to be okay for now. In the next few days, Brother Daniu and I will go to the mountain to dig more bupleurum and take it to the county to sell. Let's see if there is really a demand for as much as we can get. Meng Haixing didn't dare to say too much. Huang Ming's attitude towards him was not very good today. He was a little afraid that Huang Ming would do something weird to him later. If he gathered people together, dried several hundred kilograms of bupleurum, and then failed to sell it, he would be in big trouble. Okay, your brother Daniel may not have any other skills, but he still has a lot of strength. Are you going to the mountain to dig bupleurum tomorrow? Meng Guangjuan asked casually. I'll go again tomorrow. Daniel's mom, make a few more pancakes for Daniel tonight. Digging bupleurum is hard work. If you don't have enough to eat, you won't have the energy to dig bupleurum. Okay, I'll do it in a minute. Lu Yani was so happy to see that Meng Daniel could also make money. If Chaihu's plan can be successful, it won't be long before she can find a wife for her son Daniel. After finishing his dinner, Meng Daniel got down from the Kong, picked up the money on the coffee table, and stuffed it into Meng Haixing's pocket. What I said is for you. Go and see if the bupleurum I dried is good. Meng Daniel is not smart, but he is sensible. If something does not belong to him, he will definitely not take it. At first Meng Haixing was afraid because Meng Daniel was a big and strong man and was not careful enough in his work. When he saw the clean bupleurum in the bamboo basket, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Meng Daniel. Brother Daniel is great. He cleaned these buplurums very cleanly. There is not a speck of mud at all. My mother helped me wash them. Meng Daniel felt a little embarrassed. In fact, although he is simple-minded, he is very serious about his work. If Meng Haixing says to wash it clean, he will definitely not let any mud on it. We will leave at 4 o'clock tomorrow. You should get up early and take 2 more bags. We will try to dig 2 bags of bupleurum tomorrow. Okay, I'll get 2 big nylon bags. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniel made an appointment and went home first. He has to get up early tomorrow morning, so he has to go back, wash up, and go to bed quickly. Meng Haixing was only halfway home when someone suddenly stopped him. Haixing, what a coincidence. I was just about to go to your house to look for you. Lang Chun handed a cigarette to Meng Haixing with a smile. This time Meng Haixing did not reject Lang Chen's kindness, but he did not rush to smoke. Instead, he put the cigarette on his ear. What do you want to talk to me about? What else can I ask you for? I'm organizing a poker game tonight, so come over and help me fill in the gaps. Lu Dazhu and his men from the neighboring village are here today. If you hadn't helped me, our village would have been wiped out by Lu Dazhu. Lang Chun was talking with saliva flying, and he pulled Meng Haixing towards his home. Wait a minute, didn't I tell you last time that I won't play cards anymore? Meng Haixing pulled his arm out of Lang Chen's hand with force. He was not joking when he said this. In his previous life, playing poker and gambling ruined half of his life. In this life, even if a gun was pointed at his temple, he would never play poker or go to the gambling table again. Haixing, you're not serious, are you? I heard from the villagers that you've been selling cucumbers a lot recently. You don't think you can get rich by selling cucumbers, do you? Last time I asked you to play poker, you didn't come, and I ended up winning $100 that night. You've always been better at playing poker than I am. If you were here, the $100 would be yours. Today Lu Dezhu brought the millionaires from his village to play cards. If you are a little bit lucky, you can earn back all the money you made from selling cucumbers tonight. You go out and sell cucumbers and work yourself to death all day, sweat all over, and then you only make $1 or 80 cents if you have to endure other people's cold stares. It's so nice to play cards. Everyone smokes and talks while the money goes into their pockets. It's so cool. Meng Haixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Lang Chun making big promises for him. Don't say anything. I've made up my mind. Don't ask me to play cards from now on. Having said that, Meng Haixing was about to leave. Meng Haixing knew very well that he was still struggling to solve the problem of food in the village. Meng Changyue has already graduated from university and was assigned a very good job in Beijing with a government salary. It won't be long before Meng Changyue will use his first pot of gold to open his first grocery store in the capital. Meng Haixing knew how profitable it was to open a grocery store in Beijing now just by thinking with his toes. The two of them have already opened up a considerable distance between them, and Meng Haixing must catch up with Meng Changyue as quickly as possible. Meng Haixing was thinking about Meng Changyue, but he didn't expect Lang Chun to catch up with him from behind. Haixing, what do you mean? You don't want to play with us anymore. Lang Chun's tone was not very good, and even contained a hint of anger. Since you've said it to this point, I won't beat around the bush with you. From now on, whoever plays cards with me will be my enemy. Cursing is just a mild insult. If you piss me off, I won't mind using physical force. Things have come to this point. If Lang Chun continues to hold on to Meng Haixing, the two of them will probably end up falling out. Okay, I won't look for you again. Having said that, Lang Chun left angrily. Meng Haixing shrugged indifferently, turned around, and walked home. The affection between him and Lang Chun was exhausted in his previous life. Lang Chun felt very unlucky that he didn't find Meng Haixing. Today Meng Changxi made an agreement with him that he would give him $5 as long as he could invite Meng Haixing to his house to play poker. Now it happens twice, and he lost $10 in vain. If he really gave up buying big brands, he would lose a way to make money. In the past 2 years, he has received a lot of money from Meng Changxi. Langshan usually does nothing and has no source of income. Naturally, he is very unwilling to see his source of income cut off. It seems we have to think of a way. Langshan looked back at the dark alley and a sly smile appeared on his face. Chapter 19, Let's go up the mountain together. Meng Changxi and Meng Haisheng are neighbors. He always stays on the roof of the bungalow at night, fanning himself with a fan to enjoy the cool air, and at the same time monitors Meng Haisheng's every move. When he saw that Meng Haisheng did not go out to play cards at night, but went home obediently, he thought he should call his brother to talk about this. At night, the power supply in the village was severely restricted and the whole village was pitch dark. When Meng Haisheng returned home, a ray of candlelight shone through the window and fell on the windowsill. Momo on the Kong had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Muching sat on the Kong, doing needlework in the dim candlelight. The weather was so hot that Meng Haisheng was sweating all the way back. He didn't go into the house, but took a shower in the yard. Lin Muching was making a shirt for herself in the house. When she heard the sound of water splashing in the yard, her cheeks turned red for some reason. Lin Muching lowered his head slightly, looking at the rouge-red plaid cloth in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. Meng Haisheng has really changed for the better, and he has not gone out to play cards since. It didn't take long for Meng Haisheng to finish his shower. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of blue shorts. He wiped his wet hair with a towel while looking at Lin Muching. Are you going to make a shirt? I was thinking this piece of material is nice. It would be better to make a skirt. Lin Muching, who was doing needlework, burst out laughing. If I make this beautiful material into a skirt, I won't be able to wear it many times in a summer. It's better to make it into a shirt so I can wear it every now and then. In fact, Lin Muching didn't have the courage to tell Meng Haisheng that this plaid fabric was not enough to make a long skirt, and it would be too shocking to make it into a short skirt. Next time I go to the county, I'll show you some other fabrics and buy you a few pieces to make a skirt. You'll still look beautiful in a skirt. Although many years have passed, Meng Haisheng still vaguely remembers how Lin Muching came to the village wearing a white shirt and blue skirt. At that time, she had 2 pigtails and was extremely dazzling when she stood in the crowd. His wife is so beautiful, so naturally she should wear more colorful clothes. Go to bed early. Didn't you say you were going to the mountain to dig Buplurum early tomorrow morning? Lin Muching felt Meng Haisheng's burning gaze, and she hurriedly urged Meng Haisheng to go to bed, fearing that he would have some other thoughts. You should go to bed early too. The candlelight is too weak. Your eyes won't be able to bear sewing under candlelight for a long time. Lin Muching didn't have a sewing machine, so he could only ask someone to help him cut the clothes, and then he would sew them slowly, stitch by stitch. She has a lot of work to do during the day and has no time to sew, so she can only use this time at night. I'm not in a hurry. I'll sleep after I finish sewing this side. Meng Haisheng couldn't bear to let Lin Muching stay up late, so he walked up to the candle with malicious intent and blew it hard, blowing it out. Now Lin Muching had to sleep even if he didn't want to. Mu Cheng, when I save up some money, I'll buy you a sewing machine. When Meng Haisheng and Lin Muching got married, they had nothing, let alone the 3 major items. Even the house they lived in was built with borrowed money. The 2 of them had no wedding or banquet. On the wedding day, Lin Muching bought a red scarf, got a marriage certificate, and moved in with Meng Haisheng. The 2 of them did not have a wedding, which was a big regret for Meng Haisheng. He must make it up to Lin Muching no matter what in this life. He would make up for everything that other brides had. The sewing machine is too expensive. Even with the ticket, it still costs $175. In the darkness, Lin Muching held a palm leaf fan and fanned Momo from time to time. The room was still too hot. If you have some money, you might as well buy an electric fan. Momo has developed prickly heat from the heat. There's no electricity at night, so an electric fan is useless. I'll go buy a cool mat the day after tomorrow, and also buy a box of prickly heat powder for Momo. Meng Haisheng took Lin Muching's fan. Let me fan Momo. I'm strong. You've been tired all day, so go to bed. Only then did Meng Haisheng realize that his family had borrowed a total of 1,000 yuan from the production team and relatives to build this house. In his previous life, after Meng Haisheng became rich, each person in the village received 10,000 yuan, and he donated several million to the village. Naturally, no one asked him for the 1,000 yuan. But if he were to live his life again, he would have to pay back the money. Meng Haisheng rubbed his forehead. His family was really full of holes. The next morning, Lin Muching got up at daybreak. She steamed some buns for Meng Haisheng last night, and now she got up and cooked some porridge and made some cold pickled cucumbers. Wife, please add more pickled cucumbers. I will eat with Brother Daniu at noon. Good. Lin Muching knew that Meng Daniu had a big appetite, so she simply doubled the amount of pickled cucumbers. Muchung, I'm going to sell cold dishes tomorrow. You can use the other jars and pickle cucumbers in them. The best thing for making cold dishes is fresh and tender cucumbers. These cucumbers are as thick as fingers, but no one wants them at the market. If they are not pickled, they will only be thrown away to feed the chickens. Okay, there's still a lot at home. I'll pickle them all. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu must have sweated a lot while digging buplurum in the morning, so Lin Muching gave the only thermos in the house to Meng Haixing. However, Meng Haixing did not take it, but directly picked up the kettle at home. In the middle of summer, a grown man like him can just drink boiled water. Why does he need a thermos? After packing up his things, Meng Haixing picked up a shoulder pole, took a bucket and a basket, and went to find Meng Daniu. Meng Daniu was even more capable than him. He picked up 2 of the largest baskets in the house and put 2 fertilizer bags in the baskets. Brother Daniu, are you planning to dig 200 to 300 kilograms a day? Why did you bring 2 such big baskets? Let's try it. It won't weigh too much to carry 2 baskets. When the 2 men left the village, the sky was just beginning to show a hint of paleness, and it was not yet fully light. There are only a few households in the village, with smoke rising from the chimneys. Haixing, after we go up the mountain today, how about we set up rabbit traps first? If the remaining rabbit traps you set up last time are not broken, you can definitely catch rabbits. Meng Haixing never thought that one day his rabbit-catching skills would become so advanced. Okay, we'll set a few more rabbit traps later. Last time I went to the county to sell rabbits, I asked, and they also bought soft-shelled turtles and eels. There are a lot of soft-shelled turtles and eels in the reservoir on the mountain. Let's go take a look later. I was wondering why you carried a bucket with you when you went up the mountain. It turns out you were catching soft-shelled turtles and eels. I'm the best at that. The children in the village have nothing to play with, so going to the river to catch fish and touch eels are their favorite activities. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu also grew up playing like this. The 2 chatted and soon reached the mountain. They took the same path they took last time up the mountain and continued walking deeper into the mountains. While searching for buplurum, the 2 checked for any traces of hares. As long as there are wild rabbits, Meng Haixing will set a rabbit trap made of vines. Haixing this way. Meng Daniu stood in the bushes and shouted at Meng Haixing. What's wrong? There are a lot of buplurum here. Come here quickly. Meng Daniu took a sickle and quickly cut off some weeds, leaving only buplurum. Meng Haixing came over and took a look. There were only about 20 or so seeds in this small area. There was only a small amount of buplurum, but Meng Daniu excitedly asked him to come over and dig together. Meng Haixing's heart was filled with sadness and joy. You dig here first, I'll go check around. Buplurum also likes to gather in clusters and always grows in patches. Since a small piece can be found here, there may be a large piece of buplurum nearby. Chapter 20. It's nice to have someone to work with. No matter what kind of medicinal herb it is, it likes to grow in a sunny location. Meng Haixing came out of the woods, looked around, and saw a small hill next to him. There are a few large trees growing here and there on the hill, and low bushes everywhere. He felt that this place should be more suitable for the growth of buplurum chinets. I found a long wooden stick and walked forward while knocking on the bushes around me. Several meters away from the hill, Meng Haixing saw the familiar branches and leaves of buplurum. Judging from the size of the branches and leaves, he could be sure that this piece of buplurum was of considerable age. Meng Haixing walked forward happily. The sparrows hiding in the bushes were frightened, and all flew up flapping their wings. So it was you little sparrows who brought so many buplurum seeds. The grain in the fields is very precious. When the wheat or millet is about to mature, the villagers will take some and used rags to scare away the sparrows, and some people even take out chicken nets. Sparrows have nothing to eat, so they can only come to the mountains to pick up grass seeds and the like to eat, and buplurum seeds are one of them. Brother Daniu, come here quickly. I've fallen into the chihu nest. Meng Haixing climbed up the hill and saw buplurum everywhere. Immediately, the 2 men were shirtless and started digging buplurum. Buplurum as thick as a thumb can be found everywhere. Brother Daniu, we don't want the ones that are too thin. They are not worth much if you sell them, and it's hard to dig them out. Okay, I'll just pick the big ones. The sun had just come out when the 2 of them had already filled 2 baskets, and Meng Haixing's palms were sore from the rubbing. It seems that he will have to buy a few pairs of knitted gloves next time he goes to town, otherwise his hands will be covered with blisters in no time. I can't do it anymore. I'm dying of thirst. Meng Daniu sat down on the ground and took out a large can filled with boiled water. He was very thirsty and drank half a can of water in one breath. Only then did Meng Daniu realize that he seemed to have not taken enough water. Brother Daniu, do you have enough water to drink? I got a lot. Meng Daniu smiled embarrassedly. If it's not enough, I'll ask you again. The kettle and thermos at home were taken away by his father and 2 brothers, so he had nothing to use, so he took a can. The two of them worked on and off, and by noon, the baskets and fertilizer bags were full. The two sat down and ate lunch together, then carried the buplurum towards the reservoir. The reservoir is halfway up the mountain. It was dug by the production team specifically to facilitate watering of farmland on the mountain. When summer comes, many people come to the reservoir to fetch water to irrigate the fields. That is when the place becomes the busiest. Naughty little boys would go to the reservoir to touch eels and turtles. When Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu arrived, the farmers had already gone home for dinner, leaving only the turbid, muddy water of the reservoir. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu had been digging buplurum chinants in the mountains for the whole morning and were already sweating profusely. At this moment, I don't care whether there is mud in the reservoir water, I'll just go down first. Brother Daniu, please don't take off your shoes. There's glass shards in the mud. If you step on it with your back, we won't be able to get down the mountain today. Okay. Meng Daniu, who was taking off his shoes, quickly put them back on. He had come to the reservoir to fish before, but his feet were often pierced by broken glass. The two men took off their clothes, wearing only shorts, and ran towards the reservoir carrying buckets. The water in the reservoir only reached a level slightly above the two people's knees. Most of the water was muddy, which made walking a little inconvenient. But for Meng Haixing, this kind of silt is the best. When the weather is hot, soft-shelled turtles and eels like to burrow into the mud. He doesn't need to touch them with his hands. He can get a general idea just by stepping on the mud. The two experienced men soaked in the reservoir for more than 2 hours under the scorching sun. The bucket that Meng Haixing brought was finally full. Regardless of how much this bucket of soft-shelled turtles and eels could be sold for, just the 2 hours in the reservoir were extremely joyful for both of them. Suddenly Meng Haixing thought of a saying, "A man remains a boy until he dies." He used to be unconvinced, but today he seemed to understand a little. "Haixing, I can't do it anymore. Catching these soft-shelled turtles and eels is not as good as digging buplurum. These damn eels are too difficult to catch. Then we won't come next time." The prices of soft-shelled turtles and eels are not high to begin with, and it is difficult to catch them, so it would be more cost-effective to set up more rabbit traps and sell the rabbits. The two were really tired today. They rested for a while at the reservoir, found a place to store the buplurum, and went into the mountains to trap rabbits. This time, Meng Haixing also taught Meng Daniu how to set rabbit traps. The two of them set more than 30 rabbit traps all over the mountains and caught 6 rabbits in total, 4 of which were caught by Meng Haixing and 2 by Meng Daniu. This harvest amount is still very impressive. "Haixing, let me go with you to sell cucumbers tomorrow. It's boring for me to go up the mountain alone. I need to borrow a bicycle. The two of us can't ride it. I borrowed Chuanhua's too." "Okay, if you can borrow it, tell me in the evening and I'll prepare some extra things. I can't let you make a wasted trip." "Okay." Meng Daniu hadn't been out for a long time. When he met Meng Haixing and was about to take him out, he was so happy. The two men took the rabbit and carried the buplurum down the mountain. The two of them were busy in the afternoon, as so many buplurum chinants had to be washed and dried immediately. Otherwise, the weather is so hot that it is easy to get bad thoughts. When Meng Haixing returned home, Lin Muching and Momo were not at home. He felt somewhat uneasy and didn't know where the two had gone. Meng Haixing was washing buplurum at home while thinking about all sorts of things. Just as I was lost in thought, I heard Momo's sweet voice coming from outside the courtyard gate. "Grandma, hurry up, is Mom back?" Momo rushed into the house with her short legs. When she saw that it was Meng Haixing washing the buplurum, she pouted her lips as if she was about to cry. Meng Haixing quickly wiped his hands, walked forward, and picked up Momo. "Why aren't you happy to see your dad? Momo misses Mommy." Tears flashed in Momo's big eyes, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Chulan walked a little slower and was panting when he caught up with him. "Mom, why are you taking care of Momo? Where's Muchang?" Chulan usually has a lot of things to do, so Lin Muching seldom sends Momo to her. "I just happened to be free today. Muchang wanted to go pick cucumbers, and he was worried about Momo, so he sent Momo to my place." Meng Hai suddenly understood that Lin Muching was really scared when Momo almost fell down the hillside last time. "Mom, please come into the room and help me look after Momo for a while. I'll go help Muchang get the cucumber back." Meng Haixing took out calcium milk biscuits and white rabbit milk candies for Chulan, and then he went to Uncle Meng's house to borrow a cart and went to the field to find Lin Muching. This time when Meng Haixing went to borrow a cart, Uncle Meng did not make things difficult for him at all, and even allowed him to keep the cart at home. Meng Haixing hurried to the cucumber field and saw a pile of cucumbers at the edge of the field. "Muchang, take a break. I'll take care of the rest." Seeing that Lin Muching was sweating, Meng Haixing hurried forward to take the basket from her hand. You've been tired all day. I can pick them myself. Lin Muching was a diligent person. When Meng Haixing came over, she had already picked a basket of cucumbers. Meng Haixing went to the mountains to dig buplurum for a whole day, which was much more tiring than picking cucumbers for her. Then you pick them, and I'll help you pass the basket out. While Lin Muching was picking cucumbers, Meng Haixing quickly put the cucumbers on the ground into the basket. Then he took the empty basket and exchanged it for the basket full of cucumbers in Lin Muching's hand. The two of them worked together, and the last basket of cucumbers was picked in a short while. Looking at the two baskets of green cucumbers, Lin Muching's lips curled up slightly in a smile. Chapter 21. Going to Haiqing Town again. Lin Muching and Meng Haixing pushed two baskets of cucumbers back to the village together. The sun had just set, and the farmers who had been busy in the fields all afternoon had just returned from work. Everyone was exhausted, and there was no rush to go home to cook. Instead, they sat on the street, took a break, and chatted in the cool air. Ever since Lin Muching and Meng Haixing entered the village, people had been looking at them from time to time. In the past, Lin Muching did everything alone, but today there was finally someone to work with her. Mother. Chu Lan took Momo to the entrance of the alley to enjoy the cool air. When Momo saw Lin Muching coming back, she immediately jumped into her arms happily. Momo, be good. Lin Muching walked forward, picked up Momo, and kissed her little face affectionately. Mu Chung, you are still pregnant. Put Momo down quickly. Chu Lan is an experienced person. Lin Muching is still young and is most likely to get into trouble, so it is better to be careful. Mom, thank you for your hard work this afternoon. I washed some pickled cucumbers today. You can take some home to eat. While Chu Lan came to get the pickled cucumbers, Lin Muching took some white rabbit milk candies and calcium milk biscuits from the house. Mom, Haixing needs to borrow my sister-in-law's bicycle tomorrow, so you can take this back to her. Lin Muching understands women best. Children are a woman's life. Meng Haixing borrowed his sister-in-law's bicycle. Instead of buying things for her, he decided to give some to the two children, which would make his sister-in-law happier. Mu Chung, you are thoughtful. Chu Lan didn't refuse from Lin Muching. She took the things and went back first. After a while, Meng Haixing personally brought the bicycle over. Haixing, how was your trip to sell buplurum yesterday? Meng Haixing has seen everything Meng Haixing has been busy with recently. His younger brother has been smart since he was young and learns things quickly. But as he grew older, he met a group of bad friends who gradually led him astray. As his brother, he did not fail to discipline him in order to make him mend his ways. But after beating and scolding, the effect was not very good. In the end, the two brothers almost became enemies. That's why Meng Haixing has had almost no contact with Meng Haixing in the past 2 years. But it was only on the surface. After all, they were brothers. Privately, Meng Haixing still cared very much about Meng Haixing. Now it seems that digging and selling buplurum root is a good business. I will go to the county again in the next few days. If it works, we can dig buplurum root together and sell it in the county. Meng Haixing didn't tell Meng Haixing about Huang Ming to prevent him from thinking too much. When you are out, be careful not to be cheated. We don't do business on credit. Meng Haixing gave these instructions with great concern. I see. In the evening, Meng Daniu came to find Meng Haixing and said that he had borrowed a bicycle from Chunhua's house and would come to meet him early tomorrow morning to go to the market together. You are really good. Chunhua takes her bicycle so seriously, yet you can still lend it to her. Meng Daniu smiled embarrassedly and ran away. Lang Chunhua is one of the few girls from other families in Xiaoshan village. She and Meng Daniu are classmates and have had a good relationship since childhood. Although Meng Daniu was silly, she never disliked him. However, Lang Chunhua's family was extremely opposed to their relationship. Not long after Meng Daniu died in her previous life, Lang Chunhua married someone from another city. I heard that she lived a very hard life and died before she was 30 years old. Thinking back to the past, Meng Haixing couldn't help but sigh. It would be a good thing if the two of them could really be together. Tomorrow Meng Daniu and Meng Haixing will go to Haiqing Town together. With more people, they can bring more things. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching discussed whether they could make more cold dishes. Lin Muching thought about it and added some carrots and thumb-sized radishes to the cold dish. She tasted it and found it not salty enough, so she put some pickled cucumbers in. 30 kilograms of cold dishes became 50 kilograms. Add to that 6 wild rabbits, a bucket of soft-shelled turtles and eels, and Meng Daniu will have a lot of things on his bicycle tomorrow. It was 4 o'clock in the morning and the sky was just getting light. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu rode their bicycles and rushed towards Haiqing Town. Meng Daniu was an honest man. When he saw that there were more than 200 kilograms of cucumbers on Meng Haixing's bicycle, he consciously took some of them and put them on his bicycle. In this way, the two of them don't carry much stuff, so the speed will naturally be faster. When the two of them arrived at Haiqing town, it was just past 6 o'clock. Meng Hai took Meng Daniu to the entrance of the textile factory dormitory to have breakfast, as if he was familiar with the place. Boss Lu, give me a pound of fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of sweet rice, and 2 eggs. When Lu Jiwei, the owner of the breakfast shop, saw that it was Meng Haisheng, he greeted him happily. Xiao Meng is here to sell cucumbers again. The cucumbers at home have grown again. I can't eat them all, so I'll take them to town to exchange for some pocket money. Yesterday, several girls from the textile factory asked me if I saw you selling cucumbers. I just couldn't stop talking to them. So you came today. Our home is far from Haiqing town, and it's not easy to come here. My 2 brothers and I have been walking here since before dawn, and we are still hungry now. Lu Jiwei swiftly brought the things Meng Haisheng wanted to the small table. Meng Daniu is a quiet man. Looking at the greasy, golden fried dough sticks, he lowered his head and started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing that the fried dough sticks had been served, Meng Haisheng opened the box of cold dishes in front of everyone. He used the chopsticks that had been prepared in advance to pick up some cold dishes and put them in a bowl, then took it to their table to eat. Emerald green cucumbers, orange carrots, red radishes, white garlic cloves, and deep red chili peppers. A small bowl of colorful salad was placed on the table, which was very eye-catching. Seeing that Meng Haisheng had taken some pickles, Meng Daniu didn't hesitate and picked up a piece of cucumber and started eating it with a crunch. The textile factory workers who were waiting in line to buy fried dough sticks were all very greedy when they saw Meng Daniu eating it with such delicious taste. If you only eat fried dough sticks, it is still a bit greasy. It would be perfect if you could pair it with a plate of pickles. Meng Daniu is a big eater, and he can finish most of a bowl of pickles in no time. Someone finally couldn't help but speak. Comrade, are you selling those pickles too? Meng Haisheng, who was chewing a small water radish with a crunching sound, immediately put down his chopsticks and went over to talk to the person when he heard someone asking him a question. This is a salad my wife made. I thought it was delicious, so I asked her to make some more. I wanted to take it out and see if I could change the child's clothes and shoes. As he spoke, Meng Haisheng opened the carton of pickles. These are all the cold dishes we eat at home. My wife cleaned them up very neatly. I asked the grocery store for this white plastic bag. It used to hold calcium milk biscuits. Meng Hai was afraid that others would think that the cold dishes he sold were not clean, so he explained the things himself first. Those who wanted to buy cold dishes looked at the plastic bag that Meng Haisheng opened. If you get a little closer, you can even smell a sweet fragrance. Comrade, you put a lot of sesame oil in your salad. Everyone looked at the oil on the cold dishes and couldn't help swallowing. Chapter 22, Selling Salads. Comrade, how much do you sell this salad for? 50 cents a pound, 30 cents a pound and a half. As soon as Meng Haisheng gave the price, several people thought it was a bit expensive. Garlic and chili peppers in the market only cost a few cents per pound, and cucumbers and carrots only cost 10 to 15 cents. All of these together cost 50 cents per pound, which is a bit hard for people to accept. Meng Haisheng was not impatient. He picked a piece of carrot from the box with chopsticks and handed it to the person who had just asked for the price. Sister, try it. How does it taste? Seeing Meng Daniu eating with relish, the young lady put the carrot directly into her mouth without even washing her hands. The sweet taste filled her entire mouth, and she nodded slightly. It tastes really good. I don't have the skills to make it taste like this. Come on, give me half a pound. Okay. Meng Haisheng took out a clean small plastic bag and weighed half a pound for the young lady. Both cucumbers and carrots were quite heavy, and half a pound didn't seem like much. The elder sister took a look and felt that it was not enough, so she asked Meng Haisheng to weigh another kilogram. With this beginning, the subsequent sales went much more smoothly. After a while, Meng Haisheng sold more than 10 kilograms of cold dishes. When the crowd dispersed, he sat back at the small table and continued to eat his breakfast. Meng Daniu was full, so he left half a pound of fried dough sticks and half of pickles for Meng Haisheng. Brother Daniu, I can't eat so many fried dough sticks. You can have 2 more. Meng Daniu waved his hand. I'm almost there. He stood up and looked around curiously. The 5- or 6-story textile factory dormitory looked like a mansion to him. He wished he could stick his eyes on the wall to take a closer look at what this so-called mansion looked like. Meng Haisheng was not in a hurry to eat breakfast. He ate fried dough sticks and drank sweet milk leisurely. He looked like a retired old man. Lu Jiwei was finally not so busy at this time. He sat down opposite Meng Haisheng with a smile. Xiao Meng, can I try your cold dishes? Boss Lu, please feel free to eat. You're welcome. Meng Haisheng responded. Lu Jiwei picked up the chopsticks and tasted the food in the bowl. It was salty and sweet, and the taste was indeed good. Xiao Meng, how many pickles do you have? Can you sell me some? I want to sell them at the breakfast stall. Meng Haisheng's mouth curled up. He was waiting for this sentence. He was already happy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Boss Lu, you are too polite. How many kilograms do you want? I will leave you the profit. Lu Jiwei was very happy to see Meng Haixing being so straightforward. He was really afraid that Meng Haixing would be hesitant. Meng Haixing no longer ate slowly. He finished his meal quickly, took the box of cold dishes from his bicycle, and took it to a shop behind the breakfast stall. Lu Jiwei took out a large iron basin and asked Meng Haixing to weigh out 20 kilograms of pickles. The basin was full of pickles, giving off an enticing sweet smell. Xiaoming, if I need it tomorrow, can you deliver it? Boss Lu, why don't you try selling it first? Why do you just decide with me directly? Meng Haixing was a little surprised at Lu Jiwei's generosity. To be honest, brother, I have 2 small restaurants at home. As long as your pickles are delicious, I will order from you every day in the future. Okay, Boss Lu, you are a straightforward man. I won't beat around the bush with you. The cold dishes are 40 cents a pound, a fixed price. I can come and deliver them every morning. Meng Haixing agreed. To be honest, the price of 40 cents per pound is not cheap, but when it comes to Lu Jiwei, these vegetables are not sold by pound, but by plate. As the owner of a small restaurant, he knows very well that as long as the food tastes good, it will sell well. Okay, I won't bargain. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, you must give me another 20 kilograms of pickles. After weighing the pickles, Meng Haixing only had a dozen pounds left in the carton. He planned to send it directly to Wang Fuxing. Wang Fuxing's small restaurant had plenty of customers, and as long as the food was delicious, he would definitely stay. When he got out of the door, Meng Haixing saw Meng Daniu busy selling cucumbers next to his bicycle. Young man, can you give me a discount? I want to buy 10 kilograms at a time. My brother said 20 cents a pound, and he won't sell it for a cent less. Meng Daniu's face turned red, and a fat lady was bargaining there. Hey, Xiaozheng, stop bargaining with that young man. You've made his face red. Several older aunts surrounded Meng Daniu to buy cucumbers. They enthusiastically helped teach Meng Daniu how to count money. Meng Haixing looked at the blushing Meng Daniu and was somewhat surprised that he was so popular. Before he started hawking, Meng Daniu had already started doing business. Brother Daniu, you stay here and sell cucumbers. I'll take the pickles and rabbits and look somewhere else. How can this be possible? I have never sold cucumbers before. Meng Daniu seemed a little nervous. Brother Daniu, you can sell it here. If you lose money, it's my fault. Meng Haixing said, packed up his things, got on his bicycle and left. He still had a lot of things to do today. He will go to the textile factory to ask about rabbit hair later. Meng Haixing found Wang Fuxing and successfully sold the hair and turtle. After tasting the salad, Wang Fuxing immediately decided to buy all of them and asked Meng Haixing to deliver 20 kilograms the next morning. Meng Haixing didn't expect that Lin Muqing's cold dishes would earn him his first pot of gold before his Buplurum business started to make money. He was thinking about whether he could open up more sales channels for cold dishes while sending Buplurum to the county. There weren't many small restaurants in town, but if he could find more customers in the county, he could really make money. After selling the rabbit, Meng Haixing did not rush back to find Meng Daniu, but went straight to the textile factory. He wanted to chat with the guard to inquire about the rabbit hair, but unexpectedly met Aunt Zhang, who had given him the cloth coupons before. Xiaoming, why are you here at the textile factory? Aunt Zhang, I'm here to ask about something. When Meng Haixing saw his acquaintance, he immediately started talking and told Aunt Zhang about his plan to raise Angora rabbits. Xiaoming, you found the right person. Come, sit in my office and I'll tell you in detail about the rabbit hair. When he arrived at Aunt Zhang's office, Meng Haixing learned that she was a well-known technician in the factory and had been invited back to work even though she had retired. Chapter 23 Happiness is so simple. Aunt Zhang first asked about Meng Haixing's situation. When she learned that Meng Haixing had never raised a rabbit before, she couldn't help but praise him. Young people should be aggressive. But you have to think clearly. There are still great risks in mass breeding of Angora rabbits. If the rabbits get infectious diseases, it is very likely that you will lose all your money. While talking to Aunt Zhang, Meng Haixing had already gone over in his mind the difficulties he might encounter in raising rabbits. Although he has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs run. In his previous life, he had visited a very modern mink breeding factory, and he had a general idea of the breeding industry. As for the rest, he would only know after he raised a few litters of rabbits himself. Aunt Zhang, I have taken all these risks into consideration. It is impossible to raise thousands of rabbits at once. I can only start with dozens. Just a few dozen rabbits don't produce much rabbit hair. Will the textile factory accept it? Of course. It turned out that the textile factory had just held a meeting 2 days ago, and the leaders above asked the textile factory to support the surrounding farmers in raising Angora rabbits to help them get out of poverty. The textile factory was at a loss as to what to do when Meng Haixing came knocking on the door. His appearance gave Aunt Zhang some inspiration. If Meng Haixing could really raise rabbits, he could serve as an example. This is the first time that our textile factory is supporting farmers to raise Angora rabbits. We have no idea what to do now. If you think raising Angora rabbits is feasible, you can give it a try. I can buy rabbit fur at 90 yuan per pound and long fur at 80 yuan per pound. As long as you have 5 pounds, send it to me and I will pay you for the rabbit fur immediately. Meng Haixing was a complete novice and had no idea what rabbit fur was. After asking, I found out that the quality of fur grown by different rabbits is different. Aunt Zhang recommended a German Angora rabbit with white fur and red eyes to Meng Haixing. This kind of rabbit is large in size and produces a lot of wool. One rabbit can produce 5 kilograms of high-quality rabbit wool in a year. Even if the rabbits are not raised well, the minimum quality of the rabbit hair produced can reach the standard of 80 yuan per catty. After deducting the cost of raising rabbits, each rabbit can bring in a net profit of at least 300 yuan. At a time when workers' wages are only a few dozen yuan, it has to be said that raising Angora rabbits is still very profitable. Of course, this is just an idealized view of the profit of an Angora rabbit. If you add some miscellaneous things, the annual income of a single rabbit would definitely not be that high. But Meng Haixing thought that no matter how high the cost was, raising Angora rabbits would definitely not be a loss. Aunt Zhang, it's settled then. I'll go buy a little rabbit tomorrow and take it home to raise. Okay, if you don't understand anything, just come to me and I will help you if I can. Meng Haixing came out of the textile factory and rode his bicycle straight to the Haiqing Town Farmers Market. The farmers market is open all day. It is a bit like a bazaar. You don't need any receipts to buy things here, but the prices are a bit higher. Meng Haixing walked around the market and only met 3 people selling rabbits. He went up to ask about the Angora rabbit, but no one had ever heard of it. Now Meng Haixing was a little confused. He couldn't buy the rabbit, no matter how great his ability was. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Meng Haixing's mind. When he was asking about rabbits in the county, Nie Pingyan told him that the rabbits from Lin Jimin's family in Yuqing village were very good. It looks like he'll have to go there in person tomorrow to see if he can find out about Angora rabbits. Meng Haixing wandered around the town for most of the day and only went back to find Meng Daniu near noon. From a distance, Meng Haixing saw Meng Daniu squatting on the steps eating a cucumber. Brother Daniu, how are your sales this morning? Meng Haixing stepped forward with a smile. Meng Daniu is a relatively honest man and not good at talking, so he can only sell 1 basket in the morning. As a result, when Meng Haixing got closer, he saw that there were only about 10 pounds of cucumbers left at the bottom of the basket, and the rest had all been sold. We haven't sold all of them yet. Just now, a lady forgot to take the money, so she asked me to keep all of them for her and come over to get them later. Meng Daniu quickly ate the cucumber in his hand, took a blue net bag, and put all the remaining cucumbers in it. You didn't give them a discount on the last point. No, you didn't tell me that I could sell them cheaper. I bought them all at 20 cents per pound. Brother Daniu, you are really amazing. When I am too busy, I will ask you to help me look after the stall. You sell much faster than me. Meng Haixing was generous in praising Meng Daniu. I'm not as capable as you. It was almost noon and the cucumbers were sold out. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to go back, but called Meng Daniu to go eat meat buns together. The two of them will have to ride their bikes back soon, and they can't go there hungry. There are several roadside stalls near the Haiqing Town Farmers Market. Meng Haixing chose one that was crowded and ordered 5 meat buns per person. While waiting for the buns to come out, he took out a pen and paper and calculated the money he had made from today's sales. Meng Daniu had 2 rabbits, and a soft-shell turtle, and an eel which they shared equally. They sold them for a total of 11.6 yuan. Today Meng Daniu came to help him sell so many cucumbers, so Meng Haixing couldn't treat him unfairly, so he rounded up the amount to 15 yuan and gave it to him. Brother Daniu, take a look and see if this is correct. Meng Haixing handed the small note in his hand to Meng Daniu to read. The small notebook he used to keep accounts was obtained from Meng Guangzhu. It was the one his father used to roll cigarettes. It was a small and narrow stack of paper and was quite useful as a notepad. No need for so much. I just came out to have fun with you. Besides, you treated me to fried dough sticks and steamed buns. After saying this, Meng Daniu only kept 12 yuan and returned 3 yuan to Meng Haixing. Brother Daniu, you came out to help me for a day. I can't let you help me for nothing. Meng Daniu is an honest man, and he will never touch anything that is not his. In the end, the two of them pushed the money back and forth, and Meng Daniu kept $1 more, which was the money he earned from helping Meng Haixing sell cucumbers today. Meng Haixing took a bite of the bun and found it delicious, so he bought 3 big meat buns for Lin Muching and Momo respectively. Meng Daniu touched the money in his pocket and was reluctant to spend it. He bought a lot of meat, so he would ask his mother to make a big pot of buns later. In rural areas, noodles and vegetables are ready-made, so buying buns or something like that is a luxury. After eating the buns, they went to the farmer's market. Meng Haixing bought some meat, a big mackerel, and a red mat. The red mat is made of sorghum stalks split into strips and is relatively cool to lay on in the summer. The Kong in Meng Haixing's house is not covered with a mat, but a layer of craft paper. In the summer, if you sweat, you will get stuck when you sleep on it. As for the big mackerel, he bought it for Momo. He remembered that some people said that eating more fish would make one smarter, so his Momo wanted to eat more. When Meng Daniu saw Meng Haixing buying meat, he also bought a pound of meat. He thought that there were many people in his family and 1 pound might not be enough, so he bought another half a pound of fat. The two came out of the farmer's market, and Meng Daniu saw someone selling sun hats at the entrance of the farmer's market. He walked up and picked out a hat with small pink flowers on it. $2 a hat. Meng Daniu paid without even bargaining. Wait, boss, let's each buy a sun hat. Can you give us a discount? Meng Haixing talked about the price for a long time and finally sold it for $1 a hat. Meng Haixing added 50 cents and bought a small hat for Momo as well. I chose a beige sun hat for Lin Muching and Momo, with a circle of blue floral fabric around the edge of the hat. Brother Daniu, you didn't sell that sun hat to Sister Chunhua, did you? On the way back, Meng Haixing asked with a smile. I can't use someone else's bicycle for nothing. Meng Daniu pedaled his bicycle hard. He wanted to go back quickly. With the help of someone, when Meng Haixing returned home, the sun had just set. Chapter 24 Happiness is so simple too. Meng Haixing went out to sell cucumbers, and Lin Muching was not idle at home either. 6 pickle jars, all full. There was also a half-used basin of fine salt under the eaves. Judging from the grains, it should have been crushed by Lin Muching himself using a stone. Next to the well, there is a bamboo basket with cucumbers twisted to drain water. Lin Muching likes to use twisted cucumbers to pickle cucumbers. The cucumbers have a sweet taste, and they taste even better when pickled. Of course, there is a more important reason. Cucumbers are cheap. Even if you don't pick the ugly cucumbers, they will never grow into beautiful cucumbers in the future. It is better to pick them early and save the nutrients for other cucumbers that look good. Besides being used to make pickled vegetables, cucumbers are not available for purchase and cannot be eaten after being picked, so they can only be fed to chickens. But who would have thought that this little tender cucumber that no one wanted would become extremely delicious in Lin Muching's hands? Haixing, you're back. Lin Muching heard the sound of a bicycle, poked his head out of the kitchen, and saw Meng Haixing coming back. Mucheng, you are still pregnant, so just give me the job of pressing the coarse salt from now on. There's no need to be so particular. My sister-in-law worked in the fields when she was pregnant with our second child, and she was still busy until the day she gave birth. Besides, pressing the salt today didn't tire me out. My sister-in-law and mother were here, so they helped me. Meng Haixing felt relieved after hearing what Lin Muching said. Meng Haixing was very careful about the baby in Lin Muching's belly, fearing that something might go wrong. He handed the things he bought today to Lin Muching. I bought some buns in town. They tasted pretty good. I brought some back for you and Momo to try. While Lin Muching was catching the bun, Meng Haixing put the sun hat on Lin Muching's head as if by magic. It's too sunny. Wear a sun hat when you go out to block the sun and avoid getting a tan. What a waste of money. I have a straw hat. Although Lin Muching said this, there was a faint smile on his face. Momo tilted her little head and looked at the buns in Lin Muching's hand, looking very anxious. Mom. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, picked up Momo and rubbed her little head. Momo, do you want to eat some buns? Daddy, please heat them up. Eating them cold will give you a stomachache. Momo is a clingy little girl, so Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching to take Momo to play in the yard. He took out the fresh mackerel he had just bought. Spanish mackerel doesn't have many small bones. At least it is suitable for children of Momo's age. Fresh Spanish mackerel is best suited for clear stewing. Meng Haixing quickly cleaned the Spanish mackerel and cut it into small pieces 2 fingers wide. Stir-fry the scallions, ginger and garlic in a pan, add the Spanish mackerel, and then add a handful of garlic sprouts to remove the fishy smell. When the soup turns milky white, add salt to season. A pot of delicious clear-boiled Spanish mackerel is ready. As soon as Meng Haixing opened the lid of the pot, the whole room was filled with the delicious aroma of Spanish mackerel. Liang Xiaotsue, who was passing by here and walking in the alley, smelled the delicious aroma of stewed mackerel from Meng Haixing's house. She swallowed, feeling extremely jealous. Meng Haixing sold a few kilograms of cucumbers, and he dared to do this. He is indeed a spendthrift. Even if he learns well, he is still a useless person. Liang Xiaotsue, who was filled with jealousy, was unable to help but ruin Meng Haixing's reputation in the village. But Meng Haixing doesn't care about these things. He will prove everything with practical actions. Momo's buns are delicious, right? Meng Haixing looked at Momo holding the plump white bun and eating it with big mouthfuls. He felt so happy in his heart. After experiencing a lifetime, he has become more open-minded. All fame and fortune are just clouds, and nothing is as comfortable as living an ordinary life with a wife and children. Tasty. Momo hadn't eaten big meat buns for a long time. She ate them happily, and her little face was rubbed with oil. Have some more fish soup. Meng Haixing personally fed Momo fish soup and fish meat with an iron spoon. In the past, Lin Muching always took care of Momo during meals, and by the time Momo was full, the meal would have been cold. Since Meng Haixing was reborn, he took over this job. Haixing, you should eat one too. Seeing that Meng Haixing didn't want to eat, Lin Muching took a bun and handed it to him. I ate lunch, you and Momo can just eat. I bought a lot of meat today. If you want to eat, just make a big pot. Last time, Meng Hailian sent a bag of wheat, so the family has enough flour for the time being. After a couple of days when he is not busy anymore, he will look around to see which family has more wheat and buy a few hundred kilograms. This will solve the food problem for his family of 3. What kind of buns do you want? I'll make them tomorrow. You have the final say on this. Lin Muching thought about it and realized that there were some fennel and kidney beans planted next to her cucumber field, so she decided to pick 2 of them. After dinner, the room was too hot and stuffy to sleep, so Meng Haixing spread out the red mat, took the quilt, and went up to the bungalow, letting Momo sleep outside first. The so-called bungalow is nothing more than the west wing without a roof. The top is flattened and used for drying grain and other things. The bungalow had been exposed to the sun all day, and Meng Haixing felt his feet were burning when he came up. Momo was extremely happy. She lay on the quilt and asked Lin Muching to tell her a story. Lin Muching's voice was soft as she told Momo the story of Snow White. Meng Haixing, who was lying on his side, held a fan and fanned the 2 of them, while also driving away mosquitoes. The summer night sky is full of shining stars, and when you look up you can see the Milky Way that looks like a ribbon. Meng Haixing looked at the night sky in a daze. He could not remember the last time he looked up at the stars. It seemed that since Lin Muching and Momo were gone, his heart had been closed, and something as beautiful as the starry sky naturally no longer belonged to him. Momo slowly fell asleep listening to Lin Muching's gentle voice. The summer night breeze blew away some of the heat, and Momo slept much more soundly. While Meng Haixing was fanning Momo, he talked to Lin Muching about raising rabbits. Digging and selling buplurum is not a long-term solution. Besides, the mountains freeze over in winter, so we can't dig buplurum for several months. I think raising rabbits is a good job. I will go to Yuqing village tomorrow to see if I can buy Angora rabbits. Lin Muching drove away the mosquitoes around Momo and was silent for a while before speaking. Angora rabbits have only been introduced to China a few years ago. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to find one. The German Angora rabbit was introduced into China in 1978. At that time, it was so precious that it was difficult to find one. Lin Muching loves to listen to the radio. He has heard more than once on the radio that people are spending large sums of money to buy Angora rabbits. We have to try. If we really can't find any, we can raise meat rabbits. They are 0.6 yuan per pound and can be sold in 3 to 4 months. This is also profitable. Well, since you have decided to raise rabbits, I will naturally support you very much. After all, Lin Muching is a city girl and has some knowledge. Ever since she came to the countryside, she knew that if the villagers wanted to get out of poverty, they could either grow cash crops or move out of the mountains. As long as we rely on growing crops, we will still be poor in 10 or 20 years. Now that Meng Haixing proposed to raise rabbits, Lin Muching agreed wholeheartedly. She believes that as long as the couple work together, their little family will definitely get better and better. Whether raising Angora rabbits or meat rabbits at home, a large space is needed, but their yard is not big. Meng Haixing thought, why not convert the 2 side rooms into houses for raising rabbits? Chapter 25 Asking Big Brother for Help. Muchung, you take a nap. I'm going to go to Mom's place. I need to deliver 40 kilograms of pickled cucumbers to Haiqing Town tomorrow morning. I have to go dig buplurum and can't leave, so I'll ask my eldest brother to help me run the trip. Meng Haixing handed the palm leaf fan in his hand to Lin Muching. Meng Haixing has to raise rabbits, sell cold dishes, and go to the mountains to dig buplurum. He is really too busy to handle it all. He thought that there was not much work in the fields now, so he could let Meng Hailian do the job of delivering cold dishes to the county every morning. He gave Meng Hailian 2 yuan for each visit. After he found a few small restaurants in the county town to have a stable supply, he gave all the money in Haiqing Town to Meng Hailian. He goes to Haiqing Town every day to deliver cold dishes, and does not have to delay farm work when he comes back. His monthly income is higher than that of the workers. He believes that Meng Halian will definitely not refuse. You little brat, where did you learn these bad habits? You always talk about money. Your brother helped you deliver some cold dishes, and you still need your $2. Meng Guangzhu was a man with a quick temper. When he heard that Meng Haixing asked Meng Halian to pay him $2 for doing him a favor, he became furious. He picked up the broom on the Kong and hit Meng Haixing with it. Fortunately, Meng Haixing was agile and managed to dodge it. Dad, listen to me. It's not what you think. I just don't want Big Brother to make a wasted trip. Meng Haixing was overwhelmed and wondered if his father would wait for him to finish speaking. Get lost. If your elder brother takes these $2 from you, will he be proud? If this gets out, I don't know what the villagers will say about your elder brother behind his back. Meng Halian, who was silent on the side, snatched the broom from Meng Guangzhu's hand. Dad, calm down. Haixing is afraid that I will get tired. As he spoke, Meng Halian looked at Meng Haixing. Then I'll go to your house at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to pick up the salad. Please write down the addresses of the 2 homes you want to deliver to. Seeing that Meng Halian and Meng Guangzhu refused to listen to his explanation, Meng Haixing smiled bitterly in his heart. Can you guys listen to me carefully? I have to go to the mountains to dig buplurum these few days, so I will definitely be too busy. Big Brother can't help me run for nothing every day. Delivered every day? Meng Guangzhu looked at Meng Haixing in surprise. He thought it would only be given this time. We are brothers, so why should we talk about money when it comes to helping each other? Doesn't this hurt the brotherly relationship? But if he delivers it every day, Meng Haixing can give Meng Haixing some errand fees. I have already discussed it with them, and they will deliver it every day. $2 a day equals $60 a month, which is more than what the workers earn. Meng Guangzhu frowned and asked a question in his mind. Can you earn so much just by buying some cold dishes? In Meng Guangzhu's eyes, the only valuable thing in cold dishes is sesame oil, while other things are not very valuable. He just couldn't understand why Meng Halian could be paid 60 yuan a month for running errands for just this few cold dishes. Dad, just wait. Your son is so smart. As long as I work hard, I will definitely be able to live a good life. How dare you say that? You're lucky that I didn't beat you to death a few years ago. If you dare to do that again, I will never let you off easily. Meng Haixing was scolded by Meng Guangzhu again, and only then did he calm Meng Guangzhu down. The next morning, Lin Muching got up early to make cold dishes. 40 kilograms is not a lot, but Lin Muching was busy for a long time. Only after Meng Halian left with the cold dishes did she take a breath. Mucheng, go take a nap. It's too hot. Don't go to the fields. I'll go pick cucumbers after I come back this afternoon. Lin Muching got up before 3 o'clock to prepare cold dishes. Meng Haixing felt very sorry for her because she couldn't work so hard while she was pregnant. Meng Haixing thought that when he came back today, he would ask Lin Muching to teach him how to make cold dishes, and this job would be given to him from now on. Well, be careful on the road. There are many snakes and insects in the mountains. I'll be back for lunch today. Then I'll make dumplings in the morning. Meng Haixing grinned at Lin Muching, picked up his tools, and left happily. It feels so good to have a wife who cares about him. When Meng Haixing goes out, he walks with the wind. As usual, Meng Haixing went into the mountains with Meng Daniu early in the morning. He was going to Yuqing village this afternoon, so the two of them didn't have lunch on the mountain and returned in time for lunch. Brother Daniu, this afternoon you can collect the dried buplurum and see how many kilograms you can get. Let's collect 100 kilograms and go to the county town tomorrow. Okay, I'll weigh it and come to your house to let you know. I'm making dumplings today, come and take 2. The 2 men had been digging buplurum for the whole morning and were now starving. Meng Daniu's family has a large population and they eat late, so Meng Haixing asked him to go to his house to get 2 buns to fill their stomachs. Good. Meng Daniu was an honest man. He was already hungry, and when he heard that there were buns to eat, he became even hungrier. The 2 of them carried the buplurum together and walked quickly towards Meng Haixing's house. As soon as he reached the entrance of the alley, Meng Haixing heard Lin Muching scream. What are you trying to do? I told you Meng Haixing isn't at home. How could I lie to you? Meng Haixing has owed us money for almost half a year, and he still hasn't paid it back. The first 2 times we called him out, he just refused to show up like a jerk. I think he doesn't want to pay back the money. That's why he hides at home every day. You'd better get out of my way, little girl, or I'll beat you up too. After hearing Lin Muching scream, Meng Haixing threw away the carrying pole in his hand and rushed towards his home. There were 4 burly men standing at their door. Lin Muching protected Momo behind him and blocked the door to prevent them from entering. When Meng Haixing came over, Lu Dazhu, who was standing in the front, was about to reach out to push Lin Muching. Meng Haixing just gave a side kick, directly kicking Lu Dazhui on the side of the face. It all happened so fast. With a thud, Lu Daju hit the wall hard. Mucheng, are you okay? Meng Haixing stepped forward and stood beside Lin Mucheng and Momo. The moment he appeared, Lin Mucheng's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she grabbed Meng Haixing's arm tightly. Haixing, you're back. In the past, Meng Haixing was very competitive and had no idea how many fights he had with others. There were several times when I was almost arrested and taken to the police station. Lin Mucheng just thought that he was causing trouble outside again, and someone came to his door. She was extremely frightened, and if she got caught in a crackdown on fighting, she might be caught and shot. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lu Daju, whose head was hit so hard that stars appeared, spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Meng Haixing, you are really capable. You dare to fight with me. Lu Dazui was not a person who was willing to suffer a loss. The corner of his mouth was broken by Meng Haixing. How could he swallow this humiliation? The two men had a disagreement and started fighting. The three people brought by Lu Dazui shouted at the two men not to fight and said that they were all brothers. But it was obvious that the other three were taking sides, and one even wanted to hold Meng Haixing's arm to prevent him from moving. Chapter 26 Fight. Lin Mucheng was extremely anxious. She wanted to go forward to help, but she was concerned about Momo behind her. Just as she was crying and calling for help, Meng Haixing punched Lu Daju in the face. In his previous life, Meng Haixing had assets worth tens of billions, so it was impossible for him to be a playboy who couldn't even lift anything. He spends at least 4 hours every day exercising. All these years of training have not been in vain. Not to mention that he was alone against Lu Daju and 4 others. Even if there were 2 more, he would be able to handle it with ease. Meng Haixing, you're really ruthless. People say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, but you specifically hit me in the face. Brothers, beat him to death. If you kill me, it's my fault. Meng Haixing didn't hit anyone else. He just hit Lu Dazui. After just a few rounds, Lu Dazui's face was already stained. Both eyes were red and swollen and could hardly be opened. Lang Chen, you are really capable. You are helping people from other villages to fight against people from your own village. As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, he kicked Lang Chen, who was taking sides. By the time Meng Daniu ran over, Meng Haixing had already made a quick decision and kicked Lu Daju and the others to the ground, leaving them unable to get up. Meng Daniu looked at the 4 people on the ground in amazement, then looked at Meng Haixing. When did Meng Haixing become so good at fighting? Meng Haixing, you owe me money and you beat me up. I'm going to report you to the police station and have them arrest you and shoot you. Lu Dazui struggled to get up from the ground. His face was beaten like a pig's head, covered with bruises and purples, and looked very scary. Then let the police judge the matter. In broad daylight, you, Lu Daju, brought people to break into a private residence with the intention of robbing. Which do you think is more serious, robbery or fighting? Lu Daju was a little confused. Why did he come to rob? Seeing such a big commotion, the villagers from Shashan village all picked up their weapons and came to help. Not to mention that Meng Haixing has recently turned over a new leaf. Just because he is from the lower village, the villagers cannot let him get beaten in the village and will not let Lin Mucheng suffer any loss. A group of people came and blocked Lu Dazui and others in the alley. Lu Daju was very scared when he saw the villagers holding carrying poles and sickles in their hands. Don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding. Lang Chen also noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Lang Chen, you are from Shashan village. Why did you bring people to fight in your own village? Is there anything you can't solve in the village? Why are you going to other villages to call for help? Uncle Meng had a gloomy face and slammed the carrying pole heavily on the ground. Grandpa, you misunderstood. Lu Daju is not here to fight. He is here to ask Meng Haixing for money. You want money? How could you fight like this? Haixing, tell me. Meng Haixing rubbed his fist, which was slightly sore. I just came back from the mountain and saw Lu Daju trying to beat my wife. If you have anything to worry about, come to me. You can hit me, but hitting my wife is like seeking death. As he said this, Meng Haixing picked up Momo, who was crying loudly in fear. Don't cry, Momo. Daddy is here. Daddy will protect you and Mommy. Meng Haixing picked up the small bib around Momo's neck and gently wiped her tears. There were a lot of grease on the bib, and it was obvious that Momo was eating buns just now. He heard that children should not be frightened when eating. Lu Dazui and his gang came to his house and scared his Momo so much that she thought they were looking for death. Lu Daju, you are from Shangshan village, right? Your village can't accommodate you anymore, yet you come to our Shashan village to bully people. Ernie, go call the village secretary of Shangshan village. Let's have a good talk with them. Shangshan village and Shashan village used to be one village, but their ancestors had a bad relationship and fought several times. I heard that many people died. This is how the village was divided into 2. The villagers of Shangshan village moved northward and built another village. Most of the people there were surnamed Liu. The two villages are only 2 or 3 miles apart, and many fields are close to each other. After the founding of New China, the relationship between the two villages eased a lot, and there was mutual exchanges. The thing that the elders in the village hate most is people from two villages fighting. Lu Dazui violated this taboo today. If the matter is reported to the village secretary, it will definitely not benefit Lu Dazui. Meng Haixing owes you money and needs to pay it back. I'm here to collect the money, not to fight. Stop trying to smooth things over. Besides, I didn't touch your wife at all. Huh, Lu Dazhu, you dared to touch my wife just now. I'm afraid your hand must have been broken by now. Do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Lu Dazhu was so blocked by Meng Haixing that he lost all his temper. So what do you want? You've beaten me pretty badly. Not only Lu Dazhu was beaten badly, but even though the other 3 men didn't have any injuries on their faces, their bodies were probably bruised from being kicked. Apologize to my wife. When Lu Dazhu heard that a tall and strong man was asked to apologize to a young wife, he immediately quit. Uncle Meng, please judge for yourself whether Meng Haixing has gone too far. When Lu Dazhu saw Meng Zhengwo coming, he immediately walked over as if he had seen a savior. Maybe he walked too fast, his entire back ached slightly, and Lu Dazhu felt so angry. This kid Meng Haixing is too ruthless. Meng Zhengwo took a look at Lu Dazui's pig-like face, and his tone was not very good. Lu Dazhu, stop cursing here and tell me what's going on. Lu Dazhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and proudly took out a stack of IOUs from his pocket. These are the IOUs that Meng Haixing wrote to us when he ran out of money while playing cards with us. I'm here today to ask for the money. Meng Haixing took a look at the stack of IOUs and thought quickly in his mind whether they were real or fake. He was a bad guy in his previous life, spending his days eating, drinking, playing cards and gambling, but he also had a bottom line. If he can get money from home, he will play, but if he can't, he will definitely not borrow money. He would even rather steal a few dollars than borrow money, because borrowing must be repaid. Thinking of his own magical thought processes in the past, Meng Haixing couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Haixing, what are you laughing at? You wrote all these IOUs yourself. Show it to me. If I wrote it, I will definitely not deny it. Meng Haixing wanted to see the IOU, but Lu Dazhu didn't want to give it to him. What if you tear up the IOU? Meng Haixing was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Dazui, so he reached out and snatched the IOU away. There were 10 IOUs in total, with amounts ranging from 50 to 100 written on them. Meng Haixing roughly calculated that the total amount on the IOU was 600 yuan. This is not a small amount. Normally, when Meng Haixing and Lang Chun had no money, they would give 1 cent, and when they had money, they would give 1 dime. Even if you have a bad hand, you lose everything and get nothing. It's quite difficult to make him lose 600 yuan. Chapter 27 Fake IOU. Not only was there a huge dispute over the amounts on the IOUs, the handwriting on them was also wrong. Although Meng Haixing has a low level of education, his handwriting is very beautiful. It's completely different from the shabby handwriting on the IOU. Lu Dazhu, you said that I wrote all these IOUs myself. How could it be false? I watched you write every IOU, and Lang Chun can testify to that. Lang Chun, whose name was mentioned, nodded vigorously. Lu Dazhu was very proud and wanted to make fun of Meng Haixing. As a result, the injured corner of his mouth was pulled when he smiled, causing him to grimace in pain. Haixing, didn't you sell a lot of cucumbers a few days ago? Since you have enough money, pay me back as soon as possible. There's no point in putting it off. Some of the IOUs are a year or 2 old. I guess you've almost forgotten about them. Lang Chun was whispering advice beside him, looking like a good brother. But these words sounded extremely harsh to Meng Haixing's ears. Since the IOUs are all fake, then the witness Lang Chun is naturally fake as well. The two grew up together, and Meng Haixing has always regarded Lang Chun as a brother. The first 2 times Lang Chun came to ask him to play cards, he didn't go. Lang Chun kept cursing, but Meng Haixing didn't bother with him because of their brotherhood. But such a brother actually teamed up with outsiders to blackmail him. How could Meng Haixing not be disappointed? Could it be that the friendship between the two of them for more than 20 years is not worth 600 yuan? If you want me to pay you back, you have to show me the real IOUs. These IOUs were not written by me. As he said this, Meng Haixing handed the IOU to Meng Zhengwo. He pulled a pencil and a small wad of cigarette papers from his pocket. Meng Haixing quickly wrote his name on a small piece of paper, then tore it off and showed it to Meng Zhengwo. Meng Zhengwo is definitely not a moron to be the village secretary. When the 2 signatures are compared together, it is obvious that they were written by 2 different people. Well, Lu Dazhu, you are really capable. You actually used a fake IOU to fool people. Do you know what your behavior is? This is called extortion. If you are caught by the police, you will go to jail. At this moment, Lu Daju was also panicked, and his face no longer had the smug look he had just had. If the IOUs in his hand were really fake, and Meng Hai kept holding on to him, I'm afraid this matter today would not end well. Lu Daju was a coward, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't care about anything else, and just wanted to cut off all ties with the matter as soon as possible. Uncle Meng, this matter has nothing to do with me. These IOUs were given to me by Lang Chun. He was the one who asked me to ask Meng Haixing for the money. As Lu Dazui finished speaking, everyone present looked at Lang Chun at the same time. Everyone in the village saw how good the relationship between Lang Chun and Meng Haixing was. Lu Dazui suddenly said that it was a fake IOU given to him by Lang Chun. Isn't it obvious that Lang Chun stabbed Meng Haixing in the back? Meng Haixing was very calm. He had been mentally prepared. Now, listening to Lu Dazui confessing Lang Chun, all that was left in his heart was coldness. Lang Chun, you are really good. Lang Chun was so angry at Lu Dazui that his face turned blue and red. His lips trembled several times, and he couldn't utter a word. He was very clear about what happened today. If he didn't understand, he might not be able to stay in Xiashan village in the future. Everyone in the village knew that Lang Chun betrayed his brothers and was a two-faced person. Lu Daju, are you crazy? It was clearly you who got the IOU. Why are you blaming me now? The two men couldn't argue to the end, and finally they started fighting. Lu Daju was already furious with Meng Haixing, and now even Lang Chun dared to pick a fight with him. He had no place to vent his anger, so he took it all out on Lang Chun. For a moment, you punched me, and I kicked you, and we were fighting till it was hard to separate. Meng Haixing stood not far away, watching Lu Daju and Lang Chun fighting each other. There was a hint of sneer on his face. Today's matter would not be over so quickly. He and Lang Chun have no grudges against each other. It was really strange that he suddenly came to blackmail him for money. Meng Haixing suspected that there were other unknown secrets involved. However, today's chaotic situation was not suitable for him to ask Lang Chun for clarification. In the end, Lang Chun and Lu Dazui fought each other until their heads were bleeding and were rushed to the town clinic by the villagers. I heard from people who came back from the village that Lu Dazui had a concussion after being hit by Lang Chun and went to the county hospital. The Lu family came and called Lang Chen's parents to the hospital, demanding that Lang Chen's family pay compensation. If they didn't, they would go to the police station to sue Lang Chun. This matter caused a lot of uproar, but Meng Haixing did not sympathize with Lang Chun at all. Mu Chung, let's get a big dog to guard the house. I'm outside all day, and I'm worried about you staying home with Momo. Lin Muching raised his head slightly and met Meng Haixing's serious eyes. If you want to raise it, then raise it. Lin Muching had no objection to raising a dog, but Momo, who was standing next to him, immediately shouted with joy when she heard Meng Haixing say he wanted to raise a dog. Dad, when will we have a puppy at home? I want a big one. Momo gestured vigorously towards Meng Haixing with her hands. Dad will go out and make some inquiries in the next few days, and will definitely bring back a nice and smart puppy for Momo. Meng Haixing picked up Momo and kissed her little face hard. The fact that Momo could still ask him for a puppy at this moment meant that she had forgotten what happened just now. This made Meng Haixing feel a little relieved. Momo was so scared that she started crying just now, which made him very worried. Are you still out looking at the rabbits this afternoon? Meng Haixing slapped his thigh, wondering how could he have forgotten about this. Go. I'm going to the county to sell Buplurum tomorrow. If Yuqing village doesn't have it, I'll go to the county to ask around tomorrow. Meng Haixing was hit several times when he was fighting with Lu Daju just now, but these minor injuries were nothing to him. The most important thing is to buy Angora rabbits. Yuqing village is neither far nor near from Xiashan village. Meng Haixing hesitated for a moment, but still shamelessly went to borrow his sister-in-law's bicycle. When Meng Haixing came to borrow the bicycle, Wu Lixia had just returned from the vegetable field. Her shoes were covered in mud, and she had not had time to change them. Haixing, I just heard from the villagers that you had a fight with someone, and you even sent the person to the hospital? Wu Lixia looked at Meng Haixing anxiously. A few days ago, Meng Haixing turned over a new leaf and started selling cucumbers from his vegetable garden to earn money to support his family. Even this morning, he asked Meng Halian to help him deliver cold dishes to Haiqing town. She thought Meng Haixing was really going to change for the better, but in the afternoon she heard from villagers that he had a fight with someone. Wu Lixia felt half cold and half hot in her heart, and she felt so uncomfortable. She didn't care about the work in the vegetable garden and ran back in a hurry. If Meng Haixing didn't come to borrow the bicycle at this moment, she would have gone to his house to ask for clarification. Chapter 28 Angora Rabbit. Sister-in-law, who are you listening to these gossips? Meng Haixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the bad thing about the village. There were always some people who liked gossip and it would get distorted after being passed around. He quickly told Wu Lixia in detail about how Lu Dazui came to blackmail him, so that she would not have any wild thoughts. I was so scared. I came back in a hurry, thinking that you might really send someone to the hospital. We have to send some medical expenses quickly. If this matter is reported to the police station, it will be troublesome. Wu Lixia patted her chest, and then realized that Meng Haixing seemed to have something to ask her. Haixing, what did you say to me just now? I want to borrow your bicycle to go to Yuqing Village. Why are you going to Yuqing Village? It's already the afternoon. While Wu Lixia was talking, she pushed out the bicycle covered with a fertilizer bag. This was her dowry. She used it very carefully on weekdays. If it rained, she would not let the bicycle get wet. But when Meng Haixing asked her to borrow it, she gave it to him without hesitation. As long as Meng Haixing is doing well, she, as his sister-in-law, will help him if she can. I want to buy some Angora rabbits to raise. Buy rabbits. Yuqing Village is indeed famous for raising rabbits. You should buy fewer. Mu Chung is pregnant now, and her belly is getting bigger and bigger. If there are too many rabbits, she won't be able to take care of them. I am the one who raised my sister-in-law, not Mu Chung. How can you, a grown man, raise rabbits? Meng Haixing didn't explain much and rode away on his bike. Yuqing Village is not far from Shashan Village. Meng Haixing only rode there in 20 minutes. He said he wanted to buy a rabbit, and after asking around in the village, he found Lin Jimin's house. Is Lin Jimin home? Meng Haixing knocked on the iron ring on the big wooden door, and after a while, the door creaked open. I'm Lin Jimin. What do you want to talk to me about? Before coming here, Meng Haixing thought Lin Jimin was an older woman. Generally speaking, women who are famous and are called by their full names are older. Young girls will add their father's and mother's names, such as so-and-so's daughter. But the girl in front of him was clearly a young girl, but her reputation showed that she was really good at raising rabbits. Meng Haixing couldn't help but look at her with a higher regard. Lin Jimin has a baby face, 2 pigtails, and wears a sailor shirt. She doesn't look like someone who is good at raising rabbits. Hello, I'm here to buy a rabbit. I'm here to buy rabbits. Come in then. Brother, someone is buying a rabbit. Can you help me watch the stove? Lin Jimin shouted towards the inner room and saw a burly man poking his head out from the west wing and looking at Meng Haixing. No. Only then did Meng Haixing realize that Lin Jimin's house was really big. Her house should be a combination of the east and west households, with a door opened on the middle courtyard wall. The east household was used to raise rabbits. Meng Haixing followed Lin Jimin into the east yard, and his eyes were not enough to see everything. The yard originally had 4 rooms, but after being demolished, only 2 rooms remained. There are rabbit houses built around the courtyard wall. Each room is filled with 2-story iron cages for keeping rabbits. The room was clean, but as soon as he entered, a foul smell hit him in the face and Meng Haixing almost fainted. These bunnies are all full-mooned. Take a look and see what kind you want. Meng Haixing looked in the direction Lin Jimin's hand was pointing and saw rows of iron cages filled with palm-sized furry little rabbits. There are many colors of rabbits: black, yellow, white, and spotted. However, these little rabbits are ordinary domestic rabbits, that is, meat rabbits, and there is no Angora rabbit that Meng Haixing wants to find. Comrade Lin, do you have any Angora rabbits? I want to cut their fur. Lin Jimin looked up at Meng Haixing. You also know Angora rabbits. What kind of rabbits are you raising at home now? I've never raised a rabbit before. I came to you to buy a little rabbit to raise at home. You've never raised a rabbit before? How dare you buy an Angora rabbit? Aren't you afraid that it will die? I've heard that Angora rabbits are very valuable. They can't just eat vegetables from the field or even drink water. If you don't take good care of them, they'll get diarrhea. Once this rabbit has diarrhea, there's no way to save it. Besides, the cheapest pair of Angora rabbits now costs 10 yuan. If you kill such expensive rabbits, you will lose a lot of money. Meng Haixing didn't expect that Angora rabbits were so delicate, but he had already expected the price. Rabbit fur is so expensive, so a good Angora rabbit will definitely not be too cheap. Take a look at the local Angora rabbits. Lin Jimin took out 2 furry little white rabbits from the rabbit cage. The little rabbits were slightly smaller than an adult's palm, but they were still cute and well-behaved when held in her hands. This is our local Angora rabbit. Although it is not as big as the Angora rabbit and produces less wool, only about 2 kilograms a year, it is hardy and easy to raise. Why don't you buy a few local Angora rabbits and take them home to practice? Meng Haixing touched the little white rabbit in his hand. The rabbit's fur had not grown yet and was very soft and smooth. How much can we sell the wool of our local Angora rabbit for per kilogram? If you keep it cleaner, even if you can't sell it for 80, 75 will be fine. After deducting the cost, the local Angora rabbits can only earn about 100 yuan a year, which is a very good income for an ordinary family. But Meng Haixing could not forget the Angora rabbit. Even if he raises the local Angora rabbits well, they are still different from the Angora rabbits, so he will have to start from scratch. Comrade Lin, can you think of a way to help me import 4 Angora rabbits? I will buy 10 local Angora rabbits and ordinary meat rabbits from you. Lin Jimin was also a straightforward person and agreed immediately. Come to my place in 2 days to get the Angora rabbit. Okay, I'll take the local rabbit first. Meng Haixing knew nothing about raising rabbits, so Lin Jimin helped him pick out 10 local white Angora rabbits and 10 ordinary meat rabbits. The price of both rabbits is the same, for yuan a pair. Meng Haixing had already inquired about the prices. The rabbits at the market were all 5 yuan a pair. Lin Jimin charged him 4 yuan a pair, which was already very cheap, so he did not bargain anymore. Lin Jimin briefly told Meng Haixing about the key points of raising rabbits and introduced him to several medicines for dealing with emergencies. When it comes to rabbits getting sick, prevention is the main thing. If you wait until they get sick before treating them, the survival rate will be very low. Lin Jimin repeatedly reminded Meng Haixing that if he wanted to raise rabbits well, he must be diligent and not be lazy. As long as you are lazy, the little rabbit will die in minutes. The 20 little rabbits were placed in a bamboo basket and tied to the back seat of Meng Haixing's car. If you have any questions about raising bunnies, you can always come to my house to find me. Okay, Comrade Lin, I'll be leaving first. Chapter 29 The Lang Family Makes Trouble. Meng Haixing ran all the way home and showed Momo a basket of rabbits as if he were presenting a treasure. Dad, the little rabbit is so cute. Momo is a brave girl, and she is not afraid of the little rabbits. She reaches into the basket, grabs the ear of a little gray rabbit, and lifts it up. Momo, be careful. Meng Haixing was startled and quickly took the little rabbit down. Although they are little rabbits, their little hind legs are still very strong after being frightened. It must be very painful for Momo's white and tender arm to be kicked by the little rabbit. Momo, if you pull the bunny's ears like this, it will hurt. You can touch it and hug it, but don't pull its ears. Hug the little bunny. Momo stared at the little rabbit in Meng Haixing's hand, feeling extremely curious about it. Lin Mucheng, who was standing by, was a little surprised when he saw the basket of rabbits. Haixing, isn't it too risky for you to buy so many rabbits? Neither of us has ever raised rabbits before. It's okay. I've raised one before. Go ask me later. As time goes by, we'll encounter more problems and gradually gain experience. Lin Mucheng nodded slightly. This was all he could do. Angora rabbits and meat rabbits should be raised separately. Meng Haixing didn't have an iron cage at home, so he used 2 bamboo baskets to keep the animals temporarily. After selling Buplurum tomorrow, he plans to buy 2 cages specifically for raising rabbits like the ones in Lin Jimin's home. It was already dark when Meng Haixing returned home. While Lin Mucheng was cooking, he took out the dried Buplurum and sorted it. When putting them away, Meng Haixing had already roughly sorted them out, but he was still not reassured, so he looked at them again. Huang Ming would definitely be very strict when it comes to purchasing Buplurum chinets. If the size of the Buplurum chinets is smaller, he would probably charge 80 cents. Digging Buplurum is strenuous work, and his back and waist will ache after a day's work. If he only buys it for 80 cents a pound, he is afraid he won't be able to keep going for long. Meng Haixing picked out the Buplurum chinets in the fertilizer bag again. There were a total of 80 kilograms of large ones and 20 kilograms of smaller ones. In this way, even if Meng Daniu takes less, he can still get 100 kilograms. Meng Haixing had just finished packing Chaihu when Meng Halian came over to give him money for the cold dishes. Haixing, your salad is selling very well in Haiqing town. The 2 bosses said that your sister-in-law has good cooking skills. Meng Halian's face was full of joy. Meng Haixing's family has always lived a tight life. If this cold dish business can be successful, they won't have to worry about their lives in the future. Brother, I'm sorry to trouble you during this period. You have to deliver cold dishes early in the morning every day. What polite words are exchanged between us 2 brothers? There's one more thing. I heard Lang Chun and Lu Daju came to cause trouble for you. What's going on? Meng Halian thought more than Wu Lixia. He immediately guessed the twists and turns, so he came to ask. I still don't understand this matter. I'll ask Lang Chun about it when he comes back from the county hospital someday. Lang Chun deserved it. I heard that his father went back to the village this evening and went around borrowing money from relatives and friends. It is said that Lu Daju was seriously injured. I am afraid he will not be able to leave the hospital for at least 500 to 600 yuan. This is a trouble he brought upon himself, so he should handle it himself. Meng Haixing didn't sympathize with Lang Chen at all. He would never show mercy to those who stabbed his brothers in the back. The 2 brothers were sitting in the yard talking when they heard footsteps in the alley. Judging from the sound, there are quite a lot of people here. Meng Haixing frowned slightly and looked towards the door. As he expected, Lang Chen's father Lang Konghu, his elder sister Lang Xiaoya, and his brother-in-law Jiao Wang brought several of his relatives to look for Meng Haixing. Lang Konghu didn't waste any time talking to Meng Haixing and went straight to the point and asked him for money. I have already asked Lang Chen today. It was you who beat up Lu Dazhu first, and then Lang Chen started fighting with Lu Dazhu. Now Lu Dazhu has been diagnosed with a concussion. This incident was caused by you, so you must pay the lion's share of the money. Meng Haixing was so angry that he laughed at Lang Konghu's twisted logic. Uncle Lang, what you said is wrong. This incident was not caused by me. It was Lang Chun and Lu Dazhu who wanted to blackmail me first, which is why I beat up Lu Dazhu. Besides, at the beginning it was Lu Dazhu, Lang Chun, and 4 others beating me alone. You can imagine how strong my fists must be to be able to fight 4 people by myself and give Lu Dazhu a concussion. As he spoke, Meng Haixing clenched his fists. Just listen to 10 fingers making a clicking sound. Meng Haixing used to have a reputation as a bad guy, and if someone made him angry, he would really fight. Lang Konghu no longer had the confidence to speak. It's hard to explain now. Anyway, you've already started, so we can't pay for it. Is Lang Konghu planning to act like a rogue? Lin Mucheng, who heard the noise, also came out of the house. She held Momo in her arms and stood behind Meng Haixing. She saw clearly what happened today, and it had nothing to do with Meng Haixing. Now the Lang family has the nerve to come to their door. It really seems that their family is easy to bully. Uncle Lang, you really can't find our house for this matter. If Haixing hadn't come back in time during the day, Lang Chun and Lu Dazhu would have rushed to our house and started to steal things. I am a woman holding a child, so I dare not resist. But I am not a fool, nor am I a soft persimmon. Lang Chun and Lu Dazhu broke into a private house, and they will definitely be charged with extortion. You should thank Haixing. Otherwise, Lang Chun would not have just compensated Lu Dazhu for some medical expenses. He would have been arrested by the police long ago. Stop talking nonsense, it's all nonsense. Lang Konghu felt somewhat guilty. He asked the boy who came with Lang Chun, and their original plan was that if Meng Haixing didn't give money, they would search his house and take away all the valuables in the house. Lin Mucheng, how could you think that if Meng Haixing behaves well for a few days, he will turn over a new leaf and support you? I tell you, don't even think about it. Meng Haixing is a dog that will never change its nature. Sooner or later, your family will be defeated by Meng Haixing. Lang Xiaoya opened her mouth with an angry look on her face and spit out shit, daring to say anything nasty. Lin Mucheng, I think you should divorce Meng Haixing right away. Haven't you hooked up with several bachelors in the village? It's better to marry any of them than to follow a jerk like Meng Haixing. Lang Xiaoya scolded Meng Haixing, but Meng Haixing didn't want to hit her in front of so many people because she was a woman. But he couldn't bear it when Lang Xiaoya scolded Lin Mucheng. Meng Haixing picked up the carrying pole by the wall and rushed towards Lang Xiaoya. If Jiao Wang hadn't blocked it, the carrying pole would have hit Jiao Wang's arm and Jean Lang Xiaoya would have been injured. Murder, murder, Meng Haixing wanted to kill someone. I don't want to live anymore. Let Meng Haixing kill me. Lang Xiaoya sat on the ground and acted out the entire act of throwing a tantrum, crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang herself. When the people who came with the Lang family saw Meng Haixing taking action, they all stepped forward. Meng Halian was no pushover either. He picked up a hoe and was ready to fight. I killed someone. Then I'll let you see what killing someone means. Meng Haixing's head hurt because of Lang Xiaoya's noise, and he hit Lang Xiaoya with a carrying pole without caring about his life. Chapter 30. Meng Haixing is not easy to mess with. You really want to kill me. Lang Xiaoya just wanted to make trouble, but didn't want to die, so she crawled and rolled on the ground, hiding behind Lang Konghu. Meng Haixing has seen women who are more capable of throwing tantrums than Lang Xiaoya. If he gives in, Lang Xiaoya will only become more aggressive. Only when he is tough will Lang Xiaoya be afraid. If you don't clean your mouth, I won't mind beating you with a carrying pole until it's swollen. Meng Haixing's face was full of anger, and Lang Xiaoya shrank her neck in fear. It was just time to get off work when there was such a commotion outside Meng Haixing's house that many villagers immediately gathered around. We are all from the same village, so we should talk things out nicely. Fighting hurts the relationship. Liang Xiaozue stood in the crowd, trying to stop the fight, but her face was smiling like a flower, looking like she was just there to watch the fun. There's nothing much to say. Meng Haixing, no matter how arrogant you are, let's go to the village secretary and have a good talk. Let everyone judge whether you should take the medical expenses or not. Lang Konghu felt more confident when he saw that many villagers had come. With so many people watching, Meng Haixing definitely wouldn't dare to hit him. Uncle Lang, don't wait for the village secretary. Let's go directly to the Public Security Bureau and let the comrades there see how to solve this matter. I just don't believe it. Lang Chun and Lu Dazhu are using a fake IOU to blackmail me. Can't I resist? Meng Haixing is not afraid of Lang Konghu. The reason why he dared to come and make trouble today is because he took advantage of his past bad deeds and left many stains. If Lang Konghu had come to him like this last year, he might have handled it in a low-key manner due to the situation. But now he is not afraid. The matter has been reported to the Public Security Bureau, and Lang Chun and Lu Daju will definitely go to jail. As for his previous sneaky deeds, there was no victim, and at most he was just taught a lesson. If Meng Haixing could think of it, Lang Konghu would naturally think of it as well. With just one sentence, he hit the vital point of Lang Konghu, and his face turned red with anger. Not long after, Meng Jianguo was called again, along with Meng Guangzhu and Meng Guangjuan, Meng Dania's cousins, Chu Lan, Wu Lixia, and her brothers and sisters. The men in the old Meng family are all big and strong, and they are all tough and manly. When they stand in Meng Haixing's yard, they are extremely eye-catching. Chu Lan looked at Lang Xiaoye even more viciously. If she dared to act like a spoiled child again, Chu Lan wouldn't mind using her womanly methods to deal with her. Lang Konghu, if you are a man, don't be so nagging here. Are you bullying our Meng family because we have no one? Come on, let me fight you. Meng Guangzhu has a bad temper. His youngest son has finally learned well, but Lang Konghu comes to make trouble again. Isn't this adding to his family's troubles? His son is good at fighting, but even if Lang Konghu wants to fight him, there is no way. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw Meng Guangzhu rolling up his sleeves and wanting to fight. He quickly stepped forward to stop them. When it comes to fighting, he is the one who should be in charge. Okay, everyone, stop talking. I was there when Kong Hu and Lang Chun came over to cause trouble this afternoon. I won't say more. Everyone knows it. I just want to ask you to pay Meng Haixing for the money. If it is me, I will definitely not be able to handle it. You two families should just go to the town public security bureau and talk to them. Meng Jianguo was also very angry. He was eating well at home, but Lang Konghu started making trouble again. It seemed like their family had their heads stuck in the door today. There was no peace at all. Jianguo, you are the village secretary, you can't favor the Meng family. Lang Konghu was unhappy when he heard this. Uncle Lang, what do you mean by favoritism towards our family? The village secretary is favoritism by asking us to go to the town public security bureau together. So you have a problem with the town public security bureau? Meng Haixing dug a big hole for Lang Konghu, leaving him speechless and his face almost turning the color of liver. Seeing that he would not get any benefit today, Lang Konghu looked at Meng Haixing with gritted teeth. Meng Haixing, you are capable now. Let's wait and see. I want to see how far a little gangster like you can go. With that, Lang Konghu ran away with a group of relatives. Everyone, go home. You're not tired after a day's work, and you still have time to watch the fun. Meng Jianguo shouted a few words to the crowd, and the villagers dispersed when they saw that there was nothing exciting to watch. Haixing, what's going on? Meng Guangzhu closed the gate and then asked about Meng Haixing. He had just come back from outside and hadn't even had a sip of water when he heard that someone had knocked on Meng Haixing's door again. Meng Guangzhu quickly called Meng Guangjuan and his family over. Dad, you want to fight with someone without knowing what's going on? Hurry up, brat. Meng Haixing asked everyone to sit down with a smile and told them again how Lang Chun and Lu Daju had blackmailed him. Meng Guangzhu was so angry that he really wanted to catch up with Lang Konghu and beat him up. Fortunately, Meng Haixing's handwriting was easier to recognize today. If it was also a poor handwriting, he would not be able to explain it clearly even if he had a lot of words. Dad, I'll take care of this myself, don't worry about it. Meng Haixing was afraid that Meng Guangzhu would continue to talk about this matter, so he quickly changed the subject. Brother Daniel, have you packed your buplurum? How many pounds does it weigh? Big buplurum weighs 60 jin, while small buplurum only weighs 10 jin. That's not a small amount. Come with me to the county to sell buplurum tomorrow morning. Meng Daniel really wanted to go out and take a look, so he immediately agreed. Haixing, when you go to sell buplurum, if people give you a discount of 0.1 or 0.2 cents, don't hold back and refuse to sell it. Meng Guangjuan warned Meng Haixing with some concern. Last time, Meng Haixing said that the chaihu was 1.5 yuan per pound. This price was simply sky-high for Meng Guangjuan, and it was several cents more expensive than pork. Not to mention 1.5 yuan. He would be extremely happy even if he could sell it for 1 yuan per pound. Don't worry, uncle. I know what's going on. Haixing, I also caught the wild rabbit that I trapped on the mountain. Should we take it with us tomorrow? Meng Daniel only realized later about the hare. Meng Haixing did not go to the mountain this afternoon. He went alone. Brother Daniel, how many did you pick up? Meng Haixing thought to himself that although the two had set a lot of rabbit traps, the hares were very cunning and they would definitely not be able to catch too many. They could probably catch 5 or 6 at most. There are 13 in total. I have never seen so many rabbits in my life. When I came back from the mountains, I covered the basket with straw because I was afraid that the villagers would be jealous. Brother Daniel, let's not trap rabbits anymore. It will be hot in a few days and the rabbits will be hard to keep. Let's just dig Buplurum chinets. Meng Daniel nodded. He was also worried that the rabbit would get hurt, so after picking it up yesterday, he hung it directly in the well. His well was deep, and it was icy cold inside. They talked for a while and left when it was completely dark. Lin Muching wanted to go to the kitchen to cook, but Meng Haixing suddenly turned around and hugged her. Were you scared just now, Mucheng? Lin Muching felt the overheated temperature of Meng Haixing and shyly pushed him away. Fine. Just now, Lin Muching had been holding Momo. Although Momo was scared, she didn't cry. But this time, she refused to do it when she saw Meng Haixing hugging Lin Muching. She held Lin Muching's legs tightly, fearing that Meng Haixing would take her mother away. Mom, hold me. How could Meng Haixing not see Momo's little thoughts? He picked up Momo. Dad is going to the county tomorrow. Momo, do you want any? Daddy can buy it for you, okay? Momo thought about it and shook her head. I have candy, malted milk, and meat buns. There's nothing else I want. Meng Haixing looked at Momo's serious expression and kissed her little face hard. How come his daughter is so cute? Just this little bit of food is enough. The next morning, Meng Haixing and Meng Daniel rode the big golden deer borrowed from Manhwa and went to the county town with Buplurum, wild rabbits, and cold dishes on their load. Chapter 31 questioned. When they encountered a big uphill slope on the way to the county, Meng Haixing and Meng Daniel had to get off and push the bike. It was such a hot day that by the time they arrived at the county hospital, the vests and shirts they were wearing were all wet. After I sell all the Buplurum, I'll go buy a bicycle. We can each ride one, and it won't be so tiring. Meng Haixing panted and took out a towel to wipe his sweat. If he comes here again, he won't have to go dig Buplurum chinets anymore. His legs are almost as soft as noodles. You don't have enough money. I'll lend you the money I earned from selling Buplurum. We are carrying so many things. Don't damage Chuanhua's bicycle. Meng Haixing took a look at the extremely sturdy 28-inch bicycle. How could it break with just such a small load on it? Okay, let's see if I can buy it later. The two men pushed their bicycles into the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital. Huang Ming was not there today, and a young girl was collecting medicinal materials here. She came to help and did not make things difficult for Meng Haixing. She promptly paid Meng Haixing for the chaihu. Comrade song. Is the hospital short of Buplurum recently? When Meng Haixing was giving Buplurum chinents too much, he saw that there were a lot of Buplurum chinents piled up in the warehouse, but relatively fewer other medicinal materials. Mr. Dong recently participated in a scientific research project and needs to collect a large amount of Buplurum. If you have any, please send it here as soon as possible. When Meng Haixing heard this, his heart immediately became active. If it was Mr. Dong's scientific research project, even if he sent a large quantity of Buplurum here, no matter how dissatisfied Huang Ming was with him, he would not dare to openly squeeze him. This is a very good opportunity. When Meng Haixing came out of the county hospital, he had 136 more yuan in his pocket, plus the 50 yuan he brought with him when he came, a total of 186. This amount of money is definitely enough to buy a bicycle, but you need a bicycle ticket, which is more troublesome. Meng Haixing was a quick-witted man. He went to the largest shopping mall in the county without hesitation. There were more than 20 people queuing in front of the bicycle counter. They all had tickets in their hands and were queuing to buy bicycles. Comrade, how much is a golden deer bicycle now? Meng Haixing found a person who was queuing to ask about the price of the bicycle. There are tickets for 128 per car, but I heard there will be a group of people who don't need tickets this afternoon, 140 per car. The difference in one ticket was 12 yuan, which was equivalent to half a month's salary for a worker. Meng Haixing gritted his teeth and decided not to go to a scalper to buy bicycle tickets. Firstly, it is difficult to verify the authenticity of bicycle tickets bought from scalpers. Secondly, there are not many bicycles that require tickets released at the mall every day. It's already halfway through the morning, and there are still so many people queuing here. By the time he buys the tickets and comes back, there will definitely be nothing for him to do. If I come again tomorrow, it won't be enough to delay my work. When Meng Haixing and Meng Daniel came out of the mall, a scalper immediately came over and asked him if he wanted bicycle tickets, which were 10 yuan each. Meng Haixing shook his head. He would not cause trouble for himself just for a $2 difference. Meng Haixing and Meng Daniel were wandering around the mall, carrying wild rabbits and cold dishes. There were quite a few small restaurants nearby, and the two of them asked one by one. Wild rabbits sold the fastest, and they were all sold out after just a few visits to small restaurants. But when the owners of the small restaurant heard that Meng Haixing's cold dishes cost 40 cents per pound, they all shook their heads and refused. Apart from the fact that cold dishes are expensive, They feel that making cold dishes is not a technical job. The master chef in the store can make it, and you don't need to spend money to buy it. Furthermore, they felt that the cold dishes made by Meng Haixing might not be clean, and if they got diarrhea after eating them, it would not be worth it. Meng Haixing ran into a wall several times in a row. Some people even kicked him out without even looking at him when they heard that he was there to sell cold dishes. Meng Daniu is such an honest man, but he was kicked out several times in a row, and there was a hint of anger on his face. Haixing, they don't know what they are talking about. Let's go to another place and not be bullied by them. Meng Haixing was calm and patted Meng Daniu on the shoulder. Brother Daniu, this is how business is done. We are not a united front, and everyone will like us. I'm going to the store to sell some cold dishes. You can help me watch the bicycle outside. When Meng Haixing was promoting cold dishes, no matter if it was a small restaurant or a well-known restaurant, he would go in and ask. Meng Haixing asked all the small restaurants on several main roads around the mall, but only 2 of them left 2 kilograms of cold dishes each, saying they wanted to sell them. Get out of here quickly. What kind of world is this now? Rural people can just go into the city to do business, and no one cares. Meng Haixing had just entered a snack bar selling wontons and buns when the slightly plump proprietress heard that Meng Haixing had come to sell cold dishes and kicked him out. She stood at the door of the snack bar, looking at Meng Haixing viciously. Meng Haixing, who was forcibly pushed out, deliberately patted his white shirt. What's wrong with rural people? Are they shorter than you, a snack bar owner? It's been several years since the reform and opening up, and you are so shameless that you still don't allow us rural people to move into the city. We rural people don't come to the city. Do you think you can open a snack stand? Everything in your store is made by us rural people. The fat proprietress didn't expect that Meng Haixing, who looked gentle and refined, could be so offensive when he spoke. She was just about to open her mouth and spit shit at Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing would not give her this opportunity. Big sister, you'd better shut up. People say that harmony brings wealth. Don't you realize that the whole street is bustling with people, but here is deserted? It's better for this person to do more good deeds, just in case there is an afterlife, don't you think? Meng Haixing talked a lot, attracting many passersby to watch. The fat proprietress kept talking about country people, which really displeased the people around her. The county town is so small that 3 generations ago, I guess everyone was from poor peasant families. The fat proprietress cursed at people like that, and a few people with bad tempers looked at her unkindly. Meng Daniu, who was waiting outside, rolled up his sleeves and took several steps forward. The fat proprietress, who was standing at the door ready to yell, never expected that she would arouse public outrage. She shrank her neck, went back to the snack bar cursing, and didn't dare to say a single extra word. As Meng Haixing spoke, he looked towards a steamed bun shop that had just opened not far away. The entrance to their store was covered with bright red firecracker shells, and there were even 2 large bright red flower baskets at the door. The line of people waiting to buy buns stretched out onto the street. Meng Haixing had a new goal and was too lazy to argue with the fat proprietress anymore. Talking nonsense with such people is simply wasting his time making money. This newly opened steamed bun shop has a big signboard and is not just an ordinary small steamed bun shop. Meng Haixing did not rush forward to sell his products, but ran to chat with an old man who was repairing shoes not far away. Uncle, this bun shop is so big. What's the origin of it? Chapter 32 Sales Promotion. The shoe repairman was also a talkative man. After listening to Meng Haixing's questions, he told him all the details of Lu's bun shop, like spilling beans. It turns out that this steamed bun shop is very famous in the county town and is an old brand that has been in business for decades. After running the business for so many years, the elderly boss Lu retired this year. After boss Lu took over, he bought the 2 neighboring shops and renovated them to form the current Liuji steamed bun shop. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. It turned out that young people are more enterprising, while the older generation is more focused on maintaining the business. Meng Haixing found out where the bun shop came from, and then he took Meng Daniu into the bun shop. There are a dozen tables in total, and most of them are already occupied. There are also many people queuing outside, waiting to buy buns and take them home to eat. Meng Haixing went to line up to buy steamed buns. When it was his turn, he asked, "Sister, I brought some cold dishes with me. Can I eat them with you in your shop when I eat steamed buns later?" "It's okay, just eat." Meng Haixing bought 10 big meat buns, filling 2 large plates. He put the buns on the table, borrowed a plate from the store, filled it with cold dishes, and placed it between him and Meng Daniu. Today Meng Haixing came to the bun shop with the same old trick. He and Meng Daniu were also hungry at this moment, so they ate the buns and cold dishes with big mouthfuls. They were so delicious. Within just a few minutes, people in the queue began to ask if the bun shop had any cold dishes. The guests who had already sat down and started eating also asked if they could have a plate as well. As more and more people asked, the boss lady selling buns finally couldn't sit still anymore. The proprietress didn't even wait for Meng Haixing to finish his meal and dragged him to the backyard. Brother, do you still have that salad? Can you sell me some? Meng Haixing naturally wanted it very much. There are still quite a few left. I'll go get them. Sister, you can try it first, and then we can talk about the price. As he spoke, Meng Haixing brought over a carton of cold dishes. The proprietress took a bite and found it tasted really good. Brother, give me a real price. How much is 1 pound? If the price is low, I can buy some from you every day in the future. At 40 cents per pound, these cold dishes are all made by my wife herself. There are several small restaurants in Haiqing County that place orders with our family on a long-term basis. Although my price is not the cheapest, I can guarantee that every kilogram of salad sold from my house is extremely clean, and the vegetables used are all the best. The proprietress saw that Meng Haixing was neatly dressed, handsome, and had a tall and straight figure, and knew at first glance that he was an honest man. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed. I want all of your box of salad. If you can sell all of it at noon today, you can send me another 50 kilograms tomorrow. Okay, but leave me a few pounds of yours. I still need to run around. You also know that it is not easy for us rural people to make a few dollars from the farmland. The whole village is waiting for me to sell cold dishes to help them get out of poverty. Meng Haixing did not hide it from the boss lady and directly told her his intentions. The more he said this, the more the proprietress felt that Meng Haixing was a good person. At the same time, I am more confident about his cold dishes. After all, if Meng Haixing's cold dishes weren't good, he wouldn't dare to promote them so ostentatiously. Meng Haixing held the carton with only 2 kilograms of salad left in it, sat down next to Meng Daniu again, and continued to eat his buns. After a while, the proprietress had someone bring plates of cold dishes to the front. A plate of cold dishes cost 50 cents, and most of it was sold out in a short time after it was put on the table. Meng Daniu, who was eating buns, watched all this in amazement. His mind was a little confused, and he had no idea how Meng Haixing could be so capable. In just a short while, all the cold dishes were sold out. After they had eaten their fill, they asked the proprietress for some boiled water to fill their kettles, and then left together. Haixing, is this done? It's half done now. After we buy the bicycles this afternoon, we'll come over and ask the boss lady how many cold dishes she can order from me. Haixing, you are more powerful than before. Meng Daniu looked at Meng Haixing with a little admiration. Although Meng Daniu is several years older than Meng Haixing, Meng Daniu has always liked to listen to Meng Haixing on everything since he was a child. He knew that he was not smart enough and could not think as fast as Meng Haixing. He also knew that Meng Haixing was his younger brother, and if anything really happened, Meng Haixing would definitely not let him suffer. The two of them were full and had more energy. They wandered around the county for another 2 hours and finally negotiated with 2 more restaurants. The 2 families shared the cold dishes in Meng Haixing's hand. If Meng Haixing comes to the county tomorrow, his family will want 10 kilograms. Although these 2 stores don't want much, if the bun shop wants 50 kilograms, it would still be very cost-effective for him to make a trip. After walking for several hours, both of them were exhausted. When they went to the mall, Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu took the tram together. This is Meng Daniu. It's his first time riding a tram in his life. He is so excited that he doesn't know where to put his hands. The mall was still busy in the afternoon. Meng Haixing had no time to stroll around and went straight to the bicycle counter. Sure enough, there were no people queuing here in the afternoon. There were only 4 bicycles in the bicycle counter, including a 28-inch large bicycle and a slightly smaller women's bicycle. Meng Haixing walked forward and touched the Golden Deer brand 28-inch bicycle, but he didn't ask the price yet. All I heard was the salesman sitting behind the counter shouting in a bland voice. Don't touch it if you don't buy it. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Meng Haixing was speechless when he met a salesperson with such a bad attitude. Nowadays, sales clerks are all uncles, but Meng Haixing doesn't want to indulge them. If I don't take a look, how can I know if I want to buy it? And comrade, what you said is wrong. I bought a bicycle. If it breaks just by touching it, then don't sell it. The quality is too poor. This was the first time since the young salesman started working that he met someone who dared to confront him in person. Naturally, he didn't want to suffer this kind of anger. It's up to you to buy it or not. Why are you so bothered? If you don't want to buy, just leave. The salesperson suddenly stood up, as if he was really going to chase Meng Haixing away. I'm going to buy a bicycle today, and I'm going to buy this Golden Deer. Meng Haixing did not back down and slapped the seat of the Golden Deer brand bicycle next to him hard. The two of them were speaking so harshly that an older salesperson quickly came over to smooth things over. The bicycles are all sold out. If you want to buy one, come and line up early tomorrow morning. The salesman who was stopped looked at Meng Haixing with disdain. Chapter 33: The Arrogant Salesperson. Meng Haixing has lived a new life and is very confident. He will not be scared by a small salesperson. What about these on display? This one? This one doesn't require a ticket, but it's expensive, 140 per car. Although Meng Haixing had a good temperament, all his clothes were cheap, and he even wore a pair of muddy liberation shoes. With the way he looks, there's no way he can afford a 140 yuan bicycle. The young salesperson's eyes rolled up, and his words were full of disdain. The young salesperson and Meng Haixing here were both speaking loudly, and while they were talking, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people noticed that Meng Haixing didn't look like a rich man, and they secretly felt sorry for him. But no one dared to step forward to help. The sales clerks in shopping malls all work for the government and have stable jobs. These ordinary people, when they come to the mall to buy things, have often been subjected to their contempt and abuse. But when they encounter such a salesperson, they can only endure it. If you offend them, they will say they are out of stock and you won't be able to buy anything even if you have a ticket. Ordinary people believe in the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble, and usually they can only endure it if they suffer a loss from the salesperson. Unfortunately, the young salesperson met Meng Haixing today. Okay, I'll take this one. Do you want to pay here? Meng Haixing touched the handlebars and frame of the bicycle and was very satisfied with this 28-inch bicycle. As he finished speaking, the young salesperson was visibly stunned. Don't be so arrogant. This is 140 yuan, not 1.4 yuan. I issued an invoice, but you can't refund it if you want. The young salesperson snorted coldly, as if he had already seen through Meng Haixing's stubbornness. This can't be fake. I brought the money and I want this one. In front of the young salesperson, Meng Haixing took out a stack of big unity bills. The old salesperson who had just come over to smooth things over saw Meng Haixing take out the money and hurried forward to speak. Come, comrade, sit over here. I'll give you a bill. It's hot this time of year, and young people are hot-tempered. Don't bother with Xiaozhang. The old salesperson smiled and asked Meng Haixing to sit down, then filled out the invoice for him skillfully. The people watching were all shocked when they saw the big unity in Meng Haixing's hand. No wonder he speaks so confidently. It turns out he has money. Some people even sighed in their hearts that it is good to be rich. Even a salesperson with high eyes will bend down and talk to you with a smile on his face. It was obvious that the old salesperson also realized that Meng Haixing was not someone to be trifled with. Even though his clothes are worthless, anyone who can spend 140 yuan to buy a bicycle is not an ordinary person. If the matter really gets out of hand, Xiaozhang might even lose his job as a salesperson. Xiaozhang quickly apologized to this comrade. The old salesperson quickly filled out the invoice and handed it to Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang's face turned blue and red, and he obviously didn't want to accept the invoice. The old salesperson glared at Xiaozhang fiercely and forcefully stuffed the invoice into his hands. Xiaozhang hesitated for a long time before finally handing the invoice to Meng Haixing. Comrade, I was a little aggressive just now, don't mind it. Meng Haixing reached out and took the invoice. Young people should not be too irritable. Harmony brings wealth. Meng Haixing was not the kind of person who would make trouble. He took the invoice, paid the money, and left. Coming out of the mall, Meng Haixing looked at the big golden deer beside him, and all his fatigue disappeared. Brother Daniel, next time we come to the county to sell Buplurum, we won't have to be so tired. Meng Haixing patted the back seat happily. From now on, he no longer needs to borrow his sister-in-law's bicycle when he goes out to sell cucumbers. After buying the bicycles, the two rode to the bun shop together. This time not only the boss's wife was there, but also the boss Lu Chang. Brother, you made this salad very well. Can you send me 60 kilograms tomorrow? 50 kilograms is too little. That's easy. I delivered it earlier. I don't know what time you open first. We do breakfast in the morning and open as early as 5 o'clock. That's fine. The cold dishes are all freshly prepared in the morning. If they are sold in the evening, you have a refrigerator here, so try to keep them fresh. Nowadays, not many restaurants and snack shops have refrigerators. After all, a refrigerator costs several thousand yuan, which is unaffordable for small businesses. But in order to keep it fresh, Meng Haixing still mentioned it very kindly. I have a refrigerator at home. After Meng Haixing had talked to Lu Chang, he didn't rush home, but went to the market instead. He had one more thing to do today. Go to the market and buy a puppy to guard the house. Haixing, if you want a puppy to guard the house, why do you need to go to the market to buy one? Just go to the village or the next village and ask around. You can just pick up a puppy. Meng Dania didn't quite understand why Meng Haixing would spend that much money to buy a puppy. You probably don't know this, but there are many breeds of puppies. I want to go to the market to see if there are any smarter breeds. In fact, Meng Haixing was not sure whether he could buy a purebred dog at this moment. If not, then you really can only take a Chinese native dog home from someone in the village. The dog market in the county town has not yet grown into a large scale and is mixed with those selling chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Meng Haixing didn't see any purebred dogs for sale, but he bought several chickens, ducklings, and 2 little white geese. There are only 2 old hens in their family that can lay 2 eggs a day. Sometimes they don't lay eggs, and Momo has no eggs to eat. If he buys a few more chicks and ducklings now, his family will never lack eggs. After walking around for a long time, Meng Haixing didn't see any purebred dogs for sale, and he was a little disappointed. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a young man selling puppies on the side of the road. Sitting next to the young man was a large German Shepherd. He was delighted. Isn't this the little puppy he wanted? Comrade, how much is this German Shepherd? Meng Haixing squatted in front of the cardboard box and saw 4 chubby little puppies in the box. He picked it up and touched it. The little puppy was quite heavy, which showed that it was raised in luxury. 10 yuan each. The German Shepherd next to me is the mother dog. The young man rubbed the head of the German Shepherd next to him with a smile on his face. A puppy costs 10 yuan, which is really not cheap to be honest. But the other person was raised in luxury and spent a lot of money on him, so it's a bit unkind of him to bargain. Just when Meng Haixing was struggling, the young man spoke again. Brother, if you really like German Shepherds, don't bargain with me. I don't raise these little German Shepherds for money. They are purely an accident. As the young man spoke, he chuckled, and Meng Haixing finally realized what was going on. Okay, then I won't bargain with you. Meng Haixing paid the money readily and picked 2 males. From now on, he would rely on these 2 to guard the house. Chapter 34, Ridiculous Rumors. He bought 2 puppies for 20 yuan, which was something Meng Daniu couldn't understand. But seeing how happy Meng Haixing was, he didn't say much. He just told Meng Haixing to go to the town to buy some sand liver and cook it to feed the puppy. If there are people in the village who have puppies, they will feed them some sand liver. Puppies that eat sand liver will grow stronger, and their ears will stand up instead of being limp. Brother Daniu, let's go buy some more meat and some corn bones to make soup at home. We made a lot of money selling buplurum today. Meng Daniu nodded vigorously. This is the first time in his life that he has earned so much money. He should buy some delicious food for his family and improve their lives. Meng Haixing rode his newly bought bicycle all the way to Muping town. Pork is sold 1 cent cheaper in the town than in the county, and less popular pig offal like sand liver is sold at 2 cents per pound. Meng Haixing sold buplurum, wild rabbit, and cold dishes today, and made a total of more than 200 yuan. With so much money, he naturally wanted to buy more meat. In the end, Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu each bought 10 kilograms of hind leg meat, and Meng Haixing also bought 4 pig trotters, a pigtail, and a pig leg bone. It's a pity that we don't sell beef here. You've already bought so much pork, what else do you want? Meng Daniu looked at Meng Haixing unhappily. The oxen in the village are all good workers. Even if they can't afford to eat, they are reluctant to sell the oxen. You may not know this, but in many places, there are cattle raised specifically for beef. Those cattle never work, they just grow meat. Is there such a cow? Meng Daniu thought about it. He said sullenly, cows should work in the fields. That's the only way to have fun. Standing still and just growing meat is such a boring life. Meng Haixing, who was about to ride away on his bike, was stunned by Meng Daniu's words. The corners of his lips suddenly rose slightly. If anyone dared to say that Meng Daniu was a fool in the future, he would fight with that person. Look at how conscious Meng Daniu is. After they bought the pork, they rode their bikes back to the village. There was only a glimmer of light in the sky, and it was getting dark. Meng Haixing rode a brand new bicycle and followed Meng Daniu back to the village, which immediately attracted a lot of inquiring eyes. Liang Xiaozue, who was enjoying the cool under a big locust tree in the village, was holding a palm leaf fan and looking at Meng Haixing riding a bicycle home from a distance. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Did you see where Meng Haixing got the bicycle just now? Why does it look new to me? Could it be that Meng Haixing stole it? That can't be possible. Didn't Meng Haixing learn it well? I saw him selling cucumbers in Haiqing town some time ago. I saw that he was doing quite well. Lang Chuanhua's mother Ma Jining looked at Liang Xiaozue with some uncertainty. What? Meng Haixing is just a bunch of bullshitters. My husband also went to Haiqing town to sell cucumbers and tomatoes, but they didn't allow people to set up stalls on the street there. I don't know where Meng Haixing got the money from. I don't think it's a legitimate way. Liang Xiaozue is Meng Haixing's biological mother. When she said this about Meng Haixing, the women around who were enjoying the cool air couldn't help but believe it a little. Recently, Meng Haixing has been going out early and coming back late. They are really not sure what Meng Haixing is doing. So the topic of enjoying the cool under the big locust tree always revolved around Meng Haixing and his brand new bicycle. By the end of the story, it had become known that Meng Haixing went out early and came back late every day not to sell cucumbers, but to steal bicycles, and he even rode back the newly stolen bicycle today. If you are caught stealing a bicycle, you will go to jail. Someone who has a good relationship with Meng Guangzhu heard this and hurried to find Meng Guangzhu to tell him about it. On the other side, Meng Haixing, who returned home happily, was teasing two little puppies with Momo. Momo, from now on, the task of feeding Dabii and Xiaobei will be left to you. You can't let them starve. The father and daughter squatted beside the cardboard box together, looking at the two little puppies with great admiration. Dad, I will definitely take good care of Dabii and Xiaobei. Momo couldn't help but reach out and touch Xiaobei's chubby dog head. Xiaobei sniffed Momo's little hand and licked it gently, causing Momo to giggle. Haixing, stop playing with Momo. We don't have that many radishes at home. Lin Muching knew that Meng Haixing was going to the county to sell cold dishes, so she made preparations in advance and brought back a lot of vegetables from the fields. But she didn't expect Meng Haixing to be able to negotiate so many cold dishes. Tomorrow Meng Haixing will deliver 80 kilograms to the county, and Meng Halian will deliver 40 kilograms to Haiqing town. There are enough cucumbers and carrots at home, but we are still 10 kilograms short of radishes. Don't you have any at home, brother? I'll go ask my brother and sister-in-law to see if they have any at home. If not, I'll go to the fields with a flashlight and pull them out. 10 pounds of water radish is not a lot and can be pulled back in a short while. Okay, then go ahead and I'll make some stir-fried pork and kidney beans. Meng Haixing was worried that Momo would make trouble at home, so he carried her to Meng Halian's house. As soon as I reached the gate of the courtyard, I saw Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan walking towards me in a hurry. Dad, Mom, why are you here? What the hell have you been doing today, little brat? Meng Haixing was confused by Meng Guangzhu's questions. Didn't I go to the county to sell buplurum today? Where else could I go? After selling the buplurum, I just heard from the villagers that you stole a bicycle and brought it back. When Meng Haixing heard this, he laughed out loud. Who is this gossipy woman talking nonsense? Dad, it's nothing. You and Mom, come in and take a look. I bought a brand new big golden deer bicycle in the county today. Having said that, Meng Haixing let the two of them into the yard. Today was a rare night without a power outage in the village, and the lights were on in the yard. Under the dim light, a bicycle was quietly placed under the eaves. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan walked forward in surprise and walked around the bicycle. Is this really the bicycle you bought? Meng Guangzhu still didn't quite believe it. In his eyes, a bicycle is a big deal. For people like him, after working hard all their lives would be complete if they could buy a bicycle for their son or daughter when they get married. But Meng Haixing only sold cucumbers and some buplurum a few times, so how could he buy a bicycle? Seeing Meng Guangzhu's silent face, Meng Haixing quickly took out the receipt for the bicycle and showed it to him. Dad, look, this is the receipt from the county mall, and it's stamped with a big red seal, so it can't be wrong, right? Meng Guangzhu took the invoice from Meng Haixing and read it carefully word by word under the light. Is it really you who bought the bicycle? Meng Guangzhu finally believed it. His rough hands gently stroked the bicycle seat, and he was speechless for a long time. He was a useless man, and he didn't buy bicycles for his 2 sons and 2 daughters when they got married. When Wu Lixiao married him, she brought a bicycle as a dowry. At that time, many people in the village laughed at him behind his back, saying that he was incompetent. Now, his son has bought a bicycle. It doesn't matter if Meng Guangzhu has no ability. As long as his son has ability, he will be proud as a father. Chapter 35, Chaihu finally has some clues. After talking about the bicycle, Meng Haixing brought up the matter of Chaihu. Dad, I asked at the county hospital of traditional Chinese medicine today, and they are particularly short of buplurum recently. Tomorrow you and your elder brother go to the mountain to dig buplurum root. After it is dried, we will take it to the Chinese medicine hospital to sell. After dinner tonight, I have to go find my second uncle and ask his whole family to go up the mountain to dig buplurum. Meng Haixing planned to mobilize all the men in his family to go to the mountains to dig buplurum. Haixing, is this really reliable? Digging buplurum is not an easy job. What if we can't sell it after digging it? Meng Guangzhu asked worriedly. The villagers were all hard-working farmers who had never been involved in business. Meng Haixing suddenly proposed to sell buplurum, which made Meng Guangzhu feel a little suspicious. Dad, don't worry. I will sell buplurum no matter what. Meng Haixing said confidently. I will have to go find the village party secretary and publicize it on the loudspeaker to see if there are any other people in the village willing to join us in digging buplurum and selling it. Hearing that Meng Haixing even wanted other people in the village to dig buplurum together, Meng Guangzhu immediately expressed his objection. No, it's fine if we can't dig it up ourselves, but what if you let the villagers dig it up and can't sell it? Meng Guangzhu's worries were justified. After all, Meng Haixing didn't have a very good reputation in the village. If Chaihu cannot be sold, it will be even more difficult to restore his image in the village. Then trust me this time. I promise I won't let you down. Meng Haixing knew that his past behavior had disappointed his father, and he needed this opportunity to prove himself. Seeing Meng Guangzhu was hesitant, Chu Lan said dissatisfiedly, "If my own son doesn't believe it, who else can I trust? Haixing, you go for it boldly. Mom believes in you, and you will succeed." Meng Haixing's eyes were red with tears when he saw his mother's firm support for him. He clearly remembered his mother's hard work and sacrifice. He suddenly walked forward and hugged Chu Lan tightly. "Don't worry, Mom. I will be your biggest support in this life. You little brat, stop talking nonsense," Chu Lan said with a smile, but her voice was choked with sobs. "In the Chaihu business, you have to show me how to do it no matter what." Chu Lan raised her head slightly, looked at the deep night sky, and tried not to let her tears fall. Among her 4 children, Meng Haixing was the smartest and the one that worried her the most. She never thought that he would change suddenly. Seeing his wife supporting Meng Haixing like this, Meng Guangzhu said nothing more. "So how do you plan to acquire Buplurum?" "I plan to sell it at 1.5 yuan per caddy at the Chinese medicine hospital and buy it from villagers for a maximum of 1 yuan per caddy. If people from other villages come to sell it, I can only buy it at 80 cents per caddy. And I only buy large Buplurum Chinese, not small ones." When Meng Guangzhu heard that Meng Haixing planned to make 50 cents from the villagers for every pound of Buplurum, he couldn't help but frown again. "You earn 50 cents per pound from the villagers, isn't that too much?" Meng Guangzhu said with worry and concern. Meng Haixing replied, "Dad, I have to take risks when I buy Buplurum. If I can't sell it, I have to find other ways to deal with it. Besides, too much inventory is also a burden." Meng Guangzhu didn't say anything else, but went to find Meng Jiangwo and asked him to notify on the loudspeaker that if anyone else in the village wanted to dig Buplurum to sell, everyone could go up the mountain together tomorrow. After Meng Haixing took Momo out, he soon came back with a large basket of small radishes. "Mu Cheng, is the water radish season almost over? What kind of radish should be used in cold dishes after that?" Meng Haixing asked. He just learned from Wu Lixiao that all the radishes in their fields had been harvested today, and if they wanted to use more, there would be none left. "I'll go to the village tomorrow to ask if anyone still has water radishes and use them together first." Mu Cheng said, "The small water radishes in our fields will be harvested in a few days, so we should be able to make up for it. Her family's vegetable garden is not big, and she doesn't grow many radishes." Meng Haixing suggested, "We don't have many small water radishes. I estimate that the number of salads will increase later. Otherwise, you can collect some vegetables from our village or other villages. Don't worry about this. We still have a lot of food at home," Mu Cheng said. Meng Haixing didn't say anything more after hearing what Mu Cheng said. He believed that Mu Cheng could properly handle the salad. More than 100 kilograms of cold vegetables will be delivered tomorrow. He knows it is impossible to ask Mu Cheng to get up early in the morning to cut the vegetables, so he takes a kitchen knife and an iron basin and cuts the vegetables with Mu Cheng in the yard. Not long after, Chu Lan and Wu Lixia also came over with iron basins and kitchen knives to help. The 4 of them worked together, and the speed of cutting vegetables increased significantly. "Haixing, when you go to town tomorrow, you must bring back a few more buckets of soy sauce. What we have at home is only enough for one use," Mu Cheng reminded. She pickled carrots and radishes with soy sauce and salt in an iron basin. The basin was bigger than a wash basin and contained at least 5 or 6 kilograms of soy sauce. The soy sauce sold at the town's supply and marketing cooperative is quite expensive. "Why don't we just go to Lujiazhuang and buy a few jars of good quality soy sauce?" Wu Lixia suggested. Her parents' home is in Lujiazhuang, where there is a family that brews and sells soy sauce all year round. People from the surrounding villages like to go there to buy soy sauce because Lujiazhuang's soy sauce tastes good and is cheap. "My sister-in-law is right. After I deliver the cold dishes tomorrow, I will go buy some soy sauce," Meng Haixing said. He thought that he could buy seasonings from farmers in the surrounding area, and only salt needed to be purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. Next time he went to the market, he planned to buy more coarse salt to store. Just as they were busy in the yard, Meng Jiangwo's voice came over the loudspeaker. "Meng Haixing's family is buying dried Buplurum Chinese. 1 yuan per pound if it's more than 2 years old. Anyone interested can send it directly to Meng Haixing's house tomorrow afternoon." He shouted 3 times in succession, making sure every household could hear it. "Tomorrow I will go up the mountain with my dad to dig Buplurum. Although I can't match the labor of a man, I can earn some tuition for Debao and Erbao." Wu Lixiao looked at Chu Lan, full of joy. Chapter 36, Let's make salad together. When Chu Lan heard that Wu Lixiao was going to the mountains to dig Buplurum, she didn't quite agree. "Mother Debao, Digging buplurum is a physically demanding job. A big, strong man can't handle digging for a whole day. You, a woman, shouldn't go through this hardship. In the past, the village primary school would organize the children in the village to go to the mountains to dig medicinal herbs every year. There is a quota for how much medicinal materials each child has to pay. At that time, Chulan often went to the mountains to dig medicinal herbs and helped several children to hand them into school. She had truly experienced the hardship of digging medicinal herbs, so she did not allow Wu Lixia to go. Sister-in-law, Mom is right. Look at my hands. I wear gloves every day. As he spoke, Meng Haixing stretched out his palm to show Wu Lixia. I saw several hard calluses on the palms of his hands, and even a few red marks in some places. Wu Lixia, who often worked in the fields, recognized at a glance that the red marks should be the traces left after the blisters were worn out. Digging buplurum is tiring work. You have to use a small iron pickaxe to dig it bit by bit. Your back and waist will ache after a day's work. When Wu Lixia heard what Meng Haixing said, she sighed slightly. If she went to the mountain to dig buplurum for a whole day, she would probably be so tired when she came back that she couldn't even clean up the house. After struggling for a while, Wu Lixia gave up the idea. It didn't take long for 4 people to pack up more than 100 kilograms of vegetables. After Chu Lan and Wu Lixia left, Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to close the gate. He was thinking that the villagers had just heard the loudspeaker saying that he wanted to collect buplurum chinets, and perhaps someone would come to his house to ask about it. As a result, no one came after waiting for a long time. Meng Haixing sighed helplessly. It seemed that the villagers still didn't trust him very much. But there is no rush about this matter. After everyone sees him collecting chaihu, they will definitely trust him over time. Tired, Meng Haixing lay down on the Kong early. While Lin Muching was still asleep, Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching about feeding the rabbits today. I went to the vegetable garden today and dug up some bitter herbs. Mom said that if rabbits eat more bitter herbs, they won't get diarrhea or other diseases easily. I got some bran, grass powder, mixed it with some peanut biscuits at home, and mixed it with some feed for the little rabbits. I think they are eating it well. Lin Muching used this feed formula as her normal way of feeding chickens. It was all she had at home, and she couldn't come up with anything else. I'll buy some more corn tomorrow, and I'll also have to replace the grass with grass clover. I heard that rabbits eat alfalfa, so it's good for pulling vines. By the way, I will go to town to buy some bitter herb seeds tomorrow, and we will come back to grow them ourselves. This way you don't have to go out to dig wild bitter herbs all the time. Kamaisha is also a kind of bitter herb. The effect of feeding it to rabbits is the same as that of the bitter herb grown in the fields. Okay. Lin Muching was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Haixing, such a fulfilling life is really great. Although it is a bit tiring, my heart is full of hope. Well, don't tire yourself out. I'd rather earn less money than tire you and the baby in your belly. Meng Haixing couldn't help but remind Lin Muching again. The two chatted in the dark, and it was unclear who fell asleep first. When the two woke up again, the sky was already turning pale, and it was another busy day. Meng Haixing was going to the county and left earlier than Meng Halian. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he had delivered 80 kilograms of cold dishes in the county. When he came to the county, in addition to these 80 kilograms, he brought another 20 kilograms. He was not trying to sell cold dishes, but was looking for someone who could cooperate with him for a long time. Meng Haixing rode his bicycle slowly around the county. Whenever he saw a slightly larger snack bar, he would go in and ask if they wanted cold dishes. Although he was rejected 9 times out of 10, Meng Haixing was not discouraged at all. In the end, he sold 20 kilograms of cold dishes and got 2 snack bars to order his cold dishes. Meng Haixing took 40 yuan and bought 100 kilograms of soy sauce and 20 kilograms of sesame oil. When he returned home with the heavy things, it was just in time for lunch. My brother just brought me the money from selling cold dishes. He said that Boss Wang wants 30 kilograms of pickled vegetables tomorrow, and Boss Lu wants 50 kilograms directly. We don't have enough water radishes at home, so I bought 50 kilograms from my eldest brother's house. The 10 kilograms from last night also count as one of them. I wanted to give my brother 1 cent per pound, but he refused, saying that he would pay according to the market price of 8 cents per pound. Meng Haixing didn't expect that the cold dishes in Haiqing town would start to grow so quickly. Mu Cheng, you have the final say in our family. We don't have enough carrots and radishes in the future, so you can buy them from the village. You have the final say on how much you want to pay. Meng Haixing still trusts Lin Muching very much. You have to chop so many vegetables, you can't handle it by yourself. You can ask mom and sister-in-law to help you. But at first they might not want to be paid. Meng Haixing was a little worried. Lin Muching and he alone would definitely not be able to handle so many cold dishes. He also has to go to the mountain to dig buplurum. He can't let Lin Muching make everything by himself. It would be safest to ask Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao for help. Although Chu Lan and Meng Halian live together and Meng Halian is quite filial, Meng Haixing believes that Chu Lan also hopes to earn more money to save for herself. More dosage. Lin Muching felt that making 160 kilograms of cold dishes a day was already a lot, but he didn't expect Meng Haixing to increase the amount. I went to 2 more stores today. Although they only sell 10 kilograms of food, our salads are delicious and have spread by word of mouth. Even if we don't find people ourselves, people will come to us. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing in amazement. The daily amount of cold dishes has reached 180 kilograms, which is too much. Not to mention, even if you go to the market to sell cucumbers, you may not be able to sell 180 kilograms of cucumbers in a day. Lin Muching's 6 vegetable jars are not enough to make so many cold dishes every day. She made a prompt decision and asked Wu Lixiao and Chu Lan to help. Chu Lan had several large vats for pickling pickles in the winter, and Lin Muching used them all to pickle cucumbers. There were not enough cucumbers at home, so the 3 of them went to the fields and picked cucumbers in baskets and brought them home. Since Lin Muching's cucumbers were not enough, he went to pick some from Wu Lixiao's. Originally, Lin Muching wanted to give Wu Lixiao money for the cucumbers, but Wu Lixiao refused to take any. The cucumbers are not worth much. Just pick as many as you want. Sister-in-law, you gave me radishes for free and cucumbers for free, so how can I dare to ask you for money again in the future? How about this? You and Mom come and help me make cold dishes every day, and I'll give you $2 each. When Lin Muching mentioned money, both Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao waved their hands. Mucheng, we are all family. There is no need for wages. Wu Lixiao felt that she was the eldest sister-in-law, so why would she accept money from Lin Muching? If this got out, she would be criticized by the villagers. Desu, people say that brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you keep making me work for nothing every day, I won't have the nerve to let you come again. It has to be said that women also have their own wisdom. Lin Muching convinced Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao with just a few words. However, the 2 of them did not get paid $2 a day, but $1 a day. If they are not busy, they will not take any salary. Chapter 37. Someone finally arrives. Meng Haixing never expected that it would only take half an afternoon. Lin Muching persuaded Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao to help him make the cold dishes and get paid. He admired Lin Muching from the bottom of his heart. Cold dishes are originally a small business, and after deducting the costs, the profit is not that much. But in this situation, Lin Muching did not just ask his family members for help, but instead took out $2 every day. Because of this magnanimity, Meng Haixing also felt that Lin Muching would definitely be his best right-hand man in the future. The 3 sisters-in-law and daughters-in-law of old Meng's family went to the vegetable garden together to pick cucumbers and pull carrots. Although they were a little tired, the 3 of them had happy faces. Meng Haixing felt that earning a few dozen dollars a day was a small amount of money, but in Lin Muching's eyes, it was a huge sum of money. There are not many carrots planted in Shashan village in spring, and Lin Muching estimated that the amount available for his family would definitely not be enough. So she went to her aunt's house and asked if she sold carrots. Because there are more edible vegetables in this season, and carrots are oily, villagers don't like to eat them, so they only cost about 10 cents at the market. When the villagers saw that Lin Muching bought the ingredients to make cold dishes, they sold them all to her at 8 cents per pound. Since they sold it to Lin Muching so cheaply, he didn't pick and choose. He bought all of them, big or small, and charged 8 cents per pound for them all. After she agreed on the price, Meng Haixing borrowed Uncle Meng's cart and went to other people's houses to pull carrots. If other people in the village saw it, they couldn't help but ask a few more questions. As a result, Meng Haixing did not harvest the buplurum, but he harvested a lot of carrots and radishes. Looking at the radishes piled up like a mountain at home, Meng Haixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can only make a small profit from the cold dishes, but the bulk of the money comes from reselling buplurum. As the sky gradually darkened, Meng Guangzhu, Meng Guanglian, and a few others returned from the mountain carrying the buplurum chinents they had dug. Meng Guangzhu took Chaihu directly to Meng Haixing's house. Haixing, please take a look at the buplurum we dug. After spending the whole day in the mountains, Meng Guangzhu's face was sunburned, but he had a big smile on his face. He spent a whole day digging buplurum, which weighed about 70 to 80 kilograms. Even if it was only 40 kilograms after drying, he could still make a lot of money after selling it. Meng Guangzhu has been a farmer all his life and is busy every day facing the lus and back to the sky. But even if he works so hard for a year, he may not have many big unity cards in his hands. But digging buplurum gave him hope. They are all pretty good, and they are big enough. Meng Haixing poured out most of the buplurum root, most of which were more than 2 years old. Tell me how to deal with it. Meng Guangzhu had seen Meng Haixing packing Chaihu, and it seemed quite troublesome. The freshly dug buplurum should be cleaned immediately without any sand or dirt, and then placed in a bamboo basket to dry in the sun. It's hot here, so after 2 days of drying, the flowers are basically dry. After drying, there's no rush to pack them in bags. Just put them in a cool place to let the wind blow. Meng Guang nodded repeatedly. Then let's go back and wash the buplurum. Meng Guangzhu came in a hurry and ran away in a hurry after a while. As a son, Meng Haixing could naturally feel the joy emanating from Meng Guanglian's body. He looked at Meng Guangzhu's departing back, a big smile appearing on his face. Dad, when are we going to make dumplings again? Momo held the puppy in one hand with great effort and looked at Meng Haixing eagerly. She still remembers the plump, white dumplings. Meng Haixing rubbed the top of Momo's head. Although he was a little tired after a busy day, he was still willing to make dumplings for Momo. Dad will go get the meat now. There was a piece of fresh meat hanging in the well, which was just right for making dumplings for Momo. Haixing, stop busying yourself. You've been tired all day. Let's have some stir-fried pork and cucumber tonight. I'll roll some noodles. Meng Haixing couldn't bear to let Lin Muching cook alone. Then you cook the dishes, and I'll knead the dough and roll the noodles. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing suspiciously. She didn't quite believe that he could roll noodles. 8 or 9 out of 10 men in the village are hands-off managers, and the cooking at home is basically done by women. She has been in Xiashan village for several years, but has never seen anyone who can make dumplings or roll noodles. Momo, come here and help Daddy roll the noodles. When Momo heard that she was allowed to participate, her big watery eyes brightened instantly. Children of her age like to help adults with work the most. Momo is really good at making dumplings. As she spoke, Momo raised her little hand and made a pinching gesture, but her little finger was not very obedient, and it turned into a fist. Well, Momo, before we help Dad buy noodles, we have to wash our hands first. I saw you hug Xiaobei just now. The father and daughter were happily kneading the dough and rolling the noodles. Lin Muching was a little worried and would go over to take a look from time to time. It turned out that Meng Haixing's noodles were better than hers. Momo was also very well behaved and didn't cause any trouble. Meng Haixing was rolling noodles, and she sat beside him asking questions. Dad's grandmother said that Mom will give birth to a little brother in the future, and she won't want me anymore after that. Momo pouted her lips, looking very unhappy. Meng Haixing was speechless when he heard Momo asking these questions. Some of the older generation in the village like to scare kids like Momo. They probably thought these were just jokes and harmless. But they don't know that these words may not seem like a big deal to adults. But when it falls into the ears of children, it has a different meaning. If you are timid, you may even let it get to your heart. Momo will always be Daddy's little princess. Whether Mom gives birth to a brother or a sister in the future, Dad will love Momo as much as he does now. Momo nodded very seriously. Although there were some things she couldn't understand, she could still feel how good Meng Haixing was to her. The father and daughter were whispering to each other. Meng Haixing had just finished rolling the noodles when he heard a knock on the door. Haixing, are you home? Meng Haixing put on an apron and went to open the gate. The person who came to see him was Meng Xiaomi, who was 2 years younger than Meng Haixing. She used to be Meng Haixing's little follower. Wherever Meng Haixing was, you could basically see Meng Xiaomi. During this period, Meng Xiaomi's father sent his mother back to her parents' home. Meng Xiaomi had a conflict with his father and followed his mother to live at his grandmother's house for a few days. He just returned to the village today. Brother Haixing, I heard that you are collecting buplurum root now. Tell me how to do this job. I will also go to the mountain to collect buplurum root tomorrow. Meng Haixing let Meng Xiaomi into the yard. Do you know Chaihu? We all dug buplurum when we were young, so who doesn't know it? That's good. As he was talking, Meng Haixing picked out a few buplurum chinants that were more than 2 years old from those that were drying in the sun at home and showed them to Meng Xiaomi. The sizes are this big, $1 per pound. For now, I only want the big ones, not the small ones. Meng Xiaomi looked carefully at the buplurum in her hand and gestured with her palm. Brother Haixing, I will go to the mountain to dig buplurum tomorrow. After you dig up the buplurum, don't be lazy. Wash it and dry it in the sun. It's hot now. If I don't clean them up and leave them alone overnight, they'll get ruined. Meng Haixing gave these instructions with some concern. Chapter 38 Meng Xiaomi. In his previous life, not long after Meng Haixing went south, Meng Xiaomi accidentally injured someone while breaking into a house to steal. His family had no money to pay compensation, so he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Meng Haixing also visited Meng Xiaomi in prison and told him to reform himself. Unfortunately, Meng Xiaomi did not make it out of prison alive and died in a prison riot. Meng Xiaomi was not a wicked person. She was just poor and destitute. He stole in order to pay for his sister's medical treatment. His parents quarreled all day and didn't care about their life or death. Brother Haixing, don't worry. As long as you buy Buplurum root for 1 yuan per pound, I will definitely treasure it like a treasure. Meng Xiaomi laughed awkwardly. He was strong and worked hard on farm work. Unfortunately, the family's small piece of land could not make much money. He didn't even have 50 cents, let alone $1. Now that he heard that Meng Haixing was willing to buy Buplurum for $1 per pound, he wanted to stay up all night and go to the mountains to dig Buplurum. Brother Haixing, there is one more thing I almost forgot to tell you. Lang Chen came back this morning and asked me to borrow money. How can I lend him the money? As soon as Meng Xiaomi returned to the village today, she heard about the incident between Meng Haixing, Lang Chen, and Lu Dezhu. There was no doubt that Meng Xiaomi stood on Meng Haixing's side. Even if he had money, he would not lend it to someone who stabbed him in the back. Xiaomi, thank you, please wait for me. Meng Haixing bought 10 kilograms of meat last time and ate some of it. Lin Muching was afraid that the rest would go bad, so he cooked it with soy sauce. He took a palm-sized piece of meat, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Meng Xiaomi. Brother Haixing, what are you doing? You call me brother, so I will naturally help you when I become rich. Even if you don't eat meat, Xiaohua will still eat it. As he spoke, Meng Haixing patted Meng Xiaomi on the shoulder. Follow me and dig Buplurum in the future. Good days are ahead. Meng Xiaomi's sister, Meng Xiaohua, was a premature baby. She was always in poor health and often fell ill. In her previous life, Meng Xiaomi was arrested and died of illness a few years later. He hopes to do his best in this life to change the fate of those around him. Family conflicts can often be resolved 99% of the time with money. As long as Meng Xiaomi's family life improves and her parents stop quarreling, their lives will definitely get better and better. Meng Xiaomi looked down at the meat in his hand. To be honest, he hadn't eaten meat for several months. The last time was during the Chinese New Year. He felt as if the meat in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. Brother Haixing, I won't be polite to you, but I won't eat this meat for nothing. I will definitely return it to you after I sell the Buplurum. There are many young people in the village like Meng Xiaomi. When they heard that Meng Haixing bought Buplurum Chinans for 1 yuan per pound, they all wanted to try it. But older people think Meng Haixing is unreliable and suspect he is trying to trick them. After all, Meng Haixing had never done anything serious before, which is why no one came to ask about digging Buplurum. After Meng Haixing sent Meng Xiaomi away, he was thinking about getting the Buplurum thing done. There was still time to dry the Buplurum, but before that, he had another important matter to deal with. After dinner in the evening, Meng Haixing quietly went out with the sack. He would not easily let go of Lang Chun, who stabbed him in the back. According to Meng Xiaomi, Lang Chun returned to the village to borrow money and may have given Lu Dazhu a lot of money. He decided to wait at the door of Lang Chen's house and wait for his opportunity. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, the power outage in the village occurred again. Meng Haixing came directly to Lang Chen's house with a sack in one hand and a 1-meter-long wooden stick in the other. He blended into the darkness, and when Lang Chen returned home, he didn't notice anyone was waiting for him. Suddenly, a sack fell from the sky and was put on Lang Chen's head. Just as Lang Chen was about to call for help, Meng Haixing punched him in the lower abdomen. Lang Chen, who was curled up on the ground like a shrimp in pain, was beaten up by Meng Haixing. Lang Chen, let me ask you, who instructed you to frame me? When Meng Haixing asked this question, he already had a rough idea of who he suspected. However, he still hoped to get confirmation from Lang Chen. Lang Chen, who was lying on the ground in excruciating pain, hurriedly pulled the sack off his head when he heard that it was Meng Haixing who had beaten him half to death. Meng Haixing, we are brothers. Even if I have wronged you, you can't beat me to death. Don't talk nonsense to me. Tell me, who is behind you? The wooden stick in Meng Haixing's hand was against Lang Chen's throat, and his voice was so cold that ice chips could fall off. Lang Chen, who had just stiffened his neck and maintained a tough attitude, could not help but shudder. He wanted to get away with it today, but it seemed that it was not that easy. No one told me to do that. As soon as Lang Chen opened his mouth, Meng Haixing slapped him in the face. Lang Chen, we grew up together. How capable are you? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell me, I don't mind crippling you. As he spoke, the wooden stick in Meng Haixing's hand fell beside Lang Chen with a thud and broke into two. Lang Chen was so frightened that he trembled. If the stick had landed on his leg, he would have been crippled. Haixing, don't get excited. Isn't it okay for me to say it? Meng Changxi asked me to do this. He gave me $10 and said he was using the fake IOU to threaten you. If you don't have money, let me trick you into playing cards again. If you have money and pay the fake IOU, all the money you get will be mine. Meng Haixing suppressed the anger in his heart. He must have been blind in his previous life to have treated Lang Chen as a brother. Don't make me ask. Tell me everything you know. Now that things have come to this, Lang Chen no longer holds back and simply makes everything clear. When Meng Haixing heard Lang Chen say that since he and Lin Muqing got married, Meng Changxi would give Lang Chen some money every now and then to trick him into playing cards and let him go out and fool around every day. The anger in Meng Haixing's heart almost burned away all his rationality. With a snap, the wooden stick in Meng Haixing's hand was broken. This was not only the breaking of the wooden stick, but also the complete collapse of his trust in Lang Chen. Meng Changxi is Meng Changyue's younger brother, which means that since he married Lin Muqing, Meng Changyue has been secretly setting up a trap for him. He knew nothing about it and jumped into it like a fool. Meng Changyue did this at the beginning, probably because he wanted to destroy him and make Lin Muqing divorce him, and then he, Meng Changyue, would pretend to be a good person and appear next to Lin Muqing. Unfortunately, Meng Changyue had planned everything in his previous life, but he never expected that Lin Muqing would do something so decisive. Chapter 39: The Truth of the Truth. Everything went through Meng Haixing's mind again. He had a vague feeling that things were not that simple. Meng Haixing knew very well what kind of person Meng Changyue was. He is such a selfish person. Even if she fell in love with Lin Muqing at first sight, she would not have gone to so much trouble and spent so much money just to make the two of them divorce. Later, Meng Changyue hated him to the core. Besides the fact that he couldn't get Lin Muqing, there must be other reasons. But Meng Haixing couldn't figure out the reason for the moment. Lang Chen, from now on, we are no longer brothers. You go your way, and I go mine. If I find out you're doing something behind my back again, you'll get more than just a beating like today. As he spoke, Meng Haixing threw the half-broken stick in his hand to the ground, turned around, and left. Lang Chen struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and spat in the direction where Meng Haixing disappeared. Just wait and see. This beating will not be in vain. Meng Haixing, who was full of anger, did not rush home. He walked around the village. After I calmed down, I headed towards home. At night, the villagers couldn't sleep because of the heat, so they always liked to go under the big locust tree in the village to cool off. Liang Xiaozue complained about Meng Haixing to a few women while holding a palm leaf fan. Don't you think Meng Haixing is making a fuss? He's still charging 1 yuan per pound for Buplurum Chinets. Why doesn't he charge 10 yuan per pound? There are so many Buplurum Chinets on the mountain. If they were really valuable, they would have been dug up long ago. There would be no time for Meng Haixing to collect them. Liang Xiaozue's words were very coherent, and several women believed her a little. But today when I was watering my apple trees on the mountain, I saw Meng Guangzhu and Meng Heilian digging Buplurum on the mountain. Isn't Meng Haixing really going to take Chaihu? Lang Chuanhua's mother Ma Jinying looked at Liang Xiaozue with some uncertainty. She is a money grubber. Last night, I heard the loudspeaker saying that Meng Haixing was collecting Buplurum Chinets, so I wanted to go to the mountain to dig it today. Later, she got up early and saw that no villagers went to the mountain to dig Buplurum. She thought it was not a very reliable thing and did not go. But when she saw Meng Guangzhu going to the mountain to dig Buplurum, she had another idea. Chuanhua's mother, think about it. If Meng Haixing really charges 1 yuan per pound for Buplurum, where does he get the money to do so? He was so poor a few days ago that he couldn't even afford to eat. How come he suddenly has money to buy Buplurum? I don't know what tricks he will play this time. I feel like what Annie said is right. Meng Haixing is not a serious person. He has been selling cucumbers these days. But I didn't have any money left from the cucumbers. I sold the cucumbers and used it to buy meat. My house is right next to his, and I can smell the aroma of his fried meat every day. Oh, that smell is really mouth-watering. But it's a pity that I have 3 little boys and I haven't been willing to buy meat for them for a month. After hearing what Liang Xiaozue said, everyone became even more skeptical about Meng Haixing collecting Chaihu. During the day, I saw Lin Muqing picking up some carrots from the village. He said he wanted to make some cold dishes to sell. I don't know if she will harvest them in the next couple of days. I still have a lot of carrots at home. I originally wanted to plant them to feed rabbits, but in the end, none of the rabbits I bought in the spring survived. The person speaking was Meng Xiaomi's mother, Zhao Wenjing. Her family was extremely poor, and she had been trying every way to get rid of poverty. But after all that trouble, she now doesn't have a single coin in her pocket. What cold dish? I've never heard of it. Don't be fooled by Lin Muqing's harmless face. When Liang Xiaozue heard someone talking about Lin Muqing, she curled her lips with a look of disdain. Hey, Meng Haixing married the enchanting Lin Muqing. They are a perfect match. One who only knows how to play cards and does nothing serious, and one who dresses up all day and flirts with men. Neither of them is a good person. Zheng Qinglan, who is always talking sour words, is Meng Changxi's wife. Ever since Zheng Qinglan married and moved to Xiashan village, she has never disliked Lin Muqing. Lin Muqing, who attended high school and spoke fluent Mandarin, was the object of envy of many women in the village. Later, Lin Muching became Zheng Qinglan's neighbor and was often bullied by Zheng Qinglan. 2 days ago, Lin Muching went out wearing a red plaid shirt and was seen by Zheng Qinglan. Zheng Qinglan coveted that shirt very much, but when she went to the county supply and marketing cooperative to ask, she found that the price of this red plaid fabric was twice that of ordinary fabric. She was so angry that she almost bit her teeth, but in the end she didn't buy it because it was too expensive. Because of this, Zheng Qinglan started to hate Lin Muching again these days. When she gossiped about him behind his back, she was even more harsh. Zheng Qinglan, tell me what you just said again. Meng Haixing walked around and finally let go of the anger in his heart. Then he heard Zheng Qinglan saying bad things about Lin Muching behind his back again, and her words were very unpleasant. Meng Haixing, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? When Lin Muching first came to the countryside, he hooked up with so many young men in our commune that you probably can't even count them yourself. Zheng Qinglan was not afraid of Meng Haixing. She shouted at the top of her voice, which was almost as loud as the village loudspeaker. You just talk nonsense. Aren't you referring to the love letter Meng Changxi wrote to my Mucheng? And you also said that among the young people in the commune, only Meng Changxi is shameless, no one else. When Meng Changhua returned home from Beijing to visit his relatives, he accidentally saw Lin Muching, so he secretly asked Meng Changxi to help deliver the love letter. This happened to be seen by Chu Yao, a sent-down youth. Chu Yao was jealous of Lin Muching's good looks, so she deliberately spread the matter. At that time, Meng Changhua was still in college, so he didn't dare to admit it, so he let Meng Changxi take the blame. This matter was kept secret, and he accidentally said it out when he was dealing with Meng Changxi in his previous life. Now that Meng Haixing has revealed the truth, Meng Changxi dares not reveal it even if he knows it. He is now counting on Meng Changhua to help him, so he dares not spread his dark history. But this secret that cannot be told can be used well. Since Meng Changxi is being used as a knife by Meng Changhua, he should bear his anger first. Meng Haixing's words made Zheng Qinglan explode on the spot. She had never heard of these things before. You're talking nonsense. How could our Changxi fall for that vixen Lin Muching? If you don't believe me, you can ask other people in the village to see if this was the case back then. My Mucheng is a serious man. If you throw dirty water on my wife again, I won't be polite to you. I, Meng Haixing, am not a good person in your eyes, but if you dare to say that again, I will really forget my principle of not hitting women. Meng Haixing stood in the darkness, looking down at Zheng Qinglan. Zheng Qinglan, who had been sharp-tongued just now, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She picked up her stool, snorted coldly, and left in a hurry. Instead of arguing with Meng Haixing here, it would be better to find out about Meng Changxi's matter. Chapter 40, A Bit of Luck. Meng Haixing talked to Zheng Qinglan for a while, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Liang Xiaozue with an indifferent attitude. Auntie, you must remember what you said tonight. When others are digging buplurum to make money, you can still sit still like you are now. Liang Xiaozue's face instantly turned ugly when she was threatened by Meng Haixing. Don't worry, even if I'm poor and have to beg for food, I won't go digging buplurum and sell it to you. Meng Haixing chuckled, turned and left. Talking to an ignorant person is a complete waste of time. Liang Xiaozue wanted to have a big quarrel with Meng Haixing, but Meng Haixing ignored her and left. She just felt like she was punched. She wanted to hit back, but she couldn't. This feeling of frustration made Liang Xiaozue extremely crazy. She cursed loudly under the old locust tree. Everyone came to enjoy the cool under the old locust tree. Many people were dissatisfied with Liang Xiaozue's scolding. Meng Haixing strolled home. As soon as he walked into the alley, he heard Meng Changxi and Zheng Qinglan arguing at home. The two quarreled very fiercely and finally came to blows. Pots and pans were clattering loudly. Meng Haixing stood in the alley and listened for a while before returning home satisfied. Meng Changhua was far away from here, and he couldn't do anything to him now. But Meng Changxi was right in front of him, and he had plenty of time to deal with him. Lying on the Kong at night, Meng Haixing chatted with Lin Muching as usual. The topics they talked about were not very important, and basically all revolved around Momo. I'll buy some more corn bones when I come back tomorrow. I bought some last time and made some bone soup and noodles for Momo. She liked it very much. You can't always drink bone soup. If you can find a fish seller, buy 2 more fish. Lin Muching was worried that Meng Haixing would feed Momo so much meat every day that Momo would become overweight. There are many ways to supplement nutrition, and eating more fish and shrimp is also a very good idea. Okay, then I'll buy fewer bones. We can eat the meat and drink the bone soup, and the 2 dogs can also drink the soup base. When Lin Muching heard Meng Haixing say this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Da Bei and Xiao Bei are already fat. If you let them drink bone soup every day, I'm afraid they will become fat as balls. Lin Muching also liked the 2 German shepherds bought by Meng Haixing very much. The villagers raise dogs to guard the house, but they can basically only feed them with leftovers. If there is not enough food at home, the dog will go hungry. Meng Haixing is different. His 2 German shepherds will have a bite of anything on the table, even steamed buns and noodles. Because he knew that only by feeding the 2 German shepherds stronger would they be able to guard the house. The next day, Meng Haixing got up early again and went to the county to deliver cold dishes. The first few companies he delivered to wanted smaller quantities. Originally, these companies only wanted 10 kilograms a day, but today they all suddenly increased the quantity. Some changed to 20 kilograms, and some directly wanted 30 kilograms. Meng Haixing naturally accepted everyone who came. He was very confident in his wife's craftsmanship, and no matter how much they asked for, the quality would not change. The last place to deliver the goods was the steamed bun shop. This place needs 60 kilograms a day, which Meng Haixing feels is already a lot. After all, the number of buns sold in a bun shop is limited every day. 60 kilograms of cold dishes is almost the limit for a steamed bun shop. But just as Meng Haixing put the cold dishes in the kitchen, the boss Lu Chang came over. "Brother Meng, how much more can you add every day?" Meng Haixing was stunned for a moment when Lu Chang asked this question. "Boss Lu, no matter how much you want, I can definitely provide it for you." "That's right. Several of my relatives also run restaurants in the county. They think the salad you make tastes really good, and they want to place an order with you. If possible, you can give me another 100 kilograms every day." Meng Haixing nodded slightly and quickly agreed. 100 kilograms is fine. I'll send you 160 kilograms tomorrow and ask your relatives to come to the bun shop to pick it up. Is that okay? The reason why Meng Haixing didn't say he would deliver the goods to the door was that he was afraid that Lu Chang would take advantage of it. If he said he would deliver the goods directly to the door, people would probably be wary of him. "Okay, then it's settled. You have to deliver 160 kilograms to me tomorrow morning." Meng Haixing had just come out of the steamed bun shop and had only ridden his bicycle a few meters when he was stopped by a fat lady. "Brother, do you have any salad?" The fat lady looked at Meng Haixing with a smile. Meng Haixing then realized, isn't this the fat proprietress of the snack bar? When Meng Haixing went to the snack bar to sell cold dishes, the fat proprietress humiliated Meng Haixing a lot. He really doubted how shameless the fat proprietress was. He felt that she could still sell her cold dishes at this moment. "My salads are all sold out. If you want to buy some, you can go to the steamed bun shop and ask." Meng Haixing looked at the fat proprietress with a smile. As he finished speaking, an embarrassed look appeared on the fat proprietress's face. She knew very well that Meng Haixing said this deliberately to put pressure on her. Although the fat proprietress hated it to death, she could do nothing about it. In the past, when the steamed bun shop was still small, it took away a lot of her customers. Later, when the steamed bun shop changed its facade and renovated it, her snack bar became even more difficult. But even though it's a bit difficult, there are still customers coming to eat wontons. Soon after the steamed bun shop started serving cold dishes, her snack bar suddenly lost customers. Later, the fat proprietress went to ask around and found out that everyone loved the cold dishes in the bun shop. The fat proprietress suddenly remembered that Meng Haixing had come to her house that day to sell cold dishes. This led to the incident today when the fat proprietress stopped Meng Haixing's bicycle. People need dignity, and trees need bark. Meng Haixing has no shortage of these cold dishes from the fat proprietress. He pulled the front of the bicycle to the side, and without even giving the fat proprietress time to talk nonsense, he got on his bicycle and rode away. Meng Haixing was still very busy today. After buying some things in the town, he hurried home. He told Lin Muching that he needed to deliver 260 kilograms of cold vegetables to the county tomorrow, and then he carried the basket up the mountain. He didn't come to the mountain to dig Buplurum yesterday, so he can dig more today. It was just after 9 o'clock in the morning when Meng Haixing arrived at the mountain. He stood on the ridge and looked towards the village below. After his rebirth, Meng Haixing's life was extremely fulfilling. In the past, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the day's work might not have started yet, but now he has already run around the county and has climbed halfway up the mountain. After sending Chaihu back in the afternoon, he still has to go to Yuqing village. He had agreed with Lin Jimin last time that he would go to her place to get the Angora rabbit today. The busy Meng Haixing wishes he could grow 10 pairs of hands to work. Before digging Buplurum, Meng Haixing set several rabbit traps in the surrounding valleys. This time, the purpose of setting the rabbit trap was not to catch rabbits and sell them, but to keep them for himself to eat. Chapter 41. The Angora rabbit is here. Meng Haixing set traps around the valley, then squatted down with a small iron pickaxe and started digging for Buplurum. The Buplurum chinenses on the mountain like to gather in groups, and Meng Haixing found a nest of Buplurum chinenses in a short time. One Buplurum nest is enough for Meng Haixing to fill 2 bags of fertilizer. He weighed them with his hands and found that the 2 bags of Buplurum must have weighed at least 80 or 90 kilograms. I remembered that Meng Guangzhu dug for a whole day yesterday and only dug this little. He was thinking about whether he could find someone else to help deliver the cold dishes to the county. He wanted to take Meng Guangzhu with him to dig Buplurum. At this moment, Meng Haixing just thought that Meng Guangzhu was old, so the amount he dug was relatively small. He never thought that his luck would become so good after his rebirth. It is as difficult for others to find a Buplurum nest as it is to win the lottery. And if he just walks around the mountain, he can see patches of Buplurum. The water bottle Meng Haixing brought with him had already been emptied, and soon after digging Buplurum, he felt extremely thirsty. Meng Haixing, who was quite familiar with the terrain here, took a kettle and followed the stream and soon found a mountain spring. He took out the kettle and filled it halfway with water, then drank most of it in one breath. I felt that most of the heat in my body was taken away by the slightly cool spring water. Meng Haixing took the towel off his neck, soaked it in the spring water, and wiped it from head to face. The remaining half of the heat in his body was also completely dissipated. It was extremely quiet in the valley, with faint sounds of birdsong coming from all around. Meng Haixing looked up at the blue sky and felt extremely comfortable. Although life in the village was hard, the peace made him feel comfortable. If possible, he really wants to live in the village and never leave the house for the rest of his life. There were 2 baskets left, and Meng Haixing filled them up in just 1 hour. After digging up the Buplurum, Meng Haixing went to check the traps he had set. At first he thought the time was too short, and he was afraid that he would not be able to catch the rabbit. When I took a closer look, I found that out of the 10 rabbit sets, 2 of them had rabbits on them. The rabbit weighing 2 or 3 pounds felt heavy in his hand, and Meng Haixing's face instantly broke into a smile. I'm really lucky today. It's like picking up 2 rabbits for free. After hanging up the rabbit and picking up the Buplurum, Meng Haixing walked back to the village with a little fatigue. He came back early. It was just noon and Lin Muching hadn't started to make lunch yet. Haixing, why are you back so early? Chu Lan, who was helping to cut vegetables in the yard, was surprised to see Meng Haixing coming back carrying Buplurum. Meng Guangzhu went to the mountains to dig Buplurum and would not come back until after mid-afternoon. Moreover, the Buplurum he dug seemed to be at least half as much as that dug by Meng Haixing. The bag I took today was small, so I came back after it was full. Mom, I caught 2 rabbits. Take one and eat it. Meng Haixing took a rabbit out of the basket and placed it in front of Chu Lan. It's a good rabbit. You should take it to the county to sell it. It would be a waste to eat it. It's hot now, and the snack shops in the county don't dare to buy game casually. If someone gets sick from eating it, they will have to pay for it. We might as well keep it for ourselves. Chu Lan agreed. It was so hot that it was possible that the food would go bad if left overnight. Meng Haixing came back, and Lin Muching put down the work in his hands and made lunch first. Originally, Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao wanted to go home to eat, but Lin Muching didn't let them. She was going to cook anyway, so they might as well cook together. Lin Muching steamed a pot of steamed buns this morning, and it would be enough to make a stew of kidney beans and potatoes with meat for lunch. Mu Chung, let me help you light the fire. Meng Haixing wiped the sweat from his face and took the initiative to go to the kitchen to help. Cooking in the summer is extremely painful, and their kitchen is small. Meng Haixing was reluctant to let Lin Muching light the fire and get burned by it. Okay. With Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao there, Lin Muching felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks blushed slightly, and she quickly went into the kitchen. Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao were sitting in the yard cutting vegetables. When they saw Meng Haixing follow Lin Muching to the kitchen, they smiled at each other. Momo wanted to go with them, but was stopped by Chu Lan. Momo, where's the little rabbit you raised? Can you show it to Grandma? It's in the basket. Momo ran to the bamboo basket and took out a little black rabbit to show Chu Lan. Momo feeds the rabbit. Momo placed the little rabbit at Chu Lan's feet, turned around, and took a handful of bitter herbs to feed the little rabbit. Mu Chung is really hardworking. She raises chickens and ducks at home, and now she has so many rabbits. Just feeding them is enough to keep her busy. Chu Lan, who was watching her granddaughter smiling, raised her eyes to look towards the kitchen. Haixing has finally come to his senses. How could he bear to let Mu Chung do so much work? Did you see the big plastic bucket in the yard? When I came here early this morning, there was a plastic basin full of vegetables. It was obvious that Haixing had mixed the vegetables before he went to the county to sell them. Wu Lixiao followed Chu Lan's gaze and saw some slightly dry feed left in the large plastic basin. She was laughing so hard. Will Haixing feed these vegetables to the chickens, ducks, and rabbits? He's a grown man. How could he know so much? It's good enough that he can prepare well. Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao laughed together and planned to remind Lin Muching later that chicken feed and rabbit feed should not be mixed. If chickens eat too dry food, they can drink more water. Rabbits eat so dry food and cannot drink water, so you need to give them more vegetables to eat. After everyone had eaten, Chu Lan and Wu Lixiao went home to rest. They came back to cut vegetables after the scorching sun passed. Instead of resting, Meng Haixing packed some cold dishes and rode his bicycle straight to Yuqing village. When he came to find Lin Jimin had just entered the house. I'm dying of heat trying to get these 2 Angora rabbits for you. Lin Jimin's cheeks were flushed and his forehead was covered with sweat. It is extremely inconvenient to take a bus to their village. The Angora rabbit that Lin Jimin asked someone to help buy was only delivered to the county bus station. She walked so many times that her legs were almost straightened. Thank you, Comrade Lin. These cold dishes are made by my wife. Please try them. Meng Haixing also knew that Lin Jimin had put a lot of effort into helping him find these 2 Angora rabbits. He gave her some cold dishes as a way of thanking her for her help. How embarrassing. Lin Jimin didn't expect Meng Haixing to be so particular. She charged money for these 2 Angora rabbits. However, Meng Haixing also gave her some cold dishes. Regardless of whether the cold dishes were valuable or not, the friendship alone was different. They are all my own dishes. I made them myself. They are not expensive. Meng Haixing has always done things flawlessly. He would need to continue buying Angora rabbits from Lin Jimin in the future, so naturally, he would try to improve the relationship first. Then I'll be welcome. Lin Jimin took the cold dishes given by Meng Haixing and took them into the house. Meng Haixing squatted down and looked at the Angora rabbit in the frame. The little rabbit is just over a month old, with big, slightly dark blue eyes and furry fur, which is very cute. There is a very obvious difference in the amount of hair between Angora rabbits and ordinary rabbits. Both are 1-month-old rabbits. The Angora rabbit's fur is denser and longer. Chapter 42 Harvesting Grass. Take these small powders. Angora rabbits have very delicate stomachs and are prone to diarrhea. If they have mild diarrhea, mixing this powder into rabbit feed can help them stop diarrhea. However, you'd better be more careful when mixing rabbit feed. Lin Jimin carefully explained to Meng Haixing how to feed Angora rabbits. The rabbit cages for rabbits must be clean and ventilated. After the Angora rabbits grow their fur, if the cages are dirty and the hair you cut off is not clean enough, you won't be able to sell them at a high price. Okay, I'll go to town in the next 2 days to see if I can make a few rabbit cages. There are wire mesh for sale at the town market. You can just buy the one I have. Meng Haixing nodded seriously. He planned to make 2 rabbit cages according to the style of the rabbit cage in Lin Jimin's home. After a short stay at Lin Jimin's house, Meng Haixing took the 4 Angora rabbits home. A pair of Angora rabbits costs 10 yuan, and Meng Haixing treats them like treasures. Before it got completely dark, he planned to go to the fields to cut some tender green grass. There is not much alfalfa around their farmland, but there is relatively more truncatula. He wanted to cut more of this grass, dry it, and grind it into grass powder to use as feed for the rabbits. Meng Haixing rode his bike home in a hurry, drank some water, and rode out again. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had saved money early on and bought a bicycle. If he only relied on his 2 legs to walk, he would not be able to get much work done that day and would be exhausted. The thing that is most abundant in rural farmland is various kinds of grass. Meng Haixing took the sickle and in a short while, he cut out a large bale of grass, half of which was alfalfa. Uncle San, why are you cutting so much grass? Lang Tiniu was holding a cricket cage in his hand and asked Meng Haixing curiously. Lang Tiniu is Lang Chuanhua's youngest brother. Ma Jining gave birth to 3 daughters in a row before she had this precious baby. She treats him so well that she doesn't even let him do farm work. It is summer vacation now, and most of the children in the village are playing at home. They go up the mountain to catch katydids, go down to the river to fish, and catching crabs is their favorite thing to do. Meng Haixing took a look at Lang Tiniu and the group of naughty kids about 13 or 14 years old behind him, and instantly had an idea. Tainyo, do you want to make money to buy popsicles? When Lang Tiniu heard that there would be popsicles to eat, he immediately nodded in agreement. You help me cut the grass and deliver it to my home. I will buy it from you at 1 cent per pound. 1 cent may not sound like much, but the fresh grass is heavy. 1 sickle can yield more than half a pound. 1 cent can buy a piece of hard candy, and 10 cents can buy a popsicle. By this calculation, 10 kilograms of grass can be used to buy popsicles. Cutting grass is not a heavy job for the boys. During the busy farming season, they can do half the work. At the end of the day, it was very easy to harvest dozens of kilograms without delaying their catching katydids. That's quite a few cents. I'm afraid that all children, including Lang Tiniu, do not have a fixed pocket money. Even if you want to buy some snacks, you can only ask the adults at home for them, and it's hard to say whether they will give it to you. Uncle San, Then it's settled. We'll go cut some grass and send it to your house tomorrow morning. Lang Tiniu looked at Meng Haixing with a firm gaze, like a little adult. Okay, I'll take whatever you give me. When you cut the grass, give priority to alfalfa and clover. If there's nothing else, that's fine. That's easy. Also be careful and watch out for the sickle. Meng Haixing couldn't help but give a few more instructions. A group of children ran away laughing. Meng Haixing thought that now Lin Muching would not have to cut grass to feed the rabbits anymore. The feed for poultry raised by villagers is basically wheat straw, corn stalks, and sorghum stalks, which are crushed and then added with some corn, bean cake, etc. to feed the poultry. Meng Haixing is so particular that he even cuts the grass specially. He is the only one like him. Meng Haixing cut a large bundle of grass and went home as it was getting late. As soon as he got home, he told Lin Muching about asking the children in the village to help with the green grass. That's fine too. I really don't have time to cut rabbit grass after cutting so many vegetables every day. The county has to deliver 270 kilograms, and Haiqing Town has to deliver 80 kilograms. Lin Muching, Chu Lan, and Wu Lixia are basically busy this day. Why don't you find someone to help me earlier? I was thinking of finding someone to help me deliver the salad to the county so that I can save time to dig buplurum. Although Meng Haixing is capable, he really cannot handle everything by himself. If you're looking for someone to help deliver the salad, you need to find someone you can trust, since he's the one who's going to handle the money for the salad. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. Although the cold dishes only sell for 40 cents per pound, if the quantity is large, it can still bring in considerable income. Meng Haixing was silent for a moment. Why don't you let Dad go? He's too old to dig buplurum in the mountains, and he can't dig much. Don't tire yourself out. Go ask Dad if he's willing to help you deliver the salad. And you can also ask Dad to send the ones from Haiqing Town as well, so that big brother can also go dig buplurum to sell. It would be better for Meng Haixing to go to the mountains to dig buplurum chinins instead of earning the little money by delivering cold dishes every morning. Okay, I'll go tell Dad and big brother right away. In fact, Meng Haixing also knew this truth, but he had already promised Meng Haixing to help him deliver the cold dishes. He would not break his promise easily. At most, he would leave earlier every morning. When Meng Haixing came to find Meng Guangzhu had just returned from the mountain. He was lying on the kong, still wearing a dirty vest that he hadn't had time to change. I am really old. I feel so much pain all over my body after doing such a small job. I am really useless. Meng Guangzhu sighed and pounded his legs. He had only dug 60 kilograms of buplurum today, 20 kilograms less than yesterday. But today he wandered around the mountain for a little too long. Meng Guangzhu was really exhausted from constantly walking around the mountain. Who told you to work so hard? Your family is not so poor that they can't even afford to eat. Seeing that Meng Guangzhu looked so tired, Chu Lan hurriedly rubbed his legs and arms. Dad, don't go to the mountain to dig buplurum tomorrow. Rest at home. Meng Haixing felt a little distressed when he saw Meng Guangzhu was so tired. How can I stay at home and lie down? Buplurum chinins is 1.5 yuan per pound. How can I watch the huge profit fly away from me? I have to climb up the mountain to dig buplurum chinins tomorrow, even if I have to crawl. Meng Haixing, who had just entered the room, saw Meng Guangzhu lying on the kong with his neck stretched out and shouting. He was laughing so hard. His father was just such a quick-tempered person. In his opinion, anyone who didn't make money was a coward. He must earn this money before he can feel at ease. Dad, don't go to the mountain to dig buplurum tomorrow. How about I arrange some other work for you? Meng Haixing walked into the room with a smile on his face. What are you up to, little brat? When Meng Guangzhu saw Meng Haixing smiling so brightly, he knew that he might have some new ideas. My brother and I have to deliver cold dishes every day, which takes up a lot of time to go to the mountains to dig buplurum. I thought it would be better for you to deliver the cold dishes. Chapter 43, Collecting Buplurum. Although Haiqing Town is not in a straight line with the county seat, it is not far away. If you send both of you together, it will only be an hour later than usual. It's early in the morning now, so just get up a little earlier. At worst, you can just go deliver the salad and come back to catch up on some sleep. But can you carry 300 kilograms of cold dishes on a bicycle? When Meng Guangzhu heard Meng Haixing say this, his eyes widened. Not to mention 300 kilograms. I can carry even 400 kilograms. Meng Guangzhu quickly calculated his account in his mind. What Meng Haixing said made sense. Meng Haixing and Meng Halian were both young and strong, and even if they dug buplurum, they dug more than him. And the so-called early rising means at least 4 o'clock, when the sky is already bright. Normally, he would get up at that time to go to the fields. Give me your address quickly, and I'll deliver the salad tomorrow. Meng Haixing first asked Meng Guangzhu to deliver the cold dishes to Haiqing Town, because the land there was flat without any big ups and downs. I rode my bike over to unload 80 kilograms of cold dishes and then ran to the county town for the rest. The weight of more than 200 kilograms is not a big deal for Meng Guangzhou, a man who is used to doing heavy work all year round. Dad, I won't let you run around delivering cold dishes for nothing. We are father and son, so let's be clear about the bill. I'll give you 5 yuan a day for running errands. You little brat, give your dad the wages. Meng Guangzhou had a dark face and looked unhappy. As long as you don't think it's too little. Although $5 is much less than what Meng Haixing earns, Meng Haixing always likes to keep his accounts clear. Meng Halian only got 2 yuan for each trip he took, so he couldn't possibly give Meng Guangzhou 10 yuan. Of course, when it comes to giving filial piety money on weekdays, Meng Haixing is not a stingy person. He wouldn't even blink an eye if given a few $100s. Okay, then I'll make $5 from you. Meng Guangzhou looked nonchalant on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. He has done farm work all his life, and this is the first time he has made money by doing business. Just ride your bike out for a spin, and you can earn 5 yuan when you come back. And it doesn't interfere with his work. Only his own son can give him such a good thing. Thinking of this, Meng Guangzhou became even happier. After arranging the delivery of the cold dishes, Meng Haixing went home to sleep early. After being busy for so many days, Meng Haixing was exhausted. Early the next morning, Meng Haixing gave Meng Guangzhou the cold dishes and the addresses of the houses that needed to be delivered. He was just about to pack up and called Meng Halian and Lang Tiniu to go to the mountain to dig buplurum together. Before I even went out, Lang Tiniu came over carrying a bundle of grass. Uncle San, I'm here to bring you a bundle of green grass. Lang Tiniu threw the bundle of grass directly to the ground, making a dull thud. Good boy, when did you go to cut such a big bale of grass? Meng Haixing stepped forward and weighed it. It must be at least 50 kilograms. I cut some yesterday evening, and I cut some more this morning. Green grass is still very heavy. Meng Haixing weighed it, and it was about the same as he expected, 53 kilograms. Meng Haixing readily gave Lang Tiniu 53 cents. Uncle San, can I come back this afternoon to pick you up? Lang Tiniu clenched the 50 cents in his hand tightly and was so happy that he almost took off. He wanted to eat popsicles these 2 days, but Ma Jinying was reluctant to spend a penny, so he begged for several days but was not able to eat them. Now that's good. He doesn't have to ask his mother for money anymore. He can earn money to buy popsicles. Soon Lang Tiniu ran away with the money. At the entrance of the alley, there were several young boys of the same age as Lang Tiniu waiting for him. As soon as he walked over, everyone gathered around him and started talking in a whisper, but no one knew what they were discussing. Mu Chang should have some children coming to deliver green grass this morning. Please help me collect it. I will be back early in the afternoon. After you gather the grass, just pile it up outside the door. I'll come back in the afternoon to dry it. Meng Haixing warned Lin Muching with some concern. Lin Muching is still pregnant, and as the month gets further along, Meng Haixing becomes more careful. Okay, my mom and sister-in-law will be here soon. If there's anything they can help with, I won't be tired. Meng Haixing thought so too, so he picked up the basket and went to find Meng Halian and Meng Daniu. Haixing, I haven't gone to the mountains with you to dig buplurum these past 2 days, and the amount of buplurum I dug has become much less. When Meng Daniu and Meng Haixing went to the mountains to dig buplurum, they could dig at least 100 kilograms each time. But during the 2 times that Meng Haixing went to the county to deliver cold dishes, Meng Daniu went to the mountains with his father to dig buplurum. As a result, the most was only 100 kilograms, and the least was only 60 kilograms. It was nearly half less than when I went to dig buplurum with Meng Haixing. You can't stay in one place all the time. Go around the mountains more often. I have been walking around the mountain without stopping. I walked around the mountain for most of the day yesterday. It was dark when I came back. Then let's go to the mountain together today and try our luck to see how much each of us can dig. The 3 of them quickly reached the mountain as they were talking. As usual, Meng Haixing looked for a place to set a trap. Haixing, did you trap all the rabbits on our mountain? I tried to make a rabbit trap with vines from you, but I didn't catch any in several days. Ever since Meng Daniu picked up a lot of rabbits last time, it seemed like his luck had run out. After that, no matter what traps he set, he couldn't catch any rabbits. How could that be? I caught 2 yesterday. Meng Daniu was speechless. It turned out that there was something wrong with the rabbit trap he made, not the person who made it. Meng Haixing didn't make too many this time, still 10 rabbit sets. When setting the rabbit trap, Meng Haixing saw a lot of buplurum chinense scattered here and there. While he was setting the trap, Meng Daniu and Meng Halian were busy digging buplurum. The 3 of them were scattered on 2 large hillsides, and they could see each other as long as they stood up. After setting up the rabbit trap, Meng Haixing also started digging buplurum. Just like yesterday, he bent down to dig buplurum for a while and found small patches of dense buplurum. Meng Haixing was still wondering. There was buplurum everywhere. Why couldn't Meng Daniu and Meng Halian dig any? After filling the first basket, Meng Haixing stood up to rest. At this time, Meng Daniu had already walked quite far away, while Meng Halian was near Meng Haixing. Brother, how much have you dug? Is the first basket full? Meng Haixing looked in the direction of Meng Halian and shouted loudly. Not even half a basket? Should we go somewhere else? No way. Why don't you come over here? My basket is full. Meng Halian didn't believe what Meng Haixing said at all. Just now, when Meng Haixing was setting the rabbit trap, he had already started digging. So how could he run ahead of him? So Meng Halian came to Meng Haixing with a basket. When he saw the buplurum chinense in Meng Haixing's basket, which were thicker than thumbs, he was completely stunned. No way. We are all on the same mountain. How come you can dig so much, but I only have this little? As he said this, Meng Halian showed his basket to Meng Haixing. There were only about 3 or 4 pounds of buplurum under the basket. Maybe buplurum chinense is growing here. Let's dig it here. As he said this, Meng Haixing went to call Meng Daniu again. He walked forward about 10 meters and found another small piece of buplurum. However, Meng Haixing did not go to dig, but called Meng Daniu over first. Meng Daniu's condition was even worse than Meng Halian's. He had at most 2 kilograms of buplurum in his basket. Brother Daniu, don't run around. Buplurum doesn't grow on the top of a mountain. When I came to call you just now, I saw a small patch of buplurum halfway up the road. Have you found Chaihu's nest? Meng Daniu looked at Meng Haixing in surprise. When the two of them first started digging buplurum in the mountains, Meng Haixing and Meng Daniu discovered several buplurum nests. But later, when Meng Daniu went to the mountains to dig buplurum himself, he never encountered it again. When Meng Daniu heard Meng Haixing say that he saw Chaihu's nest again, he was naturally very happy. The three of them gathered together again to dig buplurum. Meng Daniu and Meng Halian discovered that as long as they were with Meng Haixing, they could not sit still, as if all the buplurum on the mountain were running to their feet. Every buplurum root dug out is worth money. In just one morning, the 3 grown men did not take a break for a moment and were all busy digging buplurum root. I can't do it anymore. My arms are a little sore. Meng Haixing sat directly on the grass. It hadn't rained for some time on their side of the mountain, so the soil had become drier, making it extremely difficult to dig. Let's take a break. How much have you dug? The 2 fertilizer bags next to Meng Halian were already full, and the 2 baskets were almost full as well. This was the most buplurum that Meng Hai had ever dug since he came to the mountain, and it only took him half a morning. My place is already full. Meng Haixing took 2 relatively large fertilizer bags today, and they are now full. Even the 2 baskets, which were scattered all over the place at first, were now neatly stacked with all the buplurum left, filling the baskets to the brim without even a space. Meng Daniu is in a similar situation as them. If I had known I could dig so much buplurum today, I would have taken a bigger bag. Meng Daniu's face was sunburned red, and he showed a simple smile. Every extra pound of buplurum he dug could save more dowry, hoping to marry Lang Chunhua home as soon as possible. Then let's take a break, eat something, drink some water, and then go down the mountain. Both Meng Halian and Meng Daniu prepared a lot of food. They originally planned to have lunch on the mountain at noon today, but they didn't expect that they had already dug up the entire day's digging before noon. The water the 3 of them brought up the mountain had long been finished. When they went down the mountain, Meng Haixing took a kettle to the mountain spring to fetch water to drink. Haixing, can I drink the spring water from the mountain? Will it give me diarrhea? Meng Halian was a little hesitant and didn't dare to drink the water from the mountain. When they were young, they drank mountain spring water several times. But later, the village promoted drinking hot water and not cold water, so people stopped drinking mountain spring water casually. It's okay. I drank a pot yesterday, and I'm fine now. Now the mountain spring water is not polluted and can be drunk. In another 20 or 30 years, a large number of fruit trees will be planted on the mountain, which will require pesticides. Over the years, the mountain spring water will also be polluted, and people will not be able to drink it even if they want to. Meng Halian felt relieved when he heard Meng Haixing say that he was fine after drinking. After all, when these people were playing in the mountains as children, almost everyone had drunk mountain spring water and had never had any serious illness. The mountain spring was a little far away, so Meng Haixing asked everyone to rest there while he took a kettle and went to get some water. When Meng Haixing went to fetch water, he wiped his head and face with a wet towel. After it felt a little cooler, he took a kettle filled with spring water and went to find Meng Halian and the other man. It's almost August. We spent the whole morning digging buplurum. The 3 of us were so hot that we didn't know how many times the vests we were wearing got wet and dried. The spring water is cool and refreshing to drink. Haixing, Why didn't I remember there was a spring here before? Meng Halian looked at the mountain stream not far away, but he had no memory of it at all. When I was a kid, I loved coming to the mountains to catch squirrels. There should be no one in our village who is more familiar with this mountain than me. Children in rural areas have nothing to do since childhood, except going to the river and climbing mountains. When Meng Haixing was a child, there was a period of time when he particularly liked squirrels. The little squirrel was hard to catch, so he could only run up the mountain to see it. Later, when he had more time and money, he raised a little squirrel himself. Unfortunately, he no longer loved it as much as he did when he was a child. The three of them carried the heavy shoulder pole and returned to the village together. When they came back, it was just time to get off work at noon. I met many villagers along the way. Those who were curious asked them what they were doing. Meng Haixing and the others all answered confidently. They went to the mountains to dig buplurum and prepared to sell it for money. The villagers had heard that Meng Haixing collected buplurum chinets, but they all felt that Meng Haixing was unreliable and did not think much about it. Now seeing the three of them coming down the mountain carrying loads of buplurum chinets, everyone cast inquiring glances at them. Haixing, are you really collecting chaihu? Uncle, how can this be false? Didn't the village loudspeaker announce it? Clean, dried buplurum chinets is 1 pound per piece. I'll take as many as you can get. I'll be cleaning buplurum at home this afternoon. If you want to dig buplurum, you can come to my house and have a look. Meng Haixing spoke to the villagers in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, and the villagers were somewhat moved. 1 yuan for a pound of buplurum. If you can dig as much as Meng Haixing and his team in one morning, you will be rich. The villagers, who had been somewhat skeptical about the matter, began to feel relieved. When Meng Haixing was carrying buplurum chinets home, he was startled by the pile of green grass that looked like a small hill at the door as soon as he reached the door. Mu Cheng, are these the green grasses sent by the boys in the village? There were at least a dozen bundles of grass piled at the door. It was too much to have so many in just one morning. Yes, I told them that they will collect it for one more afternoon this afternoon, but not tomorrow. We need to dry the radix bupluri at home, but where is the place to dry so many bundles of green grass? Meng Haixing smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that the boys in the village were so powerful. At the same time, he felt a little sad. All in all, this is all caused by poverty. It is indeed troublesome to make space at home to cut vegetables and make cold dishes, and then dry the grass bundles. I'll go ask the old man in the front yard if I can use his yard to dry the hay bales. Uncle Meng's yard is at least twice as big as Meng Haixing's, and there is even a large open space outside the gate. If this side is pressed flat, it will be more than enough for drying the grass. Don't worry, you've been digging for buplurum in the mountains for the whole morning, so go inside and rest. Okay, I'll go wash my face. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. If I go out to work, I'll sweat all over with just a little movement. Meng Haixing went to the main room, took a towel, and went to the well to fetch water to wash his face. Before he could fetch water, Momo came over. Dad, eat watermelon. Meng Haixing just thought that Momo was eating watermelon. He rubbed Momo's head with a smile. Dad will buy you some watermelon this afternoon, okay? The watermelon is in the well. Momo pointed to the wooden cover of the well. Meng Haixing then realized belatedly that Momo meant that there was a watermelon in the well. Lin Mucheng, who was cleaning up the food in the kitchen, heard the conversation between the father and daughter and poked his head out of the kitchen. Haixing, Dad came to give me money for vegetables this morning and also brought 2 watermelons. We ate one and left one for you in the well. It's just right for you to eat it now. Meng Haixing asked Momo to step back a few steps, open the well cover, and slowly lifted up the basket hanging in the well. 8 or 9 out of 10 households in the village do not have refrigerators, but every household has a well in its yard. The temperature in the well is relatively low in summer, so people like to put fruits and vegetables in baskets and hang them in the well. After coming back from working in the fields, they enjoy eating some cool fruits. Meng Haixing picked up the watermelon and patted it gently with his hands, and the big watermelon made a thumping sound. Momo, you are really Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Daddy will go to the county town to sell buplurum in a few days. Momo, is there anything you want? Daddy will buy it for you, okay? At this moment, Meng Haixing's face was full of happy smiles. Momo didn't want to eat watermelon just now. She wanted to remind him that there was watermelon to eat. Meng Haixing wanted to pick the stars from the sky and give them to such a heartwarming little cotton jacket. Momo wants a floral dress. As she spoke, Momo turned around in front of Meng Haixing. The skirt she was wearing was made of artificial cotton fabric that Meng Haixing bought a few days ago and was made by Lin Mucheng from Momo himself. Our Momo is now a grown-up girl, and she loves beauty. Dad should go to the mall and buy a beautiful flowery dress for Momo. Momo loves Daddy the most. The father and daughter carried the watermelon into the main room. The tip of the knife had just touched the watermelon rind, and Meng Haixing hadn't even used any force when he heard a snap and the watermelon split open. The bright red watermelon flesh inside was exposed, and Meng Haixing felt thirsty when he saw it. He took a knife and cut the watermelon into thin slices, but he was not in a hurry to let Momo eat it. Instead, he gave Momo a piece of white rabbit milk candy and let the watermelon cool down for a while before eating it when it was not too cold, so as to avoid diarrhea from eating too cold food. Meng Haixing personally took a piece of watermelon to the kitchen and gave it to Lin Muqing to eat. We had noodle dumpling soup at home for lunch today. Lin Muqing's hands were full of noodles, and he couldn't even take the watermelon. You eat first. I've already eaten in the morning. Lin Muqing wanted to refuse, but Meng Haixing handed the watermelon to her mouth. Chapter 44 Trust. I just took a bite. It's not very cold. It should be okay for you to eat. As he spoke, Meng Haixing used the towel around his neck to wipe the sweat off Lin Muqing's forehead. The towel belongs to Meng Haixing, and it has a unique Meng Haixing smell all over it. Lin Muqing blushed a little embarrassedly. Although they already had Momo, she was even pregnant with another baby. But the close contact between the two was very rare. What's wrong? Meng Haixing was very puzzled when he saw that Lin Muqing didn't eat the watermelon. Lin Muqing, whose face had turned red with shame, finally took a bite of the watermelon in Meng Haixing's hand. I'm busy. Go to the main room and eat. I see you've got the dough ready. Let me help you light the fire. Meng Haixing took the watermelon that Lin Muqing had just eaten and ate it all in just a few bites. Lin Muqing opened his mouth to stop him, but it was too late. She had eaten that before. How could Meng Haixing eat it again? Meng Haixing was a rough man, so he had no idea what Lin Muqing was thinking. He just wanted to prepare lunch quickly, eat and rest for a while, and he also had to go to dry the grass. Some fresh clam meat is added to the noodle dumpling soup, and the taste instantly becomes extremely delicious. Today, when my dad was delivering salad, he came across someone selling clams and other small seafood. He thought they were cheap, so he bought a lot. I was in a hurry when I went to the county town last time, and I didn't look around carefully. Next time I go to buy Buplurum, I will buy more fresh seafood and fish. Meng Haixing and Lin Muqing have lived under the same roof for more than 2 years, and he just found out that Lin Muqing likes to eat seafood. Last time he bought a Spanish mackerel, Lin Muqing was reluctant to eat the fish meat, so she left the fish meat for Momo to eat and stewed the fish head and tail with some water. At that time, Meng Haixing felt that the clear fish soup had a fishy smell. But Lin Muqing didn't feel anything at all. He added a little bit of vinegar and drank the big bowl of fish soup. Meng Haixing always remembered this incident, but when he went to the county last time, time was really tight, so he didn't buy fish for Lin Muqing. Next time he goes to the county, he must bring back some fresh fish and other seafood for Lin Muqing. Fresh fish is hard to store. If you see anyone selling dried fish or pickled salted fish, you can buy some for me. Okay, I remember. Meng Haixing responded and ate the clam dumpling soup in the bowl with big mouthfuls. He really wanted to slap himself at this moment. They had lived together for so many years. The reason why he didn't realize that Lin Muqing liked to eat fish was because after they got married, the family was extremely poor and they couldn't even afford to eat, let alone fish. Now thinking back, I was really a mess. After lunch, Meng Haixing fanned Momo and gently coaxed her to sleep. He also quickly laid down on the Kong to rest. He was a little overwhelmed by such high-intensity work. Haixing, don't push yourself so hard. Life is lived day by day. There's no point in being anxious. Lin Muqing, who was leaning on the Kong and sewing a skirt for Momo, had already noticed Meng Haixing's fatigue. She hesitated for a long time and finally said it. I'm not tired. For you, Momo, and the unborn baby, this little bit of tiredness is nothing. Meng Haixing grinned at Lin Muqing, revealing a row of neat little white teeth. Lin Muqing lowered his head quickly because of his laughter. The weather was hot, and she was only wearing a cotton vest at noon. Meng Haixing vaguely saw the small dress Lin Muqing was wearing inside. It had turned white due to washing, and the shoulder straps had long lost their elasticity. He thought about changing Lin Muqing into several sets of clothes when they went to the county town. While thinking about things, Meng Haixing's eyes still did not leave Lin Muqing, but his position moved slightly. My gentle and soft wife is right in front of me. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. Meng Haixing works so hard every day, not only to earn money for food, but more importantly to release the irrepressible joy in his heart. He had been thinking about Lin Muqing for many years, and now he appeared before him alive again. Meng Haixing wished he could hug Lin Muqing in his arms immediately and rub his bones into his body. But he didn't dare, for he was afraid that his love that he had hidden for many years would scare her. So these days, he could only use high-intensity labor to distract himself. Perhaps Meng Haixing's gaze was too hot. Lin Muching suddenly raised his head and looked at him, only to see a dark light flash in the man's eyes. Lin Muching, who had little experience, hesitated for only a moment before he realized what Meng Haixing's strange look meant. Go to sleep. I'll call you later. Lin Muching put down the needlework in her hands, turned around, and went to the inner room, put on a loose sailor shirt, and then came back. Okay, I'll take a nap for half an hour, and you can call me later. Meng Haixing had a smile on his face and quickly closed his eyes. Although he had a lot of ideas, the baby in Lin Muching's belly was still young, so he couldn't do anything rash. Meng Haixing was very tired. As soon as he closed his eyes, Lin Muching came to call him. The villager's lunch break is never long. When Meng Haixing went to find Uncle Meng, he was already smoking a bag of dry tobacco under the pear tree. Grandpa, can I borrow your yard and the open space in front to dry some grass? My yard is fine, but the land outside the door is all dirt and rocks, so I'm afraid it won't be suitable for drying things. It's okay, just clean it up a bit, and it will be ready to use. Okay, it's empty anyway, you can use it as you like. Uncle Meng was very happy when he saw Meng Haixing busy all day. As for such a trivial matter as borrowing his yard, he didn't care at all. With the permission of Grandpa Meng, Meng Haixing borrowed his cart and pulled all the bundles of grass to the doorstep of Grandpa Meng's house. When Grandma Meng saw Meng Haixing coming, she also came out to help clean up the yard and try to make more space for him. Meng Haixing tore open bundles of grass of varying sizes one by one. Most of it is alfalfa and lavender. He chuckled in his heart. The children in the village were the most honest. He only said he wanted these two kinds of grass, and they tried their best to cut all of them for him. Haixing, are you trying to make grass into powder by picking up these green grasses? Grandma Meng started asking questions while helping. Yes, I plan to raise more rabbits. I don't have that many corn stalks and wheat stalks at home, so I can only cut more grass and store it. Green grass is still better. Corn stalks and wheat stalks are cut after the grain is harvested. Rabbits don't grow meat when they eat them. Villagers only use corn stalks and wheat stalks because there is no other feed at home. That's what happened. Soon Meng Haixing had dried a lot of green grass in Uncle Meng's yard. He cleaned up the outside of the yard and borrowed a stone roller to flatten the open space outside Uncle Meng's yard. After pressing it, he would hang the grass on it to dry. The grass dried in this way will be cleaner and free of sand. Chapter 45. The house is so bustling. While Meng Haixing was drying the grass here, the boys from the village came back one after another carrying bundles of grass. A boy of 11 or 12 years old could not cut too much grass, but he could still carry small bales of grass weighing 20 or 30 kilograms each. The young men, about 15 or 16 years old, were more capable and could even drag bales of grass weighing 50 kilograms. A group of children happily took the money from Lin Muching and rushed to the village store. Lang Tiniu harvested more than 100 kilograms of fish by himself today and delivered it to Meng Haixing's home twice. He got more than $1, which he spent on popsicles and candies, acting like a small landlord. Ma Jinying, who was unaware of the situation and lived a simple life, saw her son spending money so recklessly and just thought he was stealing. So Ma Jinying picked up a broom and chased Lang Tiniu for 2 blocks. If she didn't feel sorry for her son, Meng Tiniu would have been beaten to a pulp today. Mom, please don't hit me yet. I really earned this money myself. I didn't catch katydids in the mountains today. I cut more than 100 kilograms of grass. I don't believe you. There are green grass all over the mountains and fields. Who would be willing to pay you for it? Tell me the truth. Did you steal your father's private money? Ma Jinying's pockets are cleaner than her face. She knows exactly how much money is in the house. She has no shortage of money, and that is Lang Dali. Lang Dali, who came out to watch the fun, didn't expect the fire to burn himself, so he quickly distanced himself from it. Just deal with Tainyo if you want to, don't drag me into this. The family caused chaos in the street, and many people in the village came out to watch the fun. The lawsuit here had not yet been settled, and on the other side, Meng Xiaohu was dragged out of his home by his mother, grabbed by the collar. Meng Xiaohu was also holding a bag of shredded figs and a bag of sour plum powder in his hand. Mom, this money is really earned from cutting grass. I cut 50 kilograms today. You are getting more and more successful now. You can lie without blinking an eye. Do you think I'm as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child? Not long after Meng Xiaohu was dragged out, several other families also dragged their own kids out. When everyone gathered together and talked, their faces were full of question marks. If there was only one family, perhaps no one would believe that Meng Haixing would harvest grass. But since so many children came forward and said that they earned the money by helping Meng Haixing cut grass, it makes it somewhat believable. So a group of children and adults came to find Meng Haixing. At this moment, Meng Haixing had just finished drying the grass and was fetching water to wash the buplurum in the yard. He was shocked to find so many people coming to his house. What's going on? Haisheng, my teenie, you just said that you charge 1 cent per pound to buy grass here. Is that true? This is what happened. My family plans to raise more rabbits, but we don't have enough manpower, so we asked the children in the village to help cut some grass. Ma Jinying didn't care what the use of Meng Haisheng cutting the grass was. All she cared about was that Meng Haisheng collected the grass at 1 cent per pound. It is midsummer now, and the most abundant thing in the mountains and fields is grass. If it is really 1 cent per pound, she can cut 1 or 200 pounds of grass and bale them into bundles when she is free. Haisheng, do you need it tomorrow? Yes, but I can't dry them here, so I'm afraid I can't get too much. I can only get about 1 or 2,000 kilograms. When the women and children who had gathered around heard that Meng Haisheng would only collect another 1 or 2,000 kilograms, they immediately became interested. You have to get up early tomorrow to cut the grass. If you come back late, Meng Haisheng will not harvest it. The few older men who came to join in the fun initially thought they could earn some money to smoke cigarettes, but when they heard that Meng Haisheng would only charge 1 or 2,000 kilograms, they immediately lost interest. Someone saw Meng Haisheng washing buplurum in the yard and immediately remembered that Meng Haisheng had collected buplurum. Haisheng, how much buplurum have you collected? Do you need more recently? The person asking the questions was Lang Dali. His family had many people and little land, so their life was very tight. I'll take as many as I can. How much do you charge? Do you have any requirements? Lang Dali already knew that Meng Haisheng was charging 1 yuan per pound for buplurum chinense, but he still couldn't help but confirm it again and again. Meng Haisheng patiently repeated it to Lang Dali. Several men standing in the crowd pricked up their ears. If this is really true, buying buplurum at 1 yuan per pound would be a good business. Did you dig all these buplurum today? Lang Dali walked forward to see the buplurum that Meng Haisheng was soaking in the basin. Yes, I dug them all today. Now that the weather is hot, I have to clean them and dry them quickly, otherwise they will go bad, which would be a waste of my work. Lang Dali asked carefully for a long time before leaving. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Meng Haisheng knew in his heart that he would be able to put Chaihu away soon. It took Meng Haisheng quite a while to gain the villagers' trust, and he couldn't help but feel happy for himself. You must take good care of your reputation in the future. It is not easy to restore it once your reputation is ruined. They still have to harvest green grass tomorrow, and Meng Haisheng was afraid that Lin Muching would be too busy, so after he cleaned the buplurum and hung it up to dry, Meng Haisheng went to Meng Guangjuan's house before dinner. Second Auntie, are you busy at home recently? I want to ask you for help to cut the salad for my family. Xiao Shi heard these days that Meng Haisheng's family has been making cold dishes and selling them in the town and county. She didn't expect the business to be so good, and they are too busy to handle it. Okay, I'm pretty busy with housework in the hot summer, so I can help you cut some salad. Second Aunt, help me cut the salad. I won't let you help me for nothing. You can do the same as my mom. I'll give you $1 a day for helping me. What do you think? When Xiao Shi heard Meng Haisheng say that he would pay her wages, she was stunned. We are all family, so why should we ask for money? It's only natural that Second Auntie can help you with some work since you are too busy over there. Meng Haisheng had long anticipated that Xiao Shi would not ask for money. He was not as good at speaking as Lin Muching, so he simply brought Meng Daniu out. Second Aunt, please don't be polite to me. I know that brother Daniu is still waiting to get married. Sure enough, when Meng Haisheng mentioned Meng Daniu, Xiao Shi felt a little relieved. It was always a concern of hers to find a wife for Meng Daniu, but it was a bit unreasonable for her to charge Meng Haisheng for doing some work for him. Second Aunt, don't hesitate. It's settled. Come to my house tomorrow morning to cut vegetables. After Meng Haisheng finished speaking, he was about to leave, but just as he reached the door, he bumped into Meng Guangjuan. Uncle, you're back. Meng Haisheng stepped forward to greet Meng Guangjuan. Haisheng is here. When are you going to the county to sell buplurum? We have saved some at home. Meng Guangjuan had 3 sons. When he heard that selling buplurum chinense could make money, the whole family went out together. Although each person does not dig a lot of buplurum every day, their family is large and all added up, the amount of buplurum dried in the past few days is about 150 kilograms. The day after tomorrow, I'll see how much I can dry at home. Okay, let Daniu go with you then. Chapter 46 Prevention. Meng Haisheng came out of Meng Guangjuan's house and couldn't help but frowning slightly. Because of the accidental death of Meng Daniu in his previous life, Meng Haisheng has always felt guilty towards Meng Guangjuan's family. Later, when he became rich, he naturally wanted to help them. Meng Daniu has 2 younger brothers. The second oldest is Meng Lining, and the third oldest is Meng Fuming. Meng Haisheng brought both of them to his own company. They didn't even finish junior high school and don't know anything. But in order to take care of them, Meng Haixing arranged good positions for them and offered them high salaries. He tried his best to help Meng Guangjuan's family, but in the end, Meng Lining and Meng Fuming became the company's rats. He embezzled 200 million yuan of public funds for eating, drinking, and gambling. He should have been arrested and sent to jail for so much money. But Meng Haixing didn't do so out of consideration for his brother. He just kicked the two out of the company. But even so, the two brothers of the Meng family still hated Meng Haixing, and they forced Meng Guangjuan to ask Meng Haixing for money. In the end, the two families never had any contact with each other again. Human nature does not change. Meng Lining and Meng Fuming were able to follow Meng Guangjuan and dig Buplurum root honestly these days because they had not yet been tempted by money. Once the money from selling Buplurum reaches Meng Guangjuan, the two will probably do something strange. It's best to think of a way to prevent unpleasant things from happening now before they happen. It was somewhat inappropriate for Meng Haixing, a junior, to talk about this matter. He thought about it for a while and decided to hint it to Meng Guangzhu after dinner when they went out to enjoy the cool air. Meng Guangzhu went to talk to Meng Guangjuan, hoping that Meng Guangjuan would listen to him a little. The weather was already very hot at the end of July, and more people came out to enjoy the cool air at night. Meng Haixing held Momo in his arms and walked to Meng Guangzhu's house holding a palm leaf fan. After a tiring day, Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan were sitting on stools in the yard chatting. Meng Halian and his family probably went out together and were not at home. Meng Haixing sat down in front of Meng Guangzhu with a smile on his face, and Momo went forward obediently and called them Grandpa and Grandma. Momo, come and let Grandma hug you. When Momo saw that Chu Lan wanted to hug her, she was very polite and ran towards Chu Lan with her short legs and threw herself into Chu Lan's arms. Grandma, eat. Momo held a peeled cucumber in her hand. She had already eaten half of the cucumber and was reluctant to throw away the remaining cucumber, so she kept stuffing it into Chu Lan's mouth. Chu Lan couldn't stop laughing and pretended to take a bite. Momo then took the cucumber back and took a bite herself. Grandma, I have a little rabbit at home, with big eyes and long ears. Momo stuffed half a cucumber into Meng Haixing's hand and jumped around like a little rabbit, performing a nursery rhyme for Chu Lan. The grandfather and grandson were talking animatedly. Meng Haixing withdrew his gaze from Momo and fixed it on Meng Guangzhu. Dad, how was your delivery of the cold dishes today? Are you tired? How could such a small job possibly tire me out? I brought back the salad this morning and even went for a walk in the cornfield with your mom. We can eat our spring corn cobs soon. Ask your mother to break off more. Mu Chung and Momo will surely love them. Meng Guangzhu was in a very good mood today and wanted to light a pipe, but seeing Momo here, he had already put the tobacco in and couldn't light it. Meng Haixing then asked Meng Guangzhu and Meng Halian how much Buplurum they had dug recently. As the two were talking, Meng Haixing mentioned Meng Guangjuan's home. My second uncle's family kept all the radix Bupluri they dug together before they split up. I feel like it's just like the old production team. Is this okay? When Meng Haixing mentioned the production team, Meng Guangzhu's face turned a little ugly. In the past, when everyone ate from a big pot, there were always a few people in the village who were lazy and slack. If anyone met such people while working, not only would they be exhausted, but they would also be angry. Now that the land has been distributed to each household, each family can lead their own small life, and everyone in the village feels that this is a good thing. At this moment, Meng Haixing suddenly mentioned the production team, and Meng Guangzhu couldn't help but think too much. Of course, he knew what kind of temper his second brother had. Among his three sons, he cares most about the eldest son, Meng Daniu. After Chai Hu is sold, he is afraid that he can use all the money to help Meng Daniu get married. But the second and third sons in his family are both calculating and will definitely not agree. Originally, digging Buplurum and selling it for money is a very good thing. Don't let a little money cause brothers to become alienated in the end. This kind of thing has happened in the village before. If it really turns out like this, it would be a waste of time and effort. You kid, you're always full of bad ideas. You haven't figured out your own family affairs yet, so why bother meddling in other people's affairs? Meng Guangzhu has lived to such an old age that he naturally has a general idea of things. While he was scolding Meng Haixing, he had already stood up and prepared to leave. I'm just saying this casually. Digging Buplurum will definitely make money, but I don't want to cause chaos at home just to make money. Meng Haixing saw that Meng Guangzhu had seen through his thoughts, but he was not angry. He smiled and listened to Meng Guangzhu scolding him. Well, I'm going to go out for a while. You should go home and sleep early. We still have to go to the mountain to dig Buplurum tomorrow. Meng Guangzhu lit his pipe, took a puff, and hurried out. Meng Haixing took Momo to play here for a while and then went home. As soon as he entered the house, Meng Haixing saw the faint figure on the window of the west room. Lin Muching in the room just took a hot shower while Meng Haixing was not at home. At this moment, I heard the sound of the courtyard door opening, so I quickly put my clothes in place and went out to take a look. Why did you go out for so long? Lin Muching walked forward, took the sleepy Momo, and walked into the house. Meng Haixing, who was standing behind her, glanced at Lin Muching's back and immediately turned around and closed the gate. Mucheng, you have too few summer clothes. There's a market in town tomorrow. Do you want to go buy some clothes? The vest that Lin Muching wore tonight was someone's idea of a long time ago. It had been washed and was loose, and it felt as if she was not wearing anything at all. He was the only one who saw it today because he came back. It would be terrible if others saw it. I have to cut salad greens tomorrow, so I don't have time. Lin Muching also realized that there was something wrong with her clothes. She went into the inner room and quickly blew out the candle. The room was pitch dark and she couldn't see clearly, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Second aunt will come to help tomorrow, so you still have time to go to the market in the morning. Tomorrow is the big market in Muping Town. There should be a lot of people selling clothes from other places. Go and pick out a few pieces for yourself. Besides, the secretary of Daji Village will definitely drive the village tractor tomorrow, so you won't be tired if you follow him. Lin Muching was somewhat moved when he heard Meng Haixing say this. But she didn't go to the town to attend the market. Instead, she wanted to go to the town to send 10 yuan to her parents. Lin Muching, lying on the Kong, hesitated for a moment. Haixing, I want to send 10 yuan to my mother. Is that okay? Why not? I remember you asked me to borrow 10 yuan during the Chinese New Year. When you go to remit money, give me a little more. We sell cold dishes every day and earn money every day. Why don't you send 100 yuan to mom? Chapter 47, The Yu Family I Have Never Met. Lin Muching, lying in the dark, didn't expect that Meng Haixing would send 100 yuan to her parents as soon as he asked. This is a huge sum of money. Haixing, you still need to collect Chaihu, so you need to keep some money in your hand. Don't give so much money to my parents for the time being. Although Lin Muching knew that his parents who lived far away in the frontier must be living a hard life. But she also didn't want Meng Haixing to use the little money he earned to support the family. She is scared. She was afraid that Meng Haixing would suddenly change his mind one day and bring up her past. She was also afraid that Meng Haixing would despise her for supporting her parents. Lin Muching is like a floating duckweed, without any sense of belonging. She has been working as an educated youth in Xiaoshan Village for some years, but Xiaoshan Village is still a foreign land to her. In addition, Meng Haixing had not been nice to her in the past, so Lin Muching had no sense of security at all. She lived cautiously, for Momo and also to see her parents far away again in her lifetime. Mucheng, you should send 100 yuan to our parents tomorrow. This 100 yuan is all my filial piety to them over the years. I will make up for it this time. Meng Haixing knew very well what Lin Muching was worried about. Villagers can sometimes be quite gossipy. If a daughter-in-law often sends gifts to her parents' home, or even goes there more than once, there will always be people gossiping about her behind her back. Lin Muching must have heard a lot of things like this, which is why she didn't dare to send money to her parents. Mucheng, you've never mentioned it before. What exactly do our parents do for a living? Tell me in detail. When our lives get better, we can buy train tickets together and go visit our parents. Lin Muching was shocked when she heard Meng Haixing ask her this in the dark. We are just ordinary workers. The living conditions in the border areas are difficult and the wages are high. My parents also want to make more money, so they took the initiative to support the border areas. Go to bed quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow. Lin Muching obviously didn't want to continue this topic. The more Lin Muching acted like this, the more puzzled Meng Haixing felt. After Lin Muching passed away in his previous life, Meng Haixing sent several telegrams to the frontier address that Lin Muching left in the village when he went to the countryside, but there was no reply from the other side. Later, he went south and made a name for himself and returned home. He also specifically asked his parents whether Lin Muching's parents had seen her. The answer is no. Later, Meng Haixing asked people about it, but in that chaotic era, it was not easy to find someone in the border area. He searched for almost 10 years but couldn't find anyone, so he gave up. Meng Haixing had a question mark in his mind. What secrets did Lin Muching have with her parents? Even he, the person who shared the same bed with her, had to hide it. Meng Haixing was a little tired, thinking about these things in his mind, and fell asleep unknowingly. Meng Haixing, who seldom dreams on weekdays, had a lot of dreams tonight. His past and present lives were all intertwined together, and his mind was a mess. I don't know why Meng Haixing couldn't break free even though he knew he was dreaming. The previous moment he saw Meng Guangjuan in his dream, who was already old and crying and begging him to help his two sons. The next second, he suddenly appeared in a car. There were 5 people sitting in the business car, all of whom Meng Haixing had never seen before. He was just about to ask when suddenly the world spun around and the car flipped into a ravine. The dazed Meng Haixing could even hear Meng Changyue's voice. Haixing, wake up. Lin Muching came over and pushed Meng Haixing, and Meng Haixing woke up from his dream with difficulty. What time is it? Meng Haixing rubbed his eyes. It's 3:30. The salad is ready. Please help me load it onto my bike. In order to make it easier for Meng Guangzhu to bring cold dishes, Meng Haixing specially bought 2 slightly larger new bamboo baskets. The bamboo basket is shaped like a saddle and fits perfectly on the rear frame of a bicycle. As soon as Meng Haixing was busy, he put aside the dream he had last night. He personally took out 150 yuan and gave it to Lin Muching, asking her to go to the town to send money to her parents. He only went home after watching her get on Meng Zhengwo's tractor. Many people came to deliver bundles of green grass this morning, so Meng Haixing gave this job to Chu Lan. Chu Lan is illiterate, but the children in the village can read. They record in a small notebook how much grass each person donated and how much money they paid. Chu Lan had an idea in mind and decided not to take any more than 2,000 kilograms. Meng Haixing still teamed up with Meng Halian and Meng Daniu to go up the mountain to dig Buplurum. While digging Buplurum in the mountains, Meng Daniu mentioned to Meng Haixing what Meng Guangjuan said last night. My dad said that from today on, we brothers will dig our own Buplurum and dry it ourselves. My mother went to work for you, so I'm left to wash it myself. Meng Daniu was fine at digging Buplurum, but he was somewhat reluctant to wash it. Because he has strong hands, he always breaks the arms and legs of Buplurum by rubbing it. Recently, Qiu Shi helps to wash it, and he also helps to fetch water and dry it. Now his father has spoken and let the brothers do it themselves. His 2 younger brothers have wives to help them, but he is the only bachelor who has to deal with everything on his own. You didn't dig much, just wash it carefully, and it will be clean in a few minutes. Meng Haixing comforted Meng Daniu with a smile. Meng Daniu always felt like something was wrong when he heard this. Meng Haixing heard Meng Daniu complaining about his father's nonsense, wondering why they had to make such clear distinctions among family members. He could only complain in his heart about Meng Daniu being a fool. If his father hadn't done this, he would never be able to save enough money to marry a wife. The affairs of Meng Guangjuan's family were settled, and Meng Haixing finally felt relieved. He stopped the incident before it happened, and with his correct guidance, he believed that Meng Linning and Meng Fuming, these 2 ugly kids, would grow up well. The 3 of them spent the whole morning frantically digging Buplurum. When they were digging Buplurum in the mountains, they met several villagers. Haixing, how come you guys dug so much? We've been digging for the whole morning, and we only got half a bag. Lang Dali glanced at Meng Haixing and the others. They all dug 2 bags, and the baskets they were carrying were almost full. I didn't go anywhere. I just wandered around the nearby mountains. While Meng Haixing was talking, he was also looking at the baskets of Lang Dali and others. Uncle, you have to control the quality of this Buplurum. I only accept large Buplurum. I won't accept small ones like this. Meng Haixing picked out a few Buplurum roots that were thinner than his little finger from Lang Dali's basket. It was obvious that they were only 2 years old. I dug it up when I was digging for Buplurum chinets. Lang Dali and his friends don't care about size. They just dig up any Buplurum they see. Leave the small ones for later use and dig them up when they grow up. If you dig up all the small ones now, there will be nothing left to dig up later. That's the truth. Lang Dali and a few others said a few words to Meng Haixing, and then everyone went their separate ways. Meng Haixing looked at their hurried backs and sighed slightly. They must not have listened to what he said just now. Everyone was tired but happy after a morning of work. When Meng Haixing walked home carrying a heavy shoulder pole, his steps were lighter. Chapter 48, Cutting Clothes. When Meng Haixing returned home, it was not yet lunchtime, and there were still a lot of straw bundles piled at the door. Ma Jining and Lang Tiniu were weighing bales of grass in the alley. Haixing is back. Hey, why did you dig so many Buplurum chinets? Yesterday, Lang Dali also went to the mountain and dug a bag of Buplurum. He dug that bag of Buplurum from dawn to sunset. After returning home, Lang Dali was exhausted. Digging Buplurum is more tiring than working in the fields. I was lucky today. I saw a nest of Buplurum chinets, so I dug some more. Meng Haixing didn't know that everyone else dug a little bit. He just thought everyone was about the same as him. Then you are really lucky today. Ma Jining looked at Meng Haixing with envy as he carried 2 heavy bags of Buplurum. It would be great if Lang Dali could dig so much. 1 pound of dried Buplurum costs $1. After drying so much, there would be at least 40 or 50 pounds. That's $40 or $50. For everyone in the village, 40 or 50 yuan is a huge sum of money. After a family works hard for half a year, it is good enough to save that much. Meng Haixing put the Buplurum away and seeing that Lin Muching had not returned yet, he washed his hands and came out to help Chu Lan collect the bundles of green grass. In fact, they had collected all the bales of grass in one morning. When a child asked if he could come to deliver them in the afternoon, Meng Haixing agreed. The children in the village don't have any pocket money. When they want to eat something, it is difficult for them to ask the adults at home for money. Although you can't make much money from cutting grass bales, at least you can earn some pocket money to support your daily life. It was almost noon when everyone dispersed, and Lin Muching came back carrying a lot of bags. As soon as she reached the entrance of the alley, Meng Haixing, who was packing bundles of grass, came up to her and took the things in her hand. It's so hot, right? I thought you'd be back soon, so I got some iced watermelon from the well. It's just the right time to eat it now. Lin Muching wore a sun hat when she went to the market and came back on a tractor, but the scorching sun at noon still made her forehead sweat. It's a little hot. Momo, who was squatting in the corner watching Meng Haixing pack up the grass bundles, saw Lin Muching coming back and ran up to him affectionately. Mom, you're back. Momo missed you so much. Momo felt insecure. When she was playing at home with Chu Lan in the morning, she kept asking when Lin Muching would come home. When Meng Haixing came back, Momo became Meng Haixing's little follower. Wherever Meng Haixing went, Momo followed. The weather was so hot that Meng Haixing wanted Momo to go to the entrance of the alley to cool off. Momo also refused to go. She would rather squat at the door and watch Meng Haixing carrying bundles of grass and enduring the heat than leave Meng Haixing even a step away. Seeing that the long-awaited Lin Muching finally came back, Momo rushed over and hugged Lin Muching's legs. The moment Momo called out Mom, her big round eyes were filled with tears. Lin Muching felt so distressed that he quickly picked Momo up. What's wrong, Momo? You've only been away from your mother for a short while, and you're already crying. Come on, let's go inside. Mommy bought you a beautiful little dress and a big fish. When Momo heard that there was food to eat, her big watery eyes instantly lit up. The family returned home happily, and Lin Muching placed all the things on the table in the main room. Mom also bought a little skirt for Momo. She will sew it for her in the next 2 days. Soon, Momo will be able to wear it. Lin Muching took out a roll of cut fabric from the cloth bag with a smile. Light pink pure cotton fabric with no pattern on it. Mu Chung, why didn't you buy ready-made clothes? You're busy all day. Where do you have time to do needlework? When Meng Haixing opened the roll of cloth, he discovered that it was a roll of cut cloth with a few white and red strips inside. It's not only expensive to take the clothes to the tailor in town, but it also takes time. I'll make them for Momo when I get back. Besides, the little skirts I make are much prettier than those made at the tailor shop. Lin Muching hugged Momo proudly. The little skirt that Momo is wearing now was altered by Lin Muching using her old clothes. The 3 words, "Good baby," are specially embroidered on it with beautiful, colorful threads. Only the ready-made mini skirts sold at the market and supply and marketing cooperatives have the words, "Good baby" on them. The reason why Lin Muching embroidered these 3 words was because she wanted Momo to wear the same skirt as other children, instead of becoming an exception. Lin Muching knew very well how important it was for Momo to integrate into the group. She couldn't let Momo become unique just because they were poor. Meng Haixing is a rough man. If he were young, he would not be able to understand Lin Muching's thoughts. But it's different now. The moment Lin Muching picked up Momo, Meng Haixing understood why Lin Muching wanted to make a skirt for Momo himself. The tailor shop doesn't have craftsmanship as good as Lin Muching's. Mu Chung, I'm sorry. Meng Haixing's voice was very low, but Lin Muching, who was holding Momo and looking at the fabric together, heard it clearly. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Meng Haixing with complicated eyes. She thought Meng Haixing knew nothing. Mu Chung, you wouldn't buy fabrics for yourself instead of ready-made clothes, would you? Meng Haixing quickly looked away. He didn't dare to look at Lin Muching. He felt so uncomfortable. If he had realized it earlier, Lin Muching and Momo wouldn't have suffered for several years and wouldn't have to live in such a humble way. Sure enough, there was a roll of beige plaid cloth in the cloth bag, which had also been cut, but no tailor was hired to make it. Meng Haixing saw that there were other clothes in the cloth bag and was about to take them, but Lin Muching took them away. I bought you a shirt and a vest. You are going to the county to sell buplurum. If you dress decently, people in the city won't dare to look down on you. Lin Muching took out a blue shirt and handed it to Meng Haixing. Normally, young people in the village wear old man's shirts in summer. Few of them wear white shirts, let alone blue ones. In the sultry summer, seeing a touch of blue gives people an inexplicable feeling of coolness. Meng Haixing looked at the shirt in his hand with a smile on his face. Lin Muching still had him in her heart. She bought fabrics to sew clothes for herself and Momo, but she bought ready-made clothes from him. Mu Chung, thank you. Meng Haixing quickly kissed Lin Muching on the cheek, then went to the kitchen with the meat and fish she had bought. His kiss was so fast that before Lin Muching could even react to what was happening, Meng Haixing had already left. Lin Muching gently stroked his cheek and felt that his face was burning. While Meng Haixing was cooking, Lin Muching put other things in order, putting away what needed to be put away and washing what needed to be washed. Chapter 49: Borrowing a Tractor. After lunch, Meng Haixing hurried to catch up on his sleep as he had to clean the buplurum in the afternoon. He only took a short nap during the lunch break and didn't dare to sleep longer. When I woke up, I saw Lin Muching hanging clothes in the yard. The courtyard door was closed, and Lin Muching hung the washed clothes near the kitchen. If someone came, unless they stood under the eaves of the main hall and looked over here, they would not be able to see Lin Muching Xiaoyi if they just talked in the yard. Meng Haixing's breathing became disordered when he looked at Lin Muching, who was only wearing a vest. Perhaps Meng Haixing's gaze was too hot. Lin Muching, who was drying clothes, turned around and looked at Meng Haixing, who was sitting on the kong. Their eyes met, and Meng Haixing's gaze fell on a place he shouldn't have looked at. He felt his nose getting hot, and his nose started bleeding. Meng Haixing was shocked and hurried to the well, using the slightly cool well water to cool his nose and head. Lin Muching was shocked by Meng Haixing's action. She was embarrassed and angry. She wanted to go forward to help, but she was embarrassed because she was only wearing a vest. Finally, seeing that Meng Haixing was not seriously injured, Lin Muching stomped his feet and ran back to the house in shame and embarrassment, putting on a loose shirt over his vest. It took Meng Haixing a long time to stop the nosebleed, but some inappropriate images for children could not be shaken off his mind. He had long known that his wife had a very hot body. She often wore loose clothes, but he didn't feel anything about it on weekdays. But today, Lin Muching, who was only wearing a small vest, suddenly stood in front of him, and he was completely stunned. "What are you daydreaming about? Is your nose healed?" Lin Muching, who had just changed his clothes, came out and gave Meng Haixing a fierce look. "It's okay. I was just wondering if anyone would come to deliver dried buplurum this afternoon. The temperature has risen in the past 2 days, and buplurum has dried faster. The first group of people who followed him to dig buplurum should be able to dry it better." When Lin Muching heard that someone would come to deliver chaihu in the afternoon, her face turned a little unhappy. The weather was good today, so she took advantage of the strong sun at noon to wash all her newly bought, sweat-soaked clothes. It would be so embarrassing if someone saw them. Lin Muching hesitated for a moment and decided to take the clothes back into the house and hang them out to dry in the evening. "Mu Cheng, I'll take the scale to the alley later and collect buplurum in the alley this afternoon." Meng Haixing could see Lin Muching's little thoughts. His wife wanted to hang out her clothes to dry, so naturally she couldn't let other men see it. "Is this okay? You've taken up the entire alley, and the neighbors will probably gossip about you. It's okay. It'll only take a moment. I'll definitely clean it up after I collect the buplurum." Meng Haixing not only brought the scale for collecting buplurum to the entrance of the alley, but also took out the iron basin for washing buplurum. In the afternoon, Chu Lan, Wu Lixia, and Qiu Shuyi came to cut vegetables. With him added, the already small courtyard became even smaller. He went out to wash the buplurum, which not only made the yard less crowded, but also allowed passers-by to see it. Meng Haixing was really collecting chaihu, and he was not lying. Meng Haixing had just washed a pot of buplurum when Lang Dali came over happily with a bag of buplurum. "Haixing, I brought you some buplurum. Here I come." Meng Haixing wiped the water on his hands onto his trousers and poured all the buplurum that Lang Dali had brought onto a plastic sheet made of fertilizer bags. "Uncle, I won't buy these small buplurums for now. You can take them back first. I'll buy them after the large buplurums are almost sold out." Meng Haixing picked up all the buplurum that was less than 2 years old. Meng Haixing had told Lang Dali about this matter several times, and when it was picked out, Lang Dali didn't say anything. After careful selection, Lang Dali has a total of 35 kilograms of qualified buplurum. Meng Haixing gave him 35 yuan. Looking at the handful of banknotes in his hand, Lang Dali was so excited that he couldn't speak. He has never made so much money at one time at his age. "Okay, Haixing, I will follow you to dig buplurum from now on." When Lang Dali bought buplurum here, other people in the village also saw it. No matter how much they have at home, people will bring it over to sell even if it's only 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms from this family, 20 kilograms from that family. In just one afternoon, Meng Haixing collected 620 kilograms. He was a little surprised to be able to harvest so much buplurum. At first he guessed that 300 kilograms would be good. It seems that some people in the village had started digging it a long time ago, but since no one was sending it to them, they never took the initiative to sell it. Meng Haixing didn't have that much cash on hand, so he could only owe money to a few acquaintances. Meng Haixing wrote IOUs for all of them, and it was clearly stated on the notes that the outstanding amount would be paid off tomorrow afternoon. In the evening, Meng Guangjuan came with Meng Tiniu and a few others. They brought a total of 230 kilograms of buplurum, of which Meng Daniu brought 120 kilograms. He spent the longest time digging and dried the most buplurum. Meng Haixing also owed them money, so he wrote them an IOU, stating that he would sell buplurum Chinese the next day and come back in the afternoon to settle the debt. After a while, Meng Halian also came, bringing exactly 100 kilograms of buplurum. Meng Halian was very meticulous in his work. The buplurum he brought was bundled and placed neatly in fertilizer bags. There are 3 bags in total, weighing 100 kilograms. Seeing that Meng Haixing wanted to write him an IOU, Meng Halian simply asked him to write 2. There are 15 kilograms of dads in here. Okay, I'll write them separately. Meng Haixing sorted out all the buplurum and weighed them, which was exactly 950 kilograms. He took all the buplurum back to the yard. Meng Haixing took out the dried buplurum from the house. At first he thought he wouldn't have too much, but when he carried out the bags one by one, he found they were heavy, a full 260 kilograms. Meng Haixing didn't expect there to be so much dried buplurum. He usually dried them and stored them and never counted them specifically. Not to mention anything else, he could make 390 yuan just by selling his own buplurum. Add to that the net profit of 310 yuan he made from collecting 620 kilograms, and he can earn 700 yuan from this trip to the county town. Compared with the current wages of workers, Meng Haixing's reselling of buplurum is simply making huge profits. He sighed in his heart. No wonder a large number of speculators became rich in the late 1980s and early 1990s. It is impossible to transport so much buplurum to the county town by bicycle. Before dinner, Meng Haixing went to see Meng Jiangwo to discuss borrowing a tractor. With so much buplurum Chinese, only a tractor can be used to transport all of it to the county at once. Meng Haixing went to borrow a tractor, and Meng Jiangwo agreed very readily. Meng Jiangwo also heard about Meng Haixing collecting buplurum this afternoon, as long as it can help the villagers make some money. Even though Meng Haixing had a bad record in the past, Meng Jiangwo was still very optimistic about him as long as he turned over a new leaf. The tractor belongs to our village. Please be careful when using it and don't bump or scratch it. Meng Jiangwo warned Meng Haixing worriedly. Meng Haixing naturally agreed. After borrowing the tractor, he made a special trip to Meng Guangzhu's house. Tomorrow morning, Meng Guangzhu doesn't have to deliver the cold dishes alone. He can just drive his tractor and deliver them on the way. Chapter 50. Huang Ming is unhappy. Meng Haixing called Meng Halian and Meng Daniu early in the morning to help load the truck and deliver buplurum to the county. A whole tractor full of buplurum Chinese looks quite spectacular. Meng Haixing felt so happy along the way. If possible, he really wanted to transport a cartload of buplurum to the county every day. When delivering the cold dishes, Mr. Liu, the owner of the steamed bun shop, kept praising the taste of the cold dishes sent by Meng Haixing. My relative's restaurant business is very good recently. Can you send me 200 kilograms of cold dishes tomorrow? Lu Chong had a smile on his face. He never expected that an ordinary cold dish would be so popular. Seeing that cold dishes were selling well in the county town, many people also learned how to make them. Unfortunately, the taste is far worse than Meng Haixing's. After much trouble, I finally decided to buy Meng Haixing's. You can add 100 kilograms tomorrow. If you add more, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. But the day after tomorrow, we can add 200 kilograms. Haixing estimated that Lin Muching didn't have that many good pickled cucumbers, so he didn't dare to agree immediately. Okay, then add 100 kilograms tomorrow and 200 kilograms later. As a result, the steamed bun shop has to deliver 360 kilograms of cold dishes every day. By that time, it might not be possible for Meng Guangzhu to send the child alone, and we would have to find another person to go with Meng Guangzhu. As for who to find, Meng Haixing currently doesn't have a very suitable candidate. The other smaller shops did not increase the quantity. Meng Haixing drove a tractor into the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital. Huang Ming was here today. As soon as he entered the backyard, Huang Ming came out. Brother Huang, you're back. You seemed to be out when I came last time. Meng Haixing walked up to Huang Ming and handed him a cigarette in a familiar manner. Your tractor is full of buplurum? Huang Ming glanced at the fertilizer bag in the back bucket of the tractor with a displeased expression. Yes, I have many brothers, and it took me several days to collect this truckload. Huang Ming smoked the cigarette handed to him by Meng Haixing and had no intention of letting him unload the goods. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry either. He just chatted with Huang Ming from time to time. Huang Ming waited until he finished smoking the cigarette before he let Meng Haixing unload the car. When unloading the goods, Huang Ming didn't send anyone over and let Meng Haixing's people unload the goods themselves. Meng Haixing had anticipated all this a long time ago, so he didn't waste any time talking to Huang Ming and unloaded the goods together with Meng Daniu and Meng Halian. However, after this incident, Meng Haixing finally understood. Huang Ming is a person who can never get along well with anyone. Meng Haixing thought to himself that Huang Ming had better not trip him up and cut off his source of income. Otherwise, he would send him directly to jail. The unloading is too heavy. Huang Ming didn't have a good expression on his face during the whole process, especially when checking the quality. Huang Ming actually asked Meng Haixing to open all the bags of buplurum so that he could check the quality. Meng Haixing remembered the last time when Huang Ming's relative came to deliver Chinese medicinal materials. All the dirt and sand leaked out, but he didn't even check them. When it comes to him, he wants to use a magnifying glass to look at it, and he is just about to find fault with it. But he was well prepared and was not afraid that he would find fault with the quality. When he collected buplurum in the village, he had already examined it in great detail. Huang Ming looked through the medicine for a long time but couldn't find any problem, so he could only accept all the chaihu with displeasure. After finally inspecting the goods, Huang Ming did not pay Meng Haixing in cash. Instead, he was given an IOU. The hospital doesn't have enough money recently. I'll write you an IOU first, and I'll settle it with you next time you come to get chaihu. Meng Haixing glanced at the IOU Huang Ming handed over, but had no intention of taking it. Because he knew very well that as long as he accepted this IOU, there would be endless IOUs waiting for him in the future. As for whether these IOUs can be converted into cash, that is hard to say. Brother Huang, that's not what I discussed with the Chinese medicine hospital at the time. If they had told me from the beginning that they wanted an IOU instead of paying in cash, I would definitely not have sent buplurum to the hospital. Seeing that Meng Haixing was so ungrateful, Huang Ming slammed the IOU on the table with a bang. Do you want love or not? If not, take your chaihu away immediately. You've wasted so much of my time. A bunch of poor people want to make money from me. It's just a foolish dream. Huang Ming directly turned against Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing clenched his fist and without saying a word, punched Huang Ming, who was sitting behind the desk. A heavy punch landed just below Huang Ming's left collarbone. With the sound of a palm tree, Huang Ming fell heavily to the ground along with the chair. He only felt his entire left arm lose consciousness in an instant due to the pain. Meng Daniu and Meng Halian, who had been standing next to Meng Haixing, immediately surrounded him when they saw Meng Haixing taking action. Regardless of whether the deal can be made, the two of them will definitely not stand idly by if anyone wants to bully Meng Haixing. How dare you hit me? I think you are tired of living. Huang Ming grimaced in pain and staggered to his feet, but did not dare to come any closer. I have always believed in making money through harmony when doing business. I can accept that you ignored me before, but if you want to cut off my source of income, then you have to ask me if I have a strong fist. Huang Ming is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Meng Haixing started fighting with him as soon as they had a disagreement and knocked him down with one punch. He immediately became a little scared, just when a fight was inevitable. I only heard the sound of Dongfeng car coming from outside the yard. Meng Haixing turned his head and saw that the Dongfeng truck that was approaching was carrying a full load of medicinal herbs. Without even thinking too much, Meng Haixing guessed that this was probably another relative of Huang Ming coming to deliver medicinal herbs. Huang Ming, who had a face full of anger just now, rolled his eyes, and his expression changed instantly. He rubbed his arm and went out, bypassing Meng Haixing, and went to talk to the driver of the Dongfeng car. It can be considered that he found a way out for himself. Meng Haixing picked up the IOU on the table. He already had a plan in mind. Huang Ming, either you go get me some cash right now to settle the debt with chaihu, or I'll take this IOU and go find Mr. Dong. As for whether I will say anything nonsense when I go to see Mr. Dong, that's hard to say. Meng Haixing stepped forward and kicked the medicinal herbs that were unloaded from the Dongfeng truck. When he kicked down, dust flew up and a lot of medicinal herb residue fell to the ground. Huang Ming was stunned for a moment. He never expected that a young man from a farming family would not only beat him up, but also dare to threaten him. Huang Ming nearly exploded on the spot as he vomited blood in his chest. But today it happened that they also had to unload their medicinal herbs. Huang Ming knew very well what the consequences would be if Meng Haixing called Mr. Dong over. Mr. Dong has a very upright character. Anyone who dares to do anything wrong under his nose will be punished. Even if the director of the Chinese medicine hospital came, he would not give him face. Thinking of this, Huang Ming forced himself to suppress his anger. Chapter 51 Shopping for Clothes. Brother Ming, you are being so polite. It is true that the money given by the hospital is not enough. But I think it's not easy for you to come to the county, so I'll give you a special approval. a total of 1,815 yuan. Wait for me. I'll find the finance department for you now. Huang Ming's expression changed so quickly that it was simply outrageous. Just now he was trying desperately not to pay Meng Haixing for Chaihu, but now he is running around very attentively. Now that the matter has been resolved, Meng Haixing naturally has to be on good terms with Huang Ming for the sake of face. He still needs Huang Ming. Thank you, Brother Huang. Meng Haixing went through all the great unity notes one by one in his hand, and only after confirming that there were no problems did he carefully put all the 1,815 yuan into his pocket. Meng Haixing drove away happily on his tractor, and Huang Ming spat fiercely at him behind his back. Just wait and see. Sooner or later I'm going to take care of you. Meng Haixing's tractor quickly disappeared on the street. But he did not leave immediately, but parked the tractor far away. Haixing, I was so scared just now. I thought you were going to fight with Huang Ming. Meng Hailian's heart was pounding with fear. It's okay. I know someone at the Chinese medicine hospital. Huang Ming doesn't dare to do anything rash. I finally understand that it's not easy to sell Buplurum. Brother, you and Dainyu wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Meng Haixing had chatted with Mr. Gu, a cleaner at the Chinese medicine hospital, last time, so he became familiar with him. When he saw Uncle Gu coming out to take out the trash, he quietly went up to him and started talking to him. Uncle Gu, can I ask you something? Meng Haixing stepped forward and handed him a cigarette. I know you, young man. I guess that bastard Huang Ming gave you a hard time just now. Uncle Gu is wise. It's not easy for people from our village to make some money. I came here to deliver Buplurum twice, and Huang Ming made things difficult for me intentionally or unintentionally, not wanting me to deliver herbs to the Chinese medicine hospital. I'm sure. You're delivering herbs to the Chinese medicine hospital. The Chinese medicine hospital asks for less from Huang Ming's family. He will definitely regard you as a thorn in his side. Meng Haixing nodded vigorously. As expected, Mr. Gu has a clear view of things. Just ask me if you have any questions. I will tell you if I know anything. It's not a big deal, actually. I just wanted to ask Huang Ming when his relatives usually come to deliver the herbs. Once every 5 days. Is their delivery time accurate? Yes, the Chinese medicine hospital has regulations for big suppliers like them. It doesn't mean they can send the goods whenever they want. Meng Haixing felt relieved after hearing what Uncle Gu said. From now on, he will come whenever the Huang family comes to deliver medicinal materials. Meng Haixing asked around and gave all the remaining cigarettes in his hand to Uncle Gu. Although they were not expensive, they were a token of his thoughtfulness. On the other side, Meng Hailian and Meng Dainyu stretched their necks and watched from afar as Meng Haixing and Uncle Gu were talking next to the trash can. Haixing, what have you been doing? Meng Hailian looked at Meng Haixing with confusion. No big deal, just asking when the next delivery of Buplurum will be. Brother, do you want to go shopping? I want to buy some things for the house. Meng Hailian brought 100 kilograms of Buplurum and sold it for 150 yuan. He is still immersed in the joy of earning a huge sum of money. Meng Haixing said he wanted to go shopping in the mall, so of course he went. In the past, he didn't have money and didn't even dare to enter the shopping mall. Now that he has money, he dares to go to the shopping mall. Meng Haixing came to the mall this time, mainly to buy clothes for Momo and Lin Muching. In order to save money, Lin Muching bought fabrics for her and Momo's clothes and had them cut by a tailor, and then she took them home and sewed them herself. Lin Muching had to do housework during the day, and only at night did he have some time to sew clothes under candlelight. Sewing clothes under dim candlelight is very harmful to the eyes. Meng Haixing was reluctant to let Lin Muching suffer this. Besides, he is not short of money now. He will have a good talk with Lin Muching when he gets home and ask him not to leave any $1 or $2 of processing fee behind. Brother, you go shopping by yourself first. We are shopping in different areas. I am going to buy a little skirt for Momo. Can you think of buying 2 pieces of clothing for Debao and Erbao as well? Okay, I'll go shopping too. Meng Haixing and Meng Hailian both have families and children, so they went to buy things for their children first. Only Meng Dainyu was left and couldn't go, so he could only wander around the first floor alone. In the 1980s, women, whether married or unmarried, were very introverted and shy. Apart from wearing a pure cotton vest, few of them would buy functional underwear with cotton pads. After all, this kind of fashionable underwear is not cheap. Meng Haixing came to the counter selling women's clothes, but he didn't say right away that he wanted to buy women's vests and underwear. First, she bought a few clothes for Momo, and then she bought a shirt, a pair of brown elastic trousers, and a slightly oversized dress for Lin Muching. Lin Muching's belly is not noticeable at the moment, but in a month or two, when her belly gets bigger, a slightly looser skirt will be just right for her. While he was buying these clothes, he kept chatting with the salesperson. With the help of Meng Haixing's handsome face, he quickly became familiar with the salesperson. The saleswoman looked to be in her 40s. Seeing how much Meng Haixing cared about his daughter and daughter-in-law and bought them so many clothes, her attitude towards Meng Haixing became better. When Meng Haixing had almost finished buying things, he lowered his voice and asked the saleswoman to help him pick out 2 pieces of underwear and a vest. Sister, please help me. My wife is shy and she is embarrassed to buy these clothes. The last time she bought one was when we got married. Now that our children are so grown up, she doesn't even have the nerve to buy another one. I'm thick-skinned, big sister. Can you help me pick 2 pieces? Meng Haixing's eyes were firm and sincere when he spoke. Seeing that he was not a bad person, the saleswoman helped Meng Haixing pick out 2 pieces of underwear and 4 small vests. Otherwise, if Meng Haixing came to buy women's underwear like this, he would probably be arrested and charged with hooliganism. The weather is hot, so buy 2 more so that you can change and wash them on a regular basis. The saleswoman smiled and helped Meng Haixing pick out a few of the best-selling styles recently. Thank you, sister. You have helped me a lot. Meng Haixing quickly rolled up his underwear and vest and put them inside his other clothes to avoid being seen. After buying the clothes, Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief. He was just about to go to the grocery counter to have a look when he saw Meng Daniu standing in front of a counter selling headwear, looking left and right, scratching his head anxiously. Comrade, you haven't made your choice yet? There are only a few styles of hair ornaments, and you've been standing here for nearly half an hour. The salesperson urged Meng Daniu impatiently, but the more she urged him, the harder it was for Meng Daniu to choose a suitable headpiece. Seeing Meng Daniu being yelled at by a little girl and unable to speak, Meng Haixing hurried over to rescue him. Chapter 52. Bye. Brother Daniu, are you planning to buy a head of flowers for Sister Chunhua? When Meng Daniu saw Meng Haixing coming, he felt like he had seen a savior. Haixing, please help me find out which of these hair ornaments is the best. Meng Daniu is a slow thinker. Just now he said he wanted to buy a head flower, and the salesperson introduced it to him enthusiastically. A variety of headbands with different colors, materials, and prices were placed in front of him. Meng Daniu was completely confused and had no idea how to choose. That's easy. What color does Sister Chunhua like? Meng Daniu thought for a moment and pointed to a green dress on the counter. Chunhua likes green the most, saying it is the color of life. When Lang Chunhua said this, Meng Daniu admired Lang Chunhua very much and felt that she was the most learned girl in the entire village. Meng Haixing had a strange look on his face. It was so unlucky to buy a green headband. Green is too monotonous. I bought this one with small floral patterns. I also picked it for my wife. Momo also loves beauty now. I bought her a little rabbit hairpin. Meng Daniu took one look at the floral ornament with small floral patterns that Meng Haixing handed over, thought it was okay, and bought it happily. Meng Haixing could see that although Meng Daniu looked silly, whoever married him would definitely enjoy a happy life, as he was a man who loved his wife. After a while, Meng Halian came over carrying a bunch of things. The 3 of them went to the grocery counter again. They were like local tycoons coming to the city, buying all the things that they usually wouldn't afford. The 3 of them carried a whole box of calcium milk biscuits. Just because Meng Haixing said that calcium milk biscuits are nutritious and good for the elderly and children. The 3 of them bought a bunch of things and were walking out of the mall. Brother, wait for me. Meng Haixing saw a counter selling toys near the door. In the most conspicuous position is a doll made of cotton cloth. Probably to prevent the doll from getting dirty, it is covered with a layer of plastic film. Comrade, how much does a doll with blonde hair cost? This is a new doll that just came from Shanghai today. It's very expensive, costing 15 yuan. I heard it came from abroad. You can see its hair is all golden. There were several children gathered in front of the counter, including a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, whose attention was also attracted by the doll. She pulled her mother's arm to get her to buy one. My dear, that's 15 yuan apiece. Your mother, would spend half a month's salary without eating or drinking to buy you a baby, unless I'm crazy. The little girl was rejected. She looked at the doll on the counter with tears in her eyes and didn't dare to ask for it again. If she gets something worth $1 or $2, she will just act coquettishly and come over, but if she dares to make a fuss about a doll worth $15, she will probably get a beating. Comrade, please wrap it up for me. I want this. The salesperson behind the counter didn't react for a moment and thought he had misheard. When the doll was put on display this morning, she told the nearby salespersons that the buyer must have lost his mind to buy such an expensive doll. Who in their right mind would spend $15 to buy a doll for their daughter to play with? That must mean she must be spoiled so much. I want to buy this doll. I think the doll's big eyes look like my daughter's. As he spoke, Meng Haixing laughed. Although Momo is still young, he believes that Momo will definitely like this doll. Okay, I'll pack it for you right away. The salesperson didn't expect that there was such a complaining person who was willing to spend half a month's salary to buy a doll. Young man, let's make a deal. Once I issue you the invoice, you can't regret it. You can't return the goods after they leave the counter. The salesperson has seen too many unreliable gay men. Some people come happily to buy things, but within half a day their wives drag them back to return the goods. If the package is not opened, it is fine, but if it is opened, it cannot be returned. Every now and then she could see a wife beating up her husband in the mall. Don't worry, comrade. I will never regret it. Meng Haixing took the doll with a helpless look on his face. He would never tell Lin Mucheng how much the doll cost. It was not enough to buy things from the county mall, so the three of them drove the tractor to the town. Meng Haixing drove the tractor out today, but he didn't want to go back empty-handed. He went to buy some coarse cornmeal, sorghum, and peanut cakes, which were feed for the little rabbits. Yesterday, Meng Haixing went to the market to dig bupleurum root, but he didn't buy the iron net. Now he happened to buy it at the town's general store. Haixing, I want to buy some pork, would you like to go? When Meng Daniu saw that Meng Haixing had bought half a truckload of food for poultry, he quickly reminded Meng Haixing that since he earned so much money, of course he had to buy meat. Go, but it's hot now, don't buy too much, or they won't keep. I have a big family, so I can eat all the pork elbows I buy. Meng Daniu felt that since he was finally able to make money, he should buy more things for his family. He wanted to prove to his family that he was not a burden. Although he is not very smart, he is strong. As long as he follows Meng Haixing, he will definitely have food and clothing in the future. Okay, you can eat as much pork as you want in our house from now on. Meng Haixing laughed proudly. From today on, he no longer had to worry about food. Not only did Meng Haixing buy some meat, he also specially bought spare ribs and pork liver. He heard that pork liver is good for the eyes, so he planned to make some braised liver tips for Lin Mucheng at noon today. The tractor, loaded with a cargo full of happiness, rumbled towards the village at the foot of the mountain. Meng Haixing bought a lot of things, but he was not in a hurry to return the tractor. Instead, he drove back to his home first, planning to unload the things and then return the vehicle to the village brigade. As soon as the tractor drove into the alley, Meng Haixing saw several familiar aunts and ladies from the village sitting in the alley to enjoy the cool air. When they saw Meng Haixing coming back, they all came over happily to greet him. How could Meng Haixing not see that they came to see him specifically? Everyone, bring your IOU and come to my house to collect your money. Meng Haixing jumped off the tractor with a look of joy on his face. Don't worry. It's so hot. Haixing, you must be exhausted after running around all morning. Go back to the house and rest. Aunt Lu came forward and spoke enthusiastically. Aunt, go home and get the IOU. I'll settle the bill for you first. Aunt Lu smiled awkwardly and hesitated for a while before taking out the IOU from her pocket. Meng Haixing felt extremely amused, as if love had been waiting for him for a long time. Meng Haixing didn't even bother to change his clothes. He took out the account book and started distributing money to everyone. The news that Meng Haixing had returned from selling bupleurum chinense spread quickly throughout Xiashan village like wildfire. Those who had IOUs came to Meng Haixing's house to get the money, while those who didn't have IOUs just came to watch the fun. Meng Haixing asked everyone to come one by one, and in front of everyone, he held the IOU in one hand and gave the money in the other. He first tore up the IOU and then crossed out the corresponding debt in the account book. With 2 layers of insurance in place, he is not afraid of being blackmailed in the future. Chapter 53 Working Together. Haixing, will you continue to collect bupleurum from now on? Aunt Lu held $7 in her hand, and a bright smile appeared across her wrinkled face. She never thought that one day she would be able to make so much money by selling bupleurum. Yes, 1 yuan per pound. Auntie, you should dig more. Everything you dig out is money. Okay, I'll call my old man to dig bupleurum with me. When I went to work in the mountains a few days ago, I dug some bupleurum and he complained about it. Now I want to see if he dares to say anything to me. Aunt Lu only felt that her back was a little straighter than usual at this moment. Everyone was talking excitedly about digging bupleurum. At this moment, the villagers of Xiashan village finally began to change their impression of Meng Haixing. In the past, no one believed that Meng Haixing could turn over a new leaf. Even when Meng Haixing went out to sell cucumbers, everyone felt that he was selling cucumbers because he had no money left after playing cards. But several recent events have really given the villagers a new understanding of Meng Haixing. Not only did he stop playing cards, he also started a small business. I heard that Meng Haixing's family also runs a small business selling cold dishes, and they make money every day. As everyone was talking, Meng Guangzhu also arrived. Aunt Lu couldn't help but flatter Meng Guangzhu. Guangzhu, when Haixing makes a lot of money in the future, you have to enjoy the good life with him. It's just hard-earned money. Running outside in the hot weather, I don't know how many times my clothes will be soaked by sweat at the end of the day. Meng Guangzhu puffed on his pipe, and finally a hint of joy appeared on his face. Yes, it's not easy to run a small business nowadays. Naturally, everyone said good things when they had money to earn. Although Meng Guangzhu didn't show it on his face, he was already very happy in his heart. As long as the Chaihu business can be successful, Meng Haixing's family will not have a bad life in the future. Haixing, you have just started doing business, so you have to be steady and not be rash. And you can't forget your last name just because you've made a little money. Seeing that Meng Haixing had collected a lot of bupleurum today, Meng Guangzhu was afraid that he would become proud and complacent, so he couldn't help but give him a few words of advice. Dad, don't worry, I know what's going on. After a whole day of hard work, Meng Haixing's voice was a little hoarse. Despite this, his heart was still filled with joy. Not only can he make money for himself, but he can also lead the villagers to become rich together. This has always been his biggest dream. Unexpectedly, the dream that took many years to realize in the previous life was achieved in less than a month after my rebirth. It's an indescribable feeling. The villagers talked about it for a long time. Seeing that Lin Muching had already prepared the meal but Meng Haixing had not yet eaten, everyone dispersed with a sense of unfulfilled desire. As soon as Meng Haixing came back, he was busy distributing money to everyone. All the goods on the tractor were unloaded with the help of Meng Daniu and Meng Halian. He was still wearing the blue shirt he had worn when he went to the county. The back was soaked and quite uncomfortable to wear. Haixing, I've already prepared the food. Fill your stomach first, and we can talk about other things later. Meng Haixing took the towel handed to him by Lin Muching, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gave her a bright smile. This is the money I earned from selling bupleurum today. As he said this, Meng Haixing placed a thick stack of big unity heavily in Lin Muching's hand. So many. Lin Muching felt his hands trembling as he held the banknotes. This is just the beginning. Next time, the amount of bupleurum chinents that villagers bring will be at least 2 or 3 times more than now. The good days of making money are still to come. Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing with complicated feelings, thinking that his hard days were finally over. Mu Chung, where's Momo? Meng Haixing changed his clothes and came out to see that Lin Mu Chung had already placed the food on the long table in the main room. There were a lot of people at home just now, and I was afraid that Momo would disturb you, so I sent her to Mom's place. I'm going to pick up Momo. You eat first. You haven't had lunch either, right? Let's eat together. Meng Haixing also felt hungry at this moment and decided to wait for Lin Muching to eat together. Okay, I'll pick up Momo right away. Meng Haixing and Meng Guangzhu's homes were not far away, and not long after, Lin Muching came back holding Momo. Dad, Momo rushed towards Meng Haixing with a plastic duck with half of its head missing. Momo, have you had lunch? Meng Haixing picked up Momo and kissed her little face. Grandma gave me cookies. Lin Muching put Momo down and told her not to disturb Meng Haixing. Mom hasn't cooked yet. She's waiting for you to share the money before we start. Lin Muching's words were meaningful. Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that his whole family was worried about his business of Chaihu. This morning, everyone in the family was in a bad mood. The family of 3 was happily having lunch, but halfway through the meal, an uninvited guest knocked on the door. Liang Xiaozue brought her eldest grandson Meng Kuan and granddaughter Meng Qingqing to the Meng family. Liang Xiaozue has 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Meng Jincheng, found a job in the county with the help of his wife's family connections. Meng Kuan is the eldest son of Meng Jincheng. Meng Jincheng's wife had miscarried 2 daughters before giving birth to Meng Kuan. Liang Xiaozue doted on Meng Kuan and never let him suffer any grievances. But this endless doting eventually turned Meng Kuan into a loser. In his previous life, Meng Kuan was imprisoned for manslaughter before Meng Haixing became successful. Although Meng Qingqing is not favored by Liang Xiaozue, Meng Kuan likes this sister very much. When she was a child, Meng Qingqing was quite arrogant because she had the protection of Meng Kuan. But since Meng Kuan was imprisoned, Meng Qingqing lost her protection and was eventually forced by Liang Xiaozue to marry an old bachelor who was more than 20 years older than her, just because the other party offered 1,000 yuan more in dowry. At this moment, looking at Meng Kuan, who was only 8 years old, and Meng Qingqing, who was 6 years old, Meng Haixing felt complicated. Auntie, what do you want to talk to me about? Meng Haixing put down his chopsticks and asked puzzledly. It's nothing serious. Momo just came to my house to play and accidentally took Xiaoquan's toy. The toy wasn't worth much in the first place, so it's fine if Momo likes it. But Xiaoquan really likes the plastic duck, and he cried for the whole morning because of it. I had no choice but to come over and tell him. Liang Xiaozue said this with a calm expression, as if everything was under control. When Lin Muching heard Liang Xiaozue say this, his brows slightly frowned. Auntie, are you talking about this plastic duck? Lin Muching picked up the broken plastic duck that Momo had brought back from the table. Before Liang Xiaozue could answer, Meng Qingqing shouted, "That plastic duck is mine." Lin Muching knew Momo's character very well. No matter how much she liked someone else's things, she would never take them if they were not hers. Chapter 54, Tough Attitude. Liang Xiaozue said that Momo stole Meng Qingqing and Meng Kuan's plastic duck. Meng Haixing naturally didn't believe a word of it. Although Momo is young, Lin Muching has taught her very well, and she is very sensible. Not to mention that it was someone else's stuff. Even if he carried her for a stroll on the street and someone gave her food, Momo would not take it even if he helped her, let alone steal it. Mu Cheng, do you know what's going on? Meng Haixing did not respond to Liang Xiaozue's words, but looked at his wife. At this moment, he only believed what Lin Muching said. Lin Muching nodded. She naturally knew the history of plastic ducks. This was picked up by Momo from the garbage dump. It was cut by someone with scissors when she found it. Momo has never had many toys since she was a child, and the broken duck has become her favorite toy. For this purpose, Lin Muching specially cleaned it inside and out and let her play with it. But now, even such a broken toy has someone trying to steal it? Lin Muching gave a brief account of what had happened. She looked at Liang Xiaozue and the two children with some coldness. Auntie, you heard me. Momo picked up the plastic duck from the garbage dump, not from your house. Liang Xiaozue didn't care where Momo got it from. She insisted that it was stolen by Momo. If this matter had happened in the past, Liang Xiaozue would definitely not have cared. After all, there were too many trivial matters between children. Even if she wanted to manage it, she couldn't. But today, Meng Haixing was selling Buplurum Chinese, causing such a big commotion in the village that Liang Xiaozue became jealous and crazy. In the past, the most promising person in their Meng family was his eldest son Meng Jincheng. He works as a skilled worker in the county machinery factory and earns more than 40 yuan a month. Such a high salary is unique in the entire Shashan village. Although Liang Xiaozue had not benefited from Meng Jincheng in any way, she stood taller than anyone else in the village, who made his son successful. But now Meng Haixing suddenly started buying Buplurum Chinese, and he charged 1 yuan per pound. Whenever people in the village mentioned Meng Haixing, they all praised him. How could Liang Xiaozue accept this? At noon, when the two children at home went out to play, they happened to see Momo holding a plastic duck in her hand. No one knew which child in the village didn't want the plastic duck. Meng Qingqing had seen it before, but she didn't pick it up because it was too dirty. Now seeing that the thing Momo was playing with had already been washed, she cried and howled, trying to snatch it back. Momo had had things snatched away by Meng Qingqing before, and after so many times, she had learned her lesson. Seeing Meng Qingqing trying to snatch it, Momo ran away with the plastic duck. Meng Qingqing failed to get it, so she went home to complain and asked Liang Xiaozue to help her get it back. Liang Xiaozue was already feeling unhappy, and when the two children started making a fuss, she became even more furious. She didn't ask why, and just thought that the plastic duck was bought by Meng Jincheng, so she brought her two children to Meng Haixing's house angrily. Haixing, you can't be so protective of your child. The little girl has loved stealing since she was young. What will we do when she grows up? If you don't educate Momo well now, you will regret it later. When Liang Xiaozue said this to Momo, Meng Haixing's face instantly turned black. Auntie, you'd better be careful with your words. Don't spew shit all over your mouth and throw all the dirty water on my Momo. Mu Cheng has made it very clear just now. Momo picked up the plastic duck from the garbage dump. It has nothing to do with your family. Liang Xiaozue curled her lips with a look of disdain. Then you are really amazing. You can pick up anything from the garbage dump. Meng Haixing, stop yelling at me. Didn't you say that you picked up the plastic duck from the garbage dump? Do you have any evidence? Anyone can tell the truth without any evidence. If you don't have any evidence, return the plastic duck to my child immediately, so that Jincheng won't be unhappy when he comes back. Meng Haixing knew very well that his verbal battle with Liang Xiaozue would be endless and ruthless and would never end. Okay, then I'll give you evidence so you can see clearly. With that, Meng Haixing turned around and went back to the house and gave Momo the doll he bought this morning. Momo, can Daddy trade the doll for your plastic duck? Momo had never seen a doll. She was immediately attracted by the doll with a pair of big watery eyes in front of her. Give. Momo handed the plastic duck in her hand to Meng Haixing very neatly. He reached out and held the doll in his arms, rubbing its soft, chubby face hard. Meng Qingqing, who had been standing by waiting to get the plastic duck, immediately lost interest in the plastic duck when she saw the doll in Momo's hand. Grandma, I want a doll too. Meng Qingqing pulled Liang Xiaozue's sleeve with a pleading look on her face. Just shut up. Meng Haixing didn't care whether Meng Qingqing wanted a plastic duck or not. He took to the street with a plastic duck. Liang Xiaocui had no idea what Meng Haixing was going to do, so she followed him with her two children. The sun was too strong at noon, and villagers who didn't like taking naps would take shelter under the big locust tree in the village. There is a large locust tree planted at the crossroads in the village, and its dense branches and leaves look like a big umbrella. The villagers were sitting under a tree, chatting about all kinds of gossip, when they saw Meng Haixing walking towards them in a hurry. "Auntie, ma'am, look at this plastic duck. Do you recognize it? Whose is it?" There are really not many families in the village who can afford to buy toys for their children. In Meng Haixing's memory, although Meng Jincheng could make money, he spent a lot and always lived a frugal life. How could he bear to buy a plastic duck for his little daughter to play with? "I know this one. It was given to Duzi by a relative of Lang Dekang who came to visit. But the naughty boy didn't like it and didn't want to play with it. He just used scissors to cut the plastic duck into pieces." Aunt Lu recognized the plastic duck in Meng Haixing's hand at a glance. She and Lang Dekang lived in the same alley and often sat together to enjoy the cool air and watch Duzi cut the plastic duck with her own eyes. Liang Xiaocui, who followed closely behind Meng Haixing, felt a little embarrassed when she heard Aunt Lu say this. The plastic ducks sold in the supply and marketing cooperatives are all the same. If they buy one, why can't I buy one? Meng Haixing, could you please stop making unfounded arguments? Your Momo stole it, so she stole it. Just let Momo admit her mistake and apologize to Qingqing, and the matter will be over. You're dragging me out to confront you now. You're not afraid of losing face, but I am. Liang Xiaocui keeps talking nonstop when she opens her mouth. Meng Haixing ignored her. He held the plastic duck and looked at Meng Qingqing. "Qingqing, Uncle San will ask you one last time. Is this really your plastic duck?" Meng Qingqing had long been attracted by the doll in Momo's hand. Without even thinking, she blurted out, "Uncle San, if I say the plastic duck is not mine, can you give me the doll?" "Qingqing, you have to be an honest child. Don't always be petty. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours is not yours." Meng Qingqing bit her lip. "The plastic duck is not mine. I saw Momo playing with it today and wanted to play with it too. Momo refused to give it to me, so I asked Grandma to help me get it." As soon as Meng Qingqing finished speaking, Liang Xiaocui raised her hand and slapped Meng Qingqing in the face. The slap was so hard that Meng Qingqing burst into tears. Chapter 55 Meng Haixing's Little Princess. Liang Xiaocui was not satisfied after the first slap, so she cursed and wanted to slap Meng Qingqing again. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little bitch?" Meng Haixing grabbed Liang Xiaocui's wrist to prevent her from hitting Meng Qingqing. "Auntie, what are you doing? What the adults did was wrong. Why are you taking it out on the child?" Liang Xiaocui knew she was in the wrong, so she burst into tears loudly. "I'm afraid the whole Shashan village can hear that sound." Meng Qingqing, who was standing by, was so scared by Liang Xiaocui that she didn't dare to cry anymore. Meng Haixing only felt his temple throbbing. He would rather pick a fight with someone than quarrel with Liang Xiaocui. Most people could not stand his ability to cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide. "Auntie, I won't fall for your tricks. If you dare to bully my wife and daughter again, I will never let you off easily. Even if it comes to the police station or the brigade, I, Meng Haixing, will have a good talk with you." Meng Haixing's voice was like ice chips, making the listeners feel cold all over. Liang Xiaocui looked up at Meng Haixing and felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, as if she could be torn to pieces at any time. This fear came from deep within her heart, and Liang Xiaocui even forgot to cry for a moment. Meng Haixing, I am your dear aunt." Meng Haixing sneered. "My aunt would never tell anyone that my 2-year-old daughter went to her house to steal things." The people in the village who were enjoying the cool air now understood what was going on. "Oh, Liang Xiaocui, you are really amazing. Momo is such a lovely child, and you can still throw dirty water on her." Aunt Lu can't stand Liang Xiaocui's preference for boys over girls. She also has a daughter. When Liang Xiaocui cried and forced her eldest daughter-in-law to abort 2 girls in a row, she cursed her behind her back. Now she is making things difficult for a little girl like Momo again. She is so shameless. Starting with Aunt Lu, other women in the village started talking about Liang Xiaocui. The aunts and sisters-in-law in the village are very gossipy, and all of Liang Xiaocui's past dark history was exposed. At first, Liang Xiaocui stuck her neck out and wanted to argue with someone, but after saying a few words, she was speechless. In the end, Liang Xiaocui ran away in shame with her 2 children. "Haixing, don't bother with your aunt. If you get angry with her, you might get angry to death." Aunt Lu knew Liang Xiaocui's loose mouth very well, and she dared to say anything. It was her talkative mouth that forced Lin Muching to marry Meng Haixing. If the two had not gotten married at that time, Lin Muching would probably have been forced to jump into the river and commit suicide. Lin Muching stood under the big locust tree holding Momo, his heart full of hatred. Liang Xiaozue has been bullying her all her life and is not satisfied yet. Now she is bullying her daughter again. In such a hot day, Lin Muching felt cold all over. She couldn't just swallow this loss. Suddenly, a warm big hand fell on Lin Muching's shoulder. Meng Haixing noticed that something was wrong with Lin Muching. Mucheng, let's go home. I think Annie should be able to have a few days of peace and quiet. Listening to Meng Haixing's words, Lin Muching felt inexplicably at ease. She nodded slightly and followed Meng Haixing home. Meng Haixing saw that Lin Muching was unhappy, so he quickly took out the clothes he bought for Lin Muching and Momo, as if he were presenting a treasure. Mucheng, try it on to see how big it is. I asked the saleswoman to help me choose it. Lin Muching opened the rolled-up underwear and vest. She just felt her face burning hot. What's wrong? Lin Muching spent a long time organizing his words, but still didn't know what to say. This bra is very expensive, don't buy it in the future. I'll just buy this small vest. Lin Muching quickly put away his underwear and vest, too embarrassed to take a second look at them. It's not expensive. Try it on for size. Next time I buy something for you, you'll have an idea of what it is. Meng Haixing urged Lin Muching to try on clothes. What's the point of trying this? It's better to try it on for size. I might as well try on this dress as well. Lin Muching was so embarrassed that she went to the West Room to try on clothes only after Meng Haixing's repeated urging. Dad, Momo also wants to wear a skirt. Momo held the doll in one hand and her newly bought skirt in the other, and stuffed it into Meng Haixing's hands with all her strength. Come on, Daddy, change Momo into a little skirt too. The small sweatshirt that Momo was wearing was altered from Lin Muching's own clothes. The blue cotton fabric had been washed until it was soft. Although the color was not pretty, it was comfortable to wear. Wow, my Momo is so beautiful, just like a little princess. Meng Haixing put a pink dress on Momo and held her to look in the mirror. Momo looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but giggle. Daddy's little princess. Yes, Daddy's favorite little princess. The father and daughter stood in front of the mirror admiring their beauty. Lin Muching came over from the West Room, and her figure also appeared in the mirror. The same light pink dress with small floral patterns made Lin Muching's skin look even whiter. Meng Haixing turned around with a look of amazement. Mucheng, you are so beautiful. Mom is also Dad's little princess. Momo clapped her hands and looked at Lin Muching with a smile. Meng Haixing kissed Momo's little face hard. She is indeed Dad's little cotton-padded jacket, and she speaks out everything that Dad is thinking. From the moment Lin Muching entered the room, Meng Haixing's eyes never left her, making Lin Muching feel extremely embarrassed. Is Mucheng's underwear the right size? Good. Lin Muching didn't even have the courage to look at Meng Haixing. She stood in front of the mirror for a while, and after making sure that there was nothing wrong, she went to the West Room and quickly changed her clothes. Haixing, take off Momo's clothes too. I'll wash them before I wear them. Good. Should I buy Momo a few more sweatshirts? It's so hot. Momo will get soaked with sweat after running for a while. When Meng Haixing was sorting out Momo's clothes, he suddenly realized what was going on and asked Lin Muching. He has no experience in raising children, so everything he does now is a matter of trial and error. Next time I'll just go to town and buy it. Lin Muching does not agree with Meng Haixing's aesthetic taste because he likes to buy pink clothes too much. Mucheng, I also bought hair flowers and hairpins for you and Momo. See if you like them. There is no need to rest at noon today. By the time Lin Muching combed Momo's hair and put on the little bunny hairpin, Chu Lan and Wu Lixia had already arrived. When Chu Lan heard that Liang Xiaozue came to her house to cause trouble again, she was so angry that she wanted to chop Liang Xiaozue into pieces with a kitchen knife. Mucheng, if Liang Xiaozue bullies you again in the future, just scold her as much as you can. She is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Wang Guixiang from her alley is a fierce girl, and she never dares to go against her. Lin Mucheng, who was washing cucumbers, smiled helplessly when he heard Chu Lan say this. Wang Guixiang followed her husband to kill pigs and sell pork, but Liang Xiaozue didn't dare to cause trouble for her. Mom, I'm here. Besides, Mucheng has a gentle personality. She can't say swear words. Meng Haixing defended Lin Muching in front of everyone, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Mucheng, I think we should stop selling the cucumbers in the field and make them into salads instead. A total of 450 kilograms of salad will be needed tomorrow and 550 kilograms the day after tomorrow. The few cucumbers in their fields will not be enough in 2 days. I think so too. You have to go to the mountains to dig for buplurum. So how can you have time to sell cucumbers? I cut all the remaining cucumbers in the vegetable garden into cucumber strips and make salad. Although the cost of using good cucumbers to make cold dishes is a bit higher, the quantity cannot be stopped. If Meng Haixing only went out to sell cucumbers, he wouldn't be able to sell more than 100 kilograms every day. I will collect some cucumbers in the village later and try to reduce the cost. Lin Muching added another sentence. She was afraid that their cold dishes would not make money. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the gate. Third brother, are you home? Chapter 56. Good bamboo shoots come from bad bamboo. Meng Haixing didn't expect that Meng Jinfeng would come to him. Moreover, he came to apologize for Liang Xiaozui's trouble. Meng Jinfeng is Liang Xiaozui's second son. Although Liang Xiaozui is not a good person, her children are all nice people, especially Meng Jinfeng, who has a good reputation in the village. In their previous life, the two had a very good relationship when they were young. They often went up the mountain to look for bird eggs and went to the river to catch fish together. But later, because of Liang Xiaozui, the two families drifted further and further apart, and later when he went south, they had even less contact. If he remembered correctly, Meng Jinfeng took the college entrance examination this year and should be waiting for the results at home now. The college entrance examination in 1983 was a hell mode. Meng Jinfeng, who was a very good student on weekdays, failed the college entrance examination. He didn't go to university, he only got into a junior college. In Shashan village, even if you are a college student, you are extremely capable. Liang Xiaozui boasted about this almost all her life. Even though several people in the village later passed the college entrance examination, Liang Xiaozui would occasionally pull Meng Jinfeng out to show off. Later, Meng Jinfeng started his own business early after graduating from college. The late 1980s and early 1990s were the best decade for young people to start their own businesses. Meng Jinfeng took advantage of the good time and made his first fortune. Later, when he was 30 years old, he already had a company that earned hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. But even in this situation, Liang Xiaozui did not live a good life. He would often take the Liang family to Meng Jinfeng's company to cause trouble. Ask Meng Jinfeng to help his cousin find a job later. After a while, he asked Meng Jinfeng to use money to build a house for his cousin. Whenever Meng Jinfeng fails to meet Liang Xiaozui's demands, Liang Xiaozui will make a fuss in Meng Jinfeng's company. If something like this happened under normal circumstances, Meng Jinfeng would comfort her and satisfy her because Liang Xiaozui was his biological mother. As luck would have it, one day when Meng Jinfeng was receiving a big client in the company and was about to get the contract, Liang Xiaozui came with the Liang family to make trouble again. At that time, Meng Jinfeng immediately agreed to Liang Xiaozui's request to buy a car for his cousin. After all, the money for a car is insignificant compared to the big contract he won. It's a pity that Liang Xiaozui is not satisfied. Seeing that Meng Jinfeng was easy to talk to, she suggested that Meng Jinfeng's cousin come to his company to be a project manager. Meng Jinfeng knew best how capable his cousin was. He would definitely not give him such an important position. But due to the presence of a big client, he could only hold his nose and agree temporarily, and then slowly think of a solution later. But even so, Liang Xiaozui was still not satisfied. She asked Meng Jinfeng to arrange a job for his cousin immediately. No matter how good-tempered Meng Jinfeng was, he couldn't bear it at this moment. The result was that Meng Jinfeng's biggest contract was ruined by Liang Xiaozui. It was also from this time that Meng Jinfeng's company began to go downhill. In the end, Meng Jinfeng lost more than 300,000 yuan because of major mistakes caused by the Liang family working in his company. In the 1990s, 300,000 was an astronomical figure. Meng Jinfeng could not bear the blow and chose to commit suicide. At that time, because of Liang Xiaozui's mouth, the relationship between the two families became very strained. But there is no real hatred or grudge between the two families. They just have little contact with each other. When Meng Haixing heard that Meng Jinfeng committed suicide for more than 300,000 yuan, he was very sad for a while. Meng Jinfeng was just too picky. If he had told him about the difficulties at that time, as his brother, how could he just watch him die like this? Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it at that time, it was useless. Now Meng Jinfeng, who has just graduated from high school, is standing in front of Meng Haixing alive. The corners of Meng Haixing's lips rose slightly, and he walked forward and patted Meng Jinfeng on the shoulder. Jinfeng, your summer vacation has already started. Why haven't I seen you? I went to the town popsicle factory to do odd jobs and just came back today. Originally, Meng Jinfeng came back happily today and wanted to give the money he earned from his odd jobs to Liang Xiaozui so that she could buy some new clothes. As a result, as soon as he got home, he heard Liang Xiaozui scolding Meng Haixing at home. Meng Jinfeng knew without thinking that Liang Xiaozue had gone out to quarrel again. When asked Liang Xiaozue, she was certain that it was all Meng Haixing's fault. Meng Jinfeng simply didn't ask her and went to Meng Kuan to ask him to explain what happened today. Meng Kuan was frightened by Meng Jinfeng's fierce face and told everything. Meng Jinfeng had no idea what to say to his mother about falsely accusing Momo of having a child. He had no choice but to shamelessly come and apologize in person on behalf of Meng Haixing. Third brother, don't bother with my mother about this matter. She just can't figure things out. Meng Jinfeng's cheeks flushed slightly, and he felt very embarrassed. This matter has been exposed, and I will not hold on to it. But you must keep an eye on your eldest brother's children, Xiaokuan and Qingqing, and don't let their mother lead them astray. The two children are young now, and their personalities are like two blank sheets of paper. How we teach them will determine what they will be like in the future. Meng Jinfeng nodded slightly. How could he not know Liang Xiaozue's temper? But Meng Jinsheng's family has two working parents, and they are simply unable to take care of the child. Third brother, I remember it. Jinfeng, have you gotten your results? How did you do in the exam? Although Meng Haixing knew that Meng Jinfeng would fail the college entrance examination, he still couldn't help but ask. What if his rebirth could also change the trajectory of Meng Jinfeng's fate? As long as Meng Jinfeng gets into university and runs far away, Liang Xiaozue won't be able to reach him even if she wants to. They say the math questions are particularly difficult this year, but I feel it's okay. I am a little worried that I will not do well in the English test, as I only understood 1/3 of the listening part. Speaking of the exam, Meng Jinfeng, who had looked embarrassed just now, was obviously much more relaxed. Okay, if you feel good, it shouldn't be too bad. Meng Jinfeng is a very good student and has never fallen out of the top 3 in the baseline tests in their Muping town. Maybe he can really pass the exam in this life. Meng Haixing was talking to Meng Jinfeng when suddenly an idea came to his mind. He was still short of someone to deliver the cold dishes, and it would be great if Meng Jinfeng could help. Moreover, Meng Jinfeng has a very good character. As long as he comes to get the cold dishes early in the morning and returns the money for the cold dishes in the morning, Liang Xiaozue will not be involved and there will be no problems with the cold dishes. Meng Haixing still very much hopes that Meng Jinfeng can earn some pocket money with him, so that they can meet often and he can talk to him often. If some things really cannot be changed, Meng Haixing hopes that if Meng Jinfeng encounters money problems again in this life, he can take the initiative to come to him, his third brother, for solutions instead of bearing it alone. Jinfeng, let me tell you something. Meng Haixing didn't hesitate and immediately told Meng Jinfeng his thoughts. This incident made Meng Jinfeng's eyes light up. For each delivery of cold dishes, Meng Haixing gave him 2 yuan, which was much more than what he earned doing odd jobs at the popsicle factory. After working at the popsicle factory for a month, I only got 10 yuan in total, and it was not easy at all because of all the lifting and unloading. Okay, third brother, I'll come and help you deliver the salad tomorrow. Why don't you discuss this with your father? Chapter 57 Another Helper. When mentioning Meng Guanghe, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Meng Jinfeng's face. His father was always too easily influenced, and if his mother disagreed, there was nothing his father could do. Third brother, I can decide this matter myself. Meng Jinfeng's plan was perfect, and he intended to keep it a secret from Liang Xiaozue. If she knew that he and Meng Haixing were so close, she would probably be scolded. After the two brothers chatted for a while, Meng Jinfeng left first. He has graduated from high school and wants to use the summer vacation to study English so that he will not fall too far behind other students in English when he goes to college in the future. Haixing, if you help Jinfeng, I'm afraid this won't work. Chu Lan, who was cutting vegetables, couldn't help but remind Meng Haixing. Everyone present knew what kind of person Liang Xiaozue was. Meng Haixing used to play cards all day, and Liang Xiaozue often laughed at him behind his back. In Liang Xiaozue's eyes, her family is the best in the village, and other families should not even have enough food to eat. This way she can appear superior and satisfy her pitiful vanity. Now Meng Haixing is doing buplurum business in the village, and everyone knows that this can make money. How can Liang Xiaozue, who is conceited and arrogant, tolerate Meng Haixing's success surpassing her? She is now jealous to the point of madness and will never agree to Meng Jinfeng helping Meng Haixing deliver the cold dishes. In the eyes of outsiders, it was Meng Haixing helping Meng Jinfeng. But in Liang Xiaozue's eyes, it was Meng Jinfeng working for Meng Haixing, which was a shame in her eyes. Haixing, please don't get involved in this matter. I'm too busy to deliver the cold dishes, so let your elder brother do it. Wu Lixiao also felt that as long as Liang Xiaozue was involved, Meng Haixing would definitely not benefit. Brother, you earn too little delivering cold dishes. Jinfeng is taking English classes at home during the summer vacation, so delivering food won't interfere with his studies, so it's most appropriate for him to go. Meng Haixing has never been the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. He had long anticipated that Liang Xiaozue would do something bad. While Liang Xiaozue was not at home in the afternoon, he took some calcium milk biscuits to visit Grandma Meng. Grandma, you are home alone. Why don't you see Qingqing and Xiaoquan? Meng Haixing put the calcium milk biscuits on the table and walked to Grandma Meng. The orange packaging was particularly eye-catching, and Grandma Meng immediately recognized that this was the most expensive calcium milk biscuit on the market. They followed your aunt to the vegetable field to cut leeks. Grandma, I made some money from my business recently, and I bought these cookies to honor you. Meng Haixing pushed the calcium milk biscuits on the Kong towards Grandma Meng. Child, it's not easy to make money. You have to be frugal. Grandma Meng said this while hurriedly hiding the biscuits under the quilt to prevent her two great-grandchildren from seeing them and scrambling to eat them. Although I don't earn much money, it's still no problem to buy some calcium milk biscuits. Meng Haixing said to Grandma Meng with a smile, and casually mentioned the situation of digging buplurum and making cold dishes at home. After hearing this, Grandma Meng's eyes sparkled with surprise. She thought Meng Haixing had become rich overnight, and the whole family had become rich with him. When Liang Xiaozue came back from the vegetable field, Grandma Meng immediately told her about the situation. Haixing is really promising now. Even the second brother's family is busy making money. Even Qiu Shui has gone to help. You and Guanghe are the only ones worrying about this. After hearing this, Liang Xiaozue showed a look of disdain on her face. No matter how much you earn, it's not as good as Jincheng. Mom, don't listen to what outsiders say. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't want Guanghe to dig buplurum, then don't stop him. Grandma Meng said firmly. Mom, that's Meng Haixing's job. Guanghe is his uncle. How can you work for him? Liang Xiaozue retorted dissatisfiedly. Just as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were arguing, Meng Jinfeng walked out from the inner room. Mom, if Dad doesn't go, I'll go. Third brother needs someone to deliver cold dishes. I'll give him $2 each time. I want to go. Meng Jinfeng seized the opportunity and expressed his wishes. He knew the purpose of Meng Haixing's visit very well, and he also knew that the only person his mother was afraid of was Grandma Meng. You go? What about your English books? I want you to get into college so that everyone in the village will know that our Liang family's son has a promising future. Liang Xiaozue objected at first. However, Grandma Meng disagreed with Liang Xiaozue's opinion. Haixing said that he can come back after delivering the cold dishes in the morning, and the remaining time is enough for Jinfeng to study. Besides, he can earn 2 yuan for delivering cold dishes, which is not easy. Grandma Meng's words left Liang Xiaozue speechless. After dinner in the evening, Meng Jinfeng came to Meng Haixing to confirm tomorrow's plans. Third brother, thank you. We are brothers, don't say that. It was only later that Meng Haixing mentioned to Meng Guangzhu about asking Meng Jinfeng for help. After hearing this, Meng Guangzhu smiled and said, You finally understand things, kid. Meng Haixing felt that Meng Guangzhu had seen through his little thoughts. He thought to himself, My father really understands me. Haixing, you are smart. As long as you work hard, you will have many good days in the future. I will. Meng Haixing nodded seriously. The next morning, Meng Haixing helped Meng Jinfeng and Meng Guangzhu prepare salad, and then took lunch to the mountain to dig buplurum. In order to facilitate transportation, he borrowed Uncle Meng's cart. There are houses built by the former commune halfway up the mountain. Later, when the land was distributed to each household, these houses became idle. Meng Haixing asked the village secretary Meng Jiangwo for the key to a house and parked the cart there. He planned to dig some buplurum and deliver it here at noon. Chapter 58, Everything Goes Well. Meng Daniu was puzzled when he saw Meng Haixing pushing a cart. They didn't dig much buplurum, so why did they need to push a cart? It would be much easier to just use a shoulder pole. Haixing, why are you pushing a small cart up the mountain? Are you trying to trap rabbits or catch eels again? Meng Daniu looked at Meng Haixing with bright eyes. Trapping wild rabbits is a waste of time. We should spend more time digging more buplurum. After putting the cart away, the three of them headed up the mountain together. The eels you sold last time were also quite expensive. Yesterday, I saw the boys in the village grab a large bucket of eels. That's because the eels are expensive in restaurants. If you take them to the market or the street, you don't know if anyone wants them. They use a lot of oil, and most people can't afford them. It's a small restaurant in town, with only a few people eating there, so it won't cost more than a few pounds, not enough to cause us trouble. Meng Haixing was walking and chatting with Meng Daniu, when suddenly he seemed to realize something. Brother Daniu, haven't you been digging for buplurum? Why do I feel like you're short of money? Meng Daniu smiled innocently. My mother said that when I save up some more money, I will go to Chuanhua's house to propose marriage. That's great. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on digging Buplurum. It won't be long before you can save enough money to buy the 3 big items. Okay, I'll listen to you. Having said that, Meng Haixing was wondering if he should also make up these things for Lin Muching. What other new brides have, Lin Muching should have too. Meng Daniu followed Meng Haixing to dig Buplurum, and the harvest was naturally good. Near noon, he saw Meng Haixing carrying Buplurum to the cart, and finally understood why Meng Haixing brought the cart. He dug Buplurum so quickly. Haixing, doesn't your hand hurt? Meng Daniu sat on the hillside, too tired to move at all. Meng Haixing was digging Buplurum so hard that he could not catch up with him no matter how hard he tried. It hurts, look. Meng Haixing showed his palm to Meng Daniu, only to see that his palm was red, and it looked like blisters were about to form again. At this moment, Meng Haixing was also feeling sore all over. He had to squat down to dig Buplurum. In addition to the pain in his hands, his arms and back also ached. But he could endure it. In order to quickly save up the startup capital, he had to dig Buplurum as quickly as possible. Haixing, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself. Seeing that Meng Haixing had an injury on one hand, Meng Guanglian hurried to give him some advice. It's okay, just go home and have a good sleep tonight. Children from rural areas have been doing farm work since childhood. During the busy farming season, they cannot rest all night and have to continue working the next day. For someone like him, it's already pretty good to be able to get a good night's sleep. The 3 of them gathered together for lunch, and then they found a slightly shady ravine and continued digging Buplurum. Meng Haixing brought a lot of fertilizer bags, and he gave 2 to Meng Daniu and Meng Halian in the afternoon. Throughout the whole day, Meng Haixing dug a full cart of Buplurum. Meng Daniu glanced at his shoulder pole and found that he had half less than Meng Haixing. The stubborn Meng Daniu secretly made up his mind that he must work hard next year to dig as much Buplurum as Meng Haixing. The days of digging Buplurum are extremely tiring. Meng Haixing would go to bed immediately after dinner when he got home every day. Sometimes when Momo wanted to talk to him, he would fall asleep while talking. Lin Muching felt sad that Meng Haixing was working so hard to dig Buplurum, so he would wake him up later in the morning to let him sleep a little longer. Time passed quickly, and it was time for Meng Haixing to harvest Buplurum chinettes. As Meng Haixing expected, the amount of Buplurum he collected this time doubled, and all added up, the total was 2,300 kilograms. Among them, 400 kilograms belonged to him, 220 kilograms to Meng Daniu, and 200 kilograms to Meng Halian. When the 3 brothers were overweight, they did it quietly and didn't dare to make it public. Even if these 3 people were stupid, they would realize now that they had dug much more Buplurum than others. Others aside, the amount dug by Meng Guangjuan's family of 3 was not as much as that dug by Meng Daniu alone. Other people in the village also took out dozens of kilograms at a time, but no one could take out 100 kilograms at a time. Haixing, isn't our luck too good? Meng Halian looked at his 3 bags of Buplurum with a slightly complicated expression. Brother, don't think too much. Maybe the mountain god saw that we were good people in our previous life, so he always let us meet Chihuozi. Meng Haixing chatted nonsense with Meng Halian with a smile. He didn't know what he was like in his previous lives, but in his last life he donated hundreds of billions of assets. With so much money, it wouldn't be too much for him to encounter a few more Chihu nests. Well, I'll go to the mountain to worship the mountain god some other day. Meng Haixing looked up at the sky in silence. Meng Halian had just enjoyed a few days of good life, and he dared to worship the mountain god. Brother, please take it easy. I know. I won't let anyone see it. After collecting more than 2,000 kilograms of Buplurum, Meng Haixing still did not have enough money, so he still wrote IOUs to the villagers first and would settle the bill with them when he returned the Buplurum from the county tomorrow. After the first time, no one said a word this time, and everyone believed in Meng Haixing unconditionally. Meng Haixing asked Huang Ming's relatives about the time when Buplurum would be delivered, so he was not too anxious in the morning. After delivering the cold dishes, he parked the tractor a little away from the Chinese medicine hospital. Haixing, what are you doing? Aren't we going to deliver Chaihu? Why did you park the tractor outside? Meng Halian looked at the Chinese medicine hospital with some surprise. From a distance, he saw Huang Ming standing in the yard, talking to several workers. Wait a moment. If we go in now, we will have to argue with Huang Ming again. It is better to wait a while and let him inspect the goods for us without hesitation. Meng Haixing stopped the tractor and waited for about half an hour, and the familiar Dongfeng finally appeared in his sight. Meng Haixing quickly started the tractor, followed closely behind the Dongfeng, and drove into the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital. Huang Ming was smiling and ready to greet Dongfeng Motor. The moment she saw Meng Haixing's tractor full of Buplurum, the smile on her face froze. He first invited the driver of Dongfeng Motor to his office for tea, and then came over to talk to Meng Haixing with a fake smile on his face. Brother Meng, how many brothers are there in your family? It's only been a few days, and you've managed to dig up such a large cart of bupleurum? Huang Ming walked around the tractor, and his jaw dropped. We are a big family, with more than a dozen cousins. All of them are strong young men. Our mountain is full of bupleurum, so we can naturally dig more. Huang Ming grew up in the city, and he had no idea how bupleurum chinense actually grew. At this moment, he was half believing and half doubting Meng Haixing's nonsense. Then you can unload the goods first, and I will check a few bags later. Meng Haixing came in with the medicinal herbs from his relative's house. Even if he wanted to make things difficult for him, he couldn't do so and could only bite the bullet and collect the herbs. In order to let Meng Haixing leave quickly, Huang Ming did not let them unload the goods by themselves. What are you guys still standing there for? Come over here and help unload the goods. If only Meng Haixing and a few others were unloading the goods, it would take who knows how long it would take to finish unloading this huge truck. The more Huang Ming thought about it, the more depressed he became. The reason why their car arrived late was to arrive in time for lunch. At this time, everyone in the hospital office went to the cafeteria, so even if his medicinal materials were almost gone, no one saw them. After the goods are put into storage, he will find workers to pack them up. Even if there is a weight shortfall, it will be considered as loss. It was because Huang Ming was generous in collecting medicinal materials that his relatives would give him extra money every time they came to deliver medicinal materials. Otherwise, with the $20 or so he earns a month, it would take him a long time to save up some money. Huang Ming was reluctant and randomly checked a few packets of medicinal materials sent by Meng Haixing. Seeing that there was no problem, he did not waste time to settle everything and quickly sent this plague god away. Chapter 59. Someone is stealing the business. Buying bupleurum went so smoothly today that Meng Haixing felt quite relieved. For a villain like Huang Ming, you have to pinch his weak spot and make him unable to resist. That way, when you sell bupleurum to him in the future, he will behave himself and not cause any trouble. The tractor drove out of the Chinese medicine hospital happily. Are we still going to the mall today? Meng Haixing turned around and looked at Meng Daniu and Meng Halian in the back fight. No, I need to save money to marry a wife, so I can't spend it carelessly. Meng Daniu refused righteously. Meng Haixing couldn't stop laughing. If he worked hard this summer, maybe Meng Daniu would be able to get married this year. That's great. Such a promising life makes Meng Haixing happier than making 100 million yuan in the past. As Meng Haixing drove his tractor into the village, he heard a group of children shouting, "Third uncle is back! Third uncle is back!" The children shouted and ran towards Meng Haixing's house. When Meng Haixing's tractor got closer, he realized that their alley was full of people. Looking at the anxious expressions of the villagers, Meng Hai felt amused in his heart. It seemed that many villagers still did not trust him. Those who trusted him now all had smiles on their faces. Lin Mucheng, who was busy cutting vegetables and pickling cucumbers at home, did not expect so many people to come to his house near noon. She couldn't cut vegetables at the moment, so she could only clear the yard so that the villagers had a place to stand. Meng Haixing walked home with a smile on his face and greeted the villagers. "Everyone, don't worry. Line up, we'll take them one by one." The small courtyard of Meng Haixing's house is very small, and there is not enough space for only a dozen people to stand there. "Haixing, have you sold all your bupleurum?" Someone in the crowd asked Meng Haixing uncertainly. "They're all sold. Those who have IOUs, please line up. My main room is so small. If too many people come in, I'm afraid it will be too hot to breathe." Meng Haixing, who had just returned from the county, took out his small account book and began to distribute money to everyone without even having time to drink a sip of water. Ranked first is Ma Jinying. Even though she is a woman, she digs just as much bupleurum as the men. "Aunt, your total is 22 yuan. Please count it. If there is no problem, give me the IOU." Ma Jinying looked at the 22 yuan in her hand carefully. "Yes, it's $22. As she said this, she took out the IOU from her pocket and gave it to Meng Haixing. Digging bupleurum is really hard work. It's been several days, and I've only dried this little bit. Ma Jinying put the 22 yuan into her pocket very preciously. Although she said how hard it was to dig bupleurum, her face was full of joy. Their family doesn't have much land, and after deducting food and clothing for the year, it's hard to say whether they will have 22 yuan in their pocket at the end of the year. Now, she can save money by just working hard for a few days. For Ma Jinying, this is like pie in the sky. People lined up and received their money one by one. Someone came to ask whether Meng Haixing would continue to collect bupleurum in a few days. After they received a positive answer, they went to tell their relatives and asked them to go to the mountains to dig bupleurum to make some money. No one knows when Meng Haixing will stop accepting. After all, in their opinion, Buplurum Chinese at 1 yuan per pound is not a long-term business. Meng Haixing was busy dividing the money from Chaihu, but he didn't know that his business had been targeted by someone. Ever since Meng Haixing beat Lang Chun into a sack last time, Lang Chun hasn't returned to the village for a while. Brother Chu, you've seen it. Meng Haixing has been here recently, buying Buplurum in large quantities. I don't know where he's selling it, but it looks like he's making a lot of money. Lang Chun and a man wearing a flowered shirt and black pants were standing in an alley not far from Meng Haixing's home. The man he called Brother Chu was a famous gangster in the town named Chu Fong. He is in his 20s, very good at fighting, and has a quick mind. He has also made some money in the past few years. Buying Buplurum root for 1 yuan per pound is not cheap. This guy must have some connections. Chu Fong took a puff of the cigarette in his hand and threw the cigarette, but hard on the ground. How often does Meng Haixing go out to sell Buplurum? He went out twice in total. The first time was short, and the second time was about 4 or 5 days. Wait another 4 or 5 days. The daylilies will be cold. Langshan, you will go to the village to collect Buplurum tomorrow. Everyone will be paid immediately, and no one will owe money. Oh. Lang Chun was a little dumbfounded and didn't understand what Chu Fong meant. What are you talking about? You're like an idiot. Tomorrow I will give you 1,000 yuan, and you can collect Buplurum Chinese in the village. No matter who gives it to you, you can take it. Next time Meng Haixing goes to sell Buplurum, I will send a smarter person to follow him. As long as we know where he is selling it, the business will be ours in the future. When Langshan heard Chu Fong say this, he suddenly realized. Brother Chu, you are so wise. How could I have forgotten about this? So the next day when Meng Haixing came back from digging Buplurum from the mountain, he heard that Langshan was also in the village, buying Buplurum at 1 yuan per pound, and the payment was in cash. Haixing, Langshan is also collecting Chaihu. Will it affect you? Lin Muching was very worried about Meng Haixing, as he had encountered such a difficult situation when he just started his small business. If the Chaihu deal fails, what if Meng Haixing gets upset and goes back to playing cards? Lin Muching felt cold all over whenever he thought about the consequences. Mu Chung, you don't have to worry about me. No matter what business you do, it's hard to achieve a complete monopoly, but as long as there is healthy competition, I can make money. Although Lin Muching was confused when she heard it, she inexplicably chose to trust Meng Haixing. But I'm afraid you'll have to suffer with me these few days. Starting today, we will also be collecting Buplurum Chinese all day long. You can't cut the salad here. When I come back from the mountain, I will help you cut it. Why don't we hire someone else? Yesterday, I heard from Mom that Xiaya has nothing to do at home during the summer vacation. She is a girl and can't work in the fields all day long. I thought of asking Xiaya to come and help me cut vegetables. This way she can earn some pocket money and buy her favorite clothes and hairpins. Meng Yu is Meng Jinfeng's younger sister and is a sophomore in high school this year. Liang Xiaotsue was extremely patriarchal. After Li Menghua finished junior high school, Liang Xiaotsue didn't want her to go to high school. But Meng Yu was very hardworking and ranked among the top 10 in their town in the high school entrance examination. Many people in the village were envious, and Grandma Meng and Grandpa Meng said they would help pay Meng Yu's tuition. So Liang Xiaotsue reluctantly agreed to let her go to high school. Teenage girls are at the age when they love beauty. But Liang Xiaotsue never cared about these things. The family had some money, but she would rather buy food than buy Meng Yu some decent clothes. The clothes she was wearing now were either dark blue or khaki, and these colors were really too ugly for a little girl. Lin Muching thought that the summer vacation was still long, and if Meng Xiaoye continued to cut vegetables for her to earn pocket money, she could buy some nice clothes before school started. Chapter 60 Helping Meng Yu. Meng Haixing, who was washing by the well, heard Lin Muching talking about Meng Yu and looked up at her. How could his wife be so kind? Liang Xiaotsue had often said bad things about her behind her back, but now when she saw Meng Yu suffering, she couldn't help but want to help. Wife, don't you hate Auntie for treating you like that? Not to mention Lin Muching. Meng Haixing even wanted to beat Liang Xiaotsue up when he thought of her. My aunt used to gossip about others. I wish I could die with her, but Meng Yu is just a little girl, and I am sorry for her. As he spoke, Lin Muching sighed slightly. They were all women. Seeing Meng Yu being tortured by Liang Xiaotsue, Lin Muching felt extremely sympathetic towards her. Meng Haixing stood up and looked at Lin Muching blankly. If Lin Muching had not left early in her previous life, with her help, perhaps Meng Yu would not have run off with a peddler. Meng Yu married far away and escaped from Liang Xiaotsue's clutches, but fell into another fire pit. Her husband often abused her and beat her until she was completely bruised. Meng Yu endured it for the sake of her 2 children and did not divorce, but eventually lost her life. Meng Haixing still remembers the scene when he heard the news of Meng Yu's death and rushed to her home from thousands of miles away. Mengyu was so thin that she looked unrecognizable. She was 167 centimeters tall and weighed less than 80 kilograms. She lay quietly in the ice coffin, with scars all over her exposed arms, neck, and cheeks. At this time, Meng Guanghe just sat on the chair and smoked, while Liang Xiaozue kept arguing with the man's family, not for justice for Mengyu, but for compensation. At that time, Meng Haixing had already achieved some success, and it was Meng Jinsheng who called him to help out. At that time, Meng Haixing looked at Liang Xiaozue's chattering mouth and finally couldn't help but slap Liang Xiaozue and put Meng Yu's ex-husband in prison. It was also from this time that Meng Haixing completely cut off contact with Meng Guanghe's family. Later, Liang Xiaozue was diagnosed with liver cancer and was in excruciating pain. She called Meng Haixing hoping that he could send her abroad for treatment. Meng Haixing, who received the call, only heard the 3 words Liang Xiaozue and then hung up. She was full of sins. It would be better for her to die early. All the memories that were buried deep in my heart came flooding back to my mind. Meng Haixing just felt cold all over in this hot summer. He and Lin Muching were very close, so close that he could almost smell the faint scent of soap on her body. Wife, it's great to have you here. Meng Haixing looked at his timid wife in front of him and couldn't help but hug her in his arms. Feeling Lin Muching's body temperature, the surging hatred in Meng Haixing's heart finally calmed down again. The sudden hug startled Lin Muching. She was so frightened that she couldn't move. Her body was a little stiff. Wife, if you want Xiaya to help, then let her come. If Auntie disagrees, I will definitely teach her a lesson until she agrees. Lin Muching was a little nervous, but when he heard Meng Haixing say this, a smile appeared on his face. She was about to break free from Meng Haixing's arms when she heard Momo's baby voice coming from under the eaves. Mom, I want a hug too. You can't just hug Dad. Momo's voice was quite loud, and Lin Muching was so scared that he quickly pushed Meng Haixing away. I didn't hug your dad. After he finished speaking, Lin Muching realized that these words sounded strange. Meng Haixing went forward and picked up Momo. He pinched Momo's chubby little face and wondered why his little cotton-padded jacket was a little leaky. He finally had the chance to have such a close contact with Lin Muching, but within a few minutes, it was ruined by his little cotton jacket. Momo, what do you want to eat tonight? Daddy will make it for you. Sure enough, as soon as Meng Haixing mentioned food, Momo's attention was instantly diverted. I want noodles, fish, and meat. Momo counted her favorite foods one by one with her little fingers. Your little stomach can't hold so much food. Tonight, Dad will make you braised Spanish mackerel and add noodles. How about that? Momo nodded obediently and got a piece of white rabbit milk candy from Meng Haixing. She was too young, so Meng Haixing usually didn't allow her to eat candy, only giving her a piece occasionally to satisfy her craving. The fish in Meng Haixing's house was sent by Chu Lan. She heard that eating fish is good for the baby in the belly for pregnant women, so she asked someone to buy fresh mackerel from another town. Meng Haixing took out the Spanish mackerel, cleaned it, and prepared to cook dinner. Lin Muching also came to help. Lin Muching, who usually loves to eat fish, felt his stomach churning and was extremely nauseous as soon as he got close. She leaned against the wall and retched, looking so pitiful. Wife, how are you? Meng Haixing didn't even bother to wash the fish and hurried over to take a look. As a result, as soon as he got closer, the fishy smell on his hands made Lin Muching feel even more uncomfortable. I'm fine. Stay away from me. The fishy smell is really bad. Meng Haixing quickly washed his hands with soap, then helped Lin Muching into the house to rest. Muchung, should we go to the hospital? I heard that pregnant women will have a bigger reaction in the first 3 months. You haven't had a reaction for more than 3 months. Is there a problem? Meng Haixing was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. It's really nothing. I heard from my mom before that when she was pregnant with me, there was no movement in the first 3 months. I didn't have any reaction until I was almost 4 months old. I guess I inherited it from my mom. Although Lin Muching said so, Meng Haixing was still worried. I won't go to the mountain to dig buplurum tomorrow. Let's go to the county together to have a look. I will feel relieved only if the county doctor says there is no problem. At first, Lin Muching didn't want to go, but after Meng Haixing's repeated persuasion, she finally gave in and prepared to take a car to the county for inspection early tomorrow morning. Mom, drink some water, it's sweet. Momo also noticed that Lin Muching was not feeling well, so she took out her small enamel pot and gave it to Lin Muching. In the enamel jar was the malted milk that Meng Haixing had just made for her. Momo is so good, Mommy won't drink. Even if Lin Muching drank plain water now, he could smell a smell in it, let alone malted milk. Momo, can you help Daddy take care of Mommy? Daddy will cook for you. Good. Momo responded very seriously with a tense face. Meng Haixing quickly cooked the fish. He did not bring it into the house, but placed it in the main room to prevent the fishy smell from bothering Lin Muching. It was definitely not enough to just make a fish, so Meng Haixing also made a tomato soup. The tomatoes in their house are a little sour. After they were cooked, Meng Haixing took a bite and was so sour that his brows furrowed. Wife, how about you try the tomato soup? If it's too sour, I'll add a spoonful of sugar for you. Meng Haixing handed a small bowl of tomato soup to Lin Muching. It's not sour. Haixing, you and Momo go eat fish. Don't worry about me. I'll just have a bowl of tomato soup. Really not sour? Meng Haixing asked again with some uncertainty. When he tasted it just now, he felt a sour taste. How can I lie to you? Lin Muching found it funny to see Meng Haixing so nervous. Was he too nervous? Okay, I'll get them all. The noodles are ready too. I'll serve you a bowl. After dinner, Lin Muching lay down to rest early. Meng Haixing lay in the darkness but couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 61 Triplets. Meng Haixing was lying on the Kong, his mind full of thoughts about Lang Chun collecting Chaihu. Lang Chun had just paid Lu Daju a lot of money a few days ago. It was impossible for him to have the cash to buy Chaihu in large quantities. There must be something fishy about this matter. The first person Meng Haixing thought of was Meng Changhua. This kid was making some money in Beijing now, and he must be getting cocky, so he wanted to deal with him. It's a pity that he chose a stupid teammate. Lang Chen's brain is not enough. A plan came to his mind, and Meng Haixing thought vaguely, Lang Chun, hurry up and do it. The bigger the plan, the more painful it will be when you fall. Meng Haixing actually guessed it right. Lang Chun was penniless because of Lu Dazui's incident, so he went to Meng Changxi to extort some money. Unexpectedly, Meng Changxi was very generous and gave him 100 yuan directly. However, the 100 yuan was not taken for nothing. Meng Changxi asked Lang Chun to find a way to disrupt Meng Haixing's plan to collect Chaihu. This is why Lang Chun went to find Chu Fong later. The next morning, the village loudspeaker was calling out again about Lang Chun collecting Chaihu. If someone was familiar with Lang Chen's family and had dried Buplurum chinense at home, they would send it to his house, even if it was only 2 or 3 pounds. The other villagers couldn't help but be moved when they saw it. The feeling of being able to exchange cash every day and saving it together to exchange it is different. Then several more families sent Chaihu to Lang Chen's house. Meng Haixing was not in a hurry. After Meng Jinfeng and Meng Guangzhu took away the cold dishes, he nailed a simple billboard with wooden boards. The bottom of the pot was painted black with soot, and then chalk was used to write on it. Meng Haixing's family buys Buplurum, 1 yuan per pound. He tied the billboard to the telephone pole at the entrance of the alley. In order to make it easier for people to find his home, he drew an arrow pointing to the alley where they live under the slogan. The news that Meng Haixing collected Buplurum a few days ago spread to several villages around them. After so many days, Meng Haixing guessed that people from other villages should also come to the village to deliver Buplurum. Not long after breakfast, Chu Lan and a few others arrived, along with Meng Yu. Mom, I'm going to take Mu Chang to the county hospital for a prenatal checkup. If anyone comes to our house to give us Buplurum, please accept it for me. You remember to record every entry in the account book. Chu Lan had helped Meng Haixing harvest grass, cucumbers, and radishes, so she was no stranger to this. Okay, Xiaya will help me keep the accounts later. Haixing, you just said you were going to the county hospital for a prenatal checkup? What is that? Is Muching feeling unwell? Chu Lan looked at Lin Muching a little nervously, only to see that Lin Muching's face was ruddy and he didn't look sick. It's nothing. Just go to the hospital for a physical checkup to see if the baby in Muching's belly is healthy. Lin Muching has been pregnant for almost 4 months and has not had a single prenatal checkup. Meng Haixing was somewhat worried. Okay, let's check it out. I heard that girls in the city have to go to the hospital for several checkups when they are pregnant. Chu Lan is a relatively open-minded mother-in-law. She didn't object when Meng Haixing suggested taking Lin Muching for a prenatal checkup. There are also many new brides in the village who want to follow the example of people in the city and go to the county hospital for a checkup. Unless your husband can earn money, you will probably be scolded if you ask your mother-in-law for money. After Meng Haixing settled things at home, he took Lin Muching and Momo out. This was Momo's first time riding in a minibus. She was extremely excited from the moment she got on the bus. She looked around and was extremely happy. Dad, we are running so fast. Momo stood on Meng Haixing's legs holding the doll, looking at the passing scenery outside the window with great curiosity. It's because the car we were riding in was running fast. Meng Haixing held Momo in his arms, and his heart was warmed by his precious daughter. How could his daughter be so cute? Momo, come sit next to mommy. You've made daddy's pants dirty. Lin Muching patted the chair beside him and motioned Momo to come and sit down. Meng Haixing has been holding Momo since they left the house today, not letting her walk a single step. Daddy, hold me. Momo was unwilling to hang both herself and the baby on Meng Haixing's neck, and even made a face at Lin Muching. The family of three went to the county Chinese medicine hospital chatting and laughing. Meng Haixing asked Lin Muching and Momo to sit in the rest area while he ran around to register and queue up. When queuing up for the consultation, there was only one male person in the entire queue, Meng Haixing, and the rest were all women. Whenever a doctor or nurse walks over here, they will look at Meng Haixing. A nurse even ran over to ask Meng Haixing if he was standing in the wrong line. Comrade, I am not standing in the wrong line. It is inconvenient for my wife to queue with her children, so I am here to help her queue. As he spoke, Meng Haixing looked at Lin Muching and Momo. Lin Muching gave the nurse an awkward smile, and the nurse believed what Meng Haixing said. You are a man who loves his wife. Meng Haixing was surrounded by pregnant women. When he was talking to the nurse, the men sitting in the rest area instantly received countless glares. A few men with good eyesight came over quickly to help their wives line up. However, there are also some gay men who are thin-skinned and a bit chauvinistic. Even though their wives' glares were about to poke them into pieces, they still sat in the rest area as steady as a rock and waited. After a long while, it was finally Lin Muching's turn. Meng Haixing held Momo in his arms and waited anxiously outside the clinic. After all the hassles, Lin Muching finally got his turn for a B ultrasound. Meng Haixing still couldn't go in and could only wait outside. Other pregnant women went in for checkups and came out after a while, but Lin Muching went in for 10 minutes and didn't come out. Meng Haixing's heart was instantly in his throat. Lin Muching's family members, come in for a moment. When Meng Haixing heard the doctor calling him, he felt cold all over and his brain could hardly think. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It was just a few steps, but it seemed like it would take forever. Lin Muching was lying on the bed in the clinic, and the doctor was examining him with a probe. There were 4 people in white coats standing behind the doctor. Meng Haixing couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment. Doctor, I am Lin Muching's family member. Meng Haixing tried hard to calm himself, but his pounding heart betrayed him. He was extremely nervous at the moment. You are Lin Muching's lover. Congratulations. Lin Muching is pregnant with triplets. When Meng Haixing heard the word congratulations, he instantly came back to life. The coldness on his body faded away, and Meng Haixing's back was soaked with sweat. Doctor, you just said that my wife is pregnant with triplets. Meng Haixing walked forward, and through the black and white screen, he could see 3 small figures huddled together. Yes, triplets. The babies are all healthy, but her belly will be much bigger than other pregnant women in the later stages, and giving birth will be more dangerous. Meng Haixing's heart, which had just been put at ease, was now weighed down again. The current medical conditions are not particularly good, and Lin Muching's pregnancy with triplets is not good news for her. Chapter 62 Keep Calm. Meng Haixing took the test results and went back to the clinic to ask the doctor to take a look at it for him. What the doctor said was similar to what the doctor in the ultrasound room said. Doctor, I heard that it is better for pregnant women to take folic acid. Can our hospital prescribe it? There's no folic acid. How about I prescribe some vitamins for you? When Meng Haixing heard the doctor say this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These were 2 completely different things. Thank you, doctor. It's no need to bother. Lin Muching pulled Meng Haixing's arm, picked up the test results, and prepared to leave. But he was stopped by Meng Haixing. Doctor, I would like to ask, for a situation like my wife's, how often should we have a prenatal checkup? It is indeed dangerous for women to have triplets. If your family can afford it, it is best to come for a checkup every month. Okay, thank you, doctor. Meng Haixing and Lin Muching came out of the hospital together. Haixing, you're not really going to bring me here for prenatal checkups every month, are you? This is really too expensive. I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. This series of examinations just now costs several dollars, and Lin Muching was reluctant to spend it. If she came for a checkup every month, plus the travel expenses, it would probably cost a lot. How could she bear to spend such a large expense on herself? Mu Chung, you are pregnant with 3 children, so it's better to get a checkup. Besides, I can make money now. If I don't spend it on you and the kids, I'll spend it there. As he spoke, Meng Haixing held Lin Muching's hand with one hand and held Momo in the other, and walked towards the station together. I came to the county today, so of course I can't go back empty-handed. Lin Muching was lacking in nutrition at the moment, so he needed to give Lin Muching more nutritional supplements. Lin Muching watched Meng Haixing buy 2 bags of milk powder and 2 bags of malted milk, and this time he did not refuse his kindness. Because she knew very well that she was pregnant and drinking more milk would be good for both her and the baby. Meng Haixing didn't buy too many things today because he had to carry Momo with him when he went back, and he wouldn't be able to carry too many things. Wait until 2 days when I come to sell Buplurum and buy more. On the way back, Meng Haixing was very cautious and treated Lin Muching as if he were a fragile porcelain doll. It was not easy to go to the county hospital, and it was almost noon when they returned home. Haixing, you're back. Lang Chun collected a lot of buplurum this morning. He collected them more leniently, so he bought some smaller ones at 1 yuan per pound. We are quite strict in accepting gifts. Except for a few families we are familiar with, all others are sent to Lang Chun. Meng Haixing had just entered the house and hadn't put Momo down in his arms, yet when Chu Lan came over anxiously to tell him about Lang Chun, Meng Haixing had already anticipated such a result. Mom, don't worry. Let's do business peacefully and don't compete with others. Meng Haixing has his own plan, but he can't tell Chu Lan about this. He can't tell Chu Lan that he has dug a big trap for Lang Chun. The more Chaihu he collects, the more he will lose. Haixing, why don't you talk to the village secretary and borrow the village's tractor to deliver the salad? That way, Jinfeng can go alone, and let your dad go to the mountain to dig buplurum as well. Mom, please stop giving me such stupid advice. The tractor is the collective property of the village. It's no big deal for us to keep borrowing it. Besides, my dad went up the mountain to dig buplurum, and his legs and feet couldn't handle it. Oh, by the way, you interrupted me, and I almost forgot to talk about business. Mom, I took Mu Chung to a prenatal checkup today. The doctor checked and said that Mu Chung was pregnant with triplets. Meng Haixing quickly changed the subject to prevent Chu Lan from worrying about Chaihu. As expected, when Chu Lan heard about triplets, his face lit up with joy. That's great. No one in our village has ever had triplets. You are the only one. Mom, don't be too happy yet. The doctor said that Mu Cheng's pregnancy with triplets is more difficult than other pregnant women. I thought, starting from tomorrow, my dad will come to help cut vegetables in the afternoon, and Mu Chung won't be allowed to cut vegetables anymore. She's always sitting there, and she doesn't want to put pressure on my 3 daughters. Chu Lan couldn't help laughing when she heard Meng Haixing say this. How do you know that all 3 are daughters? What if all 3 are sons? Don't do that. If I had 3 sons, I would have no peace in my life. It's not as good as having 3 daughters. I would have 3 more little cotton-padded jackets. How happy would that be? Chu Lan didn't listen to Meng Haixing. In the countryside, having a daughter is icing on the cake. The older generation all hopes to have a boy in the family. On the way back, Meng Haixing bought some fish and meat. He heard that it is good for pregnant women to eat more fish, but Lin Muching couldn't stand the smell of fish. So he chopped the fish and pork together, made meatballs, and then made scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Lin Muching. Put a few meatballs in the sour tomatoes, and the fishy smell of fish and meat will be completely covered up. At noon, when Lin Muching was having lunch, he ate 6 meatballs in one go. In the afternoon, Liang Xiaozui heard that Meng Yu was cutting vegetables at Meng Haixing's place, so he came over to join in the fun. There are many people sending buplurum to Lang Chun right now. Haixing, why don't you hurry up and shout on the loudspeaker that you are also accepting buplurum? Everyone in the yard was busy cutting vegetables. Only Liang Xiaozui was chatting here. Everyone knows that I buy buplurum chinettes. If they want to give it to me, they will naturally come to me. If they are not willing to give it to me, it will be useless even if I shout on the loudspeaker. Liang Xiaozui curled her lips. You are quite open-minded. But then again, you have too many things to do when collecting buplurum. Look at Lang Chun. He collects almost anything, and he won't be as picky as you. Meng Haixing was too lazy to pay attention to Liang Xiaozui. Even if he told Liang Xiaozui that such vicious competition between Lang Chun would only end up hurting both of them, she would not understand. The next day, Meng Haixing followed Meng Daniu and the others up the mountain again. For several days in a row, Meng Haixing spent the whole day digging buplurum in the mountains. The buplurum he dried in the bungalow at home was increasing, and he could hardly put it away. When the day came to go to the county to sell buplurum, several families familiar with Meng Haixing came to give him buplurum. Ma Jining and Lang Dali's family. All of them were mobilized. Even half-grown children like Meng Tiniu were captured to serve as strong laborers. The family brought 230 kilograms of food and cleaned it up very cleanly. Aunt, Longshan's requirements for Chaihu are much lower than mine. Why didn't you send it to him? Ma Jining is a very stingy person who loves money very much. It was somewhat unexpected that she would come to deliver buplurum to Meng Haixing. After all, when it comes to money, even relatives are unreliable, let alone the villagers. What's there to worry about? Buplurum is 1 yuan per pound, and the people who buy buplurum are not fools. When our villagers delivered buplurum to Lang Chun, they mixed the big and small ones together, and some of them were covered with mud to make it heavier. Some were even delivered half-dried after being dried. The quality of the buplurum he has is so poor that he will definitely lose money. I don't want to do a one-time transaction like this. Haixing, Annie has high hopes for you. You must let the villagers see that following you in business can make money and be stable. Meng Haixing never expected that Ma Jinying, a woman who loved money like her life, could think so clearly. Auntie, don't worry, I will never let you down. Chapter 63 Tracking. Ma Jinying also brought another piece of news to Meng Haixing. Lang Chun was only able to pay in cash in the first 2 days. Later, when he didn't have enough money, he followed his example and wrote IOUs to the villagers. Meng Haixing curled the corners of his lips and a wicked smile appeared on his face. This is exactly the effect he wants. When Lang Chun first started collecting Buplurum Chinese, Meng Haixing misled Liang Xiaotsui and said that it would be okay to add a little bit of the small Buplurum Chinese. Anyway, after Buplurum Chinese is chopped up, they all look the same. He said to keep half and half, and then he added that the price he charged was high, so the quality had to be better controlled, and he would definitely not take Xiao Chaihu. Liang Xiaotsui was a gossiper, and within a day, several versions of the story spread. The villagers were naturally quick-witted, and in the end the idea evolved to mixing large and small Buplurum together. Later, some Buplurum Chinese contained dirt, which was no big deal. However, some people were so unscrupulous that they directly mixed semi-dry Buplurum Chinese with dry Buplurum Chinese. If Lang Chun could discover and stop it at that time, he could stop the loss in time. Unfortunately, Lang Chun knew nothing about the Chaihu business. He didn't even come to see Meng Haixing's standards for collecting Buplurum and just collected unlimited quantities in a days. The amount of Chaihu he collected was naturally very considerable. If he kept all of it, he would probably go bankrupt. The evil sent by heaven can be avoided, but the evil brought by oneself cannot be survived. He wanted to see how Lang Chun ended up. Meng Haixing counted the amount of Buplurum he had collected. The total number did not change, but the individual numbers of him, Meng Daniu and Meng Halian, increased a lot. 2,400 kilograms, of which he alone weighs 600 kilograms. Meng Daniu weighs 300 kilograms, and Meng Halian weighs 320 kilograms. Meng Guanghe also went to dig, but there was not much, only 50 kilograms. Meng Guangjuan and his 2 companions weighed 260 kilograms this time, which is also a lot. It seems that everyone knows that digging Buplurum can make money, and it's a life-threatening thing. However, as more and more people came to dig Buplurum, the Buplurum on the mountains near the village would soon be dug out, and everyone would have to go deep into the mountains. Meng Haixing loaded the car and headed towards the county hospital. He went to deliver the cold dishes first. When he came out of Haiqing town, Meng Haixing turned around and saw 2 young men on bicycles following him from a distance. When he first came out of Muping town, he noticed these 2 young men who were dressed in fancy clothes and had slicked back hair. He did not drive the tractor very fast, especially when he came across a village because the road was difficult to drive on. There were 2 times when the 2 young men could obviously overtake him, but they did not and instead stayed far behind his car. Later, when the road became easier to travel, he stepped on the accelerator and they pedaled their bicycles as hard as they could to catch up with him. After repeating the experiment twice, Meng Haixing knew that he was being targeted. It's easy to tell that these 2 people are probably related to Lang Chun. Meng Haixing, sitting on the tractor, had a wicked smile on his face. He hadn't dealt with Huang Ming until today. Huang Ming is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If these people want to send medicinal materials to the Chinese medicine hospital, they are afraid that they will be bullied to death by Huang Ming. The tractor got on the national highway, and Meng Haixing rushed out at the accelerator. The 2 young men following behind him pedaled their bicycles desperately, fearing that they would be lost. Is Meng Haixing crazy? He's pressing the accelerator so hard. Isn't it the oil that's burning? The young man in a blue striped shirt complained while pedaling his bicycle. I don't know if he burned oil or not, but I'm almost going to the crematorium now. I'm so tired. The other young man was sweating profusely from exhaustion and was even having trouble breathing when he spoke. Meng Haixing rushed forward for a while, then slowly slowed down. He repeated this several times. The 2 young men following his tractor wanted to die. Meng Haixing had almost finished playing, so he delivered all the cold dishes and turned a corner to go to the Chinese medicine hospital. He timed it very accurately. Before the tractor could be turned off, the Dongfeng truck entered the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital. Meng Haixing got out of the car with a smile and walked up to greet Huang Ming. Huang Ming felt a severe toothache when he saw Meng Haixing getting stuck again. Brother Huang, please have a smoke. It's so hot. Can you help me find a few workers to help unload the truck? This way I can leave earlier. Huang Ming took the cigarette handed to him by Meng Haixing and responded in a muffled voice. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Meng Haixing with a forced smile, then called the Dongfeng bus driver to his office for tea and chat. Meng Haixing has come here so many times that the workers who collect medicinal materials have become familiar with him. He passed out some cigarettes, and everyone chatted and laughed. In a short while, the entire cart of Buplurum was unloaded. Huang Ming did not even come to inspect the goods himself this time, but asked workers to help him check the weight of the goods. He just signed the approval slip and didn't even go to the finance department. He let the workers do all the running errands. The two young men who followed Meng Haixing felt that they had hidden themselves well, but they didn't know that Meng Haixing had seen all of this. It turns out that Meng Haixing brought Buplurum to the Chinese medicine hospital. I was wondering how anyone in this poor place could possibly buy Buplurum for just $1. The man in blue shirt stretched his neck and looked towards Huang Ming's office. Let's go and tell the boss that Lang Chun has collected more than 2,600 kilograms of Buplurum. If we can sell all of it, we will become rich. The two young men were very happy to see that Meng Haixing bought Buplurum so easily. Even if they could make a profit of 1 or 2 cents per pound, it would be a lot of money. Meng Haixing got the money from selling Buplurum very easily. He came out of the Chinese medicine hospital, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he found a place to stop the tractor. Haixing, what are you doing? Aren't we going home? Meng Halian looked at Meng Haixing strangely. You'll know in a minute. We don't eat much in the morning. I'll treat you to some wontons. A bowl of wontons is not cheap. If you want to eat it, let's go home and eat it. Meng Daniu was reluctant to spend so much money. Brother Daniu, it's my treat. Come quickly. What is most abundant on the streets near the Chinese medicine hospital is a variety of snack stalls. Meng Haixing randomly chose a restaurant to sit down and ordered 3 bowls of wontons. While they were eating wontons, they saw Lang Chun and Chu Fong driving a tractor loaded with Buplurum Chinese into the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital. Haixing, look, is that Lang Chun? Seeing Meng Haixing always looking towards the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital, Meng Halian couldn't help but take a look there too. It's Lang Chun. Meng Haixing took a sip of wonton soup and responded. I was wondering why this guy suddenly collected Buplurum Chinese. He must have known that we were sending Buplurum Chinese to the Chinese medicine hospital. Meng Daniu, who had just been drinking wontons, suddenly looked up and looked at Meng Haixing with confusion. How did Lang Chun know this? Did he ask it himself? If he had that kind of brains, he wouldn't be coming to the Chinese medicine hospital to deliver Chaihu right now. Chapter 64, Hitting a Snag. Meng Haixing told Meng Halian and Meng Daniu about someone following their tractor. Lang Chun is such a dishonest kid. Meng Halian's face turned red with anger. Lang Chun came to the Chinese medicine hospital to ask based on his own ability, so he knew him. The Chinese medicine hospital buys medicinal materials, so it can't be that they only buy from their family. But it is really disgusting that Lang Chun used such despicable means to get the Chinese medicine hospital to accept Chaihu. Brother, don't worry, just watch the show. With Huang Ming, the arrogant watchdog, around, Lang Chun is in trouble. Huang Ming waited for a long time until Meng Haixing left before he came out of the office and asked the workers to quickly unload the medicinal materials from the Dongfeng bus. The quality of their medicinal materials is as bad as ever. Recently, the Chinese medicine hospital has requested a lot of Buplurum Chinese, and the amount of Buplurum Chinese sent by their family has also increased. But the quality is completely different from what Meng Haixing sent. Meng Haixing sent Chaihu twice in a row, but Huang Ming didn't bother him. First of all, he was really afraid that Meng Haixing would cause trouble. After the two of them had met several times, Huang Ming finally realized that Meng Haixing was a smiling tiger, a man with a white face but a black heart. If you make him angry, he can do anything. Secondly, Huang Ming also needs Meng Haixing. The quality of the Buplurum root he delivered every time was so good. Mixed with the good Buplurum root, the poor quality one sent by their family would not be so noticeable. Master, I heard that you collect Buplurum Chinese here. Lang Chun walked up to Huang Ming with a smile on his face and started talking to him. Do you have any goods? Huang Ming frowned slightly and looked impatiently at the fertilizer bag on the tractor behind Lang Chun. I have a truckload of Buplurum Chinese. I wonder how much you would charge per pound. The price depends on the quality. Please wait here until I'm done. It was almost time for lunch, and by the time Huang Ming had packed up all the Buplurum in his home, he was already starving. Lang Chun and a few others were still standing there, and Huang Ming was extremely angry. He suppressed his anger and reluctantly let Lang Chun take down the 2 bags of Buplurum. Huang Ming subconsciously thought that the quality of the Buplurum sent by Lang Chun was the same as that sent by Meng Haixing. He was thinking about how to reject Lang Chun when a cloud of dust blew in his face along with the Buplurum being poured out of the fertilizer bag. Huang Ming coughed for a long time because of being choked. He looked closely at the Buplurum on the ground and was so angry that he laughed. Get lost. What kind of garbage are you sending to our hospital? Our Chinese medicine hospital is the best hospital in the county, and the herbs we use are the best. You brought these junks here. Take a look for yourself. Do you dare to eat them? Huang Ming covered his mouth and took 2 steps back in disgust. Although he had a bad attitude, Lang Chen didn't dare to argue with him. He could only keep a low profile and approach Huang Ming with a smile on his face. Brother, my buplurum root is not bad either. Look, they are all wild buplurum roots grown in our mountains. The quality is very good. Lang Chen was working very hard to promote his buplurum chinets. He even grabbed a handful from the ground and brought it to Huang Ming. A musty smell rushed into Huang Ming's nostrils, and he impatiently pushed Lang Chen's hand away. Are you blind? These buplurums are of different sizes, covered in dust, and some of them are not cleaned of mud. More importantly, your buplurums are moldy. Do you think I, Huang Ming, am a 3-year-old child? I will let you fool me at will. You are such a wicked man, using undried buplurum to weigh things down. If I accept your moldy buplurum today, I'm really afraid of being struck by lightning. Huang Ming spoke so righteously that he completely forgot how bad the medicinal materials his family sent were. Lang Chen was scolded by Huang Ming. Seeing that he could not sell the more than 2,000 kilograms of buplurum he had collected, he was extremely anxious. Comrade, the medicinal herbs unloaded from the Dongfeng truck just now are not similar to what I have. Why do you take theirs and not mine? Lang Chen's words instantly hurt Huang Ming. Go away, I don't accept these medicinal herbs from you. Huang Ming was already furious after being beaten up by Meng Haixing, and now here comes another ignorant kid who really thinks that he, Huang Ming, is easy to bully. Get out of here right now, don't let me see you again, or I'll break your legs. Huang Ming picked up the broom and was about to take action. When other workers saw this, they quickly stopped them. The group of people were making a lot of noise, and finally even the security department was alarmed. Lang Chen was hit several times by Huang Ming's broom. When he saw that the situation was not good, he gave up Chaihu and ran away. As soon as he ran to the entrance of the Chinese medicine hospital, he looked up and met Chu Fang's fierce eyes. Lang Chen's heart suddenly turned cold. Brother Chu, let's go to another place to sell medicinal herbs. The Chinese medicine hospital won't accept them. Lang Chen put on a flattering smile. Lang Chen, I'm giving you 1,000 yuan. If you don't make money, I'll accept it. But if you dare to pay me, just wait and see how I deal with you. Lang Chen knew best what kind of person Chu Fang was. Brother Chu, don't worry, I will definitely sell all the buplurum. On the other side, Meng Haixing watched the excitement from afar. After Lang Chen and his companions drove away in a very embarrassed manner on their tractor, he got up and prepared to go home. He turned to look at Meng Halian and Meng Daniu, only to see that both of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Hi, Haixing, how come Huang Ming suddenly became so powerful? Meng Halian was completely stunned. They had dealt with Huang Ming several times before. Although his attitude was not very good, at least he did not chase people out with a broom. Huang Ming is a bully who only cares about the weak and the strong. Let's go home. I only ate a bowl of wontons, but I still don't feel full. Let's go home and eat something. Maybe there will be something exciting to watch this afternoon. It's not enough to let Lang Chen suffer just this little bit. What are you looking at? Let's go to the mountain to dig buplurum this afternoon. Meng Daniu suddenly said something. Meng Haixing couldn't help laughing. Ever since Qiu Shuyi said she wanted to propose marriage for Meng Daniu seemed to have come to his senses. He really worked hard to make money and did not miss any opportunity. Brother Daniu, even a body of iron can't stand this. We go to the mountains to dig buplurum every day, so it's not too much to take a day off. Meng Daniu scratched his head and muttered something. I have saved enough money. If I sell buplurum again, I can go to Chuanhua's house to propose marriage. Meng Haixing returned to the village in a good mood. Today, his alley was much quieter than last time. Several people holding IOUs were sitting in Meng Haixing's main room. Seeing Chu Lan and others busy cutting vegetables and pickling cucumbers, Ma Jinying stepped forward to help. Meng Haixing divided all the money he owed and calculated that he would not need to owe money to the villagers next time he collected Chaihu. When Meng Haixing returned home, lunch was ready and Lin Mucheng had made a pot of fennel buns. Mu Cheng, didn't the doctor tell you to rest more? Why are you doing so much work again? Making dumplings is not a hard job. It won't tire me out. Eat them while they're hot. There's another pot left. Chapter 65, Dealing with Buplurum 1. Lin Mucheng has never been a stingy person. She directly made 2 pots of buns for lunch. Everyone who was cutting vegetables here in the morning was invited by Lin Mucheng to have lunch together. Meng Halian and Meng Daniu, who came back with Meng Haixing, were also kept by her. After lunch, Meng Haixing turned over the dried buplurum chinents and prepared to take a nap. He had been digging buplurum chinents for several days in a row and was really exhausted. He really needed a good rest. Dad, I'll take a nap with you. Momo held her doll and her little pillow and lay down next to Meng Haixing. Didn't you complain about Dad being hot last night? Why are you here again now? Meng Haixing helped Momo put the small pillow away and tidied it up, but he still didn't dare let Momo get too close to him. He was at the age when he was full of energy, and when Momo was too close to him, it was like hugging a stove. Momo misses her daddy. Momo stared with her big round eyes and looked at Meng Haixing sideways. Meng Haixing, who was fanning Momo with a palm leaf fan, was stunned for a moment. Dad has been too busy lately. Can Dad play with Momo in the afternoon? Aren't you going up the mountain to dig Buplurum? You little devil, you even know how to dig Buplurum. That's what Grandma said. Grandma and Mom are busy, and Momo is very well behaved, playing with her doll by herself. Meng Haixing pinched Momo's little nose. Yeah, everyone is busy. Dad will make time to play with you in the future. Okay. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Momo stretched out her little finger, gently hooked it around Meng Haixing's finger, and smiled very happily. The father and daughter were talking to each other in whispers, and it was unclear who fell asleep first. After dinner, Lin Muching felt it was too hot, so he boiled some water and took a shower. When she finished washing and returned to the room, she saw the two children, one big and one small, sleeping on the Kong with the same posture and expression. The corners of her lips rose slightly, and her warm palms were gently placed on her lower abdomen. Lin Muching felt mixed emotions. I married Meng Haixing out of helplessness. As for love, there was definitely no such thing. She couldn't return to the city, so she accepted it in the hope that she could live a good life with Meng Haixing. In the past few years, Meng Haixing was not very nice to her. Countless nights, she thought about how good it would have been if she had sworn not to marry Meng Haixing. Now Lin Muching is watching Meng Haixing change little by little, and he comforts himself in his heart that it is okay to live like this. If there is no love, then there is no love. Lin Muching had been very sleepy recently, and when she woke up it was already mid-afternoon. She opened her eyes blearily, but there was no one in the yard. Lin Muching was surprised. Everyone in the family should have started cutting vegetables by now, so where did this person go? Little did she know that all the Meng family members had gone to watch the fun. Lang Chun wandered around the county for the whole afternoon, but didn't sell even 1 pound of Buplurum. It turns out that Lang Chun really doesn't know how to do business. In summer, the sun at noon is like a big fireball. Everyone goes to eat and take a nap. Who would come out under the scorching sun to purchase Buplurum? Lang Chun had no choice but to pull the more than 2,000 kilograms of Buplurum back to the village. The villagers and people from other villages holding IOUs were waiting at Lang Chin's house early. His father Lang Konghu was still greeting everyone happily. Uncle Lang, your Lang Chun is really successful now. He has started such a big business. I have never seen such great unity in my old age. Yes, Lang Chun doesn't have a girlfriend yet. I will introduce him to someone someday. Don't introduce a random girl to someone else. Lang Chun will soon be a millionaire, so you have to introduce a pretty one to him. Lang Konghu listened to everyone talking at once, and his face was smiling so much that it seemed like a flower was about to bloom. In the distance, the sound of a tractor came, and someone shouted, Lang Chun is back. Everyone stood up and looked toward the street. I saw Lang Chun driving the big red tractor he borrowed from the county slowly approaching from a distance. Everyone was so excited that now that Lang Chun was back, they could share the money. Many people in the crowd had previously given Buplurum to Meng Haixing, and they all thought that Lang Chun would also come back with a lot of great unity like Meng Haixing. Why are there so many bags on Lang Chen's tractor? What did he buy from the county? Someone with sharp eyes noticed at a glance that the truck bed was full of bags, and there were a few young men who didn't look like good people. Lang Konghu also saw it. His face darkened, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. I guess they brought the goods back from the county to sell. Lang Chun is really promising now. He has a sharp mind and can make money on both ends. I just don't know what they brought back from the county. After listening to everyone's words, Lang Konghu was relieved. His son was now successful, and there would be no accidents. He was just imagining things. After everyone's anxious wait, Lang Chen's tractor finally stopped in front of his house. Before he could turn off his tractor, he was surrounded by a crowd of people in 3 layers. Lang Chun, what's that on your car? Someone came forward and asked anxiously. Lang Chun had a gloomy face and did not answer. He took Chu Fong into the house. When the villagers saw Lang Chen's expression, and he didn't say that he would pay everyone, they all followed Lang Chun into his yard. Lang Chun, pay the villagers back the money from selling Buplurum. Everyone is waiting here. Lang Konghu followed closely behind Lang Chun and couldn't help but frowning slightly. I didn't sell the Buplurum today. I'll settle the bill with you after I sell it in a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to shout and express their dissatisfaction like a pot of boiling water. Lang Shun, what do you mean by this? The IOU you wrote to us said that you would pay us off today. Yes, whether you can sell the Buplurum has nothing to do with us. You didn't say at the beginning that you would not pay us if you couldn't sell it. Everyone who had such happy faces just now looked unhappy and stared at Lang Shun with wide eyes. Lang Shun was already full of anger, and when he was scolded by the villagers, he became even angrier. If you don't want to wait, you can take your Buplurum back. I'm not willing to help you sell it. Lang Shun stood in the yard, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You were just talking nonsense. I gave you good Buplurum. What if you return the bad ones to us? When Lang Shun collected Buplurum from various stores, he did not mark the bags individually, but mixed them all together and loaded them into the car. Due to the large quantity, he did not strictly control the quality when collecting Buplurum. The villagers knew very well that if they took the Buplurum back, it would contain all kinds of products of varying qualities, and they would be losing a lot of money. When Chu Fong saw that Lang Chen's place was in chaos, he grabbed his collar and walked towards the main room. Write me an IOU now. If you don't pay me back 1,000 yuan within 3 days, I'll chop off one of your fingers. If you don't pay me back within 5 days, I'll chop off 2 of your fingers. Chapter 66. Dealing with Buplurum 2. Lang Konghu knew Chu Fong's character, so he quickly stepped forward to smooth things over and rescued Lang Chun from Chu Fong. Xiao Chu, let's talk nicely and stop talking in such bloody ways. Can I talk nicely? Lang Chun told me that he could make money by trading Buplurum root and that he had a way. But he collected so much Buplurum root and didn't sell even a pound of it. Write me an IOU now and stop nagging me. If you annoy me, I'll chop off one of your fingers right now. The sound of the music was quite loud, and the people watching finally understood that Lang Chun didn't have a penny and he had to borrow money to buy chaihu. Isn't this just pretending to be the big shot? The onlookers were in an uproar. The current situation was obviously a dead end. They had all been tricked by Lang Chun. Someone was quick-witted and ran to find Meng Jiangwo. Now that the village secretary is here, maybe this problem can still be resolved. If they continue to waste time like this, the Buplurum they dug will probably be wasted. It is so difficult to dig Buplurum in the hot summer. Even if they send me 3 to 2 kilograms of it, I will not throw it away. Brother Chu, please give me a few days. You can see the situation of my family. I can't borrow any money. I will go out and find a way to sell the Buplurum in the next few days. Lang Chun didn't dare to confront Chu Fong head-on, as he had a powerful relative in town. If he offended Chu Fong, he would be doomed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I've been running all over the county with you in the middle of the day. Have you sold any chaihu? Don't say useless things to me. Hurry up and write the IOU. It's only 3 days. Not even 1 day more. Lang Konghu also kept saying nice things, but Chu Fong lost his patience. With a bang, a dagger fell on the wooden table in front of Lang Chun. Following this sound, the main room suddenly became silent. Can I write it? Lang Chun took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote an IOU to Chu Fong in a panic. Chu Fong took a look at the IOU and found nothing wrong. Then he pulled out the dagger. Don't play any tricks on me. I don't have the patience to play with you. After saying that, Chu Fong and his men swaggered out of Lang Chen's house. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into Meng Jiangwo head-on. Chu Fong was very famous in Muping Town, and Meng Jiangwo had heard some stories about him. Meng Jiangwo cursed Lang Chun in his heart. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey to actually provoke Chu Fong, this evil star? The village party secretary is here. Uncle Jiangwo, please help us all. Lang Chun wants to cheat us out of our hard-earned money. Meng Jiangwo was already on his way and heard everything about Lang Chun. When he saw Lang Chun, he didn't waste any words and let Lang Chun explain the whole story himself. Lang Chun, you are so confused. Meng Jiangwo wanted to go up and slap Lang Chun. He had the courage to make money, but not the brains to do so. Uncle Jiangwo, I was forced into this situation. You also know about Lu Daju's situation. I borrowed a lot of money from relatives and friends. If I just work in the fields to make a living, I will never be able to pay back the money in my lifetime. Meng Haixing, who was holding Momo and watching the fun outside, snorted coldly when he heard Lang Chun say this. Lang Chun doesn't have the brains to come up with such a crooked idea. He suspects that Lang Chun must have gotten some inspiration from Meng Changxi. Thinking of this, Meng Haixing raised his eyebrows slightly. He was afraid that Meng Changxi might have frequent contact with Meng Changhua. But communication was not very developed at that time. So how did the two of them get in touch? Or he could follow Meng Changxi some other day. Meng Jiangwo scolded Lang Chun, and the villagers kept giving suggestions and trying to find a way to solve the problem. But after discussing it over and over again, no conclusion was reached. Meng Jiangwo definitely couldn't help Lang Chun by the Buplurum. Lang Chun couldn't give money to the villagers. The villagers don't want Buplurum, they just want money. This is a deadlock that cannot be untied at all. Meng Jiangwo, who was annoyed by the noise, looked outside the yard and saw Meng Haixing holding Momo and joining in the fun. Haixing, Haixing, come here. Meng Jiangwo called Meng Haixing loudly into the main room. Meng Haixing thought it was finally his turn to play. Today Meng Haixing is not just here to join in the fun, he is here to take advantage of the bargain. Uncle, are you looking for me? Meng Haixing held Momo in his arms and sat on the stool next to Meng Jiangwo. Haixing, you are good at the Buplurum business. Give Lang Chun some advice on how to solve this problem. A few days ago, Lang Chun brought some people to blackmail me, and you asked me to give him some advice. Isn't this just slapping yourself in the face? Meng Hai gave Lang Chun a look with a fake smile. Lang Chun, who was standing aside, was so angry that he clenched his hands on his legs into fists and then opened them again, repeating this several times before he suppressed his anger. Brother Haixing, since we grew up together, please give me some advice. I promise that from now on, I will never make trouble again. Well, I have an idea. Meng Haixing stopped talking halfway through his words, almost making everyone present anxious to death. Brother Haixing, tell me if you have any good ideas. It's okay to tell you. I have something to ask you, but it's hard to tell with so many people here. When Lang Chen heard that Meng Haixing had a solution, his eyes immediately lit up. Brother, come to the west room and talk. The two went to the west room together and closed the door. Meng Haixing did not beat around the bush with Lang Chun and asked him directly if it was Meng Changxi who gave him the idea to collect Chaihu. Lang Chun was still hesitant for a moment at first, but when he thought that if he was not careful, he would owe more than 2,000 yuan in foreign debt, his hesitation disappeared. Yes. Lang Chun told Meng Haixing everything about how he went to Meng Changxi to ask for money. You are such a fool. Meng Changxi took the $100 and used Lang Chun as a gun, and now that Lang Chun is in trouble, he can't find out what happened to Meng Changxi. After all, Meng Changxi didn't ask him to collect Chaihu. Brother, I will never dare to do it again. Please be kind and help me come up with an idea to deal with Chaihu. Let's go out and talk. In front of everyone, Meng Haixing gave Lang Chun an idea. If Lang Chun is willing, I can buy all of Lang Chun's Buplurum for 50 cents a pound. As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, Lang Konghu became unwilling. Meng Haixing, you are going too far. We bought Buplurum for $1, and you gave me 50 cents. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? I won't force you to sell it if you don't want to. Today I want your Buplurum for Uncle Jiangwo's sake. Meng Haixing's voice was not loud, but it made everyone present understand that it was not Meng Haixing who begged Lang Chun to sell Chaihu. Lang Konghu's face turned purple as he was blocked by Meng Haixing. If he doesn't sell Chaihu to Meng Haixing today, he will definitely lose the money. But he was not willing to sell it for only 50 cents, as this price was too cheap. Lang Konghu looked at Meng Jiangwo with pleading eyes. He hoped that Meng Jiangwo could help him speak up. As a result, Meng Jiangwo pretended not to understand Lang Konghu's meaning and just sat there smoking his pipe. Okay, Brother Haixing, I'll sell you this Buplurum. Just tell me where to unload it. My yard is too empty right now, so you can unload it in my front room, Grandpa's. As he spoke, Meng Haixing looked around the crowd for Uncle Meng. Uncle Meng naturally supported Meng Haixing, and he didn't want the villagers' money to go to waste. Chapter 67, Dealing with Buplurum 3. Meng Haixing had finished discussing the matter with Lang Chun, but he wanted to pay the villagers for Buplurum at 50 cents per pound, but the villagers refused. A group of people were arguing in the yard. Meng Haixing did not join in the fun, but went home to clean up Chaihu. 2,600 kilograms of Buplurum were piled up in Uncle Meng's yard, like a small mountain. Haixing, isn't it too risky for you to take these unwanted Buplurums? Meng Guangzhu was quite nervous. He had heard that when Lang Chun collected Chaihu, there were all kinds of junk there. Dad, I'm going to bet that everyone in our village really has no conscience. After Meng Haixing said this, Meng Guangzhu finally reacted. Although the villagers like to be clever and take advantage of others, they are not bad people by nature. Even if they do something tricky when selling Buplurum, they certainly won't be so cruel as to sell it half and half. Meng Haixing walked forward, opened a bag of Buplurum, and poured it all onto the plastic tarpaulin. He took a rough look and found that although there was a lot of Buplurum chinents mixed in, the amount was very small. The dirt was only because it was not cleaned carefully, and it was not intentional. Bag after bag of Buplurum was poured out, and Meng Haixing first picked out those that were half-dried. Just pick out the small ones slowly. But if those half-dried Buplurum are not picked out in time, they will probably become completely moldy if kept covered for another day or two in such a hot day. Pick out the moldy ones and throw them away. The semi-dried Buplurum can still be sold after drying in the sun, but it will lose some weight. Meng Guangzhu didn't cut the salad vegetables in the afternoon, so he came over to help Meng Haixing pick them. Meng Guanglian, who was supposed to go to the fields to work in the afternoon, did not go and came to help Meng Haixing with the work. Even Uncle Meng and Grandma Meng came to help. The whole family joined in and sorted out more than 1,000 kilograms in one afternoon. Meng Haixing spread out the remaining unsorted ones in the yard so that the moldy ones would not contaminate the other buplurum. Towards evening, Liang Xiaocui came to see Meng Haixing and others sorting buplurum and gossiped about the final result of Lang Chun. Lang Chen's request for 50 cents per pound for buplurum was definitely not acceptable. In the end, he made a compromise with the villagers and settled for 70 cents per pound. I'll settle the debts from other villages first. Lang Chen doesn't have enough money left, so he'll have to owe it to them first. So the matter was resolved. Early the next morning, Meng Haixing went to the mountain to dig buplurum again, but today he only dug for half a day. He came back early around lunchtime. Everyone worked together to sort out the remaining Chaihu coins. After the semi-dried ones were dried, Meng Haixing weighed them and found that there were 2,100 kilograms of buplurum chinents that could be sold directly, and the remaining 300 kilograms were small buplurum chinents, with a total loss of about 200 kilograms due to mold and weight loss. This data was within Meng Haixing's expectations. Calculated in this way, even if Xiao Chaihu is not added, the net profit from just a Chaihu is 1,850 yuan. Meng Haixing wondered if Meng Changyue would faint from anger if he knew about this. He originally wanted to set a trap for himself and cut off his source of income, but he didn't expect that he would make a fortune. Meng Haixing's family needed to harvest buplurum chinents to make cold dishes, and he also had to run up the mountain every day, so he really had no time to keep an eye on Meng Changxi. So Meng Haixing thought of Lang Chun. Lang Chun, this idiot, finally realized that he was tricked by Meng Changxi. He hated Meng Changxi to death, but he couldn't deal with him, so he felt very frustrated. Meng Haixing gave him such a good opportunity. He almost went crazy with joy. With Lang Chen's lesson in mind, when the villagers sold buplurum, they would send it directly to Meng Haixing's house without even thinking about it. Meng Haixing's family's business of collecting buplurum chinents suddenly became lively again. Later, as he collected too much buplurum, Meng Haixing gradually stopped going to the mountains to dig buplurum. Instead, I specially collect buplurum chinents at home to control the quality. In a blink of an eye, it was time to deliver Chaihu. He collected a total of 4,500 kilograms of buplurum. There was definitely not enough tractor in the village to pull the truck, so he went to another village to borrow one. 2 tractors could barely fit 4,500 kilograms of buplurum. Huang Ming's eyes almost popped out when he saw Meng Haixing's 2 tractors. Even if Huang Ming's head was full of straw at this moment, he realized that Meng Haixing must not have dug the buplurum from his own family, but collected it from someone else. Brother, you are amazing. In just 4 or 5 days, you have harvested more than 4,000 kilograms of buplurum. This speed is almost catching up with my brother. Meng Haixing smiled innocently. We are a poor village. Everyone heard that they could earn some hard-earned money by digging buplurum, so they followed me to dig some buplurum. Even though I have so many buplurum in these 2 carts, if we divide them among everyone in the village, each person won't get much money. Huang Ming nodded slightly. He still believed this. His hometown was so poor that people couldn't even afford steamed bread. In winter, they had to eat sweet potatoes, and other foods to survive the winter. The news that Meng Haixing collected buplurum soon spread throughout Muping town. Those in other villages who were more active also followed Meng Haixing's example and collected buplurum chinents and took it to the county to sell. However, they are not sold directly to the Chinese medicine hospital, but a layer is cut by Huang Ming's cousin in the middle. Huang Ming's cousin is Yi Shi. He is a businessman in Danqiu City who specializes in trading medicinal materials. He heard from Huang Ming that there were a large amount of buplurum in the mountains near Muping town, so he set up a collection point in the county. Big buplurum costs $1, small buplurum costs 50 cents. He collects the goods in the county, and the second-hand dealers in the villages make at least 10 to 20 cents, which becomes 80 to 90 cents when it reaches the farmers. There are such buplurum second-hand dealers in other villages. Even if Meng Haixing's price is slightly higher than theirs, he cannot compete with them. After all, no one would walk more than 10 miles to the mountain village to sell buplurum chinents just for a few pounds of it. Xiaoshan village and several nearby villages will choose to sell to Meng Haixing. Ever since Lang Chun collected buplurum, everyone became afraid, and when selling buplurum, it must be Meng Haixing. Other buplurum dealers who come here to buy buplurum will return empty-handed. As time went by, the middlemen who sold buplurum chinents no longer went to the village below. Haixing, can we also take advantage of the great east wind and send Chaihu to the Chinese medicine hospital? Seeing that Meng Haixing had to borrow 3 tractors every time he went to deliver Chaihu, Meng Guanglian thought about whether he could use a larger truck to pull the truck all at once. Brother, we need to keep a low profile. If we switch to Dongfeng motor, Huang Ming will probably be jealous. If he does something weird again, it will be more trouble than Gang. Meng Hailian thought about it and agreed. The amount of money Meng Haixing earned in a month was an amount he could not even dream of. If this gets out, I'm afraid many people will be jealous. There are already a lot of middlemen buying Buplurum outside. If they attract a few more jealous people to cause trouble, they will probably have no peace of mind. On the day of delivering Buplurum, Meng Haixing still drove the tractor to the Chinese medicine hospital personally. From afar, he saw Mr. Dong and several doctors in white coats talking to Huang Ming in the yard. Meng Haixing was delighted. It has been more than a month since I came to deliver Chaihu, and I haven't seen Mr. Dong yet. He must thank Mr. Dong very much. Without his help, he would not be able to deliver Chaihu to the Chinese medicine hospital. Chapter 68, Earth Yuan. Meng Haixing's tractor team entered the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital with great momentum. Mr. Dong, who was speaking, turned around and looked at Meng Haixing. Looking at the Buplurum in the tractor, Mr. Dong looked shocked. He never expected that a young man from the countryside could receive so much Buplurum. Meng Haixing jumped off the tractor with a whoosh and ran over happily to greet Mr. Dong. Unexpectedly, after running 2 steps, I ran into Huang Ming. Huang Ming stepped forward enthusiastically and held Meng Haixing's hands with both. Comrade Meng, you are here. I have prepared all the workers and are waiting to help you unload the goods. Meng Haixing had dealt with Huang Ming several times, but this was the first time he saw him so enthusiastic. Meng Haixing took a suspicious look and saw a Dongfeng car parked not far away. He immediately understood the trick. Mr. Dong brought his men to visit the medicine warehouse today. As luck would have it, Huang Ming arrived at the backyard of the Chinese medicine hospital an hour earlier with a cart of medicine. This was Huang Ming's clever move. He deliberately let the driver arrive early, thinking that he could quickly unload his own goods and then come back to pick up Meng Haixing's. The amount of Buplurum Chinans that Meng Haixing sent recently was so great that it has affected the supply of Buplurum Chinans in their family. Huang Ming's car had just entered the hospital, and before he had time to unload, Mr. Dong arrived with his men. Watching old Dong checking around for medicinal herbs, Huang Ming wanted to die. Huang Ming knew Mr. Dong's temper best. If he let Mr. Dong know that the quality of the medicinal materials supplied by his family was average, the consequences could be imagined. Huang Mingdong kept talking nonsense and trying to delay the inspection time, just to wait for Meng Haixing to come with his high-quality Buplurum. The appearance of Meng Haixing made Huang Ming, who was already talking till his mouth was dry, so excited that he was about to cry. Meng Haixing pulled his hand back with force, turned around, and greeted Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong, it's great to see you. Are these the Buplurum you collected? To be precise, it is the result of the hard work of our villagers. Meng Haixing was cautious. If he said that he was collecting Buplurum Chinans, he would be a middleman. But if we say that this is the Buplurum that the villagers dug together, although they are all making money, the level is different. People like Mr. Dong would definitely prefer the latter. You're a good boy. Mr. Dong patted Meng Haixing's shoulder with satisfaction. At this moment, Huang Ming didn't dare to look at Meng Haixing and quickly asked the workers to help Meng Haixing unload the truck. Mr. Dong, the quality of the Buplurum collected by Comrade Meng is very good, Huang Ming said while giving a thumbs up. Huang Ming came forward and asked the worker to pick out 3 bags of Buplurum at random and spread them all over the tarpaulin. The neatly and clean Buplurum Chinans came into view. Mr. Dong walked forward and picked up a handful of Buplurum Chinans. The quality was exactly the same as the sample Meng Haixing took the first time. Mr. Dong has met many businessmen at his age. This is the first time he has encountered someone as consistent as Meng Haixing and with such strict quality control. Haixing, after you unload the goods, come to my office. I have something I want to ask you. Okay, I'll be ready soon. Mr. Dong wanted to discuss something with Meng Haixing, so Huang Ming naturally did not dare to delay. He did it himself and almost ran all the way to complete all the procedures. Meng Haixing put a large bundle of big unity into the shoulder bag he carried with him, and then went to Mr. Dong's office in a good mood. As soon as Meng Haixing sat down, someone brought him a cup of tea. The tea had obviously been brewed long ago, and it was not hot yet, just the right amount to drink. Mr. Dong, what do you want to talk to me about? As long as I can do it, just tell me. Meng Haixing picked up the teacup and took a big sip. Just based on this cup of drinkable tea, he felt that Mr. Dong was trustworthy. It's like this. I've been researching some Chinese patent medicines recently. As you can see, I've been buying Buplurum in large quantities. Now the Chinese patent medicine using Buplurum is coming to an end. I estimate that in 2 months, I won't be buying in large quantities anymore. After finishing Buplurum, I will need a large amount of Earth Yuan in the next Chinese patent medicine. Do you know Yuan? Let me think. It seems to be called Tubi in the countryside. When Mr. Dong mentioned earthworms, Meng Haixing really didn't know about it. After all, he had never dealt with Chinese medicinal materials. As soon as Mr. Dong mentioned the word country bumpkin, he immediately understood what it meant. In the village, which child who grew up in the mountains has not caught a loach? I know that. I wonder how many earthworms Elder Dong needs. We can find a few by just searching for a forest on our mountain and turning over some dead branches and leaves. That's good. The earthworms look big, but they are very light after being dried. If they are bigger than a copper coin, I can buy them from you for 9 yuan per pound. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. At present, there are no people specializing in breeding earthworms. They all rely on catching them manually in the mountains, so the price is reasonable. Now, it's a bit troublesome to catch earthworms, so you should start catching them now. I'll say hello to Huang Ming later, and you can bring the earthworms along when you come to deliver Buplurum next time. The shell of the earthworm is thick. When you dry it out, you need to dry it out in the hottest noon for more than 2 days. If the drying time is too short, the earthworms won't be completely dry. Once they are put into the bag, they will quickly become spoiled and unusable. Don't worry about what I do. I won't let this happen. At this moment, Meng Haixing was extremely happy. He knew from the beginning that the Buplurum business would not last long. If Mr. Dong did not buy a large amount of Buplurum, the amount of Buplurum would have to be cut in half. Now he can dig earthworms. If he persists for another 3 or 4 months, the Angora rabbits he raises at home will be able to breed their first litter of baby rabbits. Meng Haixing was drinking tea in Mr. Dong's office. The two chatted for a long time before coming out of the office. Meng Haixing came down from upstairs and saw Huang Ming standing at the door, who had been waiting for a long time. Brother Huang, you are waiting for me here on purpose. Meng Haixing walked up to Huang Ming with a fake smile. Brother Ming, I see you've been sending more Buplurum recently, so I thought you shouldn't send all of them together. From now on, you can come anytime, anywhere, at any time if you want. Thank you very much, Brother Huang, for taking care of me. Meng Haixing chatted with Huang Ming for a few words before leaving the Chinese medicine hospital. Today, Huang Ming saw that he had such a good relationship with Mr. Dong, and he felt a little wary in his heart. Haixing, what does Mr. Dong want to talk to you about? Meng Hailian waited anxiously for a long time, and finally saw Meng Haixing coming out of the hospital. He trotted forward and asked, It's great news, let's go home and talk about it. Meng Haixing got on the tractor and prepared to go home, but Meng Daniel asked Meng Haixing to drop him off at the mall. Brother Daniel, are you going to the mall? How about I go with you? Meng Daniel refused a little shyly. My mother and I are here to buy gifts and clothes. The day after tomorrow, my mother will go to Chuanhua's house to propose marriage. When Meng Daniel said these words, his cheeks turned red. Haha. Okay, Brother Daniel, you should dress more handsomely. Meng Daniel responded and quickly changed the subject. If he continued, he would be so embarrassed that his face would burn. Chapter 69, Smart Daughter-in-Law. Every time Meng Haixing came to the county to deliver Buplurum, he would buy something for his family when he returned. Sometimes I buy some snacks, sometimes I buy some daily necessities. Lin Muching's taste has become very strange since her last prenatal checkup. A few days ago, she vomited continuously because of the smell of fish. But just a few days later, she started to like eating fish very much again, and she prefers the fishy kind. Meng Haixing passed by the market and went in for a walk. Because the weather was too hot, there was no fresh sea fish in the market, so Meng Haixing had to settle for the next best thing and bought some small dried fish. There are many varieties of small dried fish. Lin Muching likes to eat a kind of long and thin dried fish that looks a bit like eels. Meng Haixing bought 5 kilograms at a time, in case he was too busy to buy it for Lin Muching. He bought some more and kept them at home so that she could steam a bowl whenever she wanted to eat it. Cut the small dried fish into pieces, drizzle some peanut oil on them, steam them in a pot, sprinkle some chopped green onions on them when they are out of the pot, and eat them with freshly cooked steamed buns or corn tortillas. The taste is simply amazing. Since there was no fresh sea fish, Meng Haixing bought a big carp and planned to make braised carp for lunch today. When coming out of the market, Meng Haixing saw someone selling candied fruits. Lin Muching has been liking sour food recently, so Meng Haixing weighed some dried apricots and dried plums for her. I also bought a bag of preserved fruits for Momo, the greedy little cat, and then came out of the market with many bags. Influenced by Meng Haixing, Meng Hailian also bought some food and daily necessities for his wife and children. Brother, I remember that last time when we came to give Chai Hu to you. You bought sandals for Debao and Erbao. Why did you buy them again this time? Don't mention it now. Two naughty boys went to the mountain to steal bird eggs a few days ago. They broke my sturdy sandals. I will give them a good beating before they are released. A pair of children's sandals costs at least $1 at the cheapest, and those of slightly better quality cost at least $2 or $3. In the past, our family was poor, and when the children's sandals were worn out, the adults were reluctant to buy them new ones. Heat the fire stick until it is red, melt the broken parts, and then glue the broken parts of the sandals back together. The glued sandals will leave a very ugly scar, and sometimes they will rub your feet when you wear them, so you need to tie a piece of cloth on them before you can wear them. Some adults are not good at it and cannot stick the clothes firmly, so they fall apart after wearing for a while. Otherwise, it will become too big and you won't be able to fit your feet in. As a result, there are often some children in the village who have a good sandal on one foot, but the sandal on the other foot is cut directly into a slipper. The two children of Meng Halian's family used to dress like this. But now Meng Halian and Wu Lixia are making money every day, and they have more money, so naturally they don't want to treat their children badly. The entire Xiashan village has changed unknowingly because of Meng Haixing's rebirth. Meng Haixing not only changed the fate of his family, but also changed the lives of many people in Xiashan village. Momo heard the sound of the tractor and trotted out of the house to greet Meng Haixing. "Dad, you're back. Momo missed you so much." Little Momo jumped into Meng Haixing's arms and called him Daddy sweetly. "You little greedy cat, you're not thinking about me. You must be thinking about the things in my pocket." Meng Haixing going to the county to sell Buplurum became Momo's most anticipated thing, because Meng Haixing would always bring her little surprises. Sometimes it is a little skirt, sometimes it is a bag of candy, and sometimes it is a beautiful little hairpin. Before she knew it, Momo had become a little celebrity among her peers. Everyone knows that Meng Haixing treats Momo, his little cotton-padded jacket, as if she were the apple of his eye. Lin Muching heard the noise and came out. Meng Haixing happily walked into the house holding Momo in one hand and carrying something in the other. Nearing noon, Chu Lan and the others went home to cook, leaving only Momo and Lin Muching at home. "Mu Cheng, you are pregnant now, so please be careful with your step when you go out. I'll try to clean up our alley someday when I have some free time. It's uneven and not safe to walk on." Meng Haixing put down his things, helped Lin Muching, and let her sit on the chair under the eaves. Lin Muching's belly was actually only 4 months old, but she was pregnant with triplets, so her belly was bigger than others as soon as she showed signs of pregnancy. Meng Haixing looked at her huge belly and felt very nervous. It had become so big in just 4 months. What would he do in the future? "I'm not as delicate as you say." Lin Muching looked at Meng Haixing with a smile. He said that he could really do it if he wanted to repair the road in the alley. "I've prepared lunch, so hurry up and wash your hands. We can eat in a while. Didn't we agree that I would cook? Why are you taking over my job?" "Dad, I also helped Mom cook. I picked and broke the beans myself." "Okay, Momo, you are the most diligent. Dad will reward you with a big piece of watermelon later." "Dad, shouldn't you reward me with a popsicle? I see that Debeo brother has eaten all of them." Meng Haixing pinched Momo's little face speechlessly. Love was waiting for him here. "Your brother Debeo is now in primary school, and you haven't even started kindergarten yet. When you go to kindergarten, you can eat popsicles. That will take a long time. You felt like you had grown up so fast, but in your father's eyes, you suddenly grew taller and became a grown-up." At noon, Lin Muching made fried pork with green beans, steamed eggs, and rice. Meng Haixing came back quickly and made another braised carp. Their family had a sumptuous lunch today. During the meal, Meng Haixing told Lin Muching that Mr. Dong had asked him to dig earthworms. "You need to dig Buplurum and earthworms. Can you handle it all?" "I won't dig Buplurum anymore. I'll go talk to Big Brother and Dainyu this afternoon. Tomorrow morning the three of us will go to the mountain to dig for earthworms to see if they are easy to catch. The earthworms are alive. It will be troublesome to figure out how to pack and dry them when we go to catch them tomorrow. Just dig out the Buplurum and put it directly in the basket. If you put the earthworms in the basket, they will probably run away in a short while. It's not a big deal. Find a bigger katydid cage and put the earthworms in it. When you clean them, throw them into the water with the cage. When you dry them, hang them under the eaves for a day and they will probably be almost dead." Meng Haixing suddenly felt that Lin Muching's idea was feasible. But where can you get a big katydid cage? You can't catch earthworms weighing 1 or 2 kilograms, can you? Lin Muching had never seen a big katydid cage. Most were the size of a palm. Even if a katydid cage that big was filled, it would not be able to hold many earthworms. "We have to ask our great-grandfather for this. He has great skills, and the katydid cages he weaves are the most beautiful in our village." When Meng Haixing was a child, he also liked to catch katydids all over the mountains and fields. His father and grandfather did not have the skills to do so, So every time he wanted to catch a katydid, he would go and beg Uncle Meng for help. Although Uncle Meng was always angry, Meng Haixing would get a beautiful katydid cage every time. After lunch, Meng Haixing carried 2 kilograms of meat and went to visit Uncle Meng's house. How big a katydid cage do you want? Uncle Meng did not refuse Meng Haixing and readily accepted the pork he sent. It doesn't have to be too big, just about the size of this vegetable basket. Meng Haixing pointed to the basket of vegetables in the yard. The basket is about 40 centimeters in diameter, so it is quite large. Okay, are you in a hurry? Urgent. It would be best if it could be edited this afternoon. That's easy. Come over and help me cut the bamboo strips. I can weave 2 for you in one afternoon. Chapter 70. Catching Earthworms. Meng Haixing worked very efficiently. Although it was his first time to cut bamboo strips, he got the hang of it very quickly. After cutting a dozen or so strips, his speed in cutting bamboo strips increased. He carved quickly, and Uncle Meng was also quite fast at making katydid cages. The thin bamboo strips seemed to come alive in Uncle Meng's hands. He quickly weaved them layer by layer and was able to weave out a dough in a short while. It was getting dark, and Uncle Meng made 2 square katydid cages for Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing was extremely surprised. Grandpa, your skills are still as good as they were back then. How dare you say that, you little brat? When you were a kid, I made you a katydid cage that cost at least 80, if not 100, but none of them could be kept alive. They all broke after just a day or 2 of playing with them. When talking about Meng Haixing's childhood, Uncle Meng has a lot to say. The two chatted for a while, and Meng Haixing weighed the cricket cage in his hand and smiled particularly happily. Grandpa, do you want to earn some money for drinking? Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to take some people to the mountains to dig for earthworms in a few days. We're going to need a lot of these katydid cages. How about you make 1, and I'll give you 2 yuan. In the future, the villagers will follow me to the mountains to dig for earthworms. By then, many people will definitely buy your katydid cage. Uncle Meng had no sons and his daughters were all married. He was old and had no source of income, so it was undoubtedly a good thing for Meng Haixing to ask him to weave cricket cages. How can a katydid cage be worth 2 yuan? Even if you don't pay, Grandpa can still help you make it. Even though Uncle Meng was short of money and lived a hard life, he was too embarrassed to ask Meng Haixing for money. 2 yuan can buy a big piece of meat. Grandpa, I remember all your kindness to me. Let's make it a deal. Meng Haixing didn't wait for Uncle Meng to refuse and walked away quickly with the cricket cage. Countless lessons from his previous life made Meng Haixing understand one truth. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. He always remembered all the kindness Uncle Meng had shown him, and naturally, he wanted to repay the favor. He would rather buy cricket cages from him at 2 yuan each than give the money to Uncle Meng for nothing. The human heart is the most vulnerable to tests. Meng Haixing tried to prevent bad things from happening from the very beginning to avoid making himself uncomfortable. In the evening, Meng Haixing called Meng Halian and Meng Daniu to talk about the earthworm. Bring 2 more fertilizer bags tomorrow, and we'll spend the morning trying to catch earthworms. That's great. All the buplurum roots in the mountains around our village have been dug up. I was thinking about going to the mountains tomorrow. Now we don't have to go so far. Meng Halian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he didn't have to go deep into the mountains tomorrow. Not only is the amount of buplurum we dig now half as much as before, but the distance we walk every day is twice as much as before. My legs are about to break after walking for a day. It's different if you go to the mountains to dig for earthworms. Just find a pine forest in the nearby mountains and dig up the rotten leaf litter, and you'll find earthworms. I don't know if digging earthworms can make more money than digging radix bupluri. I'll try it tomorrow. Meng Haixing didn't dare to say too much, so as not to give the two too much hope. In the end, everyone felt bad because it didn't work out. As long as it's about right, it's fine. Going to the mountains to dig for buplurum is too tiring, much more tiring than the busy farming season. Meng Halian was really scared. With such high-intensity work, he was afraid that he would collapse from exhaustion before the end of the month. Brother, you don't have the physical strength. You need to learn this from Brother Daniel. Go away, you are the one who is physically weak. If the policy did not allow it, I would have wanted to have a 3rd child. Your Momo is so cute. If I can give birth to a little daughter as cute as Momo, my life will be complete. Momo is usually very well behaved. Even if she plays on the street for a whole day, her clothes won't get dirty. Unlike the 2 brats in his family, it would be good enough if their clothes weren't torn after going out for half a day, let alone a whole day. When talking about Momo, Meng Haixing couldn't suppress the smile on his face. His daughter is naturally the best. In the evening, after discussing with Meng Halian and Meng Daniu where to go the next day, Meng Haixing went home. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were not many people enjoying the cool air on the street. Everyone was busy digging buplurum and was so tired that they went to bed early even though the weather was hot. Meng Haixing turned a corner and entered the alley near his home. A person suddenly appeared in the dark alley, and Meng Haixing was startled. "It's me, Haixing." Lang Chun walked out of the darkness. He lowered his voice, fearing that others might hear him. Meng Haixing's home and Meng Changshi's home are very close to each other. The two men were standing in the alley and talking, and Meng Changshi could hear them from his yard. "Come with me." Meng Haixing took Lang Chun to walk in the dark alley, and after many turns, they arrived at an abandoned old house. "Did you find anything?" Meng Haixing didn't waste time talking to him and went straight to the point. Meng Changshi went to the town middle school this morning. He went to a teacher's office at the school and made a phone call for quite a while. Meng Haixing nodded slightly and said that there must be a connection between Meng Changshi and Meng Changhua. But no one expected that Meng Changhua was so capable that he could help Meng Changshi borrow the phone number of the town middle school. What did they say on the phone? Meng Haixing looked at Lang Chen anxiously. "I don't know who was on the other end of the phone. I just heard Meng Changshi calling me brother. Ask Meng Changshi to see if there is a heart-shaped pendant on your wife. He said that this thing is a token of their love. Ask Meng Changshi to get it back for him. I guess it's your wife's former lover. He came to ask for it now that he knew she was married." Meng Haixing slapped Lang Chun on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll just keep these words to myself. Then will I continue to follow Meng Changshi in the future?" Lang Chen covered his head and asked uncertainly. "You don't have to follow me for the next few days. I'll tell you if there's something like this later." Meng Haixing ignored Lang Chun and turned to go home. He kept thinking about what Lang Chun had just said. He and Lin Muching have been married for such a long time, but he has never seen Lin Muching wearing any necklace. How did Meng Changhua know? After returning home, Meng Haixing hesitated for a moment, but he stopped thinking about it and asked Lin Muching directly. "Mucheng, I remember you used to have a silver necklace. Why don't you wear it anymore?" Meng Haixing pretended to be casual when talking to Lin Muching. Lin Mucheng, who was folding clothes, was obviously stunned for a moment. She lowered her head slightly and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing him like this, Meng Haixing became even more suspicious, thinking that Lin Muching must be hiding something from him. "Muching, look at me." Meng Haixing stepped forward, put his arm around Lin Muching's shoulders, and looked into her eyes very seriously. "Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?" Lin Muching's heart was pounding when Meng Haixing looked at him, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know where to start. Chapter 71 Silver Necklace. Lin Muching was silent for a long time. She put her clothes away and took out a small black leather bag from the closet. The handbag was brought by Lin Muching when he went to the countryside. Since coming to Nanfeng village, she has never used this purse again. After Lin Muching of his previous life passed away, Meng Haixing also saw this small leather bag when he was sorting out her belongings. At that time, Meng Haixing was full of despair, and he kept the bag with him as a thought. Later, whether Meng Haixing went south to sleep under a bridge or became rich and lived in a billion-dollar mansion, he was reluctant to throw away the briefcase. Before he passed away, he made a will that his descendants should bury his ashes together with Lin Muching, and the briefcase should also be buried with him. When the purse was opened, Lin Muching found a compartment inside. She fished out a small white paper bag. Meng Haixing looked surprised. He never expected that there was a compartment in this humble leather bag. In his previous life, he carried this leather bag for decades, but never thought of checking whether there was anything hidden inside. "This is what my mother left for me. She said my grandmother brought it back from abroad." A silver necklace fell into Lin Muching's hands. The necklace was a little black, and it looked like it had been worn out over the years. Hanging under the silver necklace is a heart-shaped pendant with a rose pattern on it. The style does not look like something from China. Meng Haixing took the necklace and was very curious as to why Meng Changhua wanted this necklace. "The pendant can be opened." Lin Muching pointed to a small hidden button on the pendant. Meng Haixing touched it slightly. "Kata." The small pendant opened in response. Inside the pendant is a photo of Lin Muching and his parents. Lin Muching in the photo looks like she is 4 years old, and Momo looks exactly like her when she was a child. "Does this pendant have any other meaning?" Lin Muching shook his head. "This is the little memory my parents left me. They have gone to support the border areas, and it is hard to say whether they can come back." When Lin Muching mentioned his parents whom he hadn't seen for many years, his eyes turned slightly red and tears flashed in his eyes. "Has anyone else seen this necklace before? When I first came to Shashan village, I wore it almost every day. Later, when I married you, I was afraid that you would sell the necklace, so I secretly hid it." Meng Haixing's face froze. He was extremely embarrassed. Lin Muching used to wear it often, so it was not surprising that Meng Changhua had seen it when he returned to the village. But Meng Haixing couldn't figure out why Meng Changhua wanted this necklace. Meng Changhua was doing well in the capital and had no shortage of money. Even if it was a silver necklace from abroad, it would not be difficult for him to buy it in the capital. Meng Haixing returned the silver necklace to Lin Muqing. You can take him if you want. Do you have a phone number for your parents? If you miss them, I can take you to the county hospital and borrow Mr. Dong's phone to call them. Lin Muqing shook his head. His parents did not volunteer to support the border areas, but went to the countryside for reform. Not to mention phone calls. Even just writing letters back and forth would take 1 or 2 months. Lin Muqing took the necklace and gently stroked the parents in the photo. She really misses home. But where is her home? Lin Muqing's eyes gradually blurred, and she lost her grip on the necklace, which fell to the ground. Oh! Lin Muqing exclaimed and hurried to pick it up. Haixing, look, what is this? Lin Muqing picked up the necklace pendant and saw that the photo had fallen out. On the back of the photo, there was a small ball of white paper sealed with wax. Meng Haixing didn't dare to pick it out easily. He took a pair of tweezers, carefully removed the wax seal, and then took out the small piece of paper. It was a very ordinary little piece of paper, which had turned slightly yellow due to its age. On this yellowed piece of paper, there are densely written various formulas and a bunch of words that look like scribbles. Although Meng Haixing couldn't understand what was written on it, he subconsciously felt that these things must be very important. Mu Cheng, can you tell me what your parents do for a living? Lin Muqing was also shocked when he saw the note. The necklace was given to her by her mother before she left for the countryside. She had no idea that there was a note hidden inside it. Lin Muqing hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe Meng Haixing. My parents are both professors at the Medical Research Institute. They studied abroad for many years in the early years and later established a hospital in Beijing. But all of this was destroyed a few years ago. Because they had studied abroad, they were forcibly sent to build the frontier and undergo labor reform. Their hands, which were always used to hold pins and scalpels, are now used only to hold hoes and do rough work. 2 years ago, my mother wrote to me saying that my father's hand was injured and he would never be able to hold a scalpel again in his lifetime. When talking about his parents who were thousands of miles away, Lin Muqing covered his face with his hands and cried quietly. Lin Muqing has suffered a lot in recent years. If it weren't for Momo, she might have been crushed by the suffering. Lin Muqing talked to Meng Haixing about her parents for the first time, and the pain hidden deep in her heart was revealed. She was completely enveloped in sadness. Meng Haixing walked forward, hugged Lin Muqing tightly, and comforted her softly. Mu Cheng, don't be sad. I will be by your side from now on. If anything happens, I will shoulder it with you. You will no longer be alone. Meng Haixing was extremely nervous at the moment. Lin Muqing was pregnant. Her sadness was not good for both her and the baby. Lin Muqing didn't say anything. She lay in Meng Haixing's arms, her body trembling slightly as she cried. Meng Haixing didn't dare to continue this topic. He comforted Lin Muqing for a long time, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her fall asleep. Under the dim candlelight, Meng Haixing carefully folded the small note and sealed it with wax again. Instead of putting the note into the necklace, he put it into the old candlestick in his house. The base of the copper candlestick was hollow. Meng Haixing put the note in and added a little wax to seal it. This may be what Meng Changyue has always wanted. In his previous life, Meng Changyue probably also couldn't find the necklace. What kind of romantic figure is this? He was so cruel that he dug up Lin Muqing's grave to see if the necklace was buried with him. Later he must have gotten the news and knew that he had taken Lin Muqing's purse. At that time, Meng Changyue probably had anticipated that the necklace might be in the purse. Under the banner of revenge for Lin Muqing, he had been targeting him and even hired someone to kidnap him. He really spends his whole life playing a big game of chess. What Meng Changyue has been looking for all his life is definitely not an ordinary thing. Meng Haixing thought carefully about the words on the note again. He really didn't know what was written on it. He guessed that it should be the research results of Lin Muqing's parents. Moreover, this thing is very important to Meng Changyue, so important that he has been holding on to it for many years. When Meng Haixing thought that the content on the note was what Meng Changyue had wanted all his life, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Because of this in his previous life, Meng Haixing and his entire family were plotted against by Meng Changyue and ended up with a bad ending. If he could do it again, Meng Haixing wanted to have some fun with Meng Changyue. Chapter 72, Continue Up the Mountain. The next morning, seeing that Lin Muqing was in good spirits, Meng Haixing took the bamboo basket and fertilizer bag with peace of mind and went to the mountain with Meng Daniu and Meng Halian. The three of them did not walk too far. They randomly found a pine forest and used rakes to gather the dead branches and leaves under the trees together, revealing the slightly damp rotten soil underneath. When Meng Haixing was holding a rake and gathering up dead branches and rotten leaves, the frightened earthworms came out of the soil and fled in all directions. Meng Daniu and Meng Halian rushed to catch him in a panic. Although the earthworm is not big in size, its color is dark brown, very similar to the color of the humus on the ground. As long as they burrow into the soil, it is easy to miss them. Haisheng, slow down. The earthworms have all run away. Meng Daniu is a strong man. He squatted on the ground and caught earthworms. After a long time, his legs became numb. You're too slow. You gather the rotten soil, and I'll pick it up. Meng Haisheng handed the rake to Meng Daniu, who squatted down with the bamboo cage to catch the earthworms. With another rake, the earthworms under the rotten soil were turned out along with the rotten leaves. While the earthworm was still not reacting, Meng Haisheng quickly picked it up and stuffed it into the bamboo cage. The three of them worked together in this way, and in less than an hour, Meng Haisheng's bamboo cage was full. Meng Halian put the earthworms in a bag and had to use his hands to seal the bag. He could only use one hand to catch the earthworms, and his speed was obviously slower than Meng Haisheng. I stood up to rest for a while. I was squatting for so long that my brain was not working properly. Maybe he had been squatting for too long, and when Meng Halian stood up, stars appeared in his eyes. Brother Halian, you use the rake and I'll pick it up. Meng Daniu gave the rake back to Meng Halian. The three of them took turns like this, and in half a morning they had picked up a lot of earthworms. When there are too many earthworms, it becomes troublesome to use bags. The earthworms in the bag were not obedient and kept crawling around. Some of them crawled to the seal and could not be held by hands. Meng Haisheng's bamboo cage is much more convenient. Just fill it up and put it aside. Haisheng, where did you get this bamboo cage? Next time we go to the mountain to catch earthworms, I'll also bring a few bamboo cages. Meng Daniu tied the fertilizer bag tightly, and he was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Although these earthworms are small in size, they are very strong. At the beginning, Meng Daniu didn't tie them very tightly, and the earthworms were able to drill out from the seal. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, half a bag of earthworms would have been lost. My great-grandfather made them. I'll ask him to make a few more for us when I get home today. It's really inconvenient to use fertilizer bags to hold earthworms. We can't always fill half a bag every time. Meng Haisheng and his team only worked for half a day today and had no place to store the earthworms. There were so many earthworms in front of them, but they had nothing to carry them. They felt as uncomfortable as if they were being scratched by a cat. I'll go find my great-grandfather this afternoon and ask him to help me weave a few bigger ones. Yours is still too small. If you weave one as big as a bamboo frame, you can put more earthworms in it. Meng Daniu's idea is simple. He feels that the bigger the bamboo cage, the easier it is to use. Let's go to the reservoir to clean the earthworms. Then you'll know why we made such a big bamboo cage. The three of them came down the mountain and headed straight for the reservoir halfway up the mountain. It is hot in summer, and many villagers come here to fetch water to irrigate the fields in the morning. Meng Haisheng and his friends brought the earthworms over, and several half-grown children in the village ran over to watch out of curiosity. Meng Haisheng put the bamboo cage directly into the reservoir for cleaning. He shook the bamboo cage vigorously in the water, and the earthworms, which were covered with mud just now, bumped into each other in the bamboo cage and were washed clean in a short while. The bamboo cage was lifted out of the water, and the water inside leaked out with a splash. Brother Daniu, look, after filling this big bamboo basket with earthworms and washing it in water, it's just the right size and not too heavy. If you use a larger bamboo basket, one person can't wash it. Even if two people do it, it will be very tiring. Meng Daniu stepped forward and weighed the bamboo cage in Meng Haisheng's hand. It's too light. I'll ask my great-grandfather to help me weave one that's bigger than this one. When we go up the mountain to catch earthworms, we must catch as many as possible. If we bring 10 or 8 bamboo cages like this, people who don't know us might think we are going up the mountain to catch katydids. Meng Haisheng looked up at the sky in silence. All he could think of in his mind was himself carrying a bunch of bamboo cages, and he did look a bit like a katydid seller. Uncle San, what are you doing with all these thieves? Are you selling them for money? Lang Tiniu looked at the bamboo cage in Meng Haisheng's hand with curiosity. Recently, villagers have been going out to dig buplurum root, and they are walking farther and farther away. The villagers are afraid of tiring the young boys at home, so they don't let them go with them. The kids who had nothing to do at the moment started to have fun all over the mountains. This is called Tu Yuan. We should be more civilized and stop calling it 2B all the time. I know exactly what you were thinking. I am here to collect earthworms, but you boys are not allowed to go into the mountains without an adult by your side. The mountains are not for fun. Then it's okay for my elder sister to go with me, right? Lang Tiniu looked at Meng Haisheng without giving up. Meng Haisheng was stunned, and Lang Tiniu's words made him suddenly enlightened. It's very tiring for these rough guys to squat and catch earthworms. But if it is a girl like Lang Chunhua, a boy like Lang Tiniu, or at least young wives, it would be much easier for them to catch earthworms than for them. They have an advantage in terms of body shape. I'll think about it. If I can succeed, I'll announce it on the loudspeaker. Meng Haixing already had a plan in mind, but he hadn't yet sorted out the matter of selling the earthworms, and for the time being, he didn't want to mobilize too many villagers to catch them together. Uncle San, please hurry up, we will start school in a few days. Lang Tiniu was a little anxious. All the money he earned from digging Buplurum was confiscated by Ma Jinying, who said that she would save it for him and he could ask for it whenever he needed it. As a result, when the money came into Ma Jinying's hands, Lang Tiniu couldn't even pay for an ice lolly. If he followed Lang Chunhua to the mountains to catch earthworms, as long as his elder sister helped him cover it up, he might be able to secretly save some money. Meng Haixing cleaned all the earthworms in a bamboo basket by the reservoir before taking them home. The earthworms dug by the three of them today were not many, so they were not divided. Meng Haixing handled them all. After they were dried, Meng Haixing weighed them and then divided them equally among the three of them. The earthworms that have been washed in water are very energetic. They are not obedient even in the bag and make rustling sounds. Momo was frightened by these black earthworms. She could only watch them from a distance and didn't dare to go forward at all. There will definitely be earthworms in Meng Haixing's house in the future, and Momo can't be so scared. So Meng Haixing took out a fat round earthworm from the bamboo cage, put it in his palm, and showed it to Momo. Momo, look at the little bug, it's so chubby and cute. Momo looked at the earthworm that was crawling desperately with curiosity and couldn't help but shrink into Meng Haixing's arms. Dad, the big black bugs are so scary. Earthworms don't bite, but they are still a very good medicinal herb. Meng Haixing held Momo in one hand and the earthworm in the other, and patiently explained to Momo the living habits and medicinal value of the earthworm. Although Momo didn't quite understand, Meng Haixing kept holding her, giving her a sense of security. The father and daughter talked for a while, and Momo dared to reach out and touch Tiyuan's back. Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Momo was finally no longer afraid. Haixing, how are you going to dry these earthworms in the bag? You can't just hang them under the eaves. Lin Mucheng glanced at the bags of earthworms on the ground. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to have a few fertilizer bags hanging under the eaves of her house. Chapter 73, Cleaning the House. I threw everything in the bag directly onto the bungalow. They would definitely be killed by the sun in one afternoon. Under the scorching sun, the cement surface of the bungalow was scorching hot at noon, and the tiny earthworms could be burned to death in one day. You can try it. I remember my mother told me before that earth elementals have very strong vitality. Meng Haixing threw the fertilizer bag containing earthworms onto the bungalow and hung 2 bamboo cages under the eaves. The earthworms squeezed in the bamboo cage looked quite uncomfortable. Meng Hai was afraid of scaring Momo, so he hung it a little further away so that Momo wouldn't notice it. After lunch, people came one after another to deliver chaihu during the lunch break. Meng Haixing was busy for a while, and when no one came, he urged Lin Mucheng to go and rest as well. With people coming and going at home to deliver chaihu, Lin Mucheng couldn't even lie down on the kong to sleep. Their house was so small that anyone standing in the yard could see everything in the main house at a glance. After harvesting Buplurum, they will harvest earthworms, so there must be people at home every day. Lin Mucheng must be very tired with her big belly and having to greet the villagers all the time. Besides, the kong in their room was hard. When Lin Mucheng was young, she didn't feel uncomfortable sleeping on it. But in recent days, Meng Haixing noticed that Lin Mucheng always tossed and turned during his nap and couldn't sleep well. He thought that the kong was too hard and Lin Mucheng was not comfortable sleeping, so he kept tossing and turning. Meng Haixing couldn't bear to see Lin Mucheng suffer. He wondered if he could clean up the west room so that Lin Mucheng could sleep there at noon. Even if someone from the family came, as long as the door of the west room was closed and the curtains were drawn, no one would see Lin Mucheng sleeping in the room. Meng Haixing was not a procrastinating person. While Lin Mucheng was sleeping, he started to clean up the west room. The west room has never been occupied. There is a wooden bed and a pile of miscellaneous items there. It is called a bed, but in fact it is just a simple bed nailed together with a few wooden boards and 4 legs, placed in the house to store things. Their family used to be extremely poor and had almost no valuable furniture. Meng Haixing moved all the debris in the west room to the yard, and half of the things could almost be thrown away directly. There was a wooden basin with a corner missing, clothes cut into strips, a bamboo basket without a bottom, and a paper box that had become moldy and whose color could no longer be seen. No one knew how many years these things had been there. Meng Haixing threw them all into the trash without even a second thought. In one afternoon, Meng Haixing cleaned the west room inside and out. He even used a rag to sweep away the dust on the wall bit by bit. When Lin Mucheng woke up, Meng Haixing was holding an unused bed sheet and spreading it on the wooden bed to demonstrate. He planned to wrap the wooden bed slightly with a bed sheet, put a thick winter quilt on it, and then put an old coarse cloth sheet on top, and then Lin Muching could sleep on it. Looking at the empty West room, Lin Muching was dumbfounded. Where are the things in Haixing West house? They're all thrown away. I see those things haven't been used for years. They just take up space if they're kept. Then you're screwed. Mom will come to see you this afternoon, and you've thrown away all her treasures. She'll definitely scold you. Did Mom leave that at our house? Yeah, there are only a few beds in my house, just enough for people to sleep on, so there's no place to put sundries. I was wondering why my wife, who is such a clean person, would leave so many old things at home. Meng Haixing picked up the hammer and quickly nailed the bed sheet to the wooden bed. The wooden bed, which originally looked very rough, immediately went from being worth $1 to worth $10 after being covered with a sheet. Then he brought the 10-pound thick quilt that had been hanging outside for the whole afternoon into the house and spread it on the bed. Mu Chung, you should sleep in the West room during the day from now on, so no one will disturb you. Meng Haixing patted the soft bed and motioned Lin Muching to sit over. Haixing, you use the winter quilt as a mattress? Then what do we use in winter? We'll buy it again in the winter. As he spoke, Meng Haixing personally pulled Lin Muching over to sit down. The 10-pound thick quilt is very soft and comfortable to sit on. There is a Kong in the East room, and there is no place to put a mattress when you sleep at noon. I am afraid that you will be uncomfortable sleeping on such a hard Kong when you are pregnant. With this bed, you won't have to feel so uncomfortable taking a nap in the future. Lin Muching wanted to refuse, but she sat on the bed and swallowed the words back. What Meng Haixing said was right. She had been suffering from back pain recently, and indeed had not had a good rest. Such a soft bed was naturally more comfortable than a hard Kong. Let me clean up. Go check if the earthworms have died from the sun. Faced with Meng Haixing's obvious favor, Lin Muching blushed and quickly changed the subject. Well, I think it's enough to bask in the sun for noon. Meng Haixing first took a look at the earthworms hanging under the eaves. Most of the earthworms in the bamboo cage had died from the sun, and only a few with tenacious vitality were still crawling around. As for the people in the bags on the bungalow, most of them were still alive. Meng Haixing couldn't believe his eyes. The cement floor of the bungalow was so hot from the sun, but the earthworms were still alive and well. He sighed in his heart. No wonder it can be used as a medicinal herb. Its vitality is unparalleled. Meng Haixing had a headache because of the trouble caused by the earthworms. It is much more troublesome to clean up than Chaihu. In order to dry the clothes as quickly as possible, Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the town's grocery store in the afternoon. He bought some denser chicken nets and made them into the shape of net bags. Put the earthworms into a net bag and throw it on the roof to dry. The next morning, Meng Haixing got up to check and found that all the earthworms were dead. Haixing, what do you think of these bamboo baskets of mine? Meng Daniu came to him carrying 4 bamboo cages that were at least 3 times bigger than Meng Haixing's. The big bamboo cage was made by Meng Daniu yesterday afternoon at the request of Uncle Meng. He and Meng Halian helped Uncle Meng, and the 3 of them worked quite quickly. Brother Daniu, you guys made such a big bamboo basket. When you go to the reservoir to wash it later, don't call me. You two can wash it together. You are not a man. You are afraid of such a small task. You'll never know if I'm a man, but I bet you'll have sore arms this afternoon. Meng Daniu was very unconvinced. Although he had no other abilities, he was very strong. Can just a few earthworms tire him out? With yesterday's experience, the 3 of them tried their best to catch earthworms today. The 2 newly woven bamboo cages by Meng Daniu were full. Meng Haixing weighed them and found that they were at least 60 or 70 kilograms. It would be exhausting to put it in such heavy water to clean it. Meng Daniu came to the reservoir, carrying 2 bamboo baskets. Haixing, I'll show you my abilities later. Meng Daniu asked Meng Halian to go with him to carry the bamboo basket to the reservoir to clean the earthworms. When such a heavy bamboo cage comes into contact with water, its weight immediately increases a lot. The 2 of them only cleaned 1 bamboo cage before they were so tired that they sat down on the ground. Daniu, I can't do it anymore. Let me catch my breath. Meng Halian sat down on the weeds on the shore, completely exhausted. Chapter 74 High Profit Earth Yuan. Meng Haixing couldn't stop laughing when he saw that Meng Daniu and Meng Halian were both exhausted. He had said before that the bamboo cage should not be made too big. When we go back this afternoon, ask Grandpa to make a few small bamboo cages for us. We can use these big ones as turnover boxes. It is not convenient to clean earthworms with a bag. You can move the earthworms from the bag to a bamboo cage, which will make cleaning much easier. After cleaning the earthworms, put them in a large bamboo cage and place them directly on the rooftop to dry in the sun when you get home. However, The bamboo cage is exposed to the scorching sun every day, so it will probably need to be replaced in a few days. Now comes Mr. Meng's chance to make money. Meng Haixing and his two companions worked for 3 days, and the first batch of earthworms were finally dried. The first time we dug less than 100 kilograms, and in total we dried more than 40 kilograms of earthworms. When calculated this way, the discount is quite a lot. No wonder the Chinese medicine hospital charges 9 yuan per pound. Meng Haixing pondered in his mind. He earned little from Buplurum, but he couldn't afford to earn any less from Tun. His Angora rabbits were still waiting for him. After much thought, Meng Haixing decided to buy dried earthworms at 3 yuan per pound. He was not reborn to be a living bodhisattva. He did not make money from the villagers by selling Buplurum, which was already a kind and righteous act. The profits of Tun must be increased. Meng Haixing not only wants high profits, he also wants quantity. Once the amount of Buplurum purchased by the Chinese medicine hospital decreases, those middlemen who purchase Buplurum will definitely target his earthworms, and his profits will probably not be that high by then. So he has to create a time difference, which is at most half a month. He wants to expand the number of earthworms within half a month. After the matter of collecting earthworms was settled, Meng Haixing was not in a hurry to go to the village committee's loudspeaker to announce it. He called Lang Tiniu over and asked him to organize a team in the village to catch earthworms in the mountains. Every family sends one adult and one half-grown child to come to their house for the meeting. When Lang Tiniu heard that the opportunity to make money had finally come, he ran to his friend's house. These days, the children in the village have actually been paying attention to Meng Haixing. Lang Tiniu went out for a run, and in less than half an hour, he called 10 families to Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing took a look and found that most of them were families of children who had a close relationship with Lang Tiniu. The adults who came with them were all women, and the men, young and old, in the family went to the mountains to dig Buplurum. Meng Haixing explained to them how to catch earthworms in the mountains and how to clean and dry them. He even taught everyone how to make a bamboo cage for catching earthworms in the mountains. Haixing, did you make this bamboo cage yourself? Ma Jining took a look at the bamboo cage in Meng Haixing's hand. The bamboo cage was exquisitely crafted, and she couldn't make it with her clumsy hands. I paid 2 yuan to have my great-grandfather make it. It's convenient to use a bamboo cage to catch earthworms. Ma Jining was such a stingy person that he immediately gave up the idea when he heard that it would cost $2 to make a bamboo cage. She thought it would be a good idea to use bags to hold the earthworms. Many villagers share Ma Jining's idea. After all, it is not easy to earn $2, so they try to save whenever possible. So when they went up the mountain the next day, except for Meng Haixing and the other two who used bamboo cages, everyone else chose to use fertilizer bags to hold the earthworms. But only an hour later, everyone immediately understood why Meng Haixing would spend $2 to buy a bamboo cage. Because it is too troublesome to pack earthworms in bags. In just 1 hour, Meng Haixing had filled 2 bamboo baskets, while they had not even filled half a bag. Catching earthworms is a job that requires the cooperation of 2 people. The adult uses a rake to turn over the rotten soil, while the teenagers drag the bags and quickly pick up the earthworms. Even though children don't have much strength, even adults may not be able to catch up with them when it comes to picking up earthworms. Halfway through the morning, Meng Haixing's bamboo baskets and bags were already full. He then took everyone to the reservoir to clean the earthworms. It is more convenient to use a bamboo basket to clean earthworms. It would be better for everyone to make a few bamboo baskets by themselves in the future. It took Meng Haixing only half an hour to clean all the earthworms. Those who came with bags couldn't even clean the earthworms. As soon as they opened the bags, the earthworms would run out from the seal before they could fill them with water. In the end, everyone had no choice but to take it home and clean it. On the first day, the villagers didn't catch many earthworms, so Meng Haixing was not in a hurry. He thought that once everyone got the hang of it, the number of earthworms would surely increase dramatically. Meng Haixing arranged the matter of Tun. He asked Meng Daniu and Meng Halian to go to the mountain together, while he prepared to deal with Meng Changxi. Doesn't he want Lin Muqing's necklace? Then he'll give it to him. Meng Haixing took Lin Muqing's silver necklace and went to the town to find an old shop that made gold and silver jewelry. He spent 10 yuan and had the master craftsman in the store make him an identical silver necklace. Meng Haixing made the heart-shaped pendant more bulgy. If you put the pendant directly into your shirt pocket, the bulging pendant will be very obvious. In order to make it more realistic, Meng Haixing specially asked the master in the store to help him make it look old. Meng Haixing replaced the photo in the necklace with a solo photo of Lin Muqing. Looking at the woman with a bright smile in the black and white photo, Meng Haixing couldn't help but gently touch the photo with his big hand. His woman looks so beautiful even in an ordinary photo. Meng Haixing put the necklace in his left shirt pocket, which was closest to his heart. In the evening, Meng Haixing gave the necklace to Momo and asked her to play with it. He held Momo in his arms and strolled down the street. From a distance, he saw Meng Changxi standing on the street and talking to someone. Meng Haixing walked over very naturally and greeted everyone. As soon as the two of them walked over, Meng Changxi saw the necklace in Momo's hand. Meng Haixing pretended to be surprised and took the necklace from Momo. Momo, when did you take out my necklace? It's my treasure. There's a photo of me in it. If you lose it, be careful. I'll beat you up. The aunt who was chatting nearby noticed that the necklace in Meng Haixing's hand looked quite heavy and couldn't help but say a few words. Only Lin Mucheng, an educated youth from the city, could afford to wear a silver necklace. Village women like them cannot afford to carry such valuable things. Meng Haixing chatted with the villagers for a while before he put Momo down and let her come down to play with other children. As the sky gradually darkened, the others went home for dinner, but Meng Changxi showed no intention of leaving. Momo, let's go home and eat. Meng Haixing squatted down to hug Momo and deliberately dropped the necklace in his hand to the ground. He pretended to be ignorant, picked up Momo, turned around, said hello to others and left. Meng Haixing glanced at Meng Changxi and saw him squatting down and pretending to tie his shoelaces. He sneered in his heart. Meng Changxi should be very happy at the moment, but he would not be able to be happy in a while. Meng Changxi stood on the street for so long that his wife, Zheng Chenglan, finally couldn't wait any longer and came out to ask Meng Changxi to go home for dinner. When Meng Haixing saw Zheng Chenglan coming out, he immediately followed with Momo in his arms. Brother Changxi, did you see a silver necklace just now? Meng Haixing deliberately raised his voice, and the uncles and aunts who were enjoying the cool air on the street were immediately attracted by Meng Haixing's voice. No, it's dark here. Maybe you fell somewhere else. Meng Changxi pretended to be calm and looked at Meng Haixing. Several villagers who were enjoying the cool air nearby also echoed the sentiment. It was dark and a small necklace was dropped on the ground. It was really hard to find. Yeah. Meng Haixing's voice rose slightly, and his eyes fell on Meng Changxi's blue shirt. Perhaps Meng Changxi was too happy when he picked up the necklace just now, so he didn't put the necklace in his trouser pocket, but in his shirt. As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, he reached out and pulled the necklace out of Meng Changxi's pocket. Chapter 75. Using an excuse to deal with Meng Changxi. Isn't this the necklace I just lost? Brother Changxi, why is it in your pocket? Meng Haixing frowned and looked at Meng Changxi coldly. I don't know what's going on. Meng Changxi was already guilty of his crime, and now he was caught in the act by Meng Haixing, which made him even more panicked. Brother Changxi, this necklace is made of silver and is not worth much, but it contains a photo of my wife, which is very important to me. When Meng Haixing said this, he would glance towards Zheng Chenglan from time to time. Seeing that Zheng Chenglan's breathing became unstable due to anger, he laughed wildly in his heart. Meng Haixing did not continue to cause trouble for Meng Changxi, and did not even say a harsh word to him. He pretended to be very unhappy and went home with Momo in his arms. He wanted to leave the remaining room for Zheng Chenglan, as her fighting ability was still very fierce. Meng Haixing tried hard to hold back his laughter all the way, and only burst into laughter when he returned to the house. Lin Mucheng was confused by Meng Haixing's laughter and didn't know what was going on. Mucheng, come here. Meng Haixing took Lin Mucheng's hand and came to the bottom of the bungalow. Their house is very close to Meng Changxi's house, separated only by an alley. As soon as the two men stood up, they heard the wooden door of Meng Changxi's house slam shut. Meng Changxi, do you want to die? You wrote love letters to Lin Mucheng before, and now you're secretly trying to hide her photos. Do you like Lin Mucheng that much? Then divorce me and marry her. Meng Changxi was scolded so harshly by Zheng Chenglan that he felt he could not wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Chenglan, this is not true. I don't like you, but I can give birth to a child for you. Don't let your imagination run wild. Bah, Meng Changxi, don't think I don't know about the dirty things you did. You keep tripping up Meng Haixing every other day, isn't it because Meng Haixing married Lin Mucheng? Today, let's settle both old and new accounts. Zheng Chenglan was a powerful person. She attacked Meng Changxi directly and smashed everything in the house to pieces. In the end, even the women's director was alarmed, and the alley near Meng Haixing's home was full of people. When the situation at Meng Changxi's house was at its worst, Meng Haixing handed Momo to Lin Mucheng, rolled up his sleeves, dragged Meng Changxi into the alley, and beat him up. You dare to think about my wife. I think you are tired of living. Meng Changxi is far worse than Meng Haixing in fighting. Before he could finish his words, Meng Haixing broke his promise. Meng Haixing beat Meng Changxi so badly but no one in the village came forward to stop the fight. Everyone thought that Meng Changxi really liked Meng Limaching. He secretly likes someone else's wife, so he deserves to be beaten up by her man. Meng Haixing stopped only after Meng Jiangwo came over. Uncle Jiangwo, you came at the right time. Living in the same alley with Meng Changxi is really disgusting. Please grant me a piece of land. I want to move to another place to build a house. Under normal circumstances, Meng Haixing would have already been allocated a residential plot. If he wanted more, the village would only allocate him more residential plot if he had a son. He only has one daughter now, Momo, so she can't get a share. But now Meng Haixing is the victim, and the two are neighbors who see each other every day. I'm afraid they won't be able to live like this in the future. So Meng Jiangwo agreed immediately. What piece of land do you like? I'll give it to you if it's vacant. I'll just look at the empty space next to great-grandpa. Don't ask for too much, kid. That's a 6-room residential plot. I can only approve it if you give birth to 2 sons. Meng Haixing looked at Meng Jiangwo with a look of being a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Then I keep fighting with Meng Changxi, and you can't accuse me of being stupid. When Meng Jiangwo heard Meng Haixing say this, he felt overwhelmed. At this moment, all the villagers are on Meng Haixing's side. Everyone was talking about it, and Meng Jiangwo had no choice but to agree. Come to the village committee tomorrow to apply, and I'll help you get it in. Meng Jiangwo glared fiercely at Meng Changxi, whose face was covered in blood. The atmosphere in their village has always been good. This is the first time that such an indecent thing as Meng Changxi has happened. Meng Jiangwo wished he could go up and kick Meng Changxi twice. How embarrassing. The problem was solved, and as soon as Meng Haixing entered the house, he was pulled away by Lin Muching to talk. What's going on with Haixing? Meng Changxi, don't worry. Even if Meng Changxi had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to like you. You are my Meng Haixing's woman. This is the trap I set for Meng Changxi. He always wanted your necklace, so this lesson I gave him was a light one. Lin Muching only then realized that Meng Changxi might have come for the little note on her necklace. What about the homestead? I came up with this idea on a whim. Our yard is a little small, and it's not convenient to dry things there. I will build 6 houses next to my great-grandfather's and make a large courtyard. Then I won't have to worry about drying anything at home. Besides, my parents have always lived with my eldest brother and his family. Now that the eldest and second children are still young, they can squeeze in. But when the 2 children grow up a little, their house will not be able to accommodate them anymore. When we move to the new house, let our parents come and live with us. Lin Muching nodded slightly. She had no objection to Meng Haixing's proposal. Meng Haixing gave Meng Changxi a good beating, but the matter did not end there. Meng Haixing always kept in mind the fact that Lang Chun followed Meng Changxi. Early the next morning, Meng Haixing rode his bicycle to the town high school. He was curious because Meng Changhua had graduated for several years, but Meng Changxi went to borrow his phone and lent it to him very readily, which showed that this teacher had a very special relationship with Meng Changhua. No one in this world will be nice to you for no reason. The teacher of the town high school and Meng Changhua must have been in contact because of something. On Friday morning, the teachers at the town's high school were busy teaching and there were not many people in the office. Meng Haixing stood outside the office and waited for a while. When he saw someone passing by, he asked them about the matter. The teacher that Meng Changxi came to see was called Lu Jiang. He usually taught senior high school students and had a very high reputation in the school. Now Meng Haixing was even more confused. How could such a good teacher have such a good relationship with a two-faced trash like Meng Changhua? As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, teachers returned to their offices one after another. When Meng Haixing saw Lu Jiang coming back, he immediately went up to greet him. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Meng Jinfeng's cousin. I want to ask you about my brother's college entrance exam. Meng Haixing guessed that Lu Jiang should have also coached Meng Jinfeng this year, so it must be right to get close to him in this way. You are brother Jinfeng. Come in and sit down. Did Jinfeng receive the admission letter from Dongtai University? Lu Jiang let Meng Haixing into the office, thinking that he was there to announce the good news. No, I was just wondering. It's already August and Jinfeng's admission letter hasn't arrived yet. I came here to see if his grades have come out. Meng Haixing was a man with a quick mind, and he immediately started chatting with Lu Jiang. The questions this year were too difficult. Many people have complained to the Education Bureau, hoping that the admission score will be lower this year. I estimate that it won't take long for Dongtai University to mail the admission letter to Jinfeng. As for their college entrance examination results, they will be available tomorrow. If you are worried, go back tomorrow. Meng Haixing knew that in his previous life, Meng Jinfeng failed to be admitted to Dongtai University and ended up going to Dongtai College for some unknown reason. By that time, Meng Haixing had already moved south, and he didn't learn about Meng Jinfeng until several years later, so what he knew was not very accurate. Now that he had experienced it himself, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meng Haixing exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Jiang, then pretended to be casual and talked about Meng Changhua. What a coincidence. I remember my eldest brother was in your class back then. Really? What's your brother's name? My eldest brother's name is Meng Changhua. Meng Haixing's words were vague. He and Meng Changhua were just from the same village with the same surname. They were already 5 generations apart and were not even relatives. Lu Jiang looked delighted and burst into laughter. Your Meng family is really amazing. Changhua is good at studying, and Jinfeng is not weak either. A few days ago, Chang Shilai called Changyu, and we talked about how Changyu ranked first in his grade for 3 consecutive years since he started high school. I have taught so many students, but I have never met one who is so good at studying. Chapter 76, so that's it. With his eloquent tongue, Meng Haixing managed to get all the information about Meng Changhua out of Lu Jiang. It turned out that after Meng Changhua made money in Beijing, he donated a batch of books to the town's high school. In addition, he would mail Lu Jiang the test papers used in high schools in Beijing every year. Currently, supplies are relatively scarce. In small places like Muping Town, high school teachers have to carve and print the examination papers themselves. There are very few papers that come from printing factories. Meng Haixing silently gave Meng Changhua a thumbs up in his heart. This kid is really smart. He sent test papers to Lu Jiang every year, and Meng Changxi would come to borrow Lu Jiang's phone from time to time. Lu Jiang would definitely not say anything, and would even let Meng Changxi go often. Suddenly an idea came to Meng Haixing's mind. Meng Changhua is the most sinister person. It is impossible that he would go to so much trouble to maintain a good relationship with Lu Jiang just to make it easier for Meng Changxi to make phone calls. So does he have other intentions? If he wanted to know Meng Jinfeng's high school entrance exam results, he could just make a phone call and find out. If Lin Muqing had not married him that year, Lin Muqing could have returned to the city by taking the college entrance examination and leaving Xiaoshan village. Teacher Lu, has my eldest brother asked about Jinfeng's grades? The relationship between our 2 elders is not very good, but when it comes to us younger generations, we still hope to ease the tension. Meng Haixing looked embarrassed, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lu Jiang immediately imagined a bloody incident between relatives in the village. I did. When Jinfeng was in his 2nd year of high school, Changhua often called to ask about Jinfeng's grades. That's good. Brother Changhua still cares a lot about us youngsters. Meng Haixing talked to Lu Jiang for a long time before leaving. He always felt that Meng Changhua had ulterior motives in paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. After Meng Haixing delivered Buplurum and Tiyuan to the county, he did not rush home, but drove a tractor to the county high school. Today is the day when the senior high school results are announced. A big red report card was posted on the bulletin board at the entrance of the county high school. Students began to come to see their grades in the morning. Meng Haixing parked the tractor and squeezed into the crowd. He looked from the first place downwards, anxiously searching for Meng Jinfeng's name. Logically speaking, Meng Jinfeng's academic performance has always been among the top 3, so even if he performs poorly, he won't do too badly in the exam. But after Meng Haixing looked at the top 10 and top 20, he did not see Meng Jinfeng's name. It was not until the 240th place that Meng Haixing saw the 3 words, Meng Jinfeng. This is already the end for students taking the college entrance examination. Looking at his subsequent results, Meng Haixing couldn't believe his eyes. Meng Jinfeng's grades in Chinese and mathematics are usually very good. He often gets full marks in mathematics out of 120 points, and no matter how bad his Chinese is, he will get 100 points. But on the transcript in front of him, Meng Jinfeng only scored 30 points in math and 65 points in Chinese. As for English, it was 9 points. The scores in other subjects were basically below 60. It's not just Meng Jinfeng's poor performance. He must have forgotten about his home during the exam, which is why he got such a bad score. Meng Haixing was filled with anger. It was obvious that the score was wrong. Meng Jinfeng, come here quickly. How did you get this score? Why is it so bad? Meng Haixing heard the sound and looked over, only to see Meng Jinfeng riding a bicycle, walking towards him breathlessly. The girl who was talking to Meng Jinfeng seemed to be his classmate. She had a pair of big round eyes and 2 pigtails. She looked very energetic. But at this moment the little girl looked anxious. Before Meng Jinfeng had stopped his bicycle, she walked up to him and pulled him into the crowd to check his results. Don't look ahead. You are ranked 240th. I remember we compared answers after the test. There were only 2 differences between your math problems and mine. Look, I got 100 points in math. I guess that's because I got those 2 big questions wrong. But why did you only get 30 points? That's ridiculous. Although English is your weak subject, you shouldn't get only 9 points. Meng Jinfeng was already stunned and stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Suwan, I don't know why this happened. Let's go and ask the teacher. Suwon pulled Meng Jinfeng out of the crowd and ran towards Lu Yu's office. Meng Haixing was a little slower and followed the two into the school. Meng Haixing thought that Meng Jinfeng was quite a bold student. When faced with such a big event, she was able to come up with a solution so clearly and logically. Unfortunately, when the two of them ran to Lu Jiang's office, they found that Lu Jiang was not there. Meng Haixing, who came over a step slower, looked at the door lock hanging on Lu Jiang's office, and his face suddenly fell. Jinfeng, don't worry, let's ask other teachers. Meng Jinfeng didn't expect that Meng Haixing was also here. He was completely panicked, but suddenly he regained his composure. Brother, there must be something wrong with my grades. Even if I closed my eyes and wrote the English test, it's impossible for me to get only 9 points. Meng Haixing stepped forward and patted Meng Jinfeng on the shoulder. Jinfeng, I believe you. Something must have gone wrong. Meng Haixing asked someone and found out that Lu Jiang had gone to the provincial capital and would probably take 3 or 4 days to come back. He went to the provincial capital not for any other reason, but because Meng Changyue had ordered a batch of books, and he asked Lu Jiang to select them personally. There are not so many coincidences in this world. This was clearly done on purpose by Meng Changyue. Unable to find Lu Jiang, Meng Haixing went directly to find the principal. He just couldn't believe that there was not even one person who could talk in such a big school. Suwon, has your admission letter arrived? On the way to the principal's office, Meng Jinfeng suddenly asked Suwon. It arrived a week ago. I wanted to ask you about it, but my mom wouldn't let me. Suwon's cheeks flushed slightly. If she had known that there was something wrong with Meng Jinfeng's grades, she would have gone to find Meng Jinfeng, even if she had to lose face. Meng Jinfeng felt a chill in his heart at this moment. His admission letter did not arrive late, but he was not admitted at all. His grades were made wrong. There are only 10 days left before school starts on September 1st, and Meng Jinfeng doesn't know whether he can get his real grades back before September 1st. The three of them came to the principal's office together, but there was no one there. The principal had something to do at home today and didn't come to school. Meng Haixing went to inquire about the location of the principal's house. Principal Lin is not a native of Muping Town. He was transferred from the county. Meng Haixing found out his home address, pulled Meng Jinfeng onto the tractor, and returned to the county town to find Linen. Jinfeng, do you know Meng Jinshan, who ranked first in the exam this year? Meng Haixing asked Meng Jinfeng while driving the tractor. I know him. He's from Shangshan village. He changed his name when he was in the second year of high school. His previous name was Meng Jinbao. So how was his performance in school? He seldom came to school, and when he did take an exam, he always failed. I didn't interact with him very much. I vaguely heard from the class that Meng Jinshan's family is very rich, and his father seems to be an official of some kind. Anyway, he is very powerful. At this point, four words popped up in Meng Haixing's mind. Impersonation. The current college entrance examination system is not very perfect, and all student files are filled out manually. The more places people touch, the more likely problems are to occur. In his previous life, Meng Haixing saw many cases of impersonation in the news. He never expected that such a thing would happen to Meng Jinfeng. Chapter 77 Principal Lin. In his previous life, Meng Jinfeng must have also discovered that there was something wrong with his grades. But his class teacher Lu Jiang was not there at the time. Even if Meng Jinfeng knew there was a problem, it would take 3 or 4 days for Lu Jiang to return. It would take a lot of effort for Lu Jiang to help him investigate. By the time we find out what the problem is, the university may have already started. When university started, Meng Jinfeng did not have an admission letter. Even if he got his real grades, he would not be able to go to university. Perhaps it was because of this incident that Meng Jinfeng was greatly stimulated. He did not choose to repeat his studies, but instead went to that junior college where he just wanted to get by, and graduated early to start his own business. Meng Haixing thought that this matter might be related to Meng Changyue again. He is a dark person. When he married Lin Muching, it probably disrupted all his plans. He holds a grudge against him, so he tries every means to set a trap for him. The hot and humid wind blew across his cheeks, and Meng Haixing's forehead was covered with sweat. In his previous life, he was stupid and didn't see the pit he was stepping into. In this life, he will never be tricked by Meng Changyue again. Meng Haixing stepped on the tractor's accelerator and ran to find Linen, the principal of the town's high school, as quickly as possible. Linen lives in a government compound, so it is not easy for Meng Haixing to find him. After wasting a quarter of an hour with the old man guarding the door downstairs, the old man reluctantly let the 3 people in. Is Principal Lin home? When Meng Haixing knocked on the door, the aroma of food came from the house. After a long while, the beige door opened. Who are you looking for? A young woman with wavy curly hair looked Meng Haixing up and down. I'm looking for Principal Lin. The woman took another look at Meng Jinfeng and Su Wan behind Meng Haixing, opened the door, and shouted towards the inner room. Dad, someone is looking for you. When Meng Haixing was let into the house, he found that there was a banquet table in Lin An's house, and a group of young men and women were sitting around the table. There was also a large cream cake on the table, decorated with several red roses made of cream. It also said, "Happy birthday, Lin Nuanyuan." Meng Haixing only looked at the birthday cake and roughly guessed that today was the birthday of Lin An's daughter Lin Nuanyuan. It might not be appropriate for him to come at this time, but for Meng Jinfeng he had no choice but to go ahead. Who's looking for me? Linen was cooking in the kitchen. He didn't take off his apron yet and poked his head out of the kitchen. Principal Lin, I'm looking for you. Are you available to talk? Meng Haixing smiled bitterly. Lin and knew Meng Jinfeng. They came to me at this time, so there must be something very important. I'm free. Wait for a moment while I wash my hands. Nuanyuan, please help me take the guest to the study. It was Lin Nuanyuan who opened the door for Meng Haixing just now. She was a little unhappy and took Meng Haixing and the other two to Lin An's study. You sit down. Lin Nuanyuan opened 3 bottles of soda and placed them in front of them, then turned around and went to greet her classmates. After a while, Linen just walked into the room. Before he sat down, Meng Haixing told him the whole story. By the way, he also mentioned that he suspected Meng Jinfeng's grades had been swapped. Linen frowned as he listened. Comrade Meng, Jinfeng, don't worry. Wait until the school archives office opens in the afternoon, and we'll go check Jinfeng's grades to see if there was a mistake at our school. If there is no problem with the school, we will go to the archives of the Education Bureau and check Jinfeng's test papers. But this is a bit troublesome. We need to get several people to sign it. Meng Haixing glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. By the time they returned to the town high school and saw the results sent by Meng Jinfeng from the Education Bureau, it would be at least 2 or 3 o'clock. No matter how anxious I am, I can't go to the County Education Bureau today. As for the Education Bureau, according to Linen, it will take some time to find out the results. Meng Haixing was very anxious and was thinking quickly about how to deal with the situation. He only hated himself for being too weak now. If he had encountered such a thing in his previous life, someone would probably ask him for help to investigate. Principal Lin, would you mind giving the school archives a call? I'll go back and take a look. Linen understood very well what a wrong grade meant to Meng Jinfeng. Okay, I'll make a call right away, and you can go directly to the school archives to find Zhao Jing. Meng Haixing thanked Lin and asked for Lin An's home phone number before leaving. If there was any news from the school, he would contact him directly. In order to save time, Meng Haixing did not have time to eat and drove the tractor back to the town. The 3 of them were hungry and waited for Zhao Jing at the door of the archive room for more than half an hour before she finally arrived. You guys are really good at making trouble. There must be no mistake in my statistics. I wrote down the scores according to the scores sent by the Education Bureau. How could I have made a mistake? Zhao Jing opened the door of the archive room with a very grim expression. Comrade Zhao, thank you for your hard work. My brother has always ranked first in the grade, but now he ranks 240th. We think there must be something wrong with his scores. If you don't perform well and lose 10 or 20 points, that's acceptable, but if the full score is reduced to 30 points, no one can accept it. Zhao Jing, who was full of complaints just now, understood Meng Haixing after hearing what he said. Could it be that the Education Bureau sent the wrong transcript? Zhao Jing took a large file bag from the bookshelf, which contained a stack of transcripts for this year's senior high school students. Each student has a report card with grades filled in by hand. Zhao Jing quickly flipped through the names and finally picked out Meng Jinfeng's transcript at 240th place. Let's take a look. I'll say I didn't copy it wrong. Meng Haixing took the report card and glanced at it, and sure enough, Meng Jinfeng's name was on it. It seems that the Education Bureau made a mistake in the grades. Thank you, Comrade Zhao, for making this trip for us. Can I borrow your office phone to talk to Principal Lin about this? Zhao Jing felt quite sympathetic towards Meng Jinfeng's situation and readily took them to call Linen. On the phone, Linen said that he would submit an application to the Education Bureau in the afternoon, requesting to see Meng Jinfeng's test paper. But approval definitely takes time, so he told Meng Haixing and Meng Jinfeng not to be anxious. Principal Lin, there is no telephone in our village. How about this? I will come to school tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll definitely be there tomorrow morning. Just come to my office and find me. Meng Haixing felt somewhat relieved when he received Lin An's affirmative answer. As long as Lin An is willing to help, there will definitely be room for recovery. 3 people came out of the school. Student Su, you must be starving. Let's not rush home. I'll treat you two to a meal. How could Meng Jinfeng have the energy to eat after encountering such a big thing? Just as he was about to refuse, he received a glare from Meng Haixing. Brother Haixing, I'll just go home and eat. You've been running around for so long. You must be starving. Come on, don't be polite to me. I know there's beef ramen here. It tastes pretty good. Meng Haixing said so. Suwon glanced at Meng Jinfeng, who looked listless, and finally followed him to eat ramen. Chapter 78, Check Results 1. It was past dinner time, and they were the only table in the ramen restaurant. Meng Haixing comforted Meng Jinfeng with a few words and said no more. When encountering such a thing, Meng Jinfeng needed to bear it on his own. No matter how much he said, he could not untie the knot in his heart. Jinfeng, you have to cheer up. As long as you work hard, there will definitely be a good result. Suwon looked at Meng Jinfeng with bright eyes. He was as wilted as an eggplant just now, but when he heard Suwon's encouragement, he immediately raised his head. Suwon, you're right. If I don't work hard, this will definitely happen. But as long as I go find them, even if I can't get into college, the person who impersonated me won't be able to get in either. At worst, I can just take the exam again next year. Meng Haixing was worried that Meng Jinfeng would never recover, but now seeing that he seemed to be energized, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the power of love is really great. Meng Haixing lowered his head and slurped noodles. For a moment, he suddenly missed Lin Muching. He didn't return home on time after going to the county today, and Lin Muching must be worried. After eating ramen, Meng Haixing did not delay any longer. He first sent Suwon home, and then drove the tractor back to Shashan village. Before reaching the village, Meng Haixing saw Lin Muching enjoying the cool under a big tree at the entrance of the village from a distance. Lin Muching was worried about him and had been waiting here. Looking at Meng Jinfeng's house, only Meng Yu was there, and his parents didn't even come out. Having parents like this, Meng Haixing was speechless. No wonder Meng Jinfeng went to college without much resistance in his previous life. His parents didn't help him, so how could a boy under 20 years old like him get his real transcript back? Meng Haixing really wanted to see if Liang Xiaotsue and Meng Guanghe had straw in their heads. Lin Muching felt relieved when he saw Meng Haixing coming back. There are still many people in the village enjoying the coolness under the big tree at the entrance of the village. Meng Haixing was not afraid of being seen. He stopped the tractor on the side of the road, jumped off the car happily, and picked up Momo. Mucheng, are you waiting for me? Lin Muching's little face turned red the moment Meng Haixing asked her this. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I left some for you. Go home and eat. Lin Muching's voice was quieter than that of a mosquito. Meng Haixing stopped teasing Lin Muching. He carried Momo onto the tractor and let her sit in the passenger seat. He steered the tractor with one hand and protected Momo with the other, driving the tractor into the village committee compound. Jinfeng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm here to help you. Meng Jinfeng nodded. Third brother, thank you. We brothers don't need to say thank you or no thank you. Just go home quickly. Meng Haixing held Momo in his arms and waited for Lin Muching for a while before they went home together. On the way home, he told Lin Muching about Meng Jinfeng. Haixing, your idea is correct. I feel like someone wants to take Jinfeng's place. I guess Jinfeng's results on the exam papers from the Education Bureau are all real. The imposter would definitely not change his name on the papers. If you want to replace Jinfeng's grades, you should be on the grades issued to Dongtai University. Meng Haixing was delighted when he heard Lin Muching say this. Mucheng, do you know the twists and turns involved? Meng Haixing had never been exposed to these things in his previous life, so he really didn't know what the procedures were for a college student to go to college. I know a little bit. I have relatives working in the education system. Generally speaking, after the grading is completed, there will be someone from the Education Bureau who will hand over the students' scores to the schools. For a town high school, because there are so many transcripts for students, someone will come and deliver them. But the students who passed the exam were all over the country, so we couldn't send them there specially. So we would use telegrams to send the students' names and scores to the schools they applied for. Major universities will admit students based on their academic performance and then mail them admission letters. The areas most vulnerable to manipulation are the telegraph and the archives. Students go to college with their food and oil files, and each student has a file bag. If it was really Meng Jinshan who impersonated Meng Jinfeng, then Meng Jinfeng's transcript should be in Meng Jinshan's file bag. Moreover, the name on Meng Jinshan's household registration book is definitely not Meng Jinshan, but Meng Jinfeng. When the grain and oil relations were mobilized, Meng Jinshan from Shangshan village was also mobilized. In this way, Meng Jinshan replaced Meng Jinfeng to go to college without anyone noticing. When we really investigate this matter after university starts, we will find it is so confusing that we may not be able to find out the answer. Shangshan village and Xiashan village, Meng Jinshan and Meng Jinfeng, are separated by only one word, but the fate of the two people has changed drastically. Thanks to you, Mucheng. Otherwise, Even if you let me check, I wouldn't know where to start. Meng Haixing excitedly stepped forward and kissed Lin Muching on the forehead. Don't do anything in broad daylight. Lin Muching was startled and quickly took a step back. I kiss my own wife. Who dares to say anything? Go home quickly. Lin Muching rolled his eyes at Meng Haixing and strode home. Meng Haixing picked up Momo from behind and hurried to catch up. In the afternoon, Meng Haixing went to the cucumber field and cleared out all the old cucumber racks. Their family still has a little land, but Meng Haixing doesn't want to grow crops anymore. The annual yield per mu of wheat is enough for one's own food after deducting the tax paid for public grain. Planting and harvesting wheat takes quite a lot of effort. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Haixing decided to plant apple and peach trees on all the land in his home. Only a small vegetable plot was left, where some radishes and cabbages were planted for winter consumption. The cucumber racks in Meng Haixing's house have all collapsed, and the same thing happened to other families in the past few days. He estimated that the several large jars of cucumbers at home were enough to supply cold dishes for 5 days at most, and then there would be no more cucumbers. He would go there in person later and ask each family if they wanted the salad if it didn't have cucumber. Pickled cucumber twists are the soul of cold dishes. Without them, the cold dishes would be lacking in flavor. Meng Haixing was busy building cucumber racks in the cucumber field in the afternoon. He was only halfway through the work when he saw Meng Jinfeng running towards him, panting. Third brother, I received the acceptance letter. Meng Jinfeng was exhausted after running all the way here. He supported his knees with his hands, breathing heavily, and holding a brown paper envelope in his hand. Meng Haixing quickly put down the work in his hands. Where did you get the acceptance letter? Dongtai College. Meng Jinfeng handed the envelope to Meng Haixing. When the envelope was opened, there was a thin piece of paper inside, with the words Dongtai College written on it. Meng Haixing thought to himself, bad luck. Dongtai College has already accepted Meng Jinfeng. Someone deliberately changed Meng Jinfeng's application choice. This matter is becoming increasingly difficult. If the problem is not resolved quickly, Meng Jinfeng will have no choice but to repeat his senior year next year. Chapter 79, Check Results 2. Jinfeng, don't worry. We will go to see Principal Lin tomorrow morning. Have you told your parents about this? Meng Haixing actively helped Meng Jinfeng with running errands, but Meng Jinfeng's parents only asked a few questions. Liang Xiaozue felt that there was nothing wrong with going to a junior college. It was 1 year less than college, and she could graduate earlier and start earning money. They don't even know that the so-called Dongtai College is just a mixed-up college. Other colleges might be able to teach something while students are studying there. Dongtai College doesn't teach anything and is specially prepared for students who are rich but not good at studying. People who go to college now get 15 yuan of meal tickets per month and a 5 yuan subsidy. Dongtai College does not provide any subsidies and even has tuition fees. In his previous life, Meng Jinfeng was able to go to Dongtai College. It was probably because Meng Jinsheng paid part of his tuition. Otherwise, with Liang Xiaozue and Meng Guang's temper, they would definitely not let Meng Jinfeng go as soon as they heard about tuition fees. Third brother, why did this happen to me? Meng Jinfeng squatted on the ground with red eyes. He finally had a chance to pass the exam, but it was gone. If he repeats the grade, his mother won't know how to nag him. Liang Xiaozue is a naturally mean person. Doesn't she know that going to college is good? She must know. But she still felt sorry for the money, as she felt that Meng Jinfeng, such a grown-up man, only spent money on eating and not earning any money, and still asked her to take money out. Children of the same age in other families have already supported half of the family at this age. Jinfeng, cheer up. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. We have to get to the bottom of this matter. What's yours? We have to take it back no matter what. Meng Jinfeng rubbed his face and nodded vigorously. The next day, the two of them went to the town high school to find Lin and at work. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiang was also there. Teacher Lu, why are you back? I heard about Jinfeng's situation, so I rushed back yesterday afternoon after buying a train ticket. Jinfeng, you are the most talented student I have ever seen in my many years as a teacher. Now that such a mistake has happened, I will definitely not ignore it. We have been in contact with the County Education Bureau this morning. We will go together later. I want to see your test paper with my own eyes. When Meng Haixing heard Lu Jiang say this, he had a question mark in his mind. Doesn't Lu Jiang have a good relationship with Meng Chanhua? Why is he suddenly so eager to help? It's not that Meng Haixing is suspicious, it's that he has experienced too many things. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There must be something he doesn't know about this matter. But none of this matters now. What matters is that Meng Jinfeng goes to college. The four of them rode their bicycles to the County Education Bureau together. On Saturday morning, there were not many people working at the Education Bureau. Although it is not a double-day weekend now, Many people have started to slack off on Saturday. Lu Jiang and Lin and worked for half the morning before finally standing at the door of the archive room. The person in charge of the archives is an elderly man named Mr. Zhang who is about to retire. When he heard about Meng Jinfeng, he put all four of them into the archives room and asked them to look for Meng Jinfeng's file together. All the files were archived manually, and there were thousands of candidates from several surrounding towns. It was extremely troublesome to search for them one by one. Fortunately, there were many people here today, and after 20 minutes, we finally found the file with Meng Jinfeng's name on it. Teacher Zhang opened the file bag in front of everyone. Meng Haixing only felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, which was even more nerve-wracking than reading his own file. When the file bag was opened, inside was a stack of papers and transcripts, as well as comments from the school. Lu Jiang reached out and opened the paper, and a bright red 9 came into view, but the handwriting on the paper was obviously not Meng Jinfeng's. Look at the name Meng Jinshan again. Sure enough, it was a mistake. Look, this is Meng Jinshan's paper. Quick, let's go find Jinfeng's paper. Before Meng Haixing could recover from his ecstasy, he quickly followed everyone to look for Meng Jinshan's file bag. Teacher Lu, this is against the rules. We have no right to review Meng Jinshan's files. We need to ask the director for approval. Teacher Zhang wanted to step forward to stop Lu Jiang, but failed. Teacher Zhang, I'll take care of anything that happens. Teacher Zhang sighed helplessly and joined the ranks of those looking for files. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find it. Could it be that he has been admitted to Dongtai University? Teacher Zhang hurried to check the records. After this investigation, Teacher Zhang was disappointed. Dongtai University took the files away the day before yesterday. Teacher Zhang, even if the student's file is taken away, what about the test paper? This should be stored in the archives room. Lu Jiang reminded Teacher Zhang, and he finally reacted. Look at my memory. How could I have forgotten this? Teacher Zhang quickly took people to the archive room where the test papers of previous years were stored to look for the test papers. The storage here was not very orderly. Everyone searched for a whole morning before finding Meng Jinfeng's test paper at the bottom of a shelf. His test paper was assigned to the candidates of 1978. This was obviously done intentionally. Meng Haixing opened the test paper. He scored 120 points in mathematics, 89 points in English, and 108 points in Chinese. This is Meng Jinfeng's real achievement. Just find it, just find it. Lu Yu looked at Meng Jinfeng's test paper with pride on his face. This is the student taught by Lu Yu. The test papers and files were found, and Meng Haixing felt relieved. As long as the evidence is there, no one wants to impersonate Meng Jinfeng. Teacher Zhang, can you help me find Meng Jinshan's household registration information? Meng Jinshan's file has been transferred, and for the time being Meng Haixing is not sure whether Meng Jinshan has changed his household registration. It should be in the student file sent by our town's high school. It came with the admission ticket. Lu Jiang has reminded Teacher Zhang, so he knows where to look. After a short while, the registration form for prospective candidates from Muping Town was also found. That's not right. How come there are two Meng Jinfengs in our class? One is registered in Shangshan Village, and the other is registered in Xiashan Village. Meng Jinshan is Lu Jiang's student. Although he doesn't come to school often, Lu Jiang still knows him. Lu Jiang had checked the admission ticket and student information, and there was no problem at the time. Looking at the handwriting again, it is definitely not Lu Jiang's. Even the admission ticket information was swapped. Lu Jiang was so angry that he must not let him know who was such a traitor. A group of people went to the office of Sang Shuguang, deputy director of the Education Bureau. It seems that there was a mistake, but now the telegram has been sent and the file has been retrieved. We can't take the file back. Besides, there isn't enough time. School is about to start. When Meng Haixing heard what Director Sang said, he immediately understood that he was preparing to argue. It seems that he must know about the impersonation. Director Sang, you can't say that. It's not easy for our village to have a college student. We will never let the bad guys be so rampant and take my brother's college place. Anyway, we are barefoot and not afraid of those wearing shoes. If Meng Jinshan dares to go to Dongtai University under my brother's name, I can go to Dongtai University and put up a banner. I want to see if there is any place for reason in this world. Seeing Meng Haixing's tough attitude, Director Sang softened his tone a little. The situation this year is serious. If we get him into trouble over such a small matter, it would be more trouble than gain. Comrade, don't be so angry. Let's talk it over. It is now clear that it was not just our Education Bureau that made a mistake with Meng Jinfeng's transcript. The student information compiled by Muping Town High School was not rigorous enough, which ultimately led to the situation where Meng Jinfeng exchanged grades with another student. We don't want this to happen either. Director Sang used a lot of official language and even dragged the town's high school into the matter. The attitude was to make Lin and Lu Jiang calm down and stop making trouble. It would not be good for anyone if they continued to make trouble. Before Lin and Lu Jiang could speak, Meng Haixing interrupted Director Sang. Director Sang, just tell me how to solve this matter. I am a straightforward person and I never beat around the bush. Meng Haixing did not play by the rules and caught Director Sang off guard. He hadn't even finished his polite words yet, and now they were all stuck in his throat. Director Sang was almost depressed to death. Well, you guys go back first. I'll tell Director Wang about this matter when he comes back from the meeting this afternoon. We'll discuss it and give you a result next Monday. This time, Meng Haixing did not block Director Sang again. He realized that Director Sang had never wanted to resolve the matter from the beginning. There's no use arguing with an old fox like him. Only by grasping his vital points and giving him a fatal blow will he obey. Chapter 80 Sac 1. After coming out of the Education Bureau, Linen and Lu Jiang comforted Meng Jinfeng and told him that since Director Sang said he would investigate the matter, he should wait for 2 days. Meng Haixing didn't make things difficult for the two and agreed casually. After all, they are still working in the education system. If they offend Director Sang, their future careers may be over. Brother, do you think Director Sang will really help us? Meng Jinfeng watched Lin and Lu Jiang ride away on their bicycles from a distance before he spoke. Bullshit, that bastard Sang Shuguang is obviously fooling us. He said he would give us news on Monday, but there is no news. It's been a drag on us. When university starts, it will be too late to say anything. Meng Haixing had long seen through Sang Shuguang's little plan. Come on, I'll take you to dinner first. Meng Haixing and Meng Jinfeng went to a steamed bun shop not far from the school. The two of them ate a few bites of the buns and waited near the Education Bureau. After a while, Sang Shuguang came out of the Education Bureau on a bicycle. Let's follow him and see. I hope Director Sang will be honest and upright and not let me get any evidence against him. Meng Jinfeng, who was following behind Meng Haixing, felt a chill down his spine when he heard him say this. He didn't know when it started, but he felt that Meng Haixing seemed to have undergone a drastic change. In the past, Meng Haixing only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, and was a typical gangster. But now he inexplicably felt a sense of oppression, a feeling he only had when he met the principal in elementary school. It is a fear that comes from deep within. The sun was particularly strong at noon, and after riding for a while, Meng Haixing was sweating profusely. Meng Haixing sighed in his heart. Fortunately, everyone was riding bicycles at this time. If Director Sang was driving, he would be so tired that he would not be able to catch up even if he died of exhaustion. Director Sang did not go home for lunch, but instead took a detour and went into a state-owned restaurant. The state-owned restaurant in the county is not very fancy. It is just an ordinary 2-story building. Meng Haixing followed Director Sang quietly and saw him enter a single room on the first floor. It seemed that someone was already waiting there. If a grown man like him stood in the corridor, not only would it look ugly, but the waiter might chase him away soon. So he asked Meng Jinfeng to keep watch for him, and he went around to the outside of the hotel and quietly eavesdropped. It turned out that the person who invited Sang Shuguang to have lunch today was Meng Guoyang from Shangshan village, who is also Meng Jinshan's father. Director Sang, I heard that someone went to the Education Bureau to cause trouble this morning. It was the principal and teachers of Muping Town High School who brought students and their parents to check their grades, but I brushed them off. I'm afraid this matter will trouble Director Sang for some time. Take this. Meng Haixing glanced quietly through the window and saw Meng Guoyang put a small stack of big unity bills in an envelope and pushed it in front of Sang Shuguang. Meng Haixing estimated that the stack of money was at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. When Meng Guoyang asked Sang Shuguang for help, he must have offered a larger reward. Meng Haixing gritted his teeth secretly, wondering how many students from rural areas had been harmed by this group of parasites. Their parents are ordinary farmers who work hard in the fields. Their children worked very hard to get into college, but in the end, someone impersonated them. Even if they eventually find out that their children have been impersonated, they can only swallow their anger and blood, because they have no way to appeal and don't even know where to seek justice. In the early 1980s, there were very few college students, and getting into college became the only way for farmers' children to change their destiny. But now it has been used by some unscrupulous people as a channel to make profits. Such people should be punished by law instead of being allowed to gather together to eat and drink complacently like they are now. Meng Haixing had been squatting outside the window. After Sang Shuguang and the others left, he followed them. At first, Meng Haixing thought Sang Shuguang would go to the Education Bureau in the afternoon, but he didn't expect that he rode his bicycle around and entered the staff dormitory of the textile factory. Meng Haixing's eyes lit up. There was something fishy going on with Sang Shuguang. The textile factory staff dormitory was quite large, and Meng Haixing blended in with the crowd, so Sang Shuguang didn't notice him. Meng Haixing watched him enter room 206 before he came down from upstairs. He went downstairs and was just about to ask someone who lived in room 206. I saw Meng Jinfeng and Meng Jinsheng standing together and talking downstairs. Brother, why are you here? Meng Haixing walked forward and asked curiously. I also want to ask you too. Why did you make such a big deal on your own and not tell the adults at home? Meng Jinsheng had a dark face and a frown on his face. Meng Jinfeng had just told the general situation, and he was extremely angry. What's the point of saying it? Can you help Jinfeng with some advice? Meng Haixing hit the nail on the head, leaving Meng Jinsheng speechless. Meng Jinsheng, don't be so pretentious. If you don't want to help, don't come to make trouble. Can't you see we are busy? What are you busy with? Why are you here in the textile factory staff dormitory instead of going to the education bureau? The director of the education bureau is here. It was not suitable to talk here because there were too many people talking, so Meng Haixing pulled Meng Jinsheng to a big sycamore tree not far away. While keeping an eye on what was happening at room 206, he explained the whole story to Meng Jinsheng. Number 206 is occupied by Sun Dongni from the textile factory. She is a famous widow in the textile factory. Meng Haixing and Meng Jinfeng looked at Meng Jinsheng suspiciously at the same time, with the word gossip written in their eyes. What are you two brats looking at me for? Have you forgotten that your sister-in-law also works in a textile factory? I heard it from your sister-in-law. Brother, I'm going to put a sack on Sang Shuguang. Would you like to help? Although Meng Jinsheng's expression was not very good, he still very much agreed with Meng Haixing's proposal. In the past few years, Meng Jinfeng has been studying very hard, hoping to pass the exam. As his elder brother, he has seen it all. Meng Jinsheng knew best what kind of person Liang Xiaotsui was, so he would just have to deal with her mother from now on. It would be better if my younger brothers and sisters all passed the exam and stayed away from this place of trouble. If Meng Jinfeng lost the chance to go to college because someone impersonated him, even if he repeated his grade, Liang Xiaotsui's nagging every day would make Meng Jinfeng collapse. Meng Jinsheng was determined not to let this happen. Why put on the sack? Explain the situation clearly. When Meng Jinsheng saw Meng Haixing's evil smile, he inexplicably felt that Sang Shuguang was going to be in trouble. Let's go and stop them now. I promise that Sang Shuguang will help us find a solution later. Okay, I'll listen to you this time. Sang Shuguang ran into the beautiful widow's house in broad daylight and closed the door. Meng Haixing could figure it out with his toes. Naturally, he would not be polite when such a good handle was handed to him. The three of them went to the second floor together. Meng Haixing was about to go forward and knock on the door, but was stopped by Meng Jinsheng. If you knock on the door, you might alarm the people inside. What if Sang Shuguang escapes through the window? As he spoke, Meng Jinsheng took out a bunch of keys, on one of which hung something similar to an ear pick, only thinner. Meng Jinsheng poked the small ear pick into the keyhole, and soon there was a click, and the green wooden door was opened from the outside. Meng Haixing looked at Meng Jinsheng in amazement. He really didn't expect that Meng Jinsheng had this skill. Look at what I'm doing. It's just a lock. Nothing to be surprised about. Let's get down to business. Chapter 81 Sack 2. The staff dormitories of the textile factory all have one bedroom and one living room. When Meng Haixing and his friends opened the door, they saw two people busy in the inner room. But maybe the two of them were too engrossed in their love and didn't even notice that three grown men quietly opened the door. Can you two stop for a moment? Meng Haixing's sinister voice came from outside, and the two people on the bed were scared half to death. Oh! Sun Dongni screamed and immediately covered her mouth. Even if knives fell from the sky, Sun Dongni would not dare to scream. If her shameful relationship with Sang Shuguang were to become known, not only would she lose her job, but she would also be charged with hooliganism and possibly even thrown in jail. At this moment, Sang Shuguang was completely frightened. When he saw the person coming was Meng Haixing, he knew that he was going to be in trouble today. What do you want to do? You are trespassing, do you know that? Sang Shuguang felt like his heart was about to jump out. He hurriedly put on his clothes, but his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't control them at all. Director Sang, we are not in a hurry. Please take your time to put on your clothes. Meng Haixing watched Sang Shuguang putting on his clothes with a smile on his face. Sang Shuguang was frightened by his smile, and it took him a long time to put on two pieces of clothes. However, when Sun Dongni saw that Meng Haixing was looking for Sang Shuguang, she instantly calmed down a lot. As long as it's not directed at her, everything will be fine. Let's talk in the living room. I need to change. Please close the door for me. Sun Dongni's big watery eyes swept over Meng Haixing and the other young people, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Meng Haixing and Meng Jinsheng were fine, as they were both married and had wives, so this scene didn't scare them. Meng Jinfeng, who had never seen the world, turned red in the face when Sun Dongni glanced at him so casually. He didn't even dare to look at Sun Dongni. Director sang, "Let's not beat around the bush. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with my brother's matter." Sang Shuguang didn't try to beat around the bush with Meng Haixing at this moment. "It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I can't help now. Meng's grades have already been sent out by telegram. It is basically impossible to change them now, unless you go to Dontai University in person and explain the situation yourself. If Dontai University is willing to withdraw your application, I will definitely not hold you back." Meng Haixing is not someone who can be easily fooled. He immediately saw through Sang Shuguang's little thoughts. Wouldn't it be easier for your education bureau to contact Dontai University directly? Why do you want us students to go and get the files ourselves? Meng Haixing knew with his toes that if he went to Dontai University to request to be withdrawn, he would definitely be kicked out. The person currently on file at Dontai University is Meng Jinfeng from Shangshan Village. I can't do anything about it. I'm just a small fry in this matter, and Meng Guoyang knows someone in the upper echelons. If you don't believe me, come and fight me, but the end result will only delay Meng's time. Meng Haixing looked Sang Shuguang up and down, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he began to believe it a little. "Write me a letter of guarantee right now. If you dare to lie to me, I will take your letter of guarantee and report it to the police station." Haixing is right. We have relatives in the Public Security Bureau. I don't believe that we can't sue you even though we have evidence in our hands. Meng Jinsheng on the side also agreed with a serious face. When Sang Sudong heard them mention the Public Security Bureau, he immediately became timid. Sang Sudong knew best how tense the current situation was. If he really went to the Public Security Bureau, he might be shot. After thinking it over, Sang Sudong gritted his teeth, found a pen and paper, and wrote the letter of guarantee very quickly. In the letter of guarantee, Meng Haixing also specifically asked him to write down everything about him and Sun Dongni. Finally, sign your name and put your fingerprints on it. Director sang, "We don't know what materials to take to Dontai University. How about you help prepare it?" If Meng Haixing went to Dontai University empty-handed, no one would believe him just by talking. Meng Haixing wanted to take the test papers of Meng Jinfeng and Meng Jinshan to the teacher in the admissions office of Dontai University to have a look. It would be easier for him to talk if there was evidence. "Okay, I definitely can't give you an explanation of the situation. You can go find Linen and ask him to help you give you an explanation of the situation. Take these things and go to Dontai University to ask for the return of the files. It shouldn't be a problem." Meng Haixing and his men split into 3 groups. Meng Haixing followed Sang Shuguang to the Education Bureau to get the test papers and files. Meng Jinfeng went back to the town high school to find Lin On Kai to explain the situation and get his examination certificates for 3 years of high school. He also went back to the village to get a letter of introduction to Dontai City. Meng Jinsheng rode his bike to find his workplace to get a letter of introduction and buy train tickets. Tonight, the 3 of them set off together for the provincial capital, Dontai City. "Comrade Meng, it's against the rules for you to take Meng Jinshan's test paper. If someone asks you about it later, just say that you found the test paper in Meng Jinfeng's file. Don't ever say that I gave it to you." "Don't worry," Director sang. "As long as you stand by me, I will make sure you'll be fine." Meng Haixing got the test paper and file, stopped arguing with Sang Shuguang, and hurried to the train station. The 3 of them agreed to meet at the train station after getting their stuff. When Meng Haixing came over, Meng Jinsheng had already bought the train ticket. He bought a ticket for the nearest train at 9 p.m. "We arrived in Dontai City at 3 in the morning. This timing is really awkward. It seems that the 3 of them will have to spend the night at the train station." "Brother, did you buy a standing ticket or a seated ticket?" Meng Haixing asked casually. "The seated tickets were sold out a long time ago, so I bought a standing ticket." Meng Haixing looked up at the sky in silence. "My goodness, they wouldn't have any sleep tonight. I'm going to buy some food." Jinfeng went to the village to get a letter of introduction. "I don't think he'll be back soon." "Okay, I'll wait here, you hurry up." Meng Haixing was in a hurry to go to Dontai City and did not have time to tell Lin Muching. He estimated that when Meng Jinfeng came, Meng Halian might come too. While buying buns, he bought a book of stationery and an envelope and wrote a letter to Lin Muching while lying on the counter of the convenience store. In the letter, Meng Haixing gave a general account of the situation and said that he should be back tomorrow night, so Lin Muching didn't need to worry about him. She was home alone tonight, and Meng Haixing was worried, so he asked Lin Muching to call Chu Lan home so that Chu Lan could keep her company. Meng Haixing gave instructions left and right and wrote 2 full pages of paper in a very eloquent manner. At the end, I simply signed it. "I miss you, Haixing." At this moment, Meng Haixing no longer felt embarrassed and he even wanted to pour out his longing for her on another page. He stayed here for a long time, and when he returned, Meng Halian came as expected. "Brother, I thought you would come." Meng Haixing stepped forward and handed the envelope to Meng Halian. "Give this to Mu Cheng. I went out suddenly today and didn't tell Mu Cheng." Meng Halian looked at the envelope handed over by Meng Haixing with a look of surprise. Isn't Meng Haixing just going out for a day or two? As for writing a letter to Lin Mucheng? Okay, I'll give it to my sister-in-law when I get back. Be careful on your journey. The world out there is not a safe place. I understand, brother. You should go back quickly. It's getting dark. Don't go back too late. Although the sun sets late in summer, Meng Haixing still hopes that Meng Halian can go home earlier and not go out in the dark, which is unsafe. Okay, I'll go first. Chapter 82, Taking the Train. There were people coming and going in the train station. Meng Haixing held the black leather bag containing the file bag and test papers directly in front of him. He was afraid of losing it, so he asked for a piece of plastic rope and tied the handle of the bag to his wrist. This way, he would never lose his bag wherever he went. "Haixing, you don't have to be so nervous. With the three of us grown men here, no thief would be so blind as to steal our things. It's better to be on guard. If it's lost, it will be a big hassle." The three of them found a corner at the train station, sat on the ground, and took a quick nap. They bought standing tickets, so they would have to stand all the way to Dantai City. Even if they felt sleepy and wanted to take a nap, they were afraid they would not be able to fall asleep on the train. The train pulled into the station. Meng Haixing and two other people followed the large group of passengers and slowly walked toward the platform. In the old train station, some people were carrying bamboo baskets, some were carrying bedding, and some were even carrying cages of chickens and ducks. You can imagine the smell. Meng Haixing was squeezed so hard that he felt dizzy and had to barely climb onto the train. In the hot summer, the green train is like a large can of sardines, filled with people. Meng Haixing and the other two squeezed for a long time before they finally stood near the toilet. The train slowly pulled out of the platform, and Meng Haixing was almost vomiting because of the strange smell in the toilet. "Why are you pushing so hard? You're stepping on my feet. What's wrong with so many people stepping on you? Go buy a sleeper ticket if you want to be so pretentious." Two young men who had just arrived in the aisle started arguing with each other. The already messy carriage became even noisier. "Brother, wait for me here. Where are you going?" Meng Jincheng looked at Meng Haixing suspiciously. Meng Haixing was in a hurry to leave at this moment, and when he wanted to come back, there was no place for him to stand. "I'll be back in a minute." Meng Haixing didn't say the reason and squeezed towards the front of the train. After a long time, Meng Haixing squeezed in from the other side of the carriage little by little. "You guys come with me." Meng Haixing didn't explain the reason and dragged the two of them towards the train head. Meng Jincheng and Meng Jinfeng were completely confused and had no idea what Meng Haixing was up to. When the two were dragged into the sleeper car by Meng Haixing, they watched Meng Haixing take out 3 sleeper tickets from his pocket, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground in surprise. "I paid extra for 3 sleeper tickets. You guys should come in and have a rest. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow." There are a total of 6 berths in a sleeper room, and sleeping in the middle berth is the most uncomfortable. Meng Haixing bought the 2 below and the one on top. "Good boy, you have really grown up now. You can even buy a sleeper ticket." Meng Jincheng works in a machinery factory. Every time the salesman and his company go on a business trip, they can only buy seat tickets. Sleeper tickets are hard to come by. In fact, as long as there are empty sleeper berths on the train, the conductor can also sell takeout, but everyone feels that sleeper berth tickets are difficult to buy, so no one comes to ask. In fact, the main problem is that people nowadays are relatively introverted and thin-skinned. Everyone is too embarrassed to ask, which is why many people don't know that they can buy a sleeper ticket after getting on the train. Maybe you know that the price of a sleeper berth is too high and you won't be willing to buy one. Meng Jinfeng was a little smaller in stature, so he climbed to the top berth. Meng Haixing and Meng Jincheng were both big and strong men. They lay on the narrow lower bunk. After running around all day today, Meng Jincheng had a new understanding of Meng Haixing. The Meng Haixing who used to live a lazy life suddenly disappeared, and the Meng Haixing who replaced him was independent-minded and sensible, and was many times better than before. Meng Jincheng, lying on the berth, thought that the reason why Meng Haixing had such a big change was that he must have finally come to his senses. Some men always have a childish temper and never grow up, even in their 20s. The 3 of them agreed to take turns sleeping. Although they were safer in the sleeper car, they still had to take precautions. Meng Haixing asked them to go to sleep first, and he was the first to take duty. The green train doesn't run very fast and passes by some villages from time to time. However, at present, there is a power outage for most of the time, so when passing by the village, It is pitch black and the outlines of houses can only be vaguely seen in the distance. I don't know how long it took, but the train pulled into the station again. With a burst of noise, the carriage on Meng Haixing's side was pulled open. He looked around warily and saw a middle-aged woman and an old man coming in together. Both of them were dressed in ordinary but clean clothes. The old man had a pen in his shirt pocket, and he looked like an educated man. After the middle-aged woman entered the carriage, she saw that Meng Haixing was still awake and smiled at him politely. "Mr. Wu, today we have an emergency, so I'll buy the middle berth ticket. Please make do with it." Teacher Song, "You are too polite to let you follow me on this trip." Neither of them had much luggage, so Teacher Song helped Mr. Wu and wanted him to lie down on the middle bunk. As a result, Mr. Wu was too old and couldn't climb up at all. The two were so tired that they were sweating and finally had to give up. "Mr. Wu, please wait here for a moment. I'll go ask the conductor if there are any lower berths available." Teacher Song went out in a hurry. Seeing that Mr. Wu was sweating, Meng Haixing took the initiative to sit up and let Mr. Wu sit on his bed. "Young man, where are you going?" Mr. Wu took a blue plaid handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. "My brother and I are going to Dontai City." "What a coincidence. Teacher Song and I are also going to Dontai City." The two chatted for a while, and Teacher Song returned to the carriage. She looked at Mr. Wu with apology. "Mr. Wu, I'm sorry. All the lower berth tickets are sold out today. I'll see if anyone gets off in 2 stops." "It's okay, Mr. Song. You can take a rest first. I'll just sit here for a while." Meng Haixing had a good impression of the two men, so he simply gave up his lower bunk to Mr. Wu. Although the bunk room was a bit crowded when he was young, it was doable. "Comrade Meng, thank you so much today." Teacher Song was very grateful when he saw Meng Haixing took the initiative to change his bed. Changing berths was just a minor incident, and Meng Haixing didn't take it seriously. Everyone encounters difficulties when traveling away from home, so it's good to have someone to help. When the train arrived in Dontai City, Meng Haixing and others left first. Mr. Wu and Teacher Song, who were a little slow in their movements, suddenly remembered that the ticket prices for the middle and lower berths were different. "Teacher Song, hurry up and chase him to see if you can find Comrade Meng. We have to give him the money for the lower berth ticket." When Teacher Song heard this, she hurried after him, but the train station was packed with people and she had no way of finding him. "I hope we are destined to meet again. I can't take advantage of others for nothing." Mr. Wu felt a little embarrassed that he had taken advantage of Meng Haixing. On the other side, Meng Haixing and others took turns sleeping in Dontai City. They found a place to stay at the train station and waited until dawn before taking a minibus to Dontai University. Meng Jinfeng stood at the gate of Dontai University, looking at the 4 big vermilion characters, feeling mixed emotions. He didn't expect that his first visit to Dontai University was because of his impersonation. Meng Haixing took the lead and walked in front. Today is Sunday and most teachers are not at work. After asking around for a while, the 3 finally found the admissions office of Dontai University. There is only one teacher on duty here today. This is because school is about to start, so the school leaves a teacher on duty to facilitate students to report in advance so that the teacher can receive them. Currently, communication is not very convenient. Students from some remote areas have to leave early, so the time they arrive at school is not certain. Chapter 83 Coincidence. The teacher on duty at Dontai University's admissions office is called Wei Dong, and he looks to be in his 20s. After hearing about what happened to Meng Jinfeng, he was also shocked. "Don't worry, I'll ask if Director Su is here." Wei Dong left Meng Haixing and the others in the office and ran out to find Director Su. Seeing Wei Dong so actively helping to contact people, Meng Haixing was full of anticipation, hoping that everything would go well at Dontai University today. They really don't have much time left. If he was stopped here, it would take him a lot of time to find another way. Meng Jinfeng and Meng Jincheng were even more nervous than Meng Haixing. Since entering Dontai University, the two have been unable to speak a word. Dontai University is a well-known university in the province and even in the whole country. Those who can come in and out here are either highly educated people or students. People like them, with dark skin and wearing dark blue clothes that couldn't be simpler, are out of place here. Meng Jincheng looked down at his muddy feet and felt even more uneasy. Director Su is not going to work today. He is listening to the radio at home. Wei Dong walked around the school but couldn't find anyone, so he went straight to the door. He ran so hard in the hot summer that he was sweating and out of breath. "Xiao Wei, is there something urgent?" When Director Su opened the door, he saw Wei Dong sweating profusely and was very confused. "Director Su, please go to the admissions office right away. A student from Muping Town, Xiyang County, has come here and said that his grades were misclassified by the Education Bureau. He wants us to help withdraw the misclassified file." Wei Dong explained the whole story in a halting manner, and Director Su's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Xiaowei, this matter has a bad impact on our school, so don't worry about it. Just tell the person who came that the admission letter has been sent out, and we can't withdraw the application. Wei Dong was stunned for a moment. In his eyes, Director Su, who was extremely rigorous, could actually say such irresponsible words. He didn't understand. Director Su, I am also from the countryside. I understand how important it is for a rural child to be admitted to Dongtai University. This concerns his future, and you dismissed him with just 2 sentences. It can be said that you have directly ruined his life. Wei Dong's words made Director Su feel embarrassed. The tone of his voice suddenly became colder. If you want to take care of it, go ahead. I'm taking a break today, so stop bothering me. And Wei Dong, you were just assigned to our school this year. You'd better consider whether you have the ability to manage it, otherwise you will end up ruining your own job. Director Su said this, slammed the door, and ignored Wei Dong. Director Su, please open the door. The students are still waiting in the admissions office. Wei Dong banged on Director Su's door, attracting inquiring looks from the neighbors. These gazes made Wei Dong blush. He quickly ran back to tell Meng Haixing and others that the matter was rather tricky and might be difficult to resolve. Although Wei Dong did not say that Director Su would not take care of the matter, Meng Haixing had already heard it from his words. Thank you for your help, Teacher Wei. Please tell me Director Su's home address, and I will go there to explain it to him in person. Wei Dong hesitated for a moment, but still told Director Su's home address. Meng Haixing didn't dare to delay and hurried over to the door. After knocking on the door for a long time, there was no movement in the room. Stop knocking. Director Su just went out. The neighbor next door stuck her head out and shouted. At this time, Director Su suddenly went out, obviously not wanting to get involved in this matter. Teacher Wei, does the principal live here too? Wei Dong shook his head. You came at an unfortunate time. Principal Zhou went on a business trip to Beijing 2 days ago. He probably won't be back until next Tuesday. Wei Dong was also extremely anxious. School would start next Friday, and students were already arriving one after another. If the matter was delayed any further, Meng Jinfeng would not be able to continue his studies. Such a big school. Is there no one who can take charge? Meng Jinsheng on the side didn't expect things to be so complicated. They had already brought the evidence, but no one cared at all. Brother, don't worry, I'll find a way. Meng Haixing finally understood that Director Su must have received a lot of benefits, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly run away and avoided seeing him. Teacher Wei, can you help me check which department Meng Jinfeng applied to? Okay, I'll check it out. Wei Dong quickly found out Meng Jinfeng's information and found out that he had applied to the Department of Mathematics. Meng Haixing looked at the word mathematics and felt it was extremely ridiculous. Meng Jinshan failed in mathematics, so how dare he apply to the mathematics department? Is he ready to risk his life? Third brother, when I filled out the application form, I chose the Department of Mathematics, and we do not accept transfers. Meng Jinfeng has a very stubborn temper. He went to Dongtai University with the goal of studying at the Department of Mathematics. If he fails to pass the entrance exam, he does not plan to go to another department. At worst, he can just repeat the year. Meng Haixing couldn't stop laughing after listening to Meng Jinfeng's explanation. Meng Jinshan's family is probably all idiots. They forcibly replaced Meng Jinfeng's grades. Even if he came to Dongtai University, he would not be able to graduate if he failed the exam. This is not something that can be bought with money. Meng Haixing got the address of Guan Jinhua, the head of the Department of Mathematics, and took Meng Jinfeng directly to his door. Guan Jinhua's house is actually on the same floor as Director Su's house. The person who kindly reminded Meng Haixing just now that Director Su was out was Sister Mu, Guan Jinhua's nanny. Why are you guys here? When Sister Mu heard a knock on the door, she opened it and saw Meng Haixing and his group, with a little surprise on her face. Sister, let's go see Director Guan. Sister Mu stood at the door, with no intention of letting them in. Teacher Guan is meeting with guests, so it's inconvenient for him to see you. Why don't you come back in the afternoon? Sister Mu obviously didn't want Meng Hai to get into trouble, so she came to find Guan Jinhua to avoid bringing trouble into the house. Sister, we have something very important to discuss with Director Guan. Please tell Director Guan. Meng Haixing suppressed his anxiety and tried his best to make his tone sound gentle. But Sister Mu didn't by Meng Haixing's account. She stood at the door and refused to move. He even pushed Meng Haixing, who was standing in front of him, and asked him to leave quickly. Meng Haixing frowned slightly when he saw Sister Mu being so unreasonable. With one quick step, he pushed Sister Mu aside and strode into the house. Hey, you're trespassing. Get out now, or I'll call the police. As she spoke, Sister Mu tried to pull Meng Haixing's arm, but unfortunately Meng Haixing was a big and strong man, and it was impossible for Sister Mu to pull him away in one go. As soon as Meng Haixing entered the room, he shouted, Director Guan, are you home? I'm from Muping Town, Tuyang County. My brother applied for the Department of Mathematics, but now someone has impersonated him. Meng Haixing's voice was quite loud, and Guan Jinhua, who was meeting a guest in the study, came out in a hurry. What's going on? I just heard someone talking about impersonation. Guan Jinhua looked to be in his 50s, with gray hair, but he was in very good spirits. His voice was a little low and hoarse, as if his throat had been injured. Director Guan, my brother was impersonated by someone. While the two were talking, two more people came out of the study. Meng Haixing had also seen these two people. They were Mr. Wu and Teacher Song, whom he had met on the train. When their eyes met, Mr. Wu was obviously stunned. Then he walked forward with a smile and greeted Meng Haixing. It seems that we are destined to be together. As he spoke, Mr. Wu looked at Guan Jinhua and said, this is the guy I just told you about who gave up his berth to me on the train. I still owe him the difference for the lower berth. Chapter 84, Helping Hands. After Mr. Wu got off the train, he remembered that there was a price difference between the middle berth and the lower berth. He reacted and turned to look for Meng Haixing. Meng Haixing and the others had already disappeared in the crowd. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, the two met again. When Guan Jinhua saw that Mr. Wu and Meng Haixing knew each other, he called them directly to his study. Sister Mu, bring some iced soda. It's so hot. Young people like to drink something cold, unlike us old-fashioned people who drink hot tea on a hot day. After Guan Jinhua gave these instructions, Sister Mu seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she had something to say that she was unable to bring herself to. Everyone sat down, and Meng Haixing took a sip of cool orange juice, and felt that his smoking throat finally felt better. Director Guan, look, this is my brother's college entrance examination paper. You know that the math questions this year were difficult, but my brother got full marks. Such an excellent student should not have his future ruined by an impersonation. Meng Haixing handed Meng Jinfeng's test paper to Guan Jinhua. Guan Jinhua put on his glasses and took a close look at Meng Jinfeng's math paper. Meng, would you mind giving me a test right here and now? Okay. Guan Jinhua did not mention the impersonation, but took out a new test paper from the drawer and placed it on the table. Meng Jinfeng picked up the pen and started writing without hesitation. While he was answering the questions, Meng Haixing and others returned to the living room and briefly explained the impersonation incident. After hearing this, Mr. Wu slapped his thigh in anger. These people are really parasites of the education system. This matter must be severely punished. Comrade Meng, don't worry, I will handle this matter. Xiaowei, please help me notify all the teachers in the admissions office. See you in the admissions office in 2 hours. Call Principal Zhou again and give him a brief account of what happened. By the way, tell Principal Zhou that Mr. Wu is here and that he knows student Meng. Wei Dong nodded vigorously, grabbed a bottle of iced orange soda from the table, and ran away. The teachers in the admissions office all lived in the staff dormitory, and 2 of them lived quite far away. He had to hurry up and inform them, otherwise he would not be able to handle it in 2 hours. Meng Haixing watched Wei Dong running away in a hurry, and his heart finally settled down. As long as someone is willing to help, there is still a glimmer of hope for Meng Jinfeng to go to college. Meng Jinfeng in the study room finished the test paper in just 45 minutes. Guan Jinhua corrected the papers carefully while wearing glasses. Well, Guan Jinhua laughed excitedly. Jinfeng, you are very talented in mathematics. I will definitely accept you as my student. Thank you, teacher. Meng Jinfeng walked forward a little awkwardly and bowed to Guan Jinhua, which caused Guan Jinhua to laugh again. After a short rest, everyone went to the admissions office under the leadership of Guan Jinhua. As soon as a group of people arrived, teachers from the admissions office were called back by Wei Dong one after another. Even Director Su, who had just run away, came over with a sullen face. Director Guan, our school has never encountered such a thing. The admission letter has been sent out, and the file has been transferred. Now they are suddenly withdrawing their applications. If this gets out, it will damage the reputation of our school. Outsiders will also think that there is something wrong with our admissions office. Director Su had a sullen face and didn't want to give Guan Jinhua any face at all. Director Su tried his best to stop this matter, and Meng Haixing knew best what Director Su was thinking. We have never encountered such a thing as impersonation before, but now that we have, we should actively cooperate with the Education Bureau to rectify the situation. Both of them were directors, holding the same official title. For a moment, the atmosphere in the admissions office was tense. Without Director Su's order, the other teachers did not dare to move and just stood there watching the fun. Suddenly, the phone from the admissions office rang. Wei Dong hurried forward and picked up the phone. Director Su, Principal Zhou called. Director Su frowned and stepped forward to take the phone. While he was answering the phone, he couldn't help but glance at Mr. Wu, who was standing next to Meng Jinfeng. Well, Okay, Principal Zoe, don't worry. I will definitely handle the matter properly and will not embarrass you. After hanging up the phone, Director Su's expression immediately changed. He walked up to Mr. Wu with a smile and shook hands with him. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry for neglecting you. If Principal Zoe hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you came to Dongtai City. Director Su, please go ahead and do your thing. So many people are waiting here. Meng Haixing rolled his eyes silently in his heart. Director Su really knows how to judge people by their appearance. He might have forgotten why so many people gathered in the admissions office. At this time, Director Su no longer refused with a stern face and quickly called the teacher from the admissions office to find the information. Wei Dong, you must go to Ziyang County with Comrade Meng and make sure to exchange the files. We at Dongtai University will not tolerate such things as impersonation. Meng Haixing watched Director Su giving Wei Dong righteous instructions, and all he could feel was a sneer in his heart. Just wait and see. After Meng Jinfeng starts school, none of these people will be able to escape. Things went smoothly afterwards. The Meng brothers thanked Director Guan and Mr. Wu again and followed Wei Dong to the train station. It was already noon, and Meng Haixing wanted to invite Wei Dong to lunch, but Wei Dong did not agree. In the end, Wei Dong treated them to wontons. The group still only bought standing tickets. After getting on the bus, Meng Haixing wanted to buy a sleeper ticket, but he failed and ended up having to stand all the way back to Ziyang County. Sang Shiwang never expected that Meng Haixing could actually bring back the teachers from Dongtai University's admissions office. He originally wanted to trick Meng Haixing, but when he saw Wei Dong was there, he had to hide his thoughts and cooperate with Wei Dong to completely exchange the files of Meng Jinfeng and Meng Jinshan. Give the correct Meng Jinfeng file back to Wei Dong. After coming out of the Education Bureau, Meng Haixing finally felt relieved. I will mail the acceptance letter tomorrow morning, and I will send it as an expedited request then. I estimate that it will only take 2 days to reach Ziyang County. You can go to the post office to pick it up directly, and don't wait for the post office to deliver it to the village. Meng Haixing nodded slightly. He would let Meng Jinsheng keep an eye on this matter and make sure there would be no problems during mailing. Teacher Wei, thank you very much. Please take this gift. If Meng Haixing gave Wei Dong the money directly, Wei Dong would definitely not take it. While Meng Haixing was revising documents at the Education Bureau, he asked Meng Jinsheng to go out and buy some fruits, snacks, and 2 bottles of orange soda for him to eat on the way. Then I'll be welcome. He didn't bother to be polite with Meng Haixing and just took the food. Meng Haixing and others personally sent Wei Dong to the train station and waited until he got on the train before leaving. Coming out of the train station, not only Meng Haixing breathed a sigh of relief, but Meng Jinsheng, who had hardly spoken a word along the way, felt as if he had just had a dream. Haixing, how can you be so calm and not afraid at all? When I was in the admissions office, my hands were sweating from nervousness. Director Su had a sullen face, and I couldn't speak. Meng Jinsheng is not much better than Meng Jinfeng. Brother, you are so nervous that you can't speak. I don't know how many cold sweats are breaking out on my back. When I came out of the admissions office, my legs felt weak. Meng Haixing couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw how useless Meng Jinsheng and Meng Jinfeng were. He had experienced many storms and waves that were more severe than this one, so this little thing was nothing to him. Chapter 85 Anonymous Report. When we returned to Shashan village from the county town, it was already completely dark. Meng Haixing pushed open the gate and saw Momo playing in the water with Dabii and Xiaobei in the yard. One person and 2 puppies got all wet. Momo was having a lot of fun, giggling all the time. Momo. Seeing Momo's smiling face, Meng Haixing's tiredness disappeared instantly. Dad, you're back. I didn't see you yesterday. I missed you so much. I even dreamed about you when I went to bed last night. Momo took a step with her short legs and rushed towards Meng Haixing. Dad misses you too. Meng Haixing picked up Momo and kissed her hard on the little face. Meng Haixing hadn't shaved for 2 days, and the stubble on his cheeks made Momo laugh again. Dad stinks. Momo covered her mouth and cheeks to prevent Meng Haixing from kissing her. Really? Why didn't I smell it? Meng Haixing pulled up his collar and smelled it, and his face was immediately blackened by the smoke. I wore the same shirt for 2 days. He was fine normally, but he had been taking the train and quarreling with people, and after 2 days of running around, his shirt looked like sour cabbage. No wonder Momo said he stinked. Even so, Meng Haixing was reluctant to let Momo go. Lin Muching heard the noise and came out of the house. Seeing Meng Haixing coming back with an untidy beard, his face was full of smiles. You haven't eaten yet. I left some corn tortillas and small salted fish in the pot for you. Go wash your hands, then you can eat. Meng Haixing hadn't seen Lin Muching for only 2 days, but his longing for her had already flooded his heart. He held Momo in his arms and walked forward, suddenly kissing Lin Muching on the cheek. Wife, did you miss me when I was not at home? Meng Haixing said with a grin. Meng Haixing asked so suddenly that Lin Muching froze where he stood. Her cheeks turned visibly red. Stop talking so sweetly and go wash up quickly. You stink. Lin Muching blushed and lowered his head. Lin Muching took Momo from Meng Haixing's arms and took her out. Meng Haixing came back today, and Lin Muching wanted to tell Chu Lan that he didn't need to come and accompany her in the evening. The weather was hot, so Meng Haixing took off his clothes and took a shower by the well. The slightly cool well water took away the heat from Meng Haixing's body and made him feel more energetic. In the big iron pot was the dinner made by Lin Muching. Their family is not short of food now. When Lin Muching made cornmeal pancakes, he put some flour in them. This makes the tortillas feel fluffier and not as hard as before. In addition to a bowl of greasy salted fish in the pot, there was also a plate of fried shredded pork with cucumber. Meng Haixing could taste the flavor of a full banquet while eating the dinner made by Lin Muching. It's great to have a wife. At least when I go home, the house is filled with the smell of fireworks. It's no longer a cold, empty house. Lin Muching didn't come back until after 8 o'clock in the evening. She held Momo in one hand and carried a bag of tender corn in the other. Just now, I was enjoying the cool air on the street, and my grandfather gave me a bag of tender corn that he had just picked in the afternoon. Meng Haixing, who was lying on the table writing a letter of accusation, looked at the corn in Lin Muching's hand with suspicion. When did Grandpa come back? I heard that he and Grandma went to my cousin's house a few days ago. How could he come back so soon? I came back this morning and brought my aunt back with me. My aunt isn't going to work anymore. Grandpa and Grandma didn't explain in detail. They just said that my aunt would not go to Anshin City in the future and would find a job in our town. Meng Haixing's younger aunt Meng Xian is a late-born daughter. Grandma Meng was already in her 40s when she gave birth to her. Not long after she was born, Meng Haixing was born. The aunt and niece are less than 1 year apart in age. This matter was widely spread in Xiashan village at that time, and countless people said behind her back that Grandma Meng was shameless for giving birth at such an old age. Grandma Meng was a strong-willed person and raised Meng Xian under great pressure. In order to prevent villagers from gossiping, after Meng Xian graduated from junior high school, Grandma Meng used all means and, through the connections of a distant relative of the Meng family, got Meng Xian into a technical secondary school in Anshin City, where she worked after graduation. According to Grandma Meng's plan, Meng Xian was going to marry someone from the city in the future. When she suddenly came back, Meng Haixing felt something was wrong. However, as a junior, it is not appropriate for him to inquire about this matter for the time being. I guess these corns are given by Grandpa to thank you for helping Jean Feng go to school. After Grandpa came back this morning and heard about Jean Feng's situation, he flew into a rage at home and severely scolded aunt and uncle. I think everyone in the village knows about it. Grandpa is still sensible. Meng Haixing's grandfather used to be an old accountant. He worked in Anshin City when he was young. Later, because it was too tiring for Grandma Meng to take care of a group of children alone, and he was injured on the construction site, he returned to the village to farm. Grandpa Meng's greatest wish in life is that his children and grandchildren can study hard and leave the mountain village by going to school. Unfortunately, none of his sons are good at studying. He had waited for so many years and finally saw that Meng Jinfeng was a good student. He dreamed of Meng Jinfeng being admitted to university. But Meng Jinfeng encountered such a thing as impersonation. Liang Xiaocui and Meng Guanhe were not proactive in helping Meng Jinfeng solve the problem of going to school and only allowed a few younger generations to go. Grandpa Meng even wanted to beat them to death. Haixing, what are you writing? Lin Muching coaxed Momo to sleep and saw Meng Haixing still lying on the table writing furiously. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but come over to take a look. I will not let the impersonation of Jinfeng go. I will send an anonymous letter of complaint to all of them. Will this work? There should be quite a few people involved in Jinfeng's impersonation. If you report so many people at once, will they protect each other and let the matter go? No, this is an emergency. I'll report it to the higher-ups. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save these parasites. Lin Muching sat opposite Meng Haixing and took the needle and thread to sew a little skirt for Momo. She has excellent skills. Lin Muching can add lace and ribbon flowers to an ordinary little skirt bought from outside, making the ordinary little skirt instantly look beautiful. Meng Haixing wrote a letter of accusation in a lengthy manner, covering more than 10 pages. The stationery he used was bought near the train station, so even if someone wanted to check, they couldn't trace it back to him. After writing the letter, he put it in an envelope and waited for Meng Jinfeng to receive the admission letter before he mailed it out. By the time the disciplinary inspection department received the letter, Meng Jinfeng had already started his university life. Wife, Stop busying yourself and go to sleep. Okay, I'll be right there. After Meng Haixing finished writing the letter of accusation, he saw Lin Muching weaving a small red rose with a ribbon under the candlelight, and he felt warm in his heart. His wife is really skillful. The two of them were lying on the bed, with Momo, who was sleeping like a pig, between them. Haixing, please deliver the salad greens tomorrow, but not the day after tomorrow. Chapter 86 Kissing Wife. Speaking of cold dishes, Meng Haixing suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten what Lin Muching had said. When he went to the county to deliver cold dishes that day, Meng Haixing told several bosses that the pickled cucumbers would soon be gone. If you want cold dishes again, you can only replace pickled cucumbers with other vegetables, but the taste will definitely not be as good as before. Finally, a few bosses felt that most of the summer was over and cold dishes might not sell well, so they stopped placing orders. After returning that day, Meng Haixing forgot all about what happened to Meng Jinfeng at the town high school. It's okay if you don't send me. You can stay at home and take care of your baby. I can't just sit there like this forever. We have so many chickens, ducks, and rabbits at home. Isn't that enough to keep you busy? If you feel free, I'll take you to the city bookstore someday. We can buy some books on raising rabbits and study them together. Haixing, you really need to do aquaculture. Yes, we bought such an expensive Angora rabbit, not just for Momo to keep for fun. Meng Haixing turned sideways and glanced at Momo, who was sleeping beside him in the moonlight. His gaze passed Momo and looked at Lin Muching. Originally, he just wanted to take a sneak peek at his wife, but who would have thought that Lin Muching would suddenly turn sideways? The two looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Suddenly, Meng Haixing passed Momo and squeezed between the two of them. Lin Muching subconsciously wanted to push Meng Haixing. Wife, push me gently, don't press Momo. The hand on Meng Haixing's chest muscle froze. It was not right to push, nor was it right not to push. The two were so close that Meng Haixing could even feel Lin Muching's warm breath on his neck. His heart was pounding, and he wished he could eat the woman in front of him alive. Haixing, don't do anything rash. I'm still pregnant. No, I just want to hug you. Meng Haixing held Lin Muching in his arms, and the happiness in his heart was about to overflow. When he was just reborn, Meng Hai was afraid of scaring Lin Muching, so he didn't dare to have too much physical contact with her. Even holding hands, he was very cautious. After finally waiting for Lin Muching to let down her guard against him, Meng Haixing would never miss such a good opportunity to kiss his wife. You're too hot. Lin Muching put his hands in front of Meng Haixing and was extremely nervous. The man in front of me is in his prime and has a hot temper. Today's situation is really dangerous. I'll fan you later. Suddenly, Meng Haixing leaned over and kissed Lin Muching's chattering lips. This is what Meng Haixing wanted to do most since his rebirth. After enduring for so long, he finally got the kiss. Two slightly clumsy young people kissed passionately under the fragmented moonlight. Lin Muching was worried that Momo would wake up, and at the same time, she was worried that Meng Haixing would press on her stomach. She was so nervous that she couldn't even refuse. Mucheng, you are not paying attention. I am going to punish you. Meng Haixing looked down at Lin Muching in his arms. He saw the gleam in her bright eyes and her slightly parted moist red lips, which made him feel itchy. He didn't dare to look down again, and just glanced at it with the corner of his eye, and he couldn't control himself. It's too hot. I'm going to take a cold shower. Meng Haixing got off the Kong and went to the well to take a cold shower. Lin Muching was lying on the Kong, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. She gently stroked her lips and quickly closed her eyes shyly. There was a sound of splashing water in the yard, and Lin Muching could only feel his cheeks burning hot. A basin of cold water was poured on Meng Haixing's head, and he felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. He clearly wanted to seduce his wife, but ended up making himself so embarrassed. It's so embarrassing. Meng Haixing returned to the room after taking a shower. He glanced at Momo, who had rolled to his side, took a pillow to block the edge of the Kong, and slept next to Lin Muching. Even if he had to take another shower, he would still be willing to get closer to Lin Muching. The pregnant Lin Muching was quite sleepy, and after a while, she had fallen into a drowsy sleep. Meng Haixing, who was already exhausted, picked up the fan and gently fanned Lin Muching and Momo. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. When he got up the next morning, Meng Guangzhu and Meng Jinfeng had already set out with the cold dishes. Why didn't Brother Daniu and my brother ask me to go to the mountains to catch earthworms? Meng Haixing, who had just woken up, glanced at the time. It was already past 6 o'clock in the morning. If it were usual, Meng Daniu and Meng Halian would have gone up the mountain by now. Today, my elder brother and his wife are going to the mountains to catch earthworms. Brother Daniu has been in a bad mood these past 2 days and didn't go to the mountain yesterday. What's wrong? Meng Haixing, who was washing his face, suddenly looked up at Lin Muching. Meng Daniu has a very good personality. Although he is a little silly, he is very kind and open-minded. If he can make him in a bad mood, it is probably not a small matter. Brother Daniu went to Lang Chuanhua's house to propose marriage, but was rejected. Ma Jinying despises Meng Daniu's family because they are poor. When Meng Haixing heard this, he was immediately relieved. As early as when Meng Daniu said he wanted to go to Ma Jinying's house to propose marriage, he had already anticipated this result. In their village, Ma Jinying is famous for being stingy and money-loving. In her eyes, Meng Daniu can't make money and is a bit stupid, so he is definitely not the best candidate for son-in-law. Besides, Lang Chunhua is young and beautiful, so it wouldn't be excessive for her to marry into the city. How could Ma Jinying bear to let such a good daughter marry Meng Daniu? Go see Brother Daniu later. Okay. Meng Haixing agreed very readily. He encouraged Meng Daniu and said, "Doesn't Ma Jinying like money? Then just use the money to attack her." He just didn't believe that if Meng Daniu offered a large sum of money as a betrothal gift, Ma Jinying would not be tempted. After breakfast, Meng Haixing went to find Meng Daniu. Today, neither the brothers Meng Guangjuan nor Meng Fuming went to the mountain to dig Buplurum. Second uncle, why didn't you go to the mountain to dig Buplurum? I've been walking such long mountain roads every day lately. Even a strong body can't stand it. I need to rest for a few days. By the way, I heard you were collecting earth yuan again. How about this? Only a small number of people in the village knew that Meng Haixing collected earthworms. But no one is very clear about how much money Meng Haixing charges and how he charges it. I'm going to the county tomorrow and will give you a letter when I come back. If nothing goes wrong, let's go to the mountains together to catch earthworms the day after tomorrow. That's great. Now the Buplurum husks on the nearby mountains have been almost dug up. Not only am I more tired than before, but I have also dug up less Buplurum husks than before. It's much easier if we catch earthworms. We can just scratch any pine forest on the nearby mountain and get half a bag. While Meng Haixing and Meng Guangjuan were talking, Meng Daniu, who had been in the room, also came out. Brother Daniu, you have to go to the county with me tomorrow morning. Let's clean up all the Buplurum in our house, and then we can collect earthworms together in the future. Meng Daniu responded casually, sat on the stool, and stopped talking. Seeing him like this, Meng Haixing smiled. Brother Daniu, you have to cheer up. If you want to marry Sister Chunhua, you should save money quickly. I have been approved for a residential plot, and I want to build a house. If you have money, we can build next to each other and be neighbors in the future. I just don't believe that you can build a big brick house, make money, and still not marry Sister Chunhua. Meng Daniu, who was listless just now, suddenly became energetic. Chapter 87, Cleansing Buplurum. Dad, can I get the homestead approval now? Of course you can, but the little money you earn is not enough to build a house and get married. Meng Guangjuan sighed slightly and didn't dare to look at Meng Daniu. By now Meng Haixing had probably guessed that Meng Daniu could earn at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan by selling Buplurum with him. If they were only looking to build a house and get married, the money would definitely be enough, but Meng Daniu couldn't stop himself from spending all the money he earned on himself. Brother Daniu, if you want to build a house, I can lend you the money first. Anyway, you still have to follow me to catch earthworms. You can pay the money for building the house slowly. Meng Daniu agreed without even thinking about it. When he went to Lang Chuanhua's house to propose marriage, Ma Jinying also disliked him for not having a house. Ma Jinying didn't agree because she knew that if they got married, they would have to live with his parents. If he built the house and then went to Lang Chuanhua's family to propose marriage, their family would definitely agree. Haixing, you have made a lot of money, but you can't just take care of the big guys. If you have more money, lend us some and we can build the house together. No one else can say such words except Meng Lining. I did make some money, but I wasn't well off. Didn't you see your third sister-in-law was pregnant every day and had to make cold dishes to supplement the family income? If you are short of money and want to build a house, then go to the mountains and dig Buplurum chinets. Meng Guangjuan is old and his body cannot bear running on mountain roads every day. But the brothers Meng Lining and Meng Fuming are so young that they won't be so tired that they need to rest at home after running on the mountain roads. To put it bluntly, it's just laziness. Meng Haixing sorted out all the Buplurum chinets in his house and took down the wooden sign that was originally hanging at the entrance of the alley. Last time, Mr. Dong said that the demand for Buplurum would soon decrease, and Meng Haixing estimated that it would only happen in the next few days. He quickly sold all the Buplurum root in his house to avoid having too much of it in his hands. In the future, the Chinese medicine hospital won't need much at a time, so all his funds will be put on Chaihu. Normally, the Buplurum chinets that Meng Haixing collected was placed in the front yard of Uncle Meng's house. His yard was large, so even if he placed a lot of Buplurum chinets there, it would not be very conspicuous. At this moment, Meng Haixing packed up more than 2,000 kilograms. Adding the useless ones in his family, it would be about 2,700 to 2,800 kilograms. So much bupleurum plus a few hundred kilograms of earthworms is just enough to make a tractor. Haixing, are you really going to build a house next door to me? Uncle Meng and Meng Haixing were tidying up the yard together and casually asked about building a house. The residential land will be approved in the next 2 days. In a few days, I will prepare to lay the foundation with bricks and stones and start building the house. The vacant land next to me once produced a #1 scholar. You are a lucky kid. You got such a large piece of residential land just by asking for it. You will be the most promising one in our Meng family in the future. Meng Haixing has heard the story about his residential land from Uncle Meng no less than 100 times. It is said that several hundred years ago, when the ancestors of Xiaoshan village first moved here, they built a large courtyard with 2 entrances there. Later, a high-ranking official and a top scholar in the imperial examination emerged from that courtyard. But some people said that his residential land was weird, and some people also wanted to take advantage of his good fortune. As a result, when they were laying the foundation, a big white snake as thick as a wash basin was dug out from underneath. Many people feel that the place is unlucky, which is why it has been empty for so many years and no one has mentioned building a house there. To Meng Haixing, these strange things were all untrue rumors. The reason why he was interested in that piece of residential land was simply because of its large area. Early the next morning, Meng Haixing had just driven the tractor back when Meng Daniu, Meng Halian, and Meng Jinfeng came over. Brother, why are you here? Aren't you going to catch earthworms with sister-in-law? Your sister-in-law and your parents have gone to the mountains together. I will help you deliver bupleurum to the county. It's a good opportunity to take a rest. Seeing that Meng Halian had a bitter face, Meng Haixing vaguely guessed that he must be exhausted from catching earthworms in the mountains with Wu Lixiao over the past 2 days. Normally, they could take a rest on the mountain, but Wu Lixiao wanted to catch more earthworms and sell them for money, so she certainly wouldn't want to rest. Meng Hai must have been swinging the rake for 2 whole days. The 4 of them chatted and laughed and went to the county Chinese medicine hospital together. Brother Meng, you are here. Come in and sit down. I will ask the workers to unload the truck. Huang Ming and Meng Haixing are now on good terms with each other all day long, completely forgetting that he once looked down on Meng Haixing. No, that's all I have. I'll finish unloading it in a moment. I brought some earth yuan today. Take a look at the quality. Your goods must be fine. This morning, Mr. Dong came to ask me if I would come today. He seemed to have something to ask you. Why don't you go over and take a look now? When Meng Haixing heard that Mr. Dong was looking for him, he vaguely guessed that it might also be related to the earthworm. Okay, I'll go over now. Meng Haixing felt very relieved that Meng Daniu was watching over the unloading. He took some earthworms and went upstairs to find Mr. Dong. The 2 of them became more familiar with each other, and Mr. Dong did not beat around the bush with Meng Haixing. Haixing, these earthworms are of very good quality. Hurry up and make a large quantity. I will notify the research lab to start large-scale experiments. Okay, I'll organize the villagers to go to the mountains to catch earthworms when I get back today. But everyone is going to catch earthworms, so the supply of bupleurum will definitely drop a lot. That's okay. The experiment on bupleurum chinense is basically finished this week. If you still have a lot of bupleurum chinense at home, please send it to the Chinese Medicine Hospital as soon as possible. Starting next week, the Chinese Medicine Hospital will no longer accept bupleurum chinense. Meng Haixing was shocked. Why are you suddenly not collecting bupleurum? It's a short time. You know Yishi, right? He's Huang Ming's cousin. He heard from somewhere that I needed a lot of bupleurum chinense, so he bought more than 20 tons of it from outside. With so much bupleurum, the Chinese Medicine Hospital will probably have to drink bupleurum decoction every day for a year. Once all the bupleurum is consumed, the hospital will buy more bupleurum from the market. Hearing what Mr. Dong said, Meng Haixing sighed in his heart. He is indeed a big shot. He spent 20 tons of bupleurum at one time. Judging from the rate at which Chinese medicine hospitals prescribe bupleurum, it would be good if it can be used up in 1 year. Meng Haixing sat in Mr. Dong's office for a while, and then he talked about the incident of Meng Jinfeng being impersonated. Mr. Dong was a very upright person. When he heard that someone was blatantly stealing the fruits of other people's labor, he was so angry that he slammed the table. This kind of thing must be thoroughly investigated. Haixing, have you called the police? Meng Haixing smiled bitterly. For ordinary people like us, what's the point of calling the police? In the end, nothing will be done. There is always a place for reason in the world. Meng Haixing and Mr. Dong did not discuss this issue in detail. After leaving the Chinese medicine hospital, Meng Haixing went straight to the machinery factory to find Meng Jincheng. See if he has received Meng Jinfeng's admission letter. The machinery factory is very famous in the entire Zhejiang County. There are a lot of workers inside. Meng Haixing waited at the door for a long time before he saw Meng Jincheng. Chapter 88. Wish Come True. Brother, have you received the admission letter from Jinfeng? How can it be that fast? I went to the post office yesterday afternoon to ask, and the mail will not arrive until this morning at the county post office. I'll go check it out during lunch. Then I'll go to the post office and wait. I guess everyone will feel uneasy if they don't see the acceptance letter. Okay, you guys go first. I can't take time off from my factory, but you can leave half an hour earlier at noon. I'll meet you at the post office then. The tractor was driving on the not very wide asphalt road in Zhejiang County. The scorching sun fell on everyone, and everyone's heart was tense. Their Ming family has never had a college student. This is the first one in history. After running around for so long, I hope everything goes well today and nothing unexpected happens. Near noon, there were many people queuing outside the post office waiting to pick up their letters and parcels. Meng Haixing asked Meng Jinfeng to queue up, and he went to another window to buy a few stamps and found a place with few people to stick them on the letter of accusation. He dropped the letter into the mailbox instead of posting it over the counter. After waiting for half a day, Meng Jincheng finally came over, and there were two people in front of Meng Jinfeng. Finally, it was Meng Jinfeng's turn, and all the Meng brothers surrounded him. Comrade, I want to check if there is any letter for me. Meng Jinfeng, who was lying on the counter, was so nervous that he stuttered a little while speaking. The girl sitting at the counter rolled her eyes at Meng Jinfeng when she heard him say this. Where are you from? I see you're not from the area around the post office. Letters from other places will be delivered to your door by a postman. If it's a large package, where's your parcel slip? Meng Jinfeng's face turned red when he was asked. I'm from Muping Town, and I don't have a parcel slip. The girl behind the counter became even more unhappy when she saw that Meng Jinfeng had nothing but a name. We don't just mail it to you. You don't have anything. I don't know where to find it for you. Just go home and wait. It's your package and it won't get away. When Meng Haixing saw the little girl's attitude, he didn't want to help find the letter. He was about to go up and talk to her when he suddenly saw that the little girl had a large stack of stamps in her hand. The bright red color directly stung Meng Haixing's eyes. In 1980, China issued a stamp that influenced the Chinese philatelic market for decades, the monkey stamp. There are 80 monkey stamps in one edition, with a face value of 8 cents. After its release, it was scattered in post offices across the country. Before 1984, the monkey stamps did not attract much attention, and many of the letters sent through the post office had monkey stamps on them. Later, a set of 4 monkey stamps were issued, with more exquisite workmanship. Although the face value was also 8 cents, the set of 4 was a special stamp, and one set cost 2.4 yuan. Many post offices that are unable to sell entire sheets of stamps will force their staff to buy them back in order to complete their sales targets. The girl at the counter had so many stamps on her hands, it was obviously a task assigned to her by her superiors. Comrade, are you selling the stamps on your desk? I like stamp collecting, and I wanted to buy a whole sheet of monkey stamps before, but I couldn't find any. The little girl, who had been looking impatient just now, instantly showed a hint of joy on her face when she heard that Meng Haixing wanted to buy stamps. Yes, I sell these stamps in blocks. Each block costs 6.4 yuan. The small ones are more beautiful and more expensive. Each block costs 2.4 yuan. When he heard the price, Meng Haixing burst into laughter. With so many monkey stamps, it's like the god of wealth is forcibly stuffing money into his pocket. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Meng Haixing asked the little girl to count them. There are a total of 55 large-size monkey stamps and 120 small-size stamps. These stamps cost a total of 640 yuan. For an ordinary worker today, this amount of money is equivalent to several years' salary. But for Meng Haixing, it was just the money for less than 100 kilograms of earth yuan. The little girl who was calculating with a calculator was afraid that Meng Haixing would not buy it. Comrade, if you feel that this many stamps are too many, you can buy a few less. This pile of stamps is the task of our entire post office. It doesn't matter if you can't buy it all by yourself. Not much. I want them all. As he spoke, Meng Haixing took out a stack of big Unity banknotes from his slightly dirty black leather bag, quickly counted out 640 yuan, and handed it to the girl at the counter. Can you help me find an envelope to wrap it in? My purse is so dirty. Meng Haixing wanted to lock these expensive stamps in a safe. Okay, then I'll give you an envelope for free. Meng Haixing bought so many stamps at one time that it alarmed the entire post office, and many post office staff came to watch the fun. Taking this opportunity, Meng Haixing talked about helping Meng Jinfeng find an admission letter. It seems that there is indeed an acceptance letter today. Please wait for me. The person who spoke was the driver of the postal truck. Early this morning, he helped unload the mail, and while sorting the letters, he told his colleagues that there was a college acceptance letter among the letters. When Meng Haixing and his friends heard that there really was an admission letter, the tension in their hearts instantly tensed up again. I hope this admission letter is from Meng Jinfeng. After a long while, the driver came hurriedly with a brown paper envelope. Found it. Your name is Meng Jinfeng. Yes, it's mine. Looking at his name on the envelope, Meng Jinfeng's eyes instantly turned red. In order to get this admission letter, he has been living in dire straits these days and almost couldn't make it. After signing in a hurry, Meng Jinfeng opened the envelope in front of everyone. A thin admission letter was displayed in front of everyone. You are quite capable, young man. There are only a few college graduates in our county this year. The reason you were able to be admitted to Dongtai University is because of this. As he said this, the driver gave Meng Jinfeng a thumbs up. Several brothers of the Meng family surrounded Meng Jinfeng as he came out of the post office. Haixing, please take me back to the factory. Even if knives fall from the sky this afternoon, I will take half a day off. Let's go to the market later to buy some meat and firecrackers. I'm going to go back to the village and set off a few firecrackers so that everyone in the village can see that our Meng family finally has a college student. Okay. Meng Haixing agreed readily. He drove the tractor to the county market with laughter all over the car. Today is not only a good day for Meng Jinfeng, but also a good day for the entire Meng family. Meng Haixing was not a stingy person either. He paid for some braised meat and several bottles of beer out of his own pocket, and prepared to set up a nice table at Grandpa Meng's house at noon today to celebrate Meng Jinfeng's admission to university. Meng Haixing was celebrating happily, but Meng Jinshan's family, whose college entrance examination results were canceled, was shrouded in gloom. Meng Guoyang, what did you tell me at the beginning? You said our son would definitely be admitted to Dongtai University, but now not only did he fail, but his college entrance examination results this year were also directly canceled. After making such a big fuss, how can I expect my son to go back to school and take the college entrance examination next year? Meng Guoyang's wife Xiong Liyun yelled at Meng Guoyang, and the sound could be heard throughout the building. Chapter 89, Dealing with Meng Haixing 1. After the reform and opening up, Meng Guoyang was the first to become rich and also one of the first new citizens to move from rural areas to the city. He married the city girl Xiong Liyun and used his father-in-law's connections to get a house. Now he is the team leader of the machinery factory fleet. Even though Meng Guoyang is just a captain, he has great abilities. Of the 4 Dongfeng buses in their factory, 2 were bought with his money. Every time the factory used a car, it would give Meng Guoyang extra money. It is equivalent to him registering 2 cars with a state-owned unit to make money. Not everyone has this ability. He relied on Xiong Liyun's father, the retired former county magistrate Xiong Shilai. It was precisely because of this relationship that Meng Guoyang allowed Meng Jinshan to replace Meng Jinfeng's college entrance examination results. At that time, Meng Guoyang had to use a lot of connections to accomplish this matter. As a result, after 2 years of hard work, all my efforts were in vain. He also ruined his son's reputation. If Meng Jinshan wants to repeat his senior year next year, he definitely won't be able to attend Muping Town High School. If he went back to the county to attend high school, he wouldn't be able to play the impersonation trick again. Meng Guoyang felt depressed, and Xiong Liyun was even more furious. The 2 of them started quarreling as soon as they disagreed on something. What's the point of getting angry at me? Who knew that poor boy Meng Jinfeng's family would bite us like a mad dog and won't let go? Didn't I tell you on Saturday that Meng Jinfeng's family had gone to the education bureau? That's what I told you at the time. I asked you to give some money to Meng Jinfeng's family so that he could repeat his studies next year. Don't bother with this matter this year. But you are reluctant to spend that little money. You said Meng Jinfeng's family is just an ordinary farmer in Shashan village. All the people in the family are incompetent. Even if they go to the education bureau, they can't cause any trouble. In the end, even though I got the admission letter from Jinshan University, I still didn't get into the school. Xiong Liyun was so furious that her eyes turned red, and she wished she could go up and scratch Meng Guoyang to death. She had only one son, Meng Jinshan, and she doted on him very much, never letting him suffer from childhood to adulthood. When he was in high school, he didn't want to study, so she found a way to get Meng Jinshan to attend high school in the township below, so that he could relax a little and not have to go to school every day. Later, Meng Guoyang came back and said that there was a child in Shashan village who was a very good student and would definitely be admitted to university in the future. Meng Jinshan can impersonate him. In order to allow Meng Jinshan to go to college, Xiong Liyun used her father's name to run around to get connections, change his name, and change his household registration, which were not easy things to do. A few days ago, Meng Jinshan finally received the admission letter from Dongtai University. Xiong Liyun felt that the past 2 years were not in vain. Several banquet tables were set up in the best hotel in the county to celebrate Meng Jinshan's admission to university. Xiong Liyun still remembers that at the banquet, so many people cast envious glances at her. College students from Dongtai University are rare even in Suyang County. But in the end, her happiness didn't last long, and the truth was revealed. Their family has lost all their reputation and dignity now. She doesn't know how others will look at her when she works in the factory in the future. When Xiong Liyun thought of these things, she wished she could just hit her head against a wall and die. Meng Guoyang was given a headache by Xiong Liyun's noise, and he threw the teacup on the table to the ground. I will go find Meng Jinfeng right now and ask him to give Jinshan the place at Dongtai University. What's the point of you going now? The new admission letter will probably be delivered in the next 2 days, and school will start this Friday. Everything depends on human effort. At worst, we can let Jinshan take Meng Jinfeng's admission letter and go directly to Dongtai University to register. As long as no one investigates this matter, Jinshan will be able to continue his studies at the university. The couple was arguing fiercely, but Meng Jinshan, who was standing nearby, didn't take it seriously at all. He was reading a comic book intently. Mom and Dad, have you ever thought about this? Meng Jinfeng applied to the Department of Mathematics at Dongtai University. Those ghosts know me, but I don't know them. I'm afraid I'll fail every subject in my 4 years of college. How will I graduate then? When Meng Jinshan spoke, he only glanced at Meng Guoyang, and then his eyes were glued to the comic book again. You little brat, if it weren't for your poor academic performance, your mother and I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. There was a huge quarrel in Meng Guoyang's family. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't even eat lunch. He drove his Dongfeng bus and, along with a dozen strong men, went to Shashan village in a mighty procession. At this moment, Meng Haisheng, who had just returned from the county, was holding Momo and watching Meng Jinfeng set off firecrackers from afar. When the villagers learned that Meng Jinfeng was admitted to Dongtai University, they all came out to watch the fun. Liang Xiaozue and Meng Guanghe, who had contributed nothing to this matter, were complimented by the villagers with a smug look on their faces. Why don't you two go and cook? Why are you standing here? Grandpa Meng shouted at them, and the two people who were standing at the door and laughing hurried home in shame. There will be 4 tables of banquets at home today. Grandpa Meng has said that Liang Xiaozue and Meng Guanghe will be responsible for preparing the banquets for these 4 tables. If the 2 of them can't do it, it will bring shame to the Meng family, and they should not tell others that they are Meng Jinfeng's parents. Grandpa Meng was really angry. Liang Xiaozue and Meng Guanghe didn't dare to talk back. They could only keep their tails between their legs and go to the kitchen to cook. Originally, Chu Lan wanted to step forward to help, but was scolded by Grandpa Meng. All the relatives in the family knew that Meng Jinfeng's identity had been impersonated, and it was Meng Haisheng who ran around to get back the qualification to go to college. As parents, Liang Xiaozue and Meng Guanghe didn't care about this matter at all. They deserved to be humiliated by Grandpa Meng today. For tables of banquets could not be set up in the main hall, so Grandpa Meng asked Meng Jinsheng to go to the village and borrow a big red tent specially used for banquets. For banquet tables were set up directly in the yard, and only then were people able to sit down reluctantly. As everyone was talking and laughing, Meng Haisheng, who was standing on the street, saw from afar a large Dongfeng truck carrying a lot of people driving towards him. Who is this? How come I don't recognize any of the people in the car? Meng Daniu, who was standing next to Meng Haisheng, looked from afar and felt that the men standing on the Dongfeng bus all looked unfamiliar. Dongfeng cars are a rare commodity. You might not even see one in Shashan village for several years. At this moment, a large car suddenly arrived, and the villagers who had been surrounding Meng Jinfeng's house to watch the excitement shifted their attention. The car slowly slowed down and finally stopped 4 or 5 meters away from Meng Haisheng. Meng Guoyang, wearing a loose suit, jumped out of the passenger seat of the car. His hair was combed shiny, and he was wearing leather shoes. Feeling very cool, he took out his lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. In Meng Guoyang's opinion, this was simply cool. But in Meng Haisheng's eyes, he was no different from an idiot. I guess he's become obsessed with watching Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas. Who is Meng Haisheng? Meng Jinfeng. Meng Guoyang took a puff of his cigarette, raised his chin slightly, glanced at the crowd, and finally landed on Meng Haisheng. It's not that he knew Meng Haisheng, but the feeling Meng Haisheng gave him was that he was out of place in the impoverished mountain village. Chapter 90, dealing with Meng Haisheng 2. I'm Meng Haisheng. I wonder what the comrade wants to see me about. While Meng Guoyang was looking at Meng Haisheng was also looking at him. He just felt that Meng Guoyang looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. I am Meng Guoyang, Meng Jinshan's father. I didn't come here for anything else today. I just came here to talk about my son's college admission. Looking at your family's attitude, have you received the admission letter from Dongtai University? Today is not a festival, but the ground is covered with red firecracker shells, which can only mean that Meng Jinfeng's admission letter has arrived. Meng Guoyang was very clear about how important it was for the village to have a college student. That's what happened. It turned out that you wanted to take my brother's university place under my name. Why are you bringing people here to take it back? Meng Haixing looked at Meng Guoyang as if he were an idiot. He was not naive enough to think that he could go to Dongtai University to study as long as he had the admission letter. You don't know who I am, kid. I am the captain of the fleet of the machinery factory. Even 2 of the Dongfeng cars in the machinery factory belong to me. My father-in-law is the former county magistrate. When talking about himself, Meng Guoyang was extremely proud. It was obvious from his identity and background that he was not someone who was going to be easily messed with. Excuse me, I just don't understand why you, a live-in son-in-law, are so arrogant. If I remember correctly, you are from Shangshan village. What Meng Guoyang hates most is that people say he is a live-in son-in-law. He cursed and kicked Meng Haixing. Your mother, I'm not a live-in son-in-law. My son's surname is Meng. Meng Haixing was holding Momo in his arms. He did not confront Meng Guoyang head-on, but dodged his kick. Brother Daniel, help me hold Momo. What Meng Haixing is least afraid of is fighting. When he was just reborn, his physical fitness was not very good, but after more than a month of training, it was too easy for him to deal with Meng Guoyang. Meng Guoyang missed his kick on Meng Haixing and wanted to punch him again. Just as his fist reached Meng Haixing tilted his head and hit Meng Guoyang's nose with a straight punch. Meng Haixing showed no mercy with this punch. Both of Meng Guoyang's noses were broken, and a lot of blood gushed out and dripped onto his gray suit. Damn it, Meng Haixing, I think you are looking for death. As he said that, Meng Guoyang pounced towards Meng Haixing again. When the people he brought saw that they were hit on the head, they also wanted to come over and beat Meng Haixing up. If those from Upper Mountain Village dare to come to our Lower Mountain Village to beat people up, they are courting death. Meng Halian roared and kicked one over. The relationship between Shangshan Village and Xiashan Village has always been tense. If Meng Haixing and Meng Guoyang fight alone, it will be difficult for the villagers to intervene. But if there was a group fight and the Shangshan Village wanted to bully Meng Haixing, the people from the Xiashan Village would not agree. A melee was about to begin. Meng Haixing took advantage of the chaos and gave Meng Guoyang 2 more heart-piercing punches without any hesitation. However, he controlled the force a little this time, so Meng Guoyang might not feel that much pain at the moment. But when he returns home and recovers, his chest will probably hurt for quite a while. Stop it. You all want to go to jail, don't you? Meng Zhangwo roared, and all those who were about to take action stopped. Sun Qi, Lu Shaokai, Wang Kun, what are you doing here? Meng Jinsheng heard the noise and hurried out of the house to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, when they came out, they saw people from their factory fighting with people from their village. Mr. Meng, why are you here? Wang Kun was a member of the fleet. A few days ago, he delivered a truckload of textile machinery to Meng Jinsheng's workshop. Damn it, Meng Jinfeng is my brother, my dear brother. Meng Jun, you are really brave. Are you bullying me because there is no one at home? Meng Haixing heard Meng Jinsheng call Meng Guoyang and Meng Jun. He finally remembered why he felt Meng Guoyang looked familiar. In his previous life, Meng Haixing went south and made a name for himself. When he returned home in glory, he saw a report about Meng Guoyang in the local newspaper. But the newspaper wrote about Meng Jun. He was used as an example by Ziyang County and was reported extensively in the newspaper, taking up an entire page. Meng Guoyang made his fortune by relying on the transportation fleet he owned. In the end, it seemed that there were only 6 Dongfeng cars in hand. He bought nice-looking clothes from the south and sold them in the vicinity of Ziyang County, earning his first pot of gold. Later, he contracted the Old City Renovation Project, which made him famous in Ziyang County in the early 1990s. It seems that Meng Guoyang is a very successful son-in-law. He hadn't had time to deal with Meng Guoyang, yet he came rushing to his door. It would be a shame for him to come here in person if he wasn't taught a lesson. A plan came to my mind. Isn't Meng Guoyang rich? I wonder if he would still be so arrogant if he became a pauper. Meng Jinsheng, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you yell at me? Meng Guoyang got up from the ground covered in dust. He got beaten, but still kept his mouth shut. I'm telling you, Meng Jinsheng, I'm here today to ask for Meng Jinfeng's admission letter. If you don't let my son go to college, then you can forget about going either. The Meng family was so angry that they laughed at Meng Guoyang's arrogance. What era is this? Meng Guoyang still dares to do illegal and criminal things so blatantly. Meng Guoyang, you are really promising. I'm going to make this clear today. Meng Jinfeng is a college student from our Xiashan village. No one can snatch her away from us. If you're not convinced, let's go to the town and the County Public Security Bureau to have a good talk. Meng Jiangwo is not afraid of Meng Guoyang. Meng Jinfeng's admission to university is not only an honor for the Meng family, but also an honor for Xiaoshan village. He will not allow anyone to destroy it. By now Meng Guoyang had also reacted. He had made a bad move by asking for Meng Jinfeng's admission letter so blatantly. He cursed in his heart, thinking that it was all because of that old woman Xiong Liyun that he was mad at her and became stupid, which made his brain so stupid. Okay, you have more people today, so I can't beat you, but let's wait and see. Sooner or later, I will make you hand over the admission letter to me. Meng Guoyang spat out a mouthful of blood with a poo, then got into the Dongfeng car and drove away. The people present felt a little uncomfortable. They were afraid that they would suffer the consequences in the future if they provoked Meng Guoyang. Okay, don't let a mouse disturb your mood. Come to old Meng's house and have a drink. Today our village has a college student, Jinfeng. Tomorrow our village will have two. As long as we are united, no one can bully us in Xiaoshan village. Meng Haisheng, who had brought Momo back, shouted to everyone. Yes, Haisheng is right. Anyone who dares to bully the people of Xiaoshan village is seeking death. He should first ask my fist if it agrees. Meng Jinsheng also spoke loudly. Once someone took the lead, the villagers who had been worried just now were no longer worried. We are now living in a society ruled by law, and Meng Guoyang's bandit style is no longer feasible. Chapter 91 Inquiring for Information. Meng Haisheng had a fight with Meng Guoyang and got his clothes dirty. He held Momo in his arms and went home to change his clothes before going back to attend the banquet. Dad, Mom said that fighting with others is wrong. When Meng Haisheng and Meng Guoyang were fighting just now, Momo was right next to them. Meng Haisheng then realized that he shouldn't fight in front of his daughter, as this would lead her astray. Dad just hit a bad guy. Mom won't say anything to him if he hits a bad guy. Momo obviously didn't believe what Meng Haisheng said. Last time, Brother Xiaobao pulled my braids and I bit his arm until it bled. Mom told me that it was wrong to do that. Meng Haisheng held the pouting Momo in his arms and looked up at the sky in silence. Momo meant that Xiaobao was a bad guy for pulling her hair, and she bit the bad guy, so why did her mother still say she was wrong? Your brother Xiaobao is not a bad person. He sometimes pulls your braids just to play with you. What should I do next time Brother Xiaobao pulls my braids? Should I hit him or not? Meng Haisheng was stumped by Momo's question. Beat him. If anyone dares to pull my daughter's braids, I will beat him until he cries. Momo was immediately amused by Meng Haisheng. Mom will ask Dad why he got his clothes dirty later. Momo, you have to keep the secret from me. You can't tell Mom that Dad had a fight. Okay, I won't tell you. Momo stretched out her little finger and made a pinky promise with Meng Haisheng. The two chatted as they walked home. Lin Muching was feeding the rabbits. Seeing Meng Haisheng covered in mud, he couldn't help but ask him what happened. Nothing, I just fell down on the street. I came back to change my clothes, and I just wanted to ask you to go to Grandpa and Grandma's house for dinner. As soon as he entered the house, Meng Haisheng wanted to hide the fact that he had been in a fight, but as soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jinsheng followed him into the yard. Haisheng, are you okay? Are you hurt? Meng Haisheng smiled awkwardly. It seemed that this matter could no longer be concealed. I'm lucky that I didn't beat Meng Guoyang to a pulp. There's no way he could hurt me. Brother, let's go inside and talk. I just have something to discuss with you. Under Lin Muching's gaze, Meng Haisheng hurriedly took Meng Jinsheng into the main room. In his previous life, when Meng Haisheng had just gotten married, he often did not do his work, was idle all day long, and would fight with others at every turn. It was at that time that Meng Haisheng knew that Lin Muching was very afraid of him fighting with others. It was for this reason that Meng Haisheng did not want Lin Muching to know that he had fought with Meng Guoyang. He didn't want Lin Muching to hate him. Lin Muching chuckled when she saw that Meng Haisheng was so afraid of her. She took the cut watermelon from the kitchen and gave it to the two of them to eat. Without saying anything else, she took Momo to Grandpa Meng's house first. Meng Haisheng looked at the watermelon on the table, and his heart felt as sweet as honey. His wife isn't angry. Haisheng, do you think Meng Guoyang will cause trouble for us? In the past 2 days, Meng Jinsheng was busy helping Meng Jinfeng deal with the impersonation issue. At that time, he didn't think much about whether Meng Guoyang would retaliate against them after the matter was over. Meng Guoyang and Meng Jinsheng both work in a machinery factory. Although they don't have much interaction in normal times, he still knows Meng Guoyang. In the entire machinery factory, Meng Guoyang's family is richer than the factory directors, so it would be hard for him not to know. We have to dig a hole for him before he causes us trouble. Meng Haisheng has never been one to stand and take a beating. Since they have already guessed that Meng Guoyang will retaliate against them, they must strike first now. Haisheng, if you have any ideas, tell me quickly. Meng Haixing showed a wicked smile, and he lowered his voice and whispered in Meng Jincheng's ear for a long time. Good boy, you are really cunning. This will give him a hard time. That depends on whether he is greedy or not. If he is not greedy and can control his desires, then my trick won't work very well. Meng Jincheng laughed. A villain like Meng Guoyang would pounce on a profitable business as soon as he saw it. After lunch, you ride your bike to take me to town. I'll go back to find Wang Kun early. This guy has the worst intentions. It's right to let him go and incite Meng Guoyang. Okay, you can choose this one. After Meng Jincheng finished talking about Meng Guoyang, he was about to get up and leave, but was stopped by Meng Haixing again. Brother, you work in the county. Why don't you take Xiaoquan and Qingqing back to the county to attend elementary school? I would like to, but your sister-in-law and I are both working. If we take these two naughty kids back home, there will be no one to take care of them. Meng Jincheng looked helpless when talking about his two children. The teaching level of our village primary school is definitely not comparable to that of the county. Although we don't learn much in elementary school, it's the right time to lay the foundation. If you don't pay attention to it now, and wait until the two children enter junior high school, and then take them back to the county, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep up with the teaching progress in the county. Meng Jincheng understood everything Meng Haixing said, but it was a dead end that could not be untied. I have no choice. We have to work overtime at the machinery factory all the time. If there is a problem with the machinery, I may not even go home at night. Your sister-in-law is alone, so how can she take care of these two naughty kids? Meng Qingqing is better. As a little girl, she can listen to what adults say. Meng Kuan is now like a little hedgehog covered with thorns. Anyone who dares to contact him will be pricked by him immediately. Normally, only Meng Jincheng could control him. Even if Mrs. Meng chased him with a feather duster, Meng Kuan was not afraid. Your unit doesn't have its own nursery? If I remember correctly, 8 or 9 out of 10 factories now have nurseries. In some dual-income families, children under 1-year-old are sent to nurseries, where there are people specifically responsible for helping to take care of the children. There is a nursery, but they don't want children as old as Meng Kuan. Meng Kuan is already in the 1st grade, and this year Meng Qingqing will also be in the 1st grade on September 1st. The nursery only wants babies who are going to kindergarten, and they don't want them after they enter the 1st grade. Meng Haixing blinked. Why did he feel like he had found another way to make a fortune? It would definitely not be possible for him to open a daycare center in the county. Meng Haixing suddenly thought of Meng Xian. She graduated from a technical secondary school and is capable of taking care of a group of children. He would have to study this matter carefully later to see if it would work. Meng Jincheng returned to the county early in the afternoon. Although he had taken half a day off, he still went to the machinery factory first after returning to the county, because he had important things to do. On the other hand, Meng Guoyang hit a snag at the hands of Meng Haixing and was extremely angry. After returning to the county, he wanted to settle the score with Director Sang, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He was afraid that Meng Jinfeng would have to rely on his connections again when he took the college entrance examination next year. Meng Guoyang was feeling very upset, so he didn't go home and just found a place to play poker. As the sky grew darker, Meng Guoyang lost miserably and felt even more depressed. Boss, you are here indeed. Wang Kun, with a smile on his face, entered the room filled with the smell of smoke. What do you want me to do? Meng Guoyang lost another hand and threw the poker in his hand angrily. Follow Wang Kun out of the house. Chapter 92, Stealing Business. Boss, the Xiaoshan village we went to today seems to have been collecting buplurum recently, and even people from our village are joining in the collection. I used to think they couldn't make much money from reselling buplurum. Today, I happened to hear Meng Jincheng talking to others about the profits of reselling buplurum. Guess how much money they can make from reselling 1 kilogram of buplurum? Meng Guoyang, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised his eyebrows. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. They can make 50 cents by reselling a pound of buplurum. It's only 50 cents. I thought it was some big deal. Meng Guoyang, who has seen the world, simply looks down on this little bit of money. Don't worry, boss. You won't make much money from collecting a few kilograms. Do you know how Meng Haixing collects? He can collect 5 or 6,000 kilograms at a time. That's a lot of money. 5 or 6,000 kilograms. Is this information reliable? This afternoon when I went to the bathroom, I heard Meng Jincheng and Xiao Fugui say this with my own ears. You also know that Meng Jinfeng and Xiao Fugui are in the same boat, and they definitely won't lie to Xiao Fugui. Hearing Wang Kun's words, Meng Guoyang believed it a little, but he was not a person who acted impulsively. The next day, he rode his bicycle to Wangchuan village to inquire about collecting buplurum chinets. As Wang Kun said, there were indeed people in their village who bought buplurum chinets for 1 yuan per pound. He went back to the county Chinese medicine hospital and asked an acquaintance, who confirmed that he had received chaihu and was sending it to the hospital. The hospital charged 1.5 yuan, and he immediately felt excited. Meng Haixing wants to get rich by collecting Buplurum Chinense, but don't even think about it. I'll intercept you. Let's see where else you can collect Buplurum Chinense. When the time comes, I'll cut off your financial resources and see how you guys can still be so arrogant. Damn it. Next year when Jin Shan takes the college entrance examination, let Meng Jinfeng help Jin Shan take the exam. Meng Guoyang immediately called a few followers from his fleet and drove Dongfeng cars to the countryside to collect Buplurum Chinense. In order to collect a large amount of Buplurum as quickly as possible, Meng Guoyang added a dime to the price and charged it at 1.1 yuan. What he didn't know was that when he notified the people in the convoy yesterday and came out with him to collect Buplurum today, Meng Haixing had already received the news. That night Meng Haixing shouted it 3 times on the village loudspeaker. He will no longer be buying Buplurum Chinense starting tomorrow, so everyone should sell all the Buplurum Chinense you have. Starting tomorrow, let's all go to the mountain to catch earthworms. He's charging 3 yuan per pound here. The story about the earthworm had already spread in the village, and everyone was waiting for Meng Haixing to say this. Sometimes people come to the village to collect Buplurum, but 8 or 9 out of 10 come on bicycles. Meng Guoyang is the first person to come in a Dongfeng car to collect it. Meng Guoyang did not enter the village, but parked his car at the entrance of the village and asked people to go around the village and buy Buplurum Chinense at 1 yuan per pound. Those who had some at home were quickly taken to sell outside the village. Last night, Meng Haixing just said that he would not buy Buplurum Chinense, and the villagers who had dried Buplurum Chinense in their hands all took it to the village entrance to sell. Meng Guoyang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a look of disdain on his face. I brought some people here to cause trouble yesterday, but today the villagers are still so eager to sell to me. What a bunch of people with no ambition. I only have 1 cent more than Meng Haixing, but the villagers won't sell to him. It seems like he is doing very poorly in the village. Wang Kun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quickly complimented Meng Guoyang. We are still generous. We charge 1 cent for every pound. No one can compete with us for the business of reselling Buplurum Chinense. The middlemen who resold Buplurum Chinense did not supply it directly to the Chinese medicine hospital, but it was taken away by Yishi halfway. They sell it for $1 and sell it for $1.03, making a profit of 3 cents difference. Now Meng Guoyang charges 1 yuan per piece. If they also follow Meng Guoyang's price, their profit will be only 2 cents. You can't collect much goods by riding a bicycle in a day, so it's not worth it to work so hard just for these 2 cents. So Meng Guoyang really collected a lot of Buplurum that day. He was not in a hurry to send chaihu to the Chinese medicine hospital first. Instead, he prepared a full car and waited for Meng Haixing to go to the Chinese medicine hospital to deliver chaihu, and then he would go with him. He wanted to show Meng Haixing what it meant to be rich and powerful. Meng Haixing was extremely happy when he knew that Meng Guoyang was frantically collecting chaihu. The more Buplurum Chinense Meng Guoyang collected, the more money he had. When he realized what was happening, he was about to cry. September 1st arrived quickly, and Meng Jinsheng followed Meng Jinfeng to Dongtai University to report. Before leaving, Meng Haixing gave Meng Jinfeng 100 yuan. Third brother, I can't take this money no matter what. You've already given me a lot of money for helping you deliver the cold dishes. This money is enough for my university expenses. Besides, the university also provides subsidies, so it is enough for me to spend. You can never have too much money. This is a reward from your third brother. If any of our children is admitted to university in the future, your third brother will still give them money. Thank you, third brother. In the end, Meng Jinfeng accepted Meng Haixing's kindness. Meng Guoyang collected a truckload of Buplurum Chinense. He roughly calculated that there were a total of 12 tons. He almost emptied out all the money he had saved, and later, when that was still not enough, he borrowed some more and was able to barely fill a cart of Buplurum. Early on Sunday morning, Meng Haixing loaded a tractor with earthworms and drove slowly into the courtyard of the Chinese medicine hospital. The time of his delivery of the earthworms was irregular, and this time he deliberately delayed his visit for 2 days so that Meng Guoyang could collect more Buplurum. Brother Meng is here. You gave me quite a few earth yuan. Something happened at home these days, so I stockpiled some. This is only 2 days late. Meng Haixing handed a cigarette to Huang Ming and watched the workers unload the goods. In the past, Huang Ming would symbolically open the bags to inspect the goods, but now he doesn't even look at them and pays Meng Haixing directly after unloading the goods. Meng Guoyang, who was hiding in the distance, didn't know where Meng Haixing got another truckload of Buplurum, but he watched Meng Haixing unload the Buplurum. He immediately asked Wang Kun to drive the car into the compound of the Chinese medicine hospital. Huang Ming was visibly stunned when he looked at Dongfeng Motor. Isn't this their car? Comrade, I heard that you guys are buying Buplurum Chinese, so I sent a truckload of it over here. Meng Guoyang was still as arrogant as ever, and today he was going to show off his financial strength in front of Meng Haixing. Who told you that we collect Buplurum here? Isn't that what's spread in the villages and towns down there? Huang Ming was also a man who looked down on others. When he heard Meng Guoyang's self-righteous tone, he immediately became unhappy. Go find whoever told you this. Anyway, our Chinese medicine hospital no longer accepts Buplurum Chinese. Huang Ming said that he was not going to pay any attention to Meng Guoyang and turned away. Wait a minute, didn't Meng Haixing just unload a truckload of Buplurum? You are lying with your eyes open. Do you look down on me? Do you know who I am? Meng Guoyang stepped forward and grabbed Huang Ming's arm, but was immediately pushed away by Huang Ming. I don't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, our Chinese medicine hospital will not accept Chaiyu. Huang Ming also knew that Yishi had collected a lot of Buplurum, but they hadn't used up all of their own Buplurum yet. So how could they have the time to help others use it? Now Meng Guoyang got angry. This is a state-owned unit. I'm going to find your leader and sue you. You accepted other people's Buplurum, but only targeted me and didn't accept mine. You must have taken advantage of Meng Haixing. Chapter 93 Going to Visit. Huang Ming is a relative of the Chinese medicine hospital. He relies on his relative's abilities and is usually arrogant and domineering. He is a very difficult person to deal with. Now that someone was pointing at his nose and scolding him, he immediately exploded on the spot. Go and call the dean right away and see what he says. Our Chinese medicine hospital stopped accepting Buplurum 2 days ago. Are you blind and didn't see the announcement? On the wall of Huang Ming's office, there is a handwritten notice. Huang Ming pulled Meng Guoyang and pushed him over. See, I have no grudge against you, but I'm going to screw you over. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll beat you to death. Meng Guoyang quickly glanced at the announcement, and his heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, extremely cold. But even so, he still didn't give up. Don't fool me. I just saw Meng Haixing unloading a tractor of Buplurum. How can I explain this? How could you watch Brother Meng taking off his Chaihu? Huang Ming, who was furious, took a sharp knife from the windowsill of his office and cut open a bag of earthworms. All I saw were shiny black, dried earthworms falling all over the ground. Did you see that? This is called Tu Yuan, not Chaihu. It's so unlucky. If this happened today, I would have beaten you to a pulp. If you challenge me, you're courting death. Meng Guoyang, who was scolded, was dumbfounded when he looked at the earthworms in the bag. He rushed towards the fertilizer bag containing the earthworms like a madman. I want to see whether it contains earthworms or Buplurum. Even though there is a bag between us, we can still tell what is inside by just touching it. Meng Guoyang was shocked after touching more than a dozen bags. When he confirmed that the box was filled with earthworms, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Why are they all earthworms? Stunned Meng Guoyang suddenly turned his head to look at Meng Haixing, who was standing not far away with a smile on his face. He finally realized that he had been tricked by Meng Haixing. He had known for a long time that Chinese medicine hospitals did not accept Buplurum, so he spread false news and asked him to buy Buplurum frantically. Meng Haixing, did you hurt me on purpose? Look at what you said. How could I harm you? You collected the Chaihu yourself. I didn't put a knife to your neck. You can't just blame others. Meng Haixing, with a calm expression on his face, walked forward slowly. He squatted down and whispered in Meng Guoyang's ear. This is just the beginning. For a scum like you, this is not enough punishment. As he spoke, Meng Haixing stood up, said a few words to Huang Ming, and under Meng Guoyang's shocked gaze, drove away in his tractor. This truckload of Buplurum Chinese by Meng Guoyang is worth at least 10,000 yuan. This is a huge sum of money. If Meng Guoyang doesn't have so much money, his life will be difficult. Meng Haixing would never take the initiative to hurt others, but if anyone was trying to kill him and making him uncomfortable, don't blame him for being rude. After coming out of the Chinese medicine hospital, Meng Haixing thought to himself that his anonymous letter of complaint should reach various departments this week. They are investigating and will start arresting people next week. At that time, Meng Guoyang will definitely be called in for questioning. He is the briber, and it is necessary to arrest him. But Meng Guoyang's family has connections, so I'm afraid they won't do anything to him. There is no fairness in this world. In order to be fair, Meng Haixing had to do something. The ones who followed Meng Haixing to deliver the earthworms today were Meng Daniu and Meng Halian, no one else. He did not hide it and drove his tractor to the machinery factory to have lunch with Meng Jincheng and to discuss the opening of a small daycare center. Brother, this way. Meng Haixing watched from afar as Meng Jincheng came out from the crowd pushing a bicycle and waved at him. You are going to deliver the earth element. Yes, brother. Get in the car. We're going to your house for dinner. No problem, but there's nothing delicious in my house. It's all home-cooked food. Meng Jincheng had been at the machinery factory for a short time and was not allocated a house there. They now live in a tube-shaped building of a textile factory, with more than a dozen households on each floor, each with a small one-bedroom apartment. There is no toilet in the house, so you can only use the public one. Cooking is also done in the corridor. Dual-income families are in a rush for lunch, so when Meng Haixing and his friends came to visit Meng Jincheng's home, they naturally would not let Meng Jincheng waste time by preparing some complicated dishes. On the way here, he bought some buns and braised pork, so he could start eating right away without having to cook. When they were going home together, Meng Jincheng's wife Li Guixiang was cooking in the corridor. Sister-in-law. Haixing, I haven't seen you for a while. If I had known you were coming over, I would have cooked a few more dishes. Look at what happened. I only fried celery for lunch. Li Guixiang felt a little embarrassed facing Meng Haixing and his companions. Meng Haixing and his friends had come to the county with great difficulty, and it was really unacceptable for her, as the eldest sister-in-law, not to treat them well. Sister-in-law, please stop busying yourself. We will just have a simple meal. We brought some dishes with us, which is enough for everyone. Meng Haixing was holding a large net bag in his hand, which contained more than 20 large meat buns, as well as braised beef, pork head, pig's trotters, pig's tail, pig's liver, etc. These are all solid dishes, more than enough for several people. I don't feel comfortable bringing your own food when you come here. Please sit for a while, and I'll cook some food. Meng Haixing knew Li Guixiang's good intentions, so he didn't refuse and went into the house with the things first. As soon as he entered the house, Meng Jincheng sat on the sofa like a big boss, waiting for Li Guixiang to come over to pour tea and pack up the things Meng Haixing brought. Li Guixiang wanted to cook another dish, but she didn't have the hands to do so many things. She moved slowly, and Meng Jincheng became a little unwilling. Seeing Meng Jincheng like this, Meng Haixing, who was standing by, asked him to get up and work. Brother, go find some plates and take out the buns. I'll get a knife and cut the braised meat. Just sit down and let your sister-in-law do the work. Meng Jincheng's inherent chauvinism makes him not do any housework when he gets home. As for cooking, in his opinion, it has nothing to do with men, and it is something women should do. The lunch break is so short, and my sister-in-law can handle it all by herself. If we help her, we can also eat earlier. Li Guixiang, who was cooking in the corridor, heard Meng Haixing say this, and her hand holding the spatula trembled. Li Guixiang knew best what kind of person Meng Haixing was. When she first got married, she lived in the village for a while, and there was chaos in the Meng family almost every day. The basin stand she bought when she got married was broken when Meng Haixing angered Grandpa Meng, and he chased and beat Meng Haixing. In recent years, she moved to the city and has less contact with her hometown. But I didn't expect that in just a few years Meng Haixing would transform from a bad boy into a sensible man. Since Meng Haixing had already stepped in to help, Meng Jincheng naturally felt embarrassed to just sit there and act like a boss. With the help of several people, we can sit down and eat in less than 20 minutes. You guys eat first. I just finished cooking, and it's very hot. I'll go out and cool down for a while. When Meng Haixing saw Li Guixiang about to go out with a palm leaf fan, he immediately reacted and rushed forward to stop her. Sister-in-law, what era is this? Men and women still sit at different tables. Today we are all family. Come and sit down and eat with us. Besides, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 94, Little Nursery 1. Although reform and opening up have been going on for many years, some old rules are still retained. In most areas of Zhejiang County, there is still a custom that men and women sit at different seats. Especially when there are banquets, the men usually drink at one table, while the women do not drink at another. If a gay man doesn't drink, he will be driven over to the lesbian side. But when we usually entertain guests at home, there are not so many rules. The whole family sits together and eats happily. The reason why Li Guixiang became like this was all because of the torture she suffered from Liang Xiaocui. Liang Xiaocui has been oppressed by Grandma Meng for so many years, and finally the new daughter-in-law comes into the family. She has to put on a good show as a mother-in-law. Liang Xiaocui tormented Li Guixiang for many years until Li Guixiang's parents used their connections to get her a job in a textile factory, and her miserable life ended. It's just that after being tormented by Liang Xiaocui for so many years, some life habits have become ingrained in her bones, which is why she didn't eat lunch at the same table with Meng Haixing today. Li Guixiang, feeling a little embarrassed, glanced at Meng Jincheng. Hurry up and sit down to eat. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so particular. After repeated invitations from everyone, Li Guixiang finally sat down and had lunch with everyone. While chatting, Meng Haixing asked about Meng Kuan and Meng Qingqing's elementary school life. Sister-in-law, if I open a small daycare center here at the textile factory to help everyone pick up their children after school, do you think it's feasible? Li Guixiang didn't expect Meng Haixing to ask her on his own initiative. Is the nursery class you mentioned the same as kindergarten? Almost, but I only accept elementary school students. There should be a lot of dual-income families around the textile factory. Everyone is busy at work and has no time to pick up their children. My small daycare class has teachers who help pick up students and can also watch the primary school students do their homework. After get off work, parents don't have to rush to pick up their children. They can go home and cook first. When they finish cooking, they can go to the nursery to pick up their children and eat directly without having to watch them do their homework. Nowadays, whether in the county or the village, primary school students who live close to school basically walk home by themselves, and only those who live a little further away will be picked up by their parents. It is still very risky for Meng Haixing to open this small daycare center. If you really run such a nursery class, I will immediately take Xiaoquan and Qingqing back to the county to attend elementary school. Li Guixiang knew better than anyone that Liang Xiaozue would not be able to take care of 2 children. But if she took both children back to the county, she would have to work 3 shifts and would not be able to take care of 2 children. If there is a daycare center, give her some buffer time. Even if she has no time to take care of the children during the middle shift, Meng Jinsheng can pick them up from the daycare center after get off work. Are all employees at the sister-in-law's textile factory working in 3 shifts? It's not just textile factories. If there's a big order, the machinery factories will also work in 3 shifts, with the machines running 24 hours a day. Meng Haixing was secretly delighted, as this would reduce his risk a lot. 4 dual-income families working in 3 shifts, picking up and dropping off children would probably be their biggest concern. When both of them are in the middle class, the child has to be left home alone. Meng Haixing estimated that there were a total of 20 to 30 children enrolled from the textile factory and the machinery factory, which was enough for him to run this small daycare class. If Meng Xian were allowed to open a math and Chinese tutoring class, she might be able to make more money. Meng Haixing shared his ideas with everyone and listened to their opinions. Haixing, how much do you charge for each child in this nursery? If it's too much, I'm afraid people won't be able to accept it. If it's too little, you have to rent a house and buy tables and chairs. Don't lose money. It was relatively cheap at the beginning, charging 3 yuan per person per month. That's fine. Although I have 2 children, I have to spend an extra 6 yuan a month, but as long as I can keep my children around, I'm willing to do it. Meng Haixing's confidence increased after hearing Li Guixiang's words. In his previous life, Meng Haixing had seen many examples of various tutoring classes and daycare centers making money. If he could expand the daycare and tutoring classes, it would certainly not be difficult for him to make money. Brother, I'll leave the matter of renting the house to you. I'm not very familiar with this area, so I can only ask you to help me with it. Okay, I'll write to you in the next few days. Meng Jinsheng also very much hopes that his 2 children can return to the county to go to school, and he is very positive about this matter. After getting off work in the afternoon, he rode his bike around the area, trying to get Meng Haixing to set up the daycare center as soon as possible. On the other hand, after Meng Haixing returned home, he immediately went to Grandpa Meng's house to find his Aunt Meng Xian to talk about setting up a daycare center. He had just stepped into the yard and hadn't said anything when he heard Liang Xiaozue scream from inside the house. Meng Xian, this is such a good marriage, why don't you agree? Your cousin is not someone else, how can she harm you? The man is quite capable in Anshin City, and he seems to be a minor official. If you marry him, you will be an official's wife. Others can't get such a good thing even if they want it. Sister-in-law, if you like her so much, then you can marry her. There was already a tone of tears in Meng Xian's voice. How can you talk like that? I'm doing this for your own good? That man is already over 30, divorced, and has a child. If I marry him, I will just be a stepmother. I don't want to do that. Listening to the conversation in the room, Meng Haixing thought of his aunt. It seemed that she had started dating in the past 2 years. In the end, she couldn't resist the persuasion of her distant cousin and really married to Anshin City. Her husband is more than 10 years older than her, and they lived happily in the first few years. However, Meng Xian gave birth to 2 girls, and various conflicts often broke out in the family. Later, her stepson's academic performance was always poor at school, and her husband blamed everything on Meng Xian, and the conflict between her and her husband became increasingly serious. Later, her stepson got married and had children, and took away almost half of their family property. When Meng Xian fell ill, it was Meng Haixing who paid for a nurse. Her husband didn't care at all. By the time Meng Haixing died, Meng Xian and her husband had been separated for many years. Meng Xian's marriage in her previous life was really unhappy. She had been a stepmother and a nanny for a lifetime, but in the end her stepson accused her of abusing him. Meng Haixing didn't want Meng Xian to do such a thankless task again. "Auntie, what's wrong with you? I heard you yelling in the alley." Meng Haixing walked into the house, carrying some braised food. Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng were both at home. Meng Xian was sitting cross-legged on the Kong with red eyes. Opposite her was Liang Xiaotsui, who was talking with saliva flying everywhere. "Haixing is here. I heard that you went to the county to deliver earthworms again today." When Liang Xiaotsui saw Meng Haixing carrying something into the room, she quickly got off the Kong and took the thing from Meng Haixing's hand. When she saw that there was braised meat inside, the smile on her face instantly deepened. "I went to the county today, and I also went to Brother Jincheng's house for lunch." Grandpa Meng sat on the Kong, at the innermost seat near the window. The pipe he smoked was a bit choking. He tapped the pipe in his hand and said, "Brothers should go out together more often. Jincheng is busy and tired at work, and he only has a break at noon. If you go there, he won't be able to take a lunch break." Whenever Liang Xiaotsui opens her mouth, she never says anything nice. In the past, the relationship between the Meng brothers was cold, and she had been making a lot of noise about it. Chapter 95, Little Nursery 2. If you can't talk, just shut up. You keep nagging all day. Haixing, Jincheng, and the others are brothers. We must help each other in the future. Even if Jincheng goes to the city, he is still a member of the old Meng family. Can you not be named Meng after entering the city? Grandpa Meng knocked heavily on the windowsill with his pipe. Liang Xiaotsui, who was about to say something, immediately shut up. Seeing that Liang Xiaotsui had calmed down, Meng Haixing got down to business. "I'm planning to open a small daycare center in the county. Isn't my aunt looking for a job recently? Why don't we go to the county to look after the children in the daycare center?" As soon as Meng Haixing finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at him. No one else in the family knew what a daycare center was, but Meng Xian had a vague idea. Is a nursery class like a kindergarten, where you help people take care of their children? A nursery class is for primary school students, and kindergartens are all state-owned institutions. I don't have the ability to open a kindergarten. Then Meng Haixing carefully explained to the people in the room what the small daycare class was. "How much money can I make by helping people pick up and drop off children every day? I have 1 or 2 naughty kids at home, and my head is about to explode. If there are 20 or 30 more, I won't be able to survive. In my opinion, it's better for Meng Xian to get married early." In Liang Xiaotsui's eyes, the only way out for a woman is to marry into a good family. Working or going to school is not as good as marrying a good husband. That's settled then. When the nursery school opens, let Meng Xian go there. Grandma Meng didn't even wait for Meng Haixing to say how much monthly salary to give Meng Xian before making the decision. She is Meng Xian's biological mother, so naturally she considers Meng Xian in everything. Ever since Meng Xian came back from Anqing City, she has been helping with housework. Yesterday, she went to the mountains with the villagers to catch earthworms. Earthworms live in rotten soil. After a day of catching earthworms, Meng Xian's fair hands were so yellow that she couldn't wash them clean. The originally clean and tidy nails were now covered with dirt and could not be washed off. Grandma Meng didn't want Meng Xian to live such a life. When Grandma Meng heard Meng Haixing say there was a job as a teacher in a daycare center, she naturally wanted it very much. Even if she was only paid 10 yuan a month for food, she would be willing to take it. "Grandma, you have to ask my aunt about this." As he spoke, Meng Haixing looked at Meng Xian. "Aunt, how do you think this is going to work? It must be a bit tiring at the beginning because you are all alone." "Yes, but where do I live? The county town is different from the village. We can't let Meng Xian live alone. It would be too unsafe. I'll ask Brother Jincheng to help me find a house. We'll see how to solve the housing problem when the time comes." Liang Xiaotsui, who was standing by, became unhappy when she heard that Meng Jincheng was being troubled again. "Jincheng still has to go to work. Liang Xiaotsui, if it weren't for the fact that you gave birth to so many children for the Meng family, believe it or not, I would let Guanghe divorce you today." The coffee table on the Kong was slapped loudly by Grandpa Meng. Liang Xiaotsui quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and dared not say any more. Meng Haixing was also helpless when facing Liang Xiaotsui, the troublemaker. Now there is still Grandpa Meng to suppress her, but Grandpa Meng is old after all, and he can only control her for a few more years. Meng Haixing was thinking in his heart that he had to think of a way to deal with Liang Xiaotsui, otherwise he would never have a peaceful life in the village. Liang Xiaotsui's identity is rather delicate. If Meng Haixing asks her to divorce Meng Guanghe, Meng Jincheng and Meng Jinfeng will definitely not agree. No matter how good Liang Xiaotsui is, she is still their biological mother after all. If he wants to maintain the brotherhood and deal with Liang Xiaotsue, it would be more convenient to find a lesbian. Lin Muching naturally couldn't do it. She was gentle in nature and was no match for Liang Xiaotsue, a shrew. After thinking about it, Meng Haixing suddenly thought of his elder sister Mengyu. Since childhood, Mengyu has always been very opinionated and has a hot temper that is not easy to mess with. A few years ago, when Chu Lan was preparing to find a husband for Mengyu, she found out that Mengyu had been in a relationship with her junior high school classmate for a long time. But that family was extremely poor, so Chu Lan naturally disagreed. Who would have thought that Mengyu fought desperately, and since her parents did not agree, she eloped with her classmate. After he left, there was no news from him anymore. In his previous life, Meng Haixing had also looked for Mengyu, but many years had passed by then, and transportation and information were not well developed, so it was not easy to find her. But it's different now. Mengyu just eloped with his classmate not long ago. It must be much easier to find out where she is now. If he could call his elder sister back, it would be very easy for Mengyu to deal with Liang Xiaotsue. After leaving Grandpa Meng's house, Meng Haixing did not go home, but turned a corner and went to Meng Guangzhu's place. It was getting dark. Chu Lan and Meng Guangzhu had just returned from catching earthworms in the mountains and were washing the mud off their feet. Mom and Dad, I have something I want to tell you. Meng Haixing didn't beat around the bush and asked Chu Lan directly if she knew where Mengyu had gone. Chu Lan, who was washing his feet, was stunned for a moment. Why are you asking about your sister all of a sudden? Although there was no sound that indicated anything wrong with Chu Lan's voice, her hand holding the ladle trembled slightly. My sister ran away in anger. We can't really not look for her. Don't mention your sister. I'll beat her up every time I see her. I have lived an upright life all my life and have never done anything out of line. Who would have thought that I would give birth to such a shameful thing? When Mengyu is mentioned, Meng Guangzhu wants to eat someone. Mengyu's elopement was a stain on his life and the biggest reason why he couldn't hold his head up in the village. Dad, calm down. It's been several years, and I don't know how my sister is doing out there. What if she was cheated by that man and is now living in dire straits? If we don't go looking for her, she must be feeling very upset. After Meng Haixing said this, Meng Guangzhu, who had just stiffened his neck and cursed, instantly frowned. After all, Mengyu is his biological daughter. When she was born, Meng Guangzhu loved her very much. Haixing, are you talking about your sister? Chu Lan was halfway through her words when she choked up and became speechless. Big tears fell down her cheeks and onto her clothes. Mom, don't worry, I'm just guessing. It took a long time for Chu Lan to stop crying. It's been 2 years. Mom secretly went to Qiao Shangdong's house to inquire about him. Last year, Qiao Shangdong wrote back and said that they were doing well out there and had no worries about food and drink. But your sister is my flesh and blood. She has been gone for 2 years without any news. Every time I think of her, my heart is broken. Meng Haixing suddenly stepped forward and gave Chu Lan a hug. In her previous life, Chu Lan never mentioned Mengyu in front of Meng Haixing until her death. As time went by, Meng Haixing thought that Chu Lan had let it go, but now it seems that is not the case. She just didn't want to say it and buried the longing deep in her heart. Chapter 96, Little Nursery 3. The children in the family are relatively introverted. Meng Haixing, who is already so old, suddenly gave Chu Lan a big hug, and Chu Lan's whole body froze. She had stopped crying, but now she started crying again. Meng Guangzhu, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Okay, stop crying. I will go to Daya village tomorrow to ask. If the Qiao family knows the whereabouts of Xiaoyu and the others, I will ask Haixing to go there and bring them back. Meng Guangzhu said harsh words, but in his heart, he also hoped that Mengyu would come back. Even if the villagers stabbed him behind his back, he still hoped that Mengyu would be fine. You should have gone a long time ago. Every time I mentioned Xiaoyu, you got angry and cursed at me. You didn't even think about whether Xiaoyu had suffered during the past 2 years she had been away. Speaking of Mengyu, Chu Lan was full of complaints. It took Meng Haixing a long time to comfort Chu Lan before she finally calmed down. When Meng Haixing returned home, it was already dark. Dad, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Momo heard the door open, she rushed towards Meng Haixing. Dad went to Grandma's house to talk about something. As he spoke, Meng Haixing picked up Momo and walked towards the inner room. He brought back some braised meat today, and Lin Muching made a dish of garlic chrysanthemum in the evening, so their family had a very sumptuous dinner. During the meal, Meng Haixing told Lin Muching in detail about his plan to set up a small daycare center in the county. Mu Cheng, I think you will definitely give birth in the county hospital in the future, so you might as well move to the county and live there for a while in the next few months. Our transportation to the county is not convenient. You are in the late stage of pregnancy, and your belly is too big to stand the bumpy ride. It is safest to move to the county. If we go to the county, what will happen to our chickens, ducks, and rabbits? The Angora rabbits can be sheared in 2 months. Meng Haixing couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Lin Muqing's worried look. There are still several months to go, and I will definitely arrange everything before then. The most valuable animal in the house is the Angora rabbit. As soon as the 4 rabbits have their fur sheared for the first time, Meng Haixing will contact the textile factory in the town to see how much his rabbit fur can be sold for per pound. If the profit is considerable, he will be able to raise Angora rabbits on a large scale. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lin Muqing gently stroked her belly. She also understood that being pregnant with triplets was indeed more dangerous for her. If she could be closer to the county hospital, it would be a guarantee for her and her child. After dinner, Lin Muqing accompanied Momo to draw with pencils under candlelight. Momo's tender little hands outlined the shape of a big ball on a test paper and also drew some blooming flowers on it. Mucheng, is this Jinfeng's test paper? Yes, it's Jinfeng's first-year high school test paper. Lin Muqing lowered his head slightly embarrassedly. Her little secret seemed to have been discovered by Meng Haixing. Momo likes to draw, but there is no extra white paper at home for her, so I gave the test papers I had read to Momo to use. After Meng Jinfeng was admitted to university, many of the textbooks at home were no longer needed. As soon as he left, Liang Xiaozue packed a basket of books and test papers, preparing to take them to the town to sell. According to Liang Xiaozue, these books just take up space if they are kept, so it would be better to sell them and get some money. Lin Muqing heard about this while enjoying the cool air on the street. She used the money to buy Meng Jinfeng's books and test papers. Whenever she is not busy, she will take it out and have a look at it. Although Lin Muqing knew that she would never be able to go to university in this lifetime, she subconsciously still wanted to learn more knowledge. Meng Haixing is such a smart man. When he heard Lin Muqing say this, he immediately understood that Lin Muqing also had a dream of going to college. Mucheng, when you went to the countryside, were you already in high school? Yes, I was already a sophomore in high school at that time, and my grades were very good. I didn't expect that after so many years, Momo has grown up so much. Thinking of what she had experienced in the past few years, Lin Muqing showed a trace of melancholy on her face. No matter how hard it was in the past, she had finally made it through. Mucheng, you are still young. Why don't you try to review? Just in case you are admitted to university. What? You want me to study for next year's college entrance exam? No, the test questions are so difficult now, I will definitely not pass the test. Besides, I have Momo and a lot of things to take care of at home, so I don't have time to review. Before Meng Haixing could say anything, Lin Muqing denied himself. Mucheng, as long as you want to take the college entrance examination next year, I will fully support you. Lin Muqing is still very young, and there will be no problem for her to go to college next year. There are many people in the university who are in their 20s or even 30s. Many educated youth who went to the countryside were delayed in their college entrance examinations due to various reasons. In recent years, more and more educated youth have returned to the city, and among those who have been admitted to universities, many have already married and had children. I'd better not. I have 3 little ones in my belly. I can't give birth next year and take 3 little ones and 1 big one to college together. Why not? How about I take the exam with you, and we can both get into college? When we're in college, I can help you take care of the kids. Meng Haixing hadn't thought about what he said carefully, but subconsciously thought about going to the university to help Lin Muqing take care of the children. But his words made Lin Muqing's eyes widen in surprise. Haixing, are you sure? Come study with me and take the college entrance exam next year. Of course, don't look at me as a junior high school graduate, but I'm not afraid of my low foundation. I believe that as long as I work hard, even if I can't get into a good university, it will always be no problem to get into a technical secondary school. Then we can just get into a city college. Meng Haixing's words were very attractive, and Lin Muqing, who had just wanted to refuse, was immediately moved. Lin Muqing didn't know that in his previous life, when Meng Haixing was still working hard in the South, he had already taught himself all the courses in high school and university. Later, after he became successful in his career, he went abroad to study for a master's and doctoral degree. His foundation is much higher than Lin Muqing's. However, although Meng Haixing studied so much, it was not full-time. He never experienced attending classes with classmates every day, let alone imagining the future with a group of peers in college. In his previous life, Meng Haixing was forced to grow quickly, just like forcing a plant to grow. Although he made a lot of money, he also missed a lot. If he could make his dream come true over again, he would naturally be very willing to do it. At this moment, Meng Haixing was somewhat looking forward to college life. Maybe he could meet some big guys in college. Maybe he can avoid many detours in this life and achieve higher achievements than in his previous life. Wife, Don't hesitate any longer. I think it would be a good idea for us to apply to Dongtai University together. Not only is it close to home, but it is also one of the best schools in the country. If we go to college, what will happen to the chickens, ducks, and rabbits at home? Seeing Lin Muqing's serious look, Meng Haixing couldn't help himself anymore and stepped forward to kiss her cheek hard. His wife is so cute. Wife, I'll take care of everything. You just need to study hard. There is still nearly a year left, and Meng Haixing believes that with his abilities, he will definitely be able to succeed in running a rabbit farm or other business. Meng Haixing's business of collecting earthworms has stabilized, and he no longer has to go to the mountains to catch earthworms every day. Taking advantage of this free time, he began to contact the brick and stone factory in town to prepare to build a house. Meng Haixing didn't just want to build 6 large tiled houses, but a large courtyard with a beautiful style. In order to speed up the progress, he decided to find a construction team and then asked the villagers for help, and it would be best if his yard could be built within 10 days. When Meng Haixing went to the town to inquire about the construction team, he also asked if anyone from the town's high school had been arrested. He actually found out the answer after asking around. Yesterday morning, 2 teachers from the town's high school were taken away in a military green jeep. It seems that some departments are very fast. Chapter 97: Building a House. Meng Haixing asked around in the town and finally decided on a construction team. The reason for choosing this company was that it had a large construction team and worked quickly. After the foreman saw the plan of the yard that Meng Haixing had drawn, he promised to build it for him within 10 days. The bricks and stones for building the house had to be brought home by themselves, so Meng Haixing borrowed a tractor from the next village, and together with the tractor from their village, he went to the brick factory and hauled bricks and stones for an afternoon. All the young and strong laborers in the village went to the mountains to catch ground beetles, and Meng Haixing couldn't find anyone to help him unload the truck. In the end, he gave the young man from the brick factory 10 yuan more and found 4 people to help him unload the truck. Haixing, do you really want to build a house here? Uncle Lang, the village's oldest man, was strolling on the street with his hands behind his back. When he saw Meng Haixing unloading red bricks, he couldn't help but come over and ask. Yes, the housing plot has been approved for quite some time, but I have been too busy to take care of it. I have some free time these few days, so I will quickly build the house and dry it out so that we can live in it before winter. Meng Haixing was also very happy to build a new house. No matter how he wandered outside in the future, this house was his root, and sooner or later he would return to his roots. Okay, you have vision and courage. I'll help you find an auspicious day next time so you can start digging the foundation. That's great. I'll leave a pig's head for Grandpa then.